In a desolate world, beginning as a mine slave, I awakened to the extraordinary talent of Ubuche and wield a long knife forged from scrap metal, wreaking havoc upon the entire monster-infested mine. I had thought I could pursue freedom, only to discover that the entire world is but an arena for divine beings. Humanity perishes in ignorance, parasitic in nature. There are 20 chosen ones. They're the prodigies of the upper realm. What they vie for is the boundary spirit of our world. The boundary spirit bestowed upon us a cultivation panel, granted us powerful professions, and endowed us with the ability to elevate our realms through slaughter. Without it, we are all mere lambs for slaughter. Thus, we have no choice, and neither do you, Jin Quan. You must lead them out, to let the world outside bear witness. Behold a race that grows stronger through killing. They are not slaves. They are calamity. Chapter 1. The Deadly Street. Cheonga, this brat isn't dead, is he? Boss Fong did mention that the fifth family is quite formidable. The scrawny monkey, with sunken cheeks, leaned closer to the boy on the ground and spoke. Oomph. The bald man adjusted his collar, the heavy gold chain clinking loudly. What a worthless family. They are but strays. He spat, raising his gaze to the drizzling sky. Let's go. Boss Fong is hosting distinguished guests, having brought in a batch of noble young ladies from the upper city. If luck is on our side, we might snag a couple of leftovers. Such tender skin is hard to find in this lower city. The scrawny monkey, initially intent on checking the boy's pulse, halted, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned his head. Really? Cheonga cast a glance at the multitude of needle-like puncture marks on his arm, reminiscent of mosquito bites. If I were to set you up with a woman, you'd meet the same fate as this kid. Your days would be numbered. The scrawny monkey licked his lips. I'm 36. That's already quite the age. Dying would still be a thrill. Jin Quan was jolted awake by a searing pain, his skin ablaze with a sensation akin to being pricked by needles. He suddenly opened his eyes. Instinctively struggling to rise from the ground, he quickly scanned his surroundings. The filthy ground reeked of urine and decay, while distant, mottled neon lights flickered through the mist of rain. Shouldn't I be dead? He was all too aware of the fate that awaited his human coordinate, equivalent to a megaton hydrogen bomb. Suddenly, the stinging sensation surged once more. He touched his inflamed skin and looked up at the sky, raindrops instantly splattering into his eyes. In an instant, a searing pain surged through his eyes, and his lips were assaulted by an overwhelming bitterness. This is acid rain, such a corrosive acid rain. He crawled quickly towards the corner of the surrounding wall, but the acid rain, driven by the wind, rendered the slightly protruding eaves utterly ineffective against the slanting downpour. A tree-like arc of lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap. No, the pain is intensifying. I must find a shelter from the rain. He pulled the gray jacket over his head and dashed out of the narrow alley. It was a relatively wide street, yet it was deserted at that moment, with all the shops shuttered tightly. Aside from the plastered advertisements and graffiti, there was not a single awning in sight. Jin Quan felt a surge of anxiety. He was certain that such a degree of acid rain, if left to soak overnight, would cause bubbles to form in his bones. He continued to walk briskly, traversing one silent alley after another. This city was vast, yet at that moment it resembled a ghost town. Just as Jin Quan contemplated smashing through a shutter, a long, conical beam of light sliced through the alley, dispersing a mist-like glow in the rain. Jin Quan was instantly filled with joy. This kind of light could only emanate from an indoor source spilling through a partially open door. Indeed, as he rushed forward, he discovered a small, arched door ajar, its soft yellow light adding a touch of warmth to the frigid night. Finally, he would not have to endure the searing acid rain overnight. Is anyone there? Jin Quan urgently pushed open the half-closed door. However, just as he intended to step closer to seek shelter before explaining himself to the homeowner, a blurred figure rushed towards him. The figure was imposing, and he saw the shock and defiance on Jin Quan's face, leaving no time for reaction before they collided. In that moment, Jin Quan felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding car. His entire body was hurled from the doorway, arcing like a projectile back into the center of the alley, muddy water splattering everywhere. Gripping his pain, Jin Quan stared in shock at the entrance. The burly man, who had just halted after colliding with him, erupted in a gruesome explosion of blood as his head shattered. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, splattering across the entire doorway. Brother! Simultaneously, A heart-wrenching female voice cried out from beside Jin Quan. Jin Quan quickly turned his head, but aside from the torrential rain, the street was devoid of any presence. The mournful cries seemed but a figment of his imagination. Enduring the pain, he struggled to rise, his expression shifting as he lifted his already corroded and decayed hand. A small square box materialized in his palm. It was no larger than a matchbox, adorned with intricate metal carvings, exuding an air of mystery. The blood, stained by the rain, extended from the box to the headless corpse. What is this thing? Without further contemplation, he swiftly rose and dashed towards the source of the earlier sound. This urgency stemmed from the fact that, at the moment of being struck, he had glimpsed the object that had exploded the head of the burly man. It was a piece of paper, or rather, a talisman inscribed with arcane symbols, which had been affixed with astonishing speed to the back of the burly man's head, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Had the fatal blow been delivered by a sniper rifle, he would not have fled in such a panic. Perhaps he could have utilized his expertise to take cover. However, what he witnessed was a talisman, an enigmatic weapon beyond the comprehension of his extensive military experience spanning over a decade. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he continued to sprint through the rain with fervor. He dashed several dozen meters before turning back, only to see two figures appear at the entrance, clad in identical black robes and donning stark white skull masks. There truly are rats daring enough to scavenge during the dark, rainy season. A sinister voice echoed throughout the street. With a swift motion, a green light flickered, and a colossal scythe, approximately 2 meters in length, materialized from thin air, its robes billowing as though it were the Grim Reaper. Jin Quan merely cast a glance and felt his hair stand on end. Damn it, the King of Hell takes one, and now the Grim Reaper wants another? Adrenaline surged instantaneously, propelling his speed to new heights. Just as the figure in the skull mask burst through the door, the headless corpse on the ground suddenly emanated a red glow. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending bricks and debris flying. The masked figure was thrown back by the force of the blast. It was this explosion that granted Jin Quan sufficient time to reach the alley where the sound had originated. Sounds emanating from different angles vary in perception. Discerning the source of a sound is an essential skill for any street fighter, and the previous sound had originated from the ground below. Save me, or your brother will die in vain. Jin Quan nearly slid to a halt in the rain as he turned into the alley, softly knocking on the manhole cover with urgency. Yet, the manhole cover remained immovable before him. He turned back, and the sound of footsteps splashing through the street water grew ever closer. It felt as though, in the next moment, the figure would emerge from around the corner, ready to sever his head with the scythe. Shaking off the rain from his hands, he retrieved that peculiar box from the inner pocket of his jacket, gasping for breath as he spoke. This box is something your brother obtained at the cost of his life. I will count to 3. If you do not open it, I shall throw it away. The pursuer in the black robe claimed that the burly man was a thief, and the box that had conveniently fallen from the man's grasp into his sight was likely the treasure that the man had risked his life to steal. 3. Jin Quan exerted himself to calm his mind and readied his count. 2. Jin Quan squinted, his hand gripping the box, turning pale. In the next moment, the sound of gears turning emanated from beneath the manhole cover. Bang! The manhole cover shot up swiftly. As the cover opened, Jin Quan exhaled the breath he had been holding, his chest heaving rapidly for a couple of breaths. He immediately leaned forward and slipped through the opening of the manhole. Compared to the Grim Reaper behind him, the negotiation at hand, which held potential leverage, was evidently more aligned with his interests. The shaft was deep yet remarkably dry, resembling a dug tunnel rather than a sewage drain, as he grasped the rivets embedded in the walls and descended rapidly. Soon, Jin Quan reached the bottom, but the moment his feet touched the ground, his hands were slowly raised above his head. A silver revolver was pressed against the back of his skull. Now we are both in the same boat, and there are many matters we could discuss. Jin Quan spoke quickly. After a considerable pause, a somewhat hoarse female voice emerged from behind him. Who are you? Which faction do you belong to? Why did you block my brother? Jin Quan blinked forcefully, alleviating the sting in his eyes. My name is Jin Quan, he said, shaking his head with a wry smile. I sincerely apologize for obstructing your brother. It was not my intention. I merely sought a place to escape the rain. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the revolver at the back of his head pressed even closer. Jin Quan had no choice but to raise his hands higher. You may not believe me, but I woke up lying on the street above and have no idea where this place is, nor do I belong to any faction. Where's the item? The hoarse voice inquired again after a brief silence. It's in my arms. Take off your clothes. Without any hesitation, Jin Quan shifted his shoulders and slowly removed his jacket. As he shivered, rainwater continued to drip from his body onto the ground, creating a rhythmic patter, rendering the underground profoundly quiet. Just as he was about to remove his jacket completely, a resounding boom, slash, reverberated from above, accompanied by the sound of metal being severed. Simultaneously, Jin Quan felt a chilling sensation at the back of his head, a perilous instinct honed from years on the battlefield. Almost instinctively, he sharply turned his head, and, as a fleeting spark of light streaked past his eyes, he swiftly grasped the wrist of the person behind him. Following this, he executed a rapid shoulder throw, simultaneously wrenching the gun from his opponent's grasp, while his knee pressed firmly against their chest, muscles taut as he prepared to strike. Yet, just as his fist was poised to collide with the man's face, he abruptly halted. The shoulder throw had been alarmingly effortless. Even a rookie practicing this disarming move for the first time, with the cooperation of seasoned soldiers, would not have executed it so smoothly. Above, the man in the skull mask had cleaved a gash in the manhole cover, allowing a faint beam of light to cascade down upon them. It revealed the face of a young girl, dirty and disheveled, her bright eyes shimmering with unshed tears. For Jin Quan, who had long navigated treacherous terrains, it had been ages since he had encountered a face of such youth. Perhaps he had glimpsed such a visage through the glass of a bus, passing by the gates of a middle school before his enlistment. From her perspective, he might very well be the villain responsible for her brother's demise. Glancing up at the manhole cover, another sharp sound echoed, accompanied by the glint of metal cutting through as the cover was torn open once more. Light poured in, resembling a white cross, a beacon of salvation amidst suffering. Grasping the girl's wrist, he declared, "Your brother knew he couldn't stop those above. He has hidden a timed bomb within himself. He never intended to survive. The detonation is meant to give you a chance to escape. Without my intervention, he would also self-destruct at this manhole." Jin Quan fixed his gaze intently upon the girl's eyes. "Thus, he must have devised a means for you to flee. Tell me, let us escape together." Chapter 2. Transition and Talent. The girl's tears flowed, more freely now, like rivulets cascading behind her ears. "My brother is gone. Even if I leave here, I cannot survive. The people here will devour one another." Her eyes reflected despair, akin to a refugee displaced by war, devoid of support. Jin Quan was all too familiar with such gazes. The women rescued from dungeons often bore the same expression. Women with such eyes felt no joy at the prospect of rescue, for their nations were lost, their homes destroyed, their supports vanished. Frontline soldiers lacked the resources and facilities to ensure safety, and to escape merely meant to fall into the hands of others who would torment them anew. He understood what such people lacked, and swiftly retrieved a small box from his pocket. "I do not know what this is, nor do I wish to know what it is. Child, you may regard me as a mercenary. Your brother has hired me to protect you, and I shall be like him. Do not be afraid." In that fleeting moment, the girl's eyes quivered as she glanced at the bloodstained box, then scrutinized the shadowy outline of Jin Quan. Jin Quan sensed his body becoming less rigid as he grasped her wrist, slowly pulling her up. At the same time, he deftly picked up the revolver from the ground and tucked it into his lower back. The girl was quite diminutive, estimated to be around 1 meter 40 tall, clad in a voluminous raincoat, yet she appeared exceedingly emaciated, resembling someone suffering from prolonged malnutrition. Evidently, Jin Quan's words had an effect. The previously frail girl now bore a resolute expression. She swiftly turned and dashed into the darkness. With Jin Quan following closely behind, at a bend in the tunnel, the girl exerted herself to push a large stone. Approaching rapidly, Jin Quan grasped an edge of the stone and, with a powerful lift, moved it aside, revealing a hole beneath. The girl was the first to descend through the opening. The cave was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, sloping downward like a slide, and the two of them quickly slid down. As they descended, Jin Quan noticed that the tunnel was connected to a long wire, tightly nailed to the earthen wall with wooden wedges. After sliding down for nearly 10 minutes, a glimmer of light finally appeared in the darkness. Emerging from a hole, Jin Quan swiftly surveyed his surroundings. They were in a small, excavated chamber. Inside were a shovel and a pickaxe, along with a low bamboo bed that held an old flashlight casting a dim yellow light, barely illuminating the small cave. The girl picked up the pickaxe and began to dig through a pile of yellow earth, revealing a T-shaped hand lever buried beneath. My brother buried the explosives. They can collapse the tunnel. Can we hide? Jin Quan scanned the area. If they detonated it directly, the design of the tunnel would act like a cannon barrel, and the explosion's pressure could obliterate them both. The little girl lifted the bamboo bed, uncovering yet another opening beneath. Jin Quan relaxed slightly, allowing the girl to enter the hole once more. Then he retrieved the detonator from the earth and descended into the cave. This one was evidently more complex, winding and filled with numerous dead-end branches. The reserved wire was quite long, indicating that the person who excavated this cave was a demolition expert. Such a layout would significantly reduce the impact of the explosion shockwave. Just as the electrical wire on the detonator reached its limit, Jin Quan hesitated not for a moment and detonated the bomb within the tunnel. Boom! 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 The explosions were relentless, causing the ground to tremble violently, likely extending directly to the surface. After about 5 minutes, Jin Quan, covered in mud, crawled up from the ground. He should have felt grateful to have escaped, but instead, he was met with a sobbing voice. "You won't survive." Jin Quan shook his head to clear his mind as the flashlight beam illuminated the scene, dust swirling around him. The adrenaline surge from the near-death experience had dulled his senses, but now that he was temporarily safe, he began to assess his condition. He realized that he no longer had intact skin. A searing pain instantly engulfed his nerves, making him feel as though he had been skinned, with parts of his body charred and scabbed over. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "Is it the acidic rain from outside?" The girl, unable to bear his pitiful appearance, softly replied, "This is the dark rain. It is different. In this rain, you might live a while longer, for it is the rainwater that dilutes the acid. The acid from this dark rain will turn into concentrated acid once the rainwater dries. Is there any water? I wish to wash myself." Jin Quan gasped, asking. The girl shook her head. "Water here can sometimes be more precious than life itself." Jin Quan slowly leaned against the cave wall, calming his emotions, and smiled as he shook his head. "This must be a bizarre dream, right? What is your name?" The girl, seeing his expression, understood he had resigned himself to fate. "My name is Lenin. Where are you from? What kind of place is this? And how can there be people who practice immortal arts?" Jin Quan had no other thoughts at the moment. Skin, being the largest organ of the human body, is as crucial as the heart. Once it disappears, the body becomes a breeding ground for bacteria. He merely wished to comprehend this strange dream that had lasted less than an hour. Leaning pointed to the ground. "I come from a number 3 dead city. Just now, that was the lower city, Redstone City. I do not know what immortal arts are, but that skeleton masked person is the enforcer of the lower city, a practitioner of the mage profession." Mage practitioner? Jin Quan's pupils widened slightly. Could it be that he had traversed into another realm? "What year is it now? What is the name of this country?" Leaning looked at him with curiosity, but, considering he was on the brink of death, replied, "This year happens to be the 1000th year of Xinghan. The country should belong to the Fei Ing Empire." Jin Quan could not help but swallow hard, then felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had truly lived again, but it is all too brief. He could already feel the air he exhaled through his nose becoming hot, his throat parched, and his body beginning to burn with fever. He reached into his bosom, tossing a box to the girl, smiling apologetically as he said, "I'm sorry, little girl. I could not fulfill your brother's wish. Here is your reward back." Leaning hastily accepted the box, glanced at it, and asked, "You are not from the dead city?" Jin Quan had already closed his eyes, shaking his head. "You are not from the lower city?" Jin Quan continued to shake his head. "Are you from the upper city?" This time, Jin Quan made no move. He merely wished to wait for death, contemplating that perhaps he might traverse worlds once more. Li Nin, seeing that Jin Quan no longer acknowledged him, settled into a corner, curling up with her legs drawn to her chest. Time passed slowly, and the cave was enveloped in silence. Jin Quan felt himself growing increasingly drowsy. Upon opening his eyes, his vision was hazy, yet he could still see Li Nin there. With a hint of exhaustion, he said, "It's safe now. Why don't you leave? The stench of my corpse will be unbearable." Li Nin's gaze dimmed as she whispered, "This is the safest place." Jin Quan was momentarily taken aback. He had no concept of this worldview, yet felt powerless to change it, and still suggested, You have a gun. If you use it decisively, you should be fine. The girl shook her head. There are professionals among the forces in the fallen city. A handgun is useless. My brother is an ammunition expert, and I am just an ordinary person. After saying this, she curled up even tighter. You fear professionals so much. How did they come to be? Through an exam. Having heard the term professionals from her several times, even Jin Quan, nearly asleep, curiously inquired. Unexpectedly, the small girl, who had been huddled in the corner, trembled at his words. Sister, tomorrow I will go out for a while. If all goes well, you can become a professional too. His words from yesterday flooded her mind in an instant. Her brother was dead, and the one before her, who promised to protect her, was on the brink of death. Despair constricted her mind. Yes, I can become a professional. A spark of light flickered in her eyes. Quickly retrieving the box that Jin Quan had tossed to her, she gently twisted it, and the sound of gears echoed as it popped open. Brother really did it. As she gazed in the box, tears once more streamed uncontrollably down her face. Inside lay a circular emblem, quietly resting within the box. Without a moment's hesitation, he took the emblem, feeling its chilling touch as though it were a smooth piece of obsidian. The front of the emblem depicted a long knife thrust into a skull, while the back bore the image of a grotesque demon with 2 horns. A black emblem? She appeared perplexed. This professional emblem was entirely different from what her brother had described, and it seemed the color was not black at all. Hesitant yet devoid of any other options, she pressed the emblem to her forehead. A flickering light emerged as the emblem pulsed like a heartbeat, and after about a minute, with a sudden bang, it flew from her hand. Her complexion was somewhat pale, and the last glimmer of hope for survival had vanished. This emblem unexpectedly repelled her, and the reasons for such rejection could be twofold. One possibility was a physical rejection, while the other indicated a lack of potential to become a professional. The former was bearable, as there were other vocational emblems to try. However, the latter would mean she was destined to remain an ordinary person. In an instant, she covered her face and sobbed, feeling utterly useless. The emblem her brother had fought desperately to retrieve for her ultimately could not be attuned for her transition. Jin Quan, with his half-closed eyes, gazed at the emblem that had flown into his arms and weakly inquired, "What is this?" Lin Ying hastily wiped away her tears. After all, this was her brother's final relic. She stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the emblem from Jin Quan's abdomen. Their proximity was close, and at that moment, the corrosion on Jin Quan had become increasingly severe. His entire face seemed to have endured the punishment of skinning, quietly leaning against the wall, appearing extraordinarily tragic. Holding the emblem, Lin Ying looked at Jin Quan, whose eyes were closed, and then glanced at the emblem in her hand. In the next moment, she pressed it against Jin Quan's forehead. Instantly, a ghostly light erupted, spiraling as if to devour all surrounding illumination. Lin Ying swiftly retreated, leaving the emblem resting quietly on Jin Quan's brow. It then began to melt like wax, gradually penetrating Jin Quan's mind. Ding! Transition successful. Demon Swordmaster. True Soul Talent Awakening. True Soul Talent 1. Infernal Idol. Level SSS. True Soul Talent 2. Core Domain. Level Unknown. Jin Quan, nearly plunged into slumber, was abruptly awakened by the electronic-like voice. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself not in the cave with Lin Ying, but on a battlefield engulfed in chaos. A colossal figure clad in engraved armor, suffused with ethereal blue flames, wielded a massive sword in a manner reminiscent of splitting the heavens. With a single stroke, it severed the head of a dragon, and the torrential blood rained down, instantly evaporating in a mist upon contact with the flames. The scene shifted, and Jin Quan's expression subtly altered as he beheld the moment of his final mission. Beneath the polar glaciers, he faced a gigantic, monstrous motherworm, swarmed by countless white larvae rushing towards him. A nuclear explosion detonated at his center, sending ripples outward as if time had frozen. Subsequently, everything disintegrated and dissipated like sand blown by a gentle breeze. Chapter 3. The panel as the scene faded away, the dim cavern re-emerged, and within his line of sight, a panel flickered with luminescence. Name: Diwu Jin Quan. Occupation: Demon Swordsman. Rank: Level 0, Tier 0. Exclusive skills: Demon Swordsmanship. You are proficient in wielding various sword-type weapons. Capable of learning sword techniques beyond your rank, transforming them into demon swordsmanship. Dark Insight. You possess keen perception, able to discern malevolent intent and observe the target's basic information. Demon physique. You possess a formidable demon constitution, with life and stamina surpassing other professions and a certain resistance to negative states. True Soul Talent 1. Netherflame Idol, level, SSS. True Soul Talent 2. Nucleus Domain Amp Resolution, level, unknown. Jin Quan slightly expanded his body, emitting a series of crackling sounds from his bones, then stood up, scratching his face and shedding a layer of dead skin. After acquiring the occupational skill Demon Physique, the earlier corrosive effects of the acid rain had completely healed. Is this the rule of this world? There exists a panel. Before Jin Quan could ponder further, Lin Yin approached with a beaming face. You've become an occupational practitioner? Gazing at the petite girl, who barely reached his chest, Jin Quan smiled and nodded. Thank you. Lin Yin instantly brushed away her previous gloom. I am doing this to survive. How we leave here? Jin Quan's stomach rumbled. The demon physique had restored his body, but had also drained a significant amount of energy. Follow me. Jin Quan, Reborn, seemed to have rekindled her sense of reliance. They traversed the intricate tunnels swiftly, with Jin Quan trailing behind. Soon, they spotted a wooden board. Lifting it revealed a blue acrylic panel. She slowly pushed up one corner of the acrylic and stepped out. To their surprise, it was a shop, approximately 50 square meters, filled with mechanical parts on the shelves. Jin Quan glanced back at the thin membrane they had just passed through. The price list read, surface repair of prosthetic, removing wear and scratches 100 copper coins. Joint maintenance of prosthetic, 150 copper coins. Calibration of prosthetic nervous system, 2 silver coins. Replacement of internal prosthetic chip, starting from 3 gold coins. Depending on chip type and complexity. Routine weapon maintenance, 80 copper coins. High-tech weapon troubleshooting, 10 silver coins. He looked at the roll-up door facing the price list. The shop's entrance was directly aligned with the price list, and behind it lay a passage leading to the surface. Jin Quan couldn't help but chuckle. It truly has the essence of Shawshank. Just then, the roll-up door clattered loudly, the metal vibrating, shaking dust from the decrepit shop walls. Turning to Lin Yin, he noticed she had swiftly stripped off her raincoat and hidden it, pointing beneath the counter. You should hide. Jin Quan, uncertain but compliant, decided to heed her advice, as she was the true master of this place, most familiar with its circumstances. Lin Yin checked her hair and body to ensure no droplets remained, then pressed a switch beside the door. With a buzzing sound, the roll-up door slowly opened. What are you doing? Why is it taking so long to open the door? A tall man dressed in a red uniform spat on the ground and barked angrily. His face was covered in a scruffy beard, and he raised his right hand to his mouth, inhaling a puff of cigarette smoke, filling the shop with the stench of cheap tobacco. Notably, his cigarette-clutching hand glimmered with metallic sheen, clearly a well-maintained prosthetic. He entered the shop along with 2 bald men. Lin Yin trembled at his booming voice, retreating while bowing nervously. I'm sorry, I just dozed off. The men paid her no mind, wandering around the shelves, picking up a rust-covered mechanical hand and cursing. Damn it, not a single finished product, just garbage. He tossed the mechanical hand to the floor and scrutinized Lin Yin from head to toe. Lin Yin, clad in a tattered and faded short sleeve, shrank back like a slender bamboo shoot. He scowled in disdain. I wonder if it's worth even the price of fee to sell someone like you. Did your brother mention anything to you? Lin Yin looked bewildered at the bearded man before her. The man, exasperated, pointed at his red uniform. Do you recognize me? Yes. I have seen the commander. Lin Yin nodded fervently. The man grabbed Lin Yin by her collar and pulled her forward, causing her to clutch her chest in fright. Yet, the rotund figure merely twisted the worn, yet pristine collar of her shirt. Flicking his cigarette, he commanded, take her away. Instantly, the 2 bald men seized Lin Yin from either side, lifting her like a chick. Sir, I also pay the head tax. Please don't capture me, Commander. Lin Yin's face turned pale as she cried out urgently. However, the bearded commander remained unmoved. Just then, the lights in the shop abruptly extinguished. As the sound of a metallic part rolling echoed, the roll-up door began to descend slowly. The entire shop plunged into darkness. Who? The 2 bald men dropped Lin Yin and quickly drew firearms from their waists. The bearded man glanced curiously at the counter. He showed no signs of panic. Instead, he retrieved a cigarette from his jacket pocket. With a click, a flame flickered from his fingertip, igniting the cigarette, which became the sole source of light in the shop. "Who is this esteemed person?" he asked with a hint of mockery. "You seem to be a good man." Jin Quan slowly rose from the darkness. As his voice echoed, the two bald men swiftly stepped forward to shield the commander. The commander patted the shoulders of the two men, and they immediately stepped aside. He exhaled a plume of smoke and chuckled. The term good man is a rarity in the desolate city. "So, does Lin Monkey have any special last words to convey to me?" Jin Quan's gaze flickered. He knew nothing about the man before him or the world at large. Standing up at this moment seemed immensely unwise. Yet his occupational skill, dark insight, detected no malevolence within this individual, despite his earlier grip on Lin Yin's collar. "Commander, I wonder what price would be required to redeem this girl?" Jin Quan deliberated before asking. "Redeem her?" The commander took a few steps forward, resting his hand on the counter. The room was dim, and with a deep inhale of smoke, the flickering red glow illuminated Jin Quan's outline. "It seems Lin Monkey believes you can survive from pit number 1. His fingers tapped on the counter, as if pondering something. After a lengthy pause, he turned his gaze to Lin Yin, who sat on the ground. "What a pleasant surprise. I initially thought it would be a small transaction, yet it seems I can profit further." His fingers halted, and the metallic prosthetic arm suddenly clenched into a fist, unleashing crackling blue-purple arcs of electricity in the darkness. Landing this punch could provide her with 2 meals of feed for a day, he declared before launching a strike directly at Jin Quan's face. The force of the punch erupted, illuminating the room with a blinding light. A surge of electricity coursing through the mechanical arm. The sheer force was enough to severely injure any ordinary person. Lin Yin's expression changed dramatically. She was acutely aware that these commanders were all seasoned practitioners, with some even at the second tier of their profession. However, she merely leaned forward when a bald man immediately stepped on her calf. "No." Chapter 4. The Talent of a Bug. A loud crash echoed within the store, causing the entire establishment to tremble violently. Shelves toppled over in succession, and countless screws and components bounced and rolled across the floor, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. The noise persisted for quite some time before ceasing. Lin Yin, her eyes brimming with tears, stared in shock at the scene before her. Jin Quan stood resolutely, clutching a broken table leg, firmly bracing himself against the electrifying punch of his adversary. "True soul talent, you are from the upper city." The bearded military officer was evidently taken aback, his cigarette falling from his lips onto the counter. Before him, Jin Quan's upper body was enveloped by a ghostly blue figure, which also wielded an ethereal table leg to counter the officer's strike. Flames flickered along its form, casting a breathing light and shadow throughout the space. "I wonder if I can survive in the number 1 pit that you mentioned," Jin Quan inquired solemnly. Despite only uttering a few words, he surmised the unfolding events. Lin Yin's brother, Lin Ho, was aware of his impending demise. He must have made a deal with the officer before him, the arrangement being to take Lin Yin away. However, as an ordinary person, Lin Yin held little value, and it was likely she would not survive long in the officer's hands. Therefore, he risked his life to steal a token, hoping to make his sister a professional, thus securing her a greater chance at survival. The impetus that drove Lin Ho to such desperate measures must have been the number 1 pit the officer spoke of. A rookie below first order thinks he can survive in the number 1 pit? He is far from it. He withdrew his arm and casually picked up the fallen cigarette from the counter. "Nevertheless, I never lose." Taking a drag from the cigarette, he looked at Jin Quan and said, "There's a vengeful mother spider in the number 1 pit. Upon its death, it will bloom a flower of sorrow. Take that flower to the lower city south Xiangxie street guard, Wang Ming." After finishing his sentence with a hearty laugh, he waved his hand dismissively. "The young lady's garments are well washed. Take her away." The roller shutter slowly opened, allowing dim light from outside to illuminate Lin Yin's face. She looked on, bewildered, as the two bald men hoisted her up once more, then cast her gaze towards Jin Quan. He met her eyes and nodded slightly. "Wait for me to return." The officer Wang Meng had already exited the shop when he suddenly smacked his head, exclaiming, "I almost forgot the important matter." His expression turned grave as he turned back to Jin Quan. "Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., all men over the age of 16 in the know, 3 Dead City must report to the number 1 pit. Those who fail to arrive on time." He tossed the cigarette to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and issued a chilling warning, "Die." Jin Quan's eyelids twitched as he watched Wang Meng's silhouette disappear around the corner. The tension in his chest releasing, leading him to cough violently. Staggering to the roller shutter, he pressed the switch, causing it to descend once more. Rubbing his right arm to alleviate the numbing sensation, he searched the store and eventually found 2 boxes of food resembling shikima in a small room akin to a warehouse. He took a bite, savoring the meaty flavor, lifting it to the light for a closer inspection, revealing it to be pressed and dried earthworms. Frowning slightly, he resumed eating with an expressionless demeanor. The skill of sourcing protein from nature was, after all, a compulsory lesson from his past life. His physique had enhanced significantly, at least tenfold compared to his ordinary self. In return, his stomach churned violently, craving more sustenance. After consuming both boxes of worms, the gnawing hunger in his belly eased slightly. Closing his eyes to rest, he envisioned 2 orbs of light, one blue, the other red, pulsating in his mind. Ming, Yin, Shun Xiang. He mused, realizing this talent bore resemblance to the legendary Dharma forms. Yet in my current state, I am too weak, capable of summoning only a diminutive soldier less than 2 meters tall. Next, he felt the other orb of light, a bright red sphere akin to a sun. Instantly, it surged forth, and in an instant, his right hand faded to gray. Observing his gray palm, Jin Quan plunged the table leg into the ground. Finding the solid cement to be as yielding as air, his hand passing through with no resistance. His eyelids flickered. This talent had a panel filled with garbled text. Its level unknown, and the awakening scene had resembled a nuclear explosion. Rising, he picked up the table leg once more, employing this glitchy talent. In an instant, the originally red-painted table leg transformed into gray. Indeed, this ability could extend through wielded weapons. Jin Quan raised his hand and gently waved it toward the counter. The table leg penetrated the counter from top to bottom. With a loud crash, the counter split in 2. Jin Quan watched the severed counter, swallowing hard. Suddenly, he turned sharply, the table leg skimming across the scattered metal parts on the ground, and in that moment, all the touched metal split apart. He gazed incredulously at the seemingly ordinary wooden table leg in his hand. He had never felt any resistance while wielding it. It was akin to swinging through air. Could this be a glitch? Jin Quan murmured, his gaze fixed on a mirror on the wall, roughly the size of a basin, reflecting a youthful and delicate face. He stepped closer to the mirror, touching his cheek. This is not me. Soldiers do not possess such fair skin. It was only then that he realized he had overlooked his own panel. Name: 5th Jin Quan. No, my surname is Jin, given name Quan. Yet this panel displays a compound surname, 5th, and a name Jin Quan. Jin Quan contemplated his reflection in the mirror, piecing together his thoughts. I have soul traversed. The first talent must belong to this body. The second, the garbled talent, is mine. It emerged as a glitch during my integration into this world, hence its unknown nature. If my talent originates from a hydrogen bomb, and this world has inexplicably altered it, what remains should be. He glanced once more at the severed parts. Penetration? A ray that pierces through all life. Compared to the radiation of a nuclear bomb, this penetration feels almost unsolvable, reminiscent of forcibly prying open the gaps between atoms. With this realization, Jin Quan exhaled deeply. Feeling the terror of the number 1 pit through Lin Ho's death, the emergence of such a glitchy talent significantly alleviated his burdens. For this talent, I need a knife. He surveyed the store, noticing the presence of cutting machines, angle grinders, an argon arc welder, and a small laser welder. I don't require sharpness or durability, just a long knife. Jin Quan swiftly rummaged through the parts on the ground, uncovering scraps of steel. He aligned and joined them into a long strip, sparks flying as the welder fused all the fragments together. Grasping the angle grinder, he meticulously began cutting, gradually revealing the blade's shape. The polisher smoothed all the weld points, and the metal's luster began to shine through. With a glitch-like, garbled talent, his knife need not possess strength. As long as it was swift, he could effortlessly cleave through all opponents. The blade was long and slender, reminiscent of a seedling, thus named Miao Dao, usable with one hand or two. Jin Quan secured the handle with twine, lifting the Miao Dao with one hand. Just then, his panel's mastery of swordsmanship flickered, instantaneously granting him a unique muscle memory. Whoosh! A whisper of wind glided through, cleaving the counter into quarters. The speed of the strike far surpassing the legs of the table, a testament to professional prowess. In this world, do blades and swords merge as one? A demonic swordsman is not limited to wielding only a double-edged sword. He can equally brandish a single-edged blade, that is, a knife. No longer did he wish to craft a scabbard, but instead wrapped it in a tablecloth, holding it in his hand. Jin Quan donned a hood and a mask smeared with machine oil. He slowly opened the shop's rolling shutter. Chapter 5. We are the feed. Chaos. This was Jin Quan's initial perception upon entering the subterranean city. Dim lights flickered against the damp walls, casting shadows, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of chemicals, stale machine oil, and decaying refuse, suffocating in its intensity. Beggars with mechanical prosthetics groaned by the walls, as the surroundings were plastered with disordered graffiti and advertisements for drugs and sexual services. Jin Quan tugged at his hood and made his way toward the loudest part of the street, a bar. Originally, he merely intended to explore and glean the conditions of this world, yet all he beheld were individuals devoid of spirit. He felt like a sane person in a mental asylum, starkly out of place. His presence here was purely drawn by the words "free today," emblazoned on the bar's chalkboard. Stepping across the threshold, the deafening electronic music struck his heart like a hammer, its rhythm chaotic and frenzied. Smoke curled around, and people swayed to the beat as if controlled by electric currents. Some, overcome with exhilaration, collapsed and were ruthlessly trampled, yet no one cared. Jin Quan swept aside the shattered bottles and discarded syringes littering the floor. Men and women alike were liberally dispensing hormones. There was no order, no ethics, as bodies moved freely, swaying without restraint. Sofas, the bar, and the stage were all awash in this debauchery. He squeezed into a corner of the bar, searching for a semblance of normalcy. Yet, none was found. Just as he prepared to leave, a glass filled with crimson whiskey was slid toward him. "Free!" the bartender exclaimed, struggling to be heard over the thundering music. The bartender was a figure of professionalism and elegance, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, a fitted waistcoat, a pristine white shirt, and a refined bow tie. The moment he appeared, Jin Quan felt transported back to a bar from a past life, yet here he seemed out of place. Jin Quan accepted the drink, muttering a thank you, his voice barely audible amidst the din. But as he turned away, the bartender glanced back in surprise. Jin Quan stared at the glass of crimson liquid, hesitating to drink, his mind racing with questions. What exactly was the number one pit? If it came to combat, could these people truly hold their ground? As a professional soldier, he held a deep disdain for such undisciplined groups. Those unable to control their desires would inevitably succumb to the gravitational pull of chaos on the battlefield, easily quelled by a single artillery shell. Lost in thought, he pushed the drink back toward the bar, preparing to rise. However, the bartender approached him once more, this time holding an unopened bottle of liquor. A pristine white towel, swiftly polishing its surface. The towel, carelessly discarded on the bar, revealed the accumulated grime, a testament to how long the bottle had been kept. "You seem uninterested in our morphine whiskey. ISNT pain relief and euphoria enticing?" With a pop, the cork was extracted with the opener. This ancient wine was meant merely to soothe the throat, devoid of passion. He placed a stem glass before Jin Quan. The wine, brilliant as a gem, flowed like a delicate ribbon. The rich fruit aroma mingled with the scent of oak barrels, instantly dispersing the oppressive odor of strong liquor and drugs in the air. "Is there a price?" Jin Quan inquired, glancing at the label of the indistinct wine bottle. "Today is all free," the bartender shrugged. Jin Quan smiled, lifting the glass to take a delicate sip. The intense fruitiness burst forth in his mouth. The oak-infused flavor harmoniously blended with the fruit, while the presence of tannins imparted a subtle dryness, akin to fine sandpaper gently caressing his tongue. An exquisite wine, Jin Quan praised, giving the bartender a thumbs up. "Just mediocre refuse," the bartender shook his head. Jin Quan took another sip, then remarked to the bartender, "What a pity to be in the wrong place. Otherwise, it would be invaluable." The bartender paused in his cleaning at the mention, and Jin Quan seized the moment to invite, "Shall we share a glass?" The bartender wiped his hands, smiled faintly, and took a seat opposite Jin Quan. This time, it was Jin Quan who poured the wine, casually asking, "What is your surname?" "No need for formality. It's Ji Ran," the bartender replied. Jin Quan raised an eyebrow. The name was memorable. So, are you also headed to the number 1 pit? What else? Ji Ran chuckled, raising his glass for a sip. Do you have confidence in surviving? Do you? I do not know. At this, both men fell silent, taking another 2 sips before Jin Quan continued. What exactly is the number 1 pit? It is simply a mining pit. So we're going to mine? Huh. Ji Ran shook his head. We're not qualified to mine. That is the task of the people from the lower city. So what are we going to do? Jin Quan swirled the contents of his glass, gazing into the liquid as he spoke. There exists a creature in the pit known as the Sand Eater. Once it has feasted on flesh and blood, it burrows into the sand to make its nest. The miners from the lower city refer to the Sand Eater's nesting process as loosening the earth. Once the earth is loosened, the mines are easier to excavate and efficiency increases. Upon hearing this, Jin Quan's pupils constricted. Then the words caught in his throat. Ji ran down his drink and picked up where Jin Quan left off feed. Jin Quan set down his glass, surveying the frenzied crowd in the bar. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Is there no escape?" "Of course there is. One need only wait for the miners to arrive. Following them through a dark, rainy season mine will allow us to return to the lower city as miners ourselves. Those from the abandoned city also mine, though they're called mine slaves. Regardless, in the end, all will become feed. Once we depart, another batch of lost souls will arrive here, taking over the women and children, propagating for 15 years, and then discarded as feed, repeating the cycle. There won't be anyone over 30 here." Releasing a soft sigh, Jin Quan raised his glass again, as if to ease his spirits, and smiled as he asked, "What prompted you to offer me wine? In this place, no one holds reservations about substances, nor will you hear anyone express gratitude." Ji Ran pointed to Jin Quan's glass-holding hand and continued, "They drink from thick beer mugs and whiskey glasses. No one would lift a stem glass. As such, delicate vessels are deemed inferior here. Is this a test?" Jin Quan downed his drink. Ji Ran nodded, neither confirming nor denying. What is the conclusion? Etiquette and restraint are the mantras of those from the upper city. Regardless of the reasons that brought you from the upper city to the abandoned city, it is undoubtedly a better fate than that of us mere frogs at the bottom of a well. He resealed the cork back into the wine bottle and presented it before Jin Quan, stating that if this bottle of Fei Ing estate red wine, which was exclusively savored by the nobility of the upper city, could grant him even a slight chance of survival, he would be willing to take the risk. Jin Quan accepted the nearly full bottle of red wine with a smile, remarking that maintaining one's own order amidst the chaos of the world made him an anomaly. "I am Jin Quan," he introduced himself, rising to his feet and waving his hand. "See you tomorrow morning." Chapter 6. Investigation. Jin Quan returned to the shop with ease. Even in the most tumultuous of underground cities, there was an unusual absence of troublemakers today. Everyone seemed to be devoted to revelry. Upon arriving at the shop, it was already 10 p.m., and he ultimately decided to dismantle the cylindrical pipe on the shelf. He flattened it to create a makeshift scabbard that was rather ill-fitting. With the Miao Dao sheathed, he drew it forth, and the blade glimmered within the shop. The world was indeed a cruel one. Jin Quan swiftly reviewed the cold weapon combat techniques from his past life within the shop, executing slashes, cuts, thrusts, and stabs until a pang of hunger stirred in his belly, prompting him to cease his practice. He uncorked the bottle and took a swig of red wine before succumbing to exhaustion and drifting off to sleep. In the lower city, Wang Meng was fervently performing chest expansions at the butterfly machine in the gym, the weight plates clattering together in a rhythmic symphony. "Suddenly, arbeitet man strode in briskly," exclaiming, "Captain, an emergency meeting at the patrol office requires all overseers of the fallen city to attend." The stretching exercise came to an abrupt halt as he turned to the bald man and inquired, "What is the agenda for such a late meeting?" The bald man shook his head, replying, "They merely said those who do not attend will be relegated to working as miners." Wang Meng furrowed his brow, releasing his grip, causing the hefty weights to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. "Who has the audacity to declare that all overseers of the fallen city shall become miners?" He stood, peeled off his drenched tank top, and tossed it to Lin Yin, who stood quietly nearby. "Prepare my vehicle," he commanded before stepping into the shower. The streets during the dark rainy season were devoid of pedestrians. Yet tonight was particularly lively, with cars weaving through the intersecting roads. their headlights creating a dazzling display as a multitude of rusted, decrepit vehicles converged upon the patrol office. Old Wang greeted a short, stout middle-aged man holding an umbrella. Wang Ming reciprocated by retracting his umbrella and shaking off the rainwater, quipping, "Wipe the lipstick smudge off your face if you wish to avoid scolding." The portly man chuckled nervously, hastily using his sleeve to clean himself. The two walked side by side toward the conference room. "Do you know anything?" Wang Ming inquired as they approached. "I just returned from the fallen city." The stout man, Zhou Yang, rubbed his belly and shook his head. There was quite a commotion. They said something was lost. What? Did the Lord of Zhou City have something stolen? Wang Ming expressed his annoyance at such trivial matters disrupting his workout. "Shoo! Keep your voice down. It seems the Lord was reprimanded," Zhou Yang whispered, causing Wang Ming to slow his pace and look at him intently. "From the upper city?" "Yes. It appears to be from the Vanguard Consortium," Zhou Yang replied. The two silently pushed open the door to the conference room. "You filthy, worthless insects, where is the item? Where is it?" Upon entering, they were met with an outburst of furious shouts accompanied by the sound of pounding fists against the conference table. The table was already filled with people, and Wang Ming, Zhou Yang, and a group of overseers from the fallen city could only stand quietly at the back. At the forefront sat a young man clad in a casual suit, his fair complexion now twisted into an ominous scowl. "You speak." He vehemently pointed at a middle-aged man seated at the side of the table. This man, with graying hair at the temples, was none other than Zhou Xinyang, the lord of the Redstone Lower City. "Young Master Li, we are currently excavating the passageway with all our might, but due to the dark, rainy season, it may take some time to uncover it," Zhou Xinyang explained. The young man grew even angrier in response. "Excavate, excavate, excavate. You think I am unaware of your deception? Old fool, my belongings were stolen." He pointed at two individuals clad in black robes and masks. They witnessed the crime. One was responsible for the theft, while the other facilitated the escape. "What I need from you is to capture them, not to dig a sewer." At this moment, a one-eyed man in a patrol office uniform stepped forward and addressed the young man. "Young Master Li, the perpetrator who was shot dead has been reduced to ashes, and there is no other evidence to ascertain their identity. As for the escaped criminal, they fled through the underground waterway, and after their escape, detonated a bomb to destroy the passage. We have secured all manhole exits in Redstone City to ensure that no one has escaped to the surface since the incident. Therefore, we deduce that the culprits may still be underground. If we continue to excavate, we will eventually recover your lost items." The young man began to calm slightly, tugging at his collar. "State a timeline. I want to return to the upper city within 3 days." Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man and Lord Zhou Xinyang exchanged glances and continued. "The entire underground waterway of Redstone City is exceedingly complex. And given that this is the dark, rainy season, operations cannot proceed. To investigate, we may have to wait for the rainy season to pass, which could take approximately 3 months. 3 months. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you understand what was lost? It is an unknown occupational emblem. It does not belong to me, but to the Vanguard Consortium. Are you certain you can withstand their wrath?" He stepped forward, prodding the one-eyed man in the forehead. "Do you know what unknown means? It signifies a new profession. If it is a rare lifestyle occupation, it represents wealth beyond your wildest imagination. 100 lower cities cannot compare." Even the most patient of individuals would feel indignation at this point, and the young man's derogatory remarks provoked a palpable tension among those present. Yet no one dared to retaliate. This was largely due to the fact that the Vanguard Consortium was an immensely powerful entity in the upper city, controlled by the Li family. The young man, Li Hongyu, was indeed one of their own. A slight pressure could easily bring a lower city to its knees. Nevertheless, the lord at the forefront pressed on. "If it is such a valuable item, why did young Master Li not keep it on his person? Where were you when the thief struck?" This line of questioning struck a nerve, and Li Hongyu erupted in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Xinyang. "You, a lowly creature, what right do you have to pry into my affairs? A mere garbage lord of the lower city dares to challenge me?" Observing Li Hongyu's furious demeanor, Zhou Xinyang's lips curled into a slight smile as he gravely replied, "Young Master Li, my inquiries are solely for the purpose of resolving this case. I suspect that this matter may not be as straightforward as it appears. To clarify the entire situation, we need to focus on one question. Why did the item, which should have been closely guarded, leave your attention. Who compelled you to act in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Li Hongyu's expression shifted. Old Fong? Just yesterday, Old Fong had informed him that he had procured some fine goods in the upper city and suggested they indulge together in the lower city. As old friends, they had engaged in such escapades countless times without issue. It cannot be, he thought, yet a wave of doubt gnawed at him. It must be said, Zhou Xinyang was indeed a cunning old fox. What began as a conflict between Li Hongyu and his party swiftly transformed into suspicion directed toward the young man and his friend. As long as the youth cannot provide an answer, they bear little fault. A profound silence enveloped the room for an extended period. It was only then that Li Hongyu turned to the two enforcers beside him and inquired, "You were present at the scene. What brought you there?" It seemed he suddenly grasped the essence of his query, pondering if the military governor was the authority governing the lower city. Then the enforcers must be the means of supervision from the upper city. Suddenly, the enforcer adorned with a skull mask performed a slight bow towards Li Hongyu, stating, "Young Master Li, it was your directive that led us to accompany you." "Me? Does a fourth-tier swordsman require your protection?" Li Hongyu furrowed his brows in recollection, aware that merchants descending from the upper city typically summoned enforcers for their safeguarding, yet he evidently had no such need. "Ahem, young Master Li, it's not protection. It's for carrying individuals." Upon hearing the enforcer mention carrying, Li Hongyu pinched the bridge of his nose, recalling that he indeed instructed someone to bring two ladies back to his residence. At this juncture, the enforcer turned to the city lord, Zhou Xinyang, and remarked, "Lord Zhou, I was one of the individuals present at the crime scene. I pursued the suspect to the manhole, which had undergone special mechanical alterations, rendering it impossible to open from the outside. Shortly after I breached the manhole, a violent explosion erupted from below. The explosions were consecutively progressive, clearly audible, escalating from a low rumble to a ferocious roar. This indicates that the depth of the explosion was considerable, likely several hundred meters deep. In typical criminal activity, one would not excavate such profound tunnels nor employ such extensive explosives, as differing geological conditions could easily lead to a collapse, trapping individuals underground. Unless, of course, there exists an exit several hundred meters beneath. As the enforcer concluded, the expressions of all present city governors shifted slightly. Li Umyu, acutely aware of the change in the atmosphere, turned to the enforcer and inquired, "What do you mean by an underground exit?" The enforcer elucidated. Hongsha City is a mining town, severely lacking in manpower. Consequently, criminals and vagrants from various regions are sent here to serve as mine slaves. They construct vast, subterranean cities, enabling the sinful and the destitute to proliferate below, fulfilling the demands of mining. They refer to these prison cities as Wangcheng. Li Hongyu's eyes gleamed as he remarked, "Are you suggesting that the thief has escaped to the underground prison?" "That will depend on what Lord Zhou has to say," came the reply. Zhou Xinyang cast a surprised glance at the enforcer, but, being masked, his expression remained unreadable. He then stated, "There are 27 Wangcheng constructed around the mines, each housing between 200,000 to 400,000 individuals, a highly diverse population. If young Master Li wishes to search, I can assist you." Such a multitude? Li Hongyu felt a wave of overwhelm. He paced rapidly around the conference table, finally exclaiming, "We must search, no matter the cost." At that moment, a one-eyed man from the patrol department interjected, "I am uncertain how young Master Li intends to search. The occupational emblem is no larger than a gold coin. It would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, what if someone has already used the occupational emblem?" Li Hongyu's gaze hardened as he replied, "Then we shall kill, interrogate one, and eliminate another. It is laughable that a group of scoundrels believes they can match an unknown emblem." Before the one-eyed man could respond, Zhou Xinyang interrupted, stating, "Let us proceed as young Master Li suggests." Just as plans were being laid to eliminate all Wangcheng, the man at the back, Wang Meng, raised his hand and said, "Lord, the 1st to 5th Wangcheng must enter the first pit tomorrow morning. If there are delays in delivering sufficient amounts of red blood, or the Flying Eagle Legion will likely hold us accountable." The Flying Eagle Legion? Is the underground connected to them? Li Hongyu's expression turned astonished, while Zhou Xinyang remained silent. This silence seemed to convey to Li Hongyu that he could continue his reckless pursuits, leaving it to the Vanguard Consortium to see if they could rival the Flying Eagle Legion. The old fox continued to shift the focus of his contradictions outward. Li Hongyu's face shifted from red to pale as he pondered whether he could withstand the repercussions of offending the Flying Eagle Legion. Young master, the Fong family engages in the energy business, and their occupational emblem is responsive to spiritual energy. If we request a detection device from young Master Fong, we can probe all objects imbued with spiritual energy, the enforcer suggested quietly. Upon hearing this, Li Hongyu's eyes lit up. It was indeed a mutually beneficial approach, avoiding antagonizing the Flying Eagle Legion while significantly enhancing the likelihood of searching the entire underground city. He then turned to Wang Meng, who had just spoken, and commanded, "Go to the mine pit. Everyone needs to be screened." Without bidding farewell to the assembly in the conference room, he swung open the door and departed briskly. In the central area of the lower city, a towering edifice of steel and neon stood erect. Atop this structure, where luxurious penthouses and exclusive clubs resided, a young man with golden hair gazed out through a vast floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the city's rainy night. Clutching his phone, his expression was somber as he murmured, "The emergence of a thief was unexpected, yet there remains room for maneuver. It merely requires some time. I've already sealed off the entirety of Hongsha City. When Li Hongyu returns, I will scrutinize every inch of Hongsha City. Rest assured." At this point, the young man's voice softened as he inquired, "Is tomorrow the time for a Yan's talent awakening?" "Indeed. Take him to his grandmother's grave to pay respects. Let us hope he awakens a talent of S rank or higher. This way, his career choices will not be overly constrained, and the chances of merging rare occupational emblems will significantly increase." "Very well. The elevator is signaling. I shall disconnect." With a crisp chime, Li Hongyu entered swiftly, hurrying to the youth seated on the sofa, asking urgently, "Fong Huai, is your scavenger bee too present in this lower city?" In this place, there was no sunrise, nor the crowing of roosters or chirping of birds. The awakening of the entire lower city was heralded by the incessant ringing of electric bells. It was 6 a.m. Jin Quan had indeed risen some time ago, roused by hunger, and the shop was devoid of any food. Reluctantly, he took a few sips of red wine, pouring the remainder into a military water bottle. He secured the revolver left by Lin Ying at his waist and fashioned a heart guard from tiles and a repair manual, stitching it into his clothing before stepping out. All had awakened, and Jin Quan followed the throng, where, excluding children and women, over 100,000 individuals gathered. Ultimately, they all ascended to the platform. With a clatter, a train, blackened with coal dust, approached slowly. This train, reminiscent of those from a previous era used for coal transport, had each car resembling a massive scoop, and everyone obediently climbed into the open-air carriages. There was no sitting or lying down. They were packed tightly like piglets, filling the entire carriage. As the crowd on the platform gradually diminished, a squadron of uniformed personnel surged onto the scene. Leading them was Li Hongyu, his immaculate suit starkly contrasting with this world. "Everyone, conduct thorough checks. Has everyone arrived?" he commanded, lighting a slender cigarette as he directed the enforcers. "Young master, let us proceed with the checks. Examine the men aboard the train. And the women and children in the city will be checked as well. It will all be done." Li Hongyu nodded. "Then let us bring the items up." Before long, a mechanical entity resembling a spider with 6 legs began to crawl up. This was Scavenger Bee 2, adept at detecting spiritual energy items. Surround the carriage it approaches. Should an alarm sound, open the carriage immediately, he instructed as the patrol members responded affirmatively, and the scavenger began its slow movement from the front of the train. Atop its head, there exists a solitary mechanical arm, which is connected to a white panel resembling a radar. As the panel draws near, the compartment emits a low, buzzing hum. Though it appears sluggish, the Scavenger B2 operates with remarkable swiftness, processing an entire carriage in less than 3 seconds. However, with 5 desolate cities housing nearly 1 million souls, it still takes approximately an hour to complete the inspection. Jin Quan managed to board swiftly, finding a quiet corner to stand, secured by the thick main steel framework that filled the triangular space, ensuring that even if this open carriage were attacked, it would be significantly safer than the center. Once the train was in motion, the flow of air brought a refreshing breeze, but now, having waited in stillness for quite some time, the crowd was drenched in sweat. The height of the carriage obscured the outside view, and the atmosphere grew increasingly restless. Those of greater physical stature strained to create space, leaving the weaker individuals increasingly cramped. "We're all going to die. Why are you pushing?" someone shouted in frustration. But their cries were drowned out by the ongoing struggle for space. Jin Quan noticed a young man of diminutive stature becoming entirely engulfed by the throng. His head straining upward as if gasping for air, yet the pressure gradually crushed his chest. In merely 10 minutes, his head drooped, yet his body continued to sway, and few realized he had perished. Suddenly, Jin Quan's brow furrowed as he sensed a surge of malevolence in the darkness. His gaze darting to a hooded tattooed man, muttering to himself. In the next instant, 6 individuals surrounding him clutched their throats, their faces rapidly turning crimson before they simultaneously collapsed. The fallen bodies formed a circle, creating a vacuum around the hooded tattooed man, who smirked at the sight of the 6 corpses. Just then, a piercing alarm blared from outside the carriage, akin to the sirens of law enforcement pursuing a criminal. Instantly, the compartment was filled with footsteps as several fully armed guards leaped onto the edge of the carriage, rifles trained on all within. A heavy silence enveloped the carriage, punctuated by the creaking sound of the wall against the platform crashing down. "Do not move," thundered a voice from all directions, with numerous firearms aimed at the compartment. Li Hongyu's anxious demeanor eased slightly as he gestured for someone behind him, who quickly brought a chair. He settled into it, crossing his legs while lighting a cigarette. This young master lost a precious item in the lower city yesterday. Whoever took it, it is time to present it. Chapter 8. Arrival at Pit No. One whispers erupted in the carriage, while Jin Quan's expression shifted. Yesterday, losing something had left him suspecting that the item in question was the emblem stolen by Lin Ho. After a brief wait, with no one stepping forward, Li Hongyu sneered. "Interesting." Clenching the cigarette menacingly, he declared, "One of you, remember, it will be difficult for you to escape death. Step forward, and those without issues can wait outside the yellow line." Wang Meng's visage darkened. This carriage belonged to the 3rd desolate city, under his jurisdiction. If the lost item belonged to someone from his area, he would inevitably bear responsibility. He pointed at Jin Quan. "You go first, proceed laterally." Initially seeking safety in the corner, he became the first in line when the wall collapsed. Facing rows of dart gun barrels and the newly mechanized guards, Jin Quan reluctantly stepped out of the carriage. He glanced at Li Hongyu, who leaned back with closed eyes, fingers drumming on the armrest, as if everything was under his control. Jin Quan stood before a machine resembling a spider, a sense of unease washing over him. He was uncertain whether this machine could detect the profession emblem he had already integrated. Fortunately, his extensive career had endowed him with exceptional control over his facial expressions and heartbeat. The scavenger detector's eyes rotated, emitting a green light that swept over Jin Quan. The atmosphere fell silent as Jin Quan braced himself for judgment. A light beep echoed, causing Jin Quan's muscles to tense and his long knife tilted, prepare for a swift draw. However, he soon noticed the scavenger B2's eyes displaying 2 blank symbols. A breath of relief escaped Jin Quan's lips. "Next," Wang Meng commanded. "Step outside the yellow line." Jin Quan flashed a smile at Wang Meng before turning to leave. "Wait." Li Hongyu opened his eyes, regarding Jin Quan. "Show me what you have." Jin Quan, somewhat taken aback, assumed he was to present his weapon and quickly drew the knife. Laughter erupted among the onlookers upon seeing the makeshift long knife he had fashioned. Li Hongyu, growing impatient, pointed at the water bottle in Jin Quan's hand. "Open it." Realizing the scrutiny was directed at his water bottle, Jin Quan swiftly unscrewed it and offered it to Li Hongyu. Li Hongyu glanced at the chipped and oil-stained military canteen, wrinkling his nose in disdain as he waved his hand dismissively. "What a waste." Wang Meng gestured towards the yellow line again while loudly announcing, "Next." Relieved, Jin Quan stepped back outside the yellow line, believing he had passed this hurdle. The process continued, with each individual being scanned by the scavenger. The number of people in the carriage dwindling while those beside Jin Quan increased. Just as Jin Quan thought they were nearing the end, a distinct sound rang out. The scavenger emitted a different tone, followed by a synthetic electronic voice from its abdomen. Psychoenergy detected. Almost instantaneously, Li Hongyu sprang to his feet. A purple glowing pattern flashing across his right wrist, and a silver-white, long sword materialized in his grasp. With a swift thrust, the person standing before the scavenger B2 was impaled to the ground. It was him. Jin Quan was astonished, witnessing the method of conjuring a weapon from thin air, and recognized the individual pinned to the ground as the hooded tattooed man who had earlier slain 6 people with his strange methods. Now he writhed in agony, attempting to dislodge the sword embedded in his abdomen, but remained as firmly affixed as if welded to the ground, regardless of his struggles. Finally found you. Where is it? Li Hongyu crouched down, patting the man's cheek. The hooded man, grimacing in pain, pleaded, "My lord, I have never left the desolate city. I truly did not steal your item." Still defiant, are we? Li Hongyu wasted no time, reaching into the man's clothing and swiftly withdrawing his hand. A red crystal appeared in his palm. Cursed crystal. His expression darkened as he hurled the crystal to the ground, drawing his sword once more. Scan again. Instantly, the scavenger B2's eyes emitted green light, sweeping over the tattooed man sprawled on the ground. This time, the machine did not emit a warning. Li Hongyu's expression soured even further. He kicked the tattooed man's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon, its contents splattering across the ground. Next carriage, he roared, as the scavenger B2 began to move forward, extending its mechanical arm to continue the examination of the subsequent carriage. Wang Meng cast a fleeting glance at the cursed crystal on the ground and gestured towards the crowd, stating that the corpses within the carriage, along with the one lying here, were all suspended outside the carriage. They should board. Perhaps the formidable prowess and brutal methods of the man from earlier instilled a sense of dread, for once they entered the carriage, an eerie silence enveloped them for an extended period. As a few soft sounds echoed, the carriage began to tremble, and a cool breeze swept over them. The train was in motion. It proceeded without significant incident, with Jin Quan merely gazing upward at the rocks of the tunnel repeatedly passing overhead. After standing for 4 hours, the dim space was suddenly replaced by a dark crimson hue, and the carriage began to stir once more. At this point, some individuals began to move. Jin Quan observed several who unabashedly showcased their extraordinary strength as they swiftly leaped onto the carriage, then out into the open air. Before the train had come to a halt, others began to climb out one after another. Jin Quan reached out to grasp the wrist of a burly man who was about to ascend, inquiring, "The train is still moving. Why jump now?" The man shot a glance at Jin Quan, seemingly disinterested, and attempted to continue his ascent. However, Jin Quan's gaze sharpened, and he tightened his grip, his physical prowess as a professional and demon body greatly surpassing that of an ordinary person. In an instant, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and the man, pale with fear, looked at Jin Quan and said, "The red light signifies we've entered pit number 1. The patrol has already disembarked, and now no one is in charge. The train leads directly to the heart of the mine, and the deeper we go, the more monsters we encounter. After this..." He cast a pitiful glance at his captured wrist. Jin Quan released him, making a slight leap to the edge of the carriage, surveying his surroundings. He was taken aback. This was nothing like the mine he had envisioned, but rather a subterranean realm illuminated by a crimson glow. Looking up, he noted the cavernous ceiling, high above, adorned with glistening red crystals, from which droplets occasionally fell, creating a crisp sound. It resembled a jungle, though the trees had transformed into rocks. He observed individuals jumping down from the seemingly endless train, disappearing behind the rocks. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to follow suit and leap down. These individuals had experience from other mines, far exceeding that of this novice. At a speed of approximately 40 miles per hour, even a stumble was out of the question. With so many people here and no tasks assigned, the situation was perilous. Chapter 9. Insects and levels. The train whizzed past, leaving only the quiet of the tracks and Jin Quan. With no information at hand, it seemed he was in dire need of a guide. Glancing at a distant stone pillar, he swiftly leapt across various rocks. Just as he surged forward, a strange wave of magical energy emanated from the stone pillar ahead. Suddenly, a stone spike erupted beneath his feet. Jin Quan merely smiled faintly. A guide has arrived. He forcefully stomped the ground, twisting in midair to evade the stone spike, while simultaneously leaping toward the side of the pillar. The curly-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief at Jin Quan's swift reflexes and astonishing leap, which almost covered a distance of 10 meters in an instant. However, he too reacted swiftly, chanting incantations. A stone wall abruptly surged up before him, separating him from Jin Quan. Yet in the next moment, a flash of cold steel sliced through the wall, resting against his shoulder. "Shall we converse?" As Jin Quan spoke, the stone wall crumbled like tofu, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. Their eyes locked in an intense gaze. The curly-haired man swallowed hard, quickly raising his arm in a gesture of surrender. Fear evident in his voice. "Please, sir, do not kill me. What is your name?" "Chung Xiao." His nose glistened with sweat as he trembled in response. "What is your profession?" "I am a mage, sir." "Why ambush me?" Chung Xiao's lips moved silently, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Jin Quan pressed the blade against his neck once more, prompting him to whisper in panic, "I was hungry." "How did you become a professional?" "Given the city-wide search this morning due to a lost emblem, professional emblems must be quite rare. Having been to other pits, we act as scouts. Sometimes they discard unwanted ordinary professional emblems, and if luck permits, one can pick up a fusion." "Where do these professional emblems come from?" Jin Quan queried, his brow furrowed. Chung Xiao regarded him with a hint of surprise before responding. "By slaying monsters, there is a slim chance of obtaining one, but it is quite rare. Encountering young masters or maidens from the upper city when they come to play is the easiest way to acquire them. They typically have no use for such items. Yet, serving them is a challenge, and few survive. They use us as bait to lure monsters for entertainment, which is a primary aspect of the tourism project here. Unless one is extraordinarily lucky to meet a kind-hearted individual." A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Jin Quan's brow furrowed further. This rule bore resemblance to the monster drop mechanics of online games from his past. He then inquired, "Is there any strategy for survival in this pit?" Chung Xiao sighed, shaking his head. "I played too late yesterday and didn't sleep. I heard early on that significant figures were coming to investigate thieves, and no one knows what they are looking for. Thus, most professionals discarded all their belongings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have considered attacking you just to find something to eat." He glanced at Jin Quan's expression, noting no change, and continued, "I also lost my weapon. Even at level 5, I still can't defeat a single insect. What strategy could there be? Perhaps finding a cave to hide in might allow one to survive for 15 days, until those miners return or the wealthy young masters and maidens come to play. But without the means to combat the insects, one is doomed to starve here." Hearing him mention levels, Jin Quan pressed further. "How does one elevate their level?" "By killing insects." At this, Chung Xiao's demeanor grew somber. "In other pits, I would have confidence in taking down a lone insect, but unfortunately, this is pit number 1. Here, even the insects are at least level 11. We are merely fodder." Observing Chung Xiao's despondent state, Jin Quan felt a tingling sensation in his ears, a premonition from his professional skill, darkened sight. Without hesitation, he exerted force in his legs, stomping against the nearby stone pillar and propelling himself sideways, quickly leaping across several large rocks to evade. Just as Chung Xiao looked on, bewildered by Jin Quan's sudden departure, a buzzing sound erupted and a dark shadow zipped past. Lowering his gaze, he was horrified to find a long proboscis piercing through his chest, emerging from his back. "No!" Chung Xiao screamed in agony. A creature the size of a motorcycle hovered before him, its compound eyes glimmering with a menacing red hue. As its abdomen pulsated, Chung Xiao's body visibly shriveled before his eyes. "Red blood mosquito, level 19, tier 1. A string of text appeared in Jin Quan's vision, a message relayed by darkened sight. It possesses wings and is incredibly swift, and, at level 19, he retreated behind the rocks, swiftly escaping through a narrow crevice. I have only just descended, and already I encounter insects. It seems the density of insect here is extraordinarily high." After sprinting for a while, he quickly dove into a tunnel. These insects, with their control over the air and tremendous speed, could only be best dealt with by leveraging the terrain to his advantage. As he took only a few steps, he gradually came to a halt, the tunnel resonating with a soft rustle. A beetle, the size of a water buffalo, approached slowly, its entire body encased in a hard crystalline shell that reflected the dim light within the tunnel. Its mandibles resembled two curved blades glinting with a sharp, cold sheen. Jin Quan Chong, level 15, tier 1. Upon sighting this beetle, Jin Quan's eyes brightened, and a subtle smile graced his lips. High defense, cumbersome. This is precisely my type. He swiftly drew his long knife, standing resolutely at the opposite end of the tunnel. The motion of unsheathing his blade instantly provoked the Jin Quan Chong, which began to charge at Jin Quan with 6 slender legs thrashing furiously, sending pebbles flying as if an automobile had suddenly accelerated. Holding his breath, blue flames erupted around him, twisting and forming a phantasmal silhouette behind him. Under the enhancement of the minion body, his strength and defense surged exponentially. With a powerful leap, he surged forward like a streak of blue light toward the Jinquang Chong. As the distance between them narrowed, just before impact, gray particles of light rapidly adhered to his long knife. Jin Quan uttered a low growl, his body pivoting sharply to evade, twisting at his waist and completing a full rotation to the side of the charging beetle. He swung his knife. The gray blade light swept across, and for an instant, the entire tunnel seemed to freeze. In the next moment, the lower half of the Jinquang Chong continued its charge, while its upper half fell to the ground, sliding to a halt, leaving a trail of emerald liquid behind. Jin Quan sheathed his knife, exhaling deeply. The beetle could hardly comprehend that its once proud defensive prowess had been cleaved in two before this carnivorous foe. Just as he dispatched the Jinquang Chong, a vast and unknown energy erupted from within him. Jin Quan felt his bones crackle, his height increasing by several centimeters, from 175 to an impressive 180. You have surpassed level 15 by slaying Jin Quang Chong, achieving a 100 effectiveness ratio. He glanced at his status panel. Name, Diwu Jin Quan. Occupation, Demon Swordsman level. Level 6, Novice Swordsman. He had surged up by 6 levels in an instant. The rules of this world bore a striking resemblance to those of an online game. With this in mind, he hastened toward the severed lower half of the beetle, delivering a swift kick. Indeed, he observed a green glowing tattoo slowly materializing on the beetle's abdomen. As he touched the tattoo, the patterns began to peel away, revealing a green hexagonal emblem that lay quietly in his hand. Chapter 10, Equipment Emblem. This emblem had a metallic texture. The reverse depicted the Jinquang Chong, while the front displayed a piece of armor. Dark insight illuminated an instant of information. Equipment emblem, Jinquang Heavy Armor, green, equipment level, Tier 1 Toughness. 3 stars Beetle's Might, increases the wearer's melee attack power by 5. Sturdy Shell, when subjected to ordinary attacks, there's a 10 chance to reduce damage by 20. This is not a vocational emblem, but rather an equipment emblem. How does one utilize this? Suddenly recalling how Lin Yin had applied the vocational emblem to his forehead, he glanced back at the heavy armor's icon. He pressed the emblem against his chest, only to have a message flash before his eyes. Level insufficient, unable to equip. His current level was 6, while the equipment was Tier 1, so he tucked it away in his pocket. Observing the bisected beetle, he severed a segment of its leg with his knife. The beetle's leg, sliced open, revealed tender, translucent flesh. He had a lighter but lacked any kindling, and the mine contained not even a single stick to ignite. Pouring a bit of red wine onto the beetle's flesh, he took a bite and found it surprisingly delightful. It had a flavor reminiscent of fresh seafood marinated in the Chaozhou style. During a prior conversation with Cheng Xiao, he had mentioned that failing to defeat even insects would lead to starvation, confirming that beetle meat had indeed been deemed edible. The 6 legs of the beetle, longer than a cow's, paired with wine, offered a uniquely delectable experience. Regrettably, without seasonings or cooking tools, this place felt like a missed opportunity. The essence of life encompasses migration and reproduction. If an environment proves unsuitable for survival, one must flee, while a conducive one invites habitation and propagation. In contrast to the starving inhabitants of the abandoned city who consumed earthworms, enjoying exquisite marinated beetles here felt far more suitable for him. After satiating his hunger, Jin Quan felt an explosive surge of energy coursing through him. He pondered the types of insects that might inhabit this mine and wondered what level the Wang Meng spoke of the vengeful spider mother insect might be. However, the Jinquang Chong was undoubtedly the most fitting creature for him to level up against. He hefted his long knife and continued deeper into the tunnel. Jin Quan compared the mandibles of the Jinquang Chong with the tunnel walls. The patterns on the walls perfectly matched those of its mandibles. confirming that this was indeed a creation of the beetle. The further he ventured, the darker it became, until he reached a point where bioluminescence illuminated the surroundings. Slowing his pace, he peered out of the tunnel's entrance and beheld over a dozen Jin Quan chongs gnawing at the green or within. The area appeared meticulously clean, as if swept with a broom, while several small Jin Quan chongs tumbled and played. It was indeed a nest. After surveying the surroundings, Jin Quan quietly retreated. Charging in would undoubtedly lead to an ambush from all sides. Observing the ease with which they consumed the ore, even at level 6, he had no confidence in withstanding a single bite unscathed. Retreating approximately 100 meters to assess the tunnel, he noted its width was sufficient for 2 Jin Quan chongs to pass through. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Quan unsheathed his long knife, channeling his nuclear ability into it as he began to slice through the tunnel as effortlessly as if it were tofu, quickly creating an opening just wide enough for him to enter. Seizing a rock the size of his fist, he returned to the cave, this time striding boldly, unconcerned with the sound of his footsteps. Upon reaching the nest entrance, Jin Quan twisted his waist and hurled the stone with force. The sound of the wind whooshing through the air. With a sharp crack, it struck the head of a Jin Quan chong larva, sending debris flying as the impact caused the creature to tumble across the ground several times. Yet, the larva merely shook its head, appearing unfazed as it stood up. Jin Quan couldn't help but mutter a curse. This absurd defense, and my level 6 strength couldn't even breach the defenses of a mere larva. Amidst a chorus of shrill cries, Jin Quan turned and ran. The echoes of the tunnel reverberated as he sprinted, glancing back to see 3 Jin Quan chongs charging at him frantically. He dashed toward the escape route he had previously excavated, swiftly burrowing inside. Gray particles swirled around his knife as he extended it outward. The cumbersome body of the Jin Quan chong could not halt its momentum. It barreled forward, colliding with Jin Quan's blade. This time, the creature was not cleaved in half, but rather severed to a greater extent. Yet even so, it remained fatal. The 2 Jin Quan chongs struggled for a brief moment before falling silent. Conversely, the adjacent Jin Quan chong, having evaded the blade due to its length, was left unharmed. Anger surged within the mind of the unaffected Jin Quan chong, which quickly pivoted to charge toward the entrance where Jin Quan was concealed, sending debris scattering as it collided with the tunnel's edge. However, its girthy form allowed only its mandibles and head to enter, leaving its body wedged outside. Jin Quan executed a horizontal slash, severing the mandibles that had attempted to devour the rubble. Following that, he thrust his long knife upward, driving it directly into the brain of the Jin Quan chong, lifting the blade with force to split its head open. The mind crystal worm, which had survived the gouging plan, merely twitched its body for a moment before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. You reach level 9 and slay a Jin Quan chong, achieving an efficiency ratio of 100. You reach level 6 and slay a Jin Quan chong, achieving an efficiency ratio of 100. You reach level 5 and slay a Jin Quan chong, achieving an efficiency ratio of 100. The 3 lines of text flashed before his eyes, and an unknown energy once again erupted from within him. His muscles convulsed, and his bones cracked. His height surged, now nearing 185 centimeters, causing his trousers and shirt to become significantly tighter. Jin Quan raised his hand, feeling the snugness of the jacket that had become constricting due to his broad shoulders. How tall must this demonic physique grow? A sense of trepidation washed over him. If this trend continued, he might transform into a titan, which would be no different from being transformed into a eunuch. He pondered whether this world had female giants. Shaking off his chaotic thoughts, he turned his attention to the panel. Name: Diwu Jin Quan. Occupation: Demon Swordsman level 10, 0 tier. Advancement conditions: Swordsmanship Emblem 1. 100 efficiency kills of Tier 1 monsters 10. Monster Lord 1. What is a swordsmanship emblem? Jin Quan found himself puzzled. Killing Tier 1 monsters posed no challenge for him. Yet he was entirely ignorant of this swordsmanship emblem. With a forceful kick, he sent the mind crystal worm blocking the cave entrance flying, rummaging through the 3 corpses until he finally uncovered a circular green emblem beneath the first deceased body. This is a professional emblem. Professional emblem, Beetle Knight Green, a knight who rides beetles, possessing high defense and survival capabilities. The image of riding a dung beetle flashed through Jin Quan's mind, causing him to grimace. He stuffed the emblem into his pocket. He had no use for it, but it could be traded. With both equipment and professional emblems in mind, it seemed plausible that this swordsmanship emblem could also drop. Jin Quan sighed in relief at the thought. He feared that these items were monopolized in the upper city, making his advancement exceedingly difficult. After clearing the cave entrance and hiding the corpses in a corner, he resumed his hunt for mine crystal worms. Once again, he picked up a basketball-sized piece of ore and returned to the mine crystal worm's nest, twisting his waist and throwing it with all his might, reaching level 10. With his strength nearly doubling, the stone struck the head of a mine crystal worm pup with a resounding crash. Boom! Debris and green brain matter splattered as the pup's head exploded. Chapter 11. The Great Explosion. He truly thought he was invincible, that little rascal. With a scoff, Jin Quan began to sprint for his life, pursued by 6 mine crystal worms. They formed 3 pairs, identical in their approach. As the mine crystal worms drew near, he swiftly sidestepped, extending his long blade laced with gray particles. 3 mine crystal worms were neatly sliced from head to tail, while the remaining 3 screeched madly, colliding against the cave entrance where Jin Quan took refuge. He dispatched each of them with a swift strike to their foreheads, and they collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Once all was silent, Jin Quan emerged to search their bodies. None of the 6 had dropped anything. After rummaging several times, he confirmed that there were indeed no emblems. The first had dropped equipment, the second a profession emblem, the third nothing, and these 6 yielded nothing as well. Jin Quan recalled the prompt about defeating higher-level enemies. Could it be that the drop rate was related to the level of the higher-level kill? The higher the level of the kill, the greater the drop rate? Once again, he cleared the corpses to the corner, determined to finish off the remaining 5. Inside the nest, one pup circled the corpse of its exploded sibling, seemingly pondering how to get up and continue their play. In the next moment, the righteous Jin Quan assisted it in reuniting with its friend using a stone nearly the size of a barrel. Just as he felt a surge of pride, a 6th mine crystal worm emerged from behind the 5, larger than the others and adorned with shimmering blue patterns. Is this a boss? Jin Quan's expression shifted slightly as he scanned it with his insight. Jinquang Chong Wang, level 25, tier 2. He quickly dashed down the tunnel, but the Jinquang Chong Wang emitted a strange sound. Under his dark perception, a sharp warning pierced through his groin and backside, leaving him no time to hesitate as he tightened his legs and leaped. In the next moment, a multitude of stone spikes erupted from the ground, performing a mid-air flip. He drew his blade and sliced through one of them, landing smoothly on the smooth surface of the spikes. Observing the scattered stone spikes, a bead of sweat trickled from Jin Quan's forehead. This is troublesome. Glancing back, he saw the entire passageway blocked by a dense array of spikes. At that moment, the 5 mine crystal worms charged at Jin Quan's position. With his back against the cave wall, he found himself in a complete deadlock, surrounded by the charging worms from the front and both sides. After a brief observation, Jin Quan leaped up, drawing his long blade and stabbing it into the wall, retracting his nuclear talent and wrapping it around the scabbard of his left hand. The scabbard instantly transformed into the sharpest weapon in existence, effortlessly penetrating the wall. Thus, he rapidly climbed the wall, wielding a blade in one hand and the scabbard in the other. Boom! The 5 worms collided like 5 trucks, causing the cave wall to shake as debris scattered. Jin Quan looked down, and his eyes brightened. The 5 mine crystal worms had tangled together, their antennae broken, with 2 of them completely overturned, legs in the air. Without hesitation, he swiftly drew his long blade and dropped down vertically onto one of the mine crystal worms' backs. With the 3 worms squeezed together, he leaped and struck 3 times, each blow effortlessly cleaving open their heads. The overturned mine crystal worm continued to wobble like a weeble, desperately attempting to right itself. Stepping on the broken stone spikes, Jin Quan leaned in, delivering 2 swift strikes that halted its movements. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his dark perception emitted a painful alert, prompting him to roll beneath the tangled bodies of the 3 mine crystal worms. Blue flames coalesced around him, enveloping him in a majestic azure figure. 3 stone spears shot forth, piercing through the 3 mine crystal worm corpses with a resounding boom, sending Jin Quan, hidden behind the mine crystal worm, crashing against the wall. With a swift strike, he severed the stone spikes and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He quickly leaped onto the belly of the fallen corpse, the ground trembling as numerous stone spikes erupted from the depths. They thrust him, along with the corpse, into the air. Jin Quan wiped the corner of his mouth and gazed at the distant Jinquang Changwan. The minions served as tanks, while this Worm King appeared to be a mage. He needed to close the distance. Jin Quan surveyed the surroundings and glanced down at the mine crystal worm beneath him. The ground spikes had not pierced through the worm's carapace. This meant that, while the spikes had a wide area of effect, their damage was low. Whereas the stone spears were high in damage but limited in range. He swiftly slashed at the carcass of the worm beneath him, carving a circle around its belly. And with a powerful stomp on the edge of the carcass, it rolled over, spilling its entrails. The now lighter body allowed him to grip it like a pot in one hand while wielding his blade in the other, charging swiftly toward the Worm King. With unwavering concentration, as Jin Quan charged into the 50-meter radius of the mine crystal insect king, the blue light flickered from the creature's carapace, instantly alerting him. 3 stone spears rapidly coalesced in midair. Though the spears were propelled at remarkable speed, Jin Quan, having anticipated the attack, swiftly executed a sideways roll to evade the onslaught. The ground trembled violently as he lunged forward, diving into the enormous shell of the dead beetle. Countless stone spikes erupted from the earth. Yet protected by the mine crystal insect's shell, he merely found himself momentarily suspended in midair, observing the dim blue patterns on the back of the insect king. Jin Quan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Haha, after unleashing so many skills, can you still continue?" He was now within 20 meters of his target. As expected, the next moment, the insect king's carapace opened, revealing 2 pairs of gossamer wings that sprang forth. With a whoosh, the insect king leapt towards Jin Quan, its forelegs emanating a blue glow akin to 2 charged blades, intent on cleaving him in 2. Upon witnessing this, Jin Quan felt exhilarated rather than frightened. "So you can engage in close combat too, haha." As its forelegs descended, Jin Quan executed a sharp upward thrust, cleaving the entire leg in 2 as if slicing through sugarcane. The momentum undiminished as his blade glided along the insect king's jaw. A piercing scream erupted, and in a frenzied attempt to retaliate, the creature flailed its remaining limbs to crush Jin Quan. However, his blade danced like lightning, severing limbs that flew chaotically. The insect king's wings could only manage a brief moment of suspension before it plummeted. Jin Quan swiftly retreated, raising his hands for a downward strike. In an instant, the insect king's head split apart. Panting heavily, Jin Quan placed a hand on his chest, feeling the reverberations from the previous strike jolt through his insides, causing a slight ache in his lungs. After steadying himself with his long blade, he turned to gaze at the insect king's corpse and was taken aback. 2 purple and 1 blue patterns slowly emerged on its carapace, 2 hexagonal emblems and 1 triangular emblem. Jin Quan eagerly seized the purple triangular emblem. Skill emblem, Earth Shatter Slash, purple, class, swordsman skill level. First tier description. The swordsman leaps high, striking the ground with great force using their weapon, causing a powerful shockwave that inflicts substantial damage on enemies within a fan-shaped area ahead and briefly slows them down. The heavier the weapon, the greater the damage. Chapter 12. Advancement. The exclusive skill of the demon swordsman allowed him to seamlessly transcend tiers in learning sword techniques. A unique understanding of swordsmanship flooded his mind, coalescing into an inexplicable muscle memory. Jin Quan raised his hand, sensing that he could now leap 20 meters and deliver a slashing blow with merely a slight movement of his muscles. Upon mastering this skill, he realized that all prerequisites for his advancement had been fulfilled. Advancement, he silently intoned. In an instant, he felt as though his entire being was undergoing an evolution. He grew taller, and green runes shimmered across his skin, swiftly embedding themselves within him. His pupils glimmered as the dimness of the cave began to sharpen. Clenching his fist, he marveled at the surge of power swelling within, glancing at his status panel. Name, Jin Quan, the 5th class. Demon Swordsman level, 11, first tier. Exclusive skills, Demon Swordsmanship 1. You are adept at wielding various sword-type weapons, capable of learning sword techniques that transcend one tier into the realm of demon swordsmanship. Dark Insight 1. Your vision pierces through darkness, granting you acute perception to discern malevolent intent and observe the basic information of targets. Demon Physique 1. You possess a formidable demonic constitution, with a certain resistance to negative statuses, and your bodily functions recover at an accelerated rate. Class Skills. Troll Earth Shatter Slash. Orange skill level. First tier description. The demon swordsman leaps high, channeling the power of trolls to strike the ground forcefully with their sword, generating a potent shockwave that inflicts significant damage on enemies within a circular area and briefly stuns them. The heavier the weapon, the greater the damage. Epic. Unyielding Body. True Soul Talent. True Soul Talent 1. Infernal Flame Idol. Level SSS. True Soul Talent 2. Core Domain Amplification. Level Unknown. After reviewing the panel, Jin Quan was astonished. He had not anticipated that upon advancement, his exclusive skill would directly evolve. The originally purple Earth Shatter Slash had transformed into the orange troll Earth Shatter Slash under the evolution of demon swordsmanship, significantly amplifying its power. The fan-shaped attack area had expanded into a circular zone, and the slowing effect had transformed into stunning. He felt his skin tighten like leather, an immense increase in defense and power coursing through him, as if he could obliterate his former, non-advanced self with a single punch. Uncertain of the true tier of the demon swordsman class, he considered the 3 exclusive skills available for advancement and concluded that this class must be exceptionally advanced. Adapting to his new physique, he examined the blade he wielded, now seemingly shortened. It had been designed for a height of 175 centimeters, but now standing at 195 centimeters. His arm span had also increased significantly. What had once been a two-handed sword now felt somewhat diminutive when wielded as a single hand. He wondered if attaching the scabbard to the hilt would still classify it as a sword, given that his exclusive skill, demon swordsmanship, enhanced attack speed and technique for sword wielding. Discarding this passive ability seemed a pity. Next, he turned his attention to the other 2 hexagonal emblems. Equipment Emblem, Crystal Staff, Purple, Equipment Level, 2nd Tier Intelligence, 8 stars Energy Storage. The staff can store a portion of mana. Mana Reflux. There's a 15 chance to return 30 of the mana consumed when releasing a skill. Having assessed the properties of this emblem, Jin Quan mused. No wonder the mine Crystal Insect King could unleash so many skills in succession. This equipment must be quite exceptional, capable of sustaining prolonged combat and delivering explosive power. Regrettably, it is not a sword. After stowing the emblem, he picked up the final blue equipment emblem. Equipment Emblem Beetle Leap Blue. Equipment Level 2nd Tier Equipment Type. Footwear Agility. 5 stars Beetle Resilience. Reduces the effects of slowing by 30. Dynamic Leap. Allows an additional forward glide when jumping again in midair. Regrettably, it was merely a 2nd Tier emblem. If he could don this emblem now, he would have no fear of the blood-red mosquitoes outside. The Dynamic Leap would enable him to change direction mid-air, synergizing perfectly with Dark Insight for effective evasion and offense. Jin Quan then proceeded to search through the other mine crystal insect corpses, yet found not a single emblem. Perhaps the drop rate truly correlates with the level of the monsters defeated. He had defeated this boss at level 11 and obtained 3 emblems. Afterward, Jin Quan began to clear the lair, which was expansive, approximately the size of 2 indoor basketball courts. He meticulously removed all edible parts from the mine crystal insect corpses, piling them in a corner. Only then did he commence clearing the tunnel entrance. The stone spikes were easily severed, though moving them proved somewhat laborious. Fortunately, with his recent advancement, his physical capabilities and strength far surpassed those of an ordinary person. In less than half an hour, the tunnel's entrance was cleared. Inside the tunnel lay 9 more corpses, which he dragged back into the cave before reclining to gnaw on some insect leg meat while resting. The miners would arrive in 15 days, and he could work alongside them, completing tasks for a chance to descend into the lower city. This deduction was based on the words of Chung Chung and Wang Meng. I have now secured this refuge, and with sustenance at hand. If I can locate a water source, I can survive for a fortnight, provided no unforeseen events occur. However, I must redeem Lin Yin. The death of Lin Ho is, to some extent, linked to him, and moreover, Lin Yin's guidance transformed him into a professional, saving his life. Each of these factors compels him to dedicate himself fully to this redemption mission. As he devoured the last morsel of insect leg meat, Jin Quan sprang to his feet. He deftly drew his long knife, pressing the green emblem of equipment against his chest. The green emblem seamlessly merged with his torso, conjuring an ethereal armor that manifested before vanishing, becoming a tattoo etched upon his chest. With the equipment assimilated, Jin Quan felt his skin fortify, a testament to the armor's prowess. The 3-star resilience trait significantly enhanced his defense. He struck his chest with vigor, and the illusory armor reappeared, producing a resonant thud. In this realm, devoid of data, only star ratings exist. 3 stars, uncertain as to the extent of damage it could withstand. In the next moment, flames enveloped him, and a towering blue fire giant emerged, prompting a smile to grace his lips. The fire giant soared to 3 meters, radiating intense heat. Its bare upper body adorned with armor resembling the crystalline heavy armor. The might of his SSS talent was now manifesting. This piece of equipment could be donned twice, once by his corporeal form and once by his infernal flame statue. With his upgraded demonic physique, coupled with the infernal flame talent and the dual crystalline heavy armor, he need not fear being vanquished in an instant. After a moment, a gray light flickered in his hand, enveloping him in a myriad of gray particles. Yet he appeared unchanged. Was this talent not meant to enhance him? He pondered, as its manifestation remained akin to before. With a deft swing of his knife, Jin Quan exited the refuge and stepped outside. The crimson blood mosquito had vanished, leaving only repetitive stone columns around him. He searched for additional crystal insect caverns, but found none. Following the iron tracks, he ventured deeper into the mine. Along the way, he encountered several groups of individuals, vigilantly guarding their surroundings, constructing fortifications with stones, trenches, and stone forts, exuding an air of formidable defense. Jin Quan shook his head in disbelief. If the insects were of the crystalline variety, such labor was a sheer waste of energy. As he progressed further, the red glow of the mine intensified, casting a sanguine hue upon the entire cavern. Suddenly, a clamor erupted. Jin Quan instinctively pivoted, slashing downward with his blade. He dispatched an 11-level vampire bat, achieving a 100 effectiveness rate. Glancing at the ground, he noted the severed corpse the size of a fist, level 11. He raised his gaze and spotted 3 vampire bats suspended from stone pillar above. Sheathing his knife, he whistled provocatively at the trio. The 3 vampire bats screeched in unison and charged towards Jin Quan. As they drew near, their mouths agape, their dagger-like fangs poised to strike, Jin Quan stood with his arms crossed, adopting no offensive stance. Blue flames coalesced, and a colossal armored figure, over 3 meters tall, materialized. With 3 resounding thuds, the 3 vampire bats collided with an invisible barrier, instantly collapsing in a shower of blood. As they fell, blue flames ignited upon their bodies, causing them to writhe and screech upon the ground. Jin Quan observed his upgraded infernal flame statue, now 3 meters tall, and the flames could inflict damage. He stepped on the fallen vampire bats, extinguishing the flames upon them, and kicked them, declaring go. Gather your entire family to present me with a complete set of Tier 1 equipment. The vampire bats, though unable to comprehend, instinctively fled in terror, flapping their dirt-covered wings in a frantic escape. Jin Quan trailed them, scaring them with a few shouts whenever they paused. After approximately 20 minutes, the bats darted into a narrow rock crevice. Scaling upward, he peered inside, while his head fit his muscular chest could not. Ultimately, he resorted to carving the entrance wider with his knife, gradually squeezing through. Just as he was about to enter the inner lair, he halted, hearing chaotic thuds against the walls, a sound far from the tranquility of a resting place. Moving cautiously, he removed the last rock slab and peered inside. The vampire bat lair was in utter disarray, swarming with bats that darted through the cavern. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated, and a bat plummeted to the ground. Slightly singed, one of the 3 he had previously tormented. Was this a silencer? His past life had rendered him intimately familiar with the sounds of firearms. Quickly assessing his surroundings, his dark vision sharpened, and he spotted a gun barrel protruding from the rock wall. Clever, indeed, it was an excellent vantage point. The wall was solid, with only a hole in the center allowing the barrel to protrude. But how could one aim? With only a barrel exposed, there was no clear sight. Jin Quan contemplated how to position himself to strike the injured bat amidst the swarm. Observing the narrow crevice he occupied, he marveled at its length, hundreds of meters, as if someone had cleaved a gap in the cliff. Approximately 70 meters away, a small camera faced into the cavern, requiring some skill to hit the target from diverse angles. Noting the corpses strewn about, he deduced that the person behind the camera was likely on the brink of leveling up. Just as he contemplated destroying the camera to seize the kill, two massive bats with wingspans exceeding 3 meters burst forth from the swarm, one azure and the other crimson. His insight revealed their details. Vampire Blue Bat King, level 19, Tier 1. Vampire Red Bat King, level 19, Tier 1. Two bosses. Jin Quan was taken aback. The Blue Bat King soared to the rock wall, its body shimmering with blue light, and opened its mouth wide, unleashing a piercing sound wave that reverberated against the stone, creating numerous cracks. Even Jin Quan instinctively covered his ears. Following closely, the Red Bat King darted past, its wings aglow with crimson light, cleaving through the cavern with a crescent arc, violently striking the concealed rock wall. The wall groaned under the impact, splitting open to reveal a gaping void behind it. A young man clad in a suit lay within the cavern, appearing disheveled, his head shaking as blood streamed from his orifices. Evidently injured by the Blue Bat King's sonic attack, the Red Bat King surged onward, a fierce wind trailing as its claws lunged towards the man. In a critical moment, the young man regained his composure, brandishing an oddly shaped sniper rifle, and without aiming, fired the weapon. Bang! As the gunfire echoed, Jin Quan felt a slight tremor of surprise, for what flew forth was not a bullet, but a chilling ice arrow. The arrow spiraled, trailing snowflakes, and struck the claws of the Hong Fu Wong, causing them to explode into countless shards of ice. In an instant, the Hong Fu Wong was enveloped in frost, plummeting down the wall. The man attempted to retreat, but a large stone that the Hong Fu Wong had cleaved off moments ago pinned one of his legs. With all his strength, he slowly lifted the stone, yet at that moment, the Qing Fu Wong came soaring back. Its body shimmered with azure light, and its gaping maw hinted an impending sonic assault. Witnessing this, the man's face turned pale as he produced a sigil, his eyes reflecting a painful struggle and unwillingness. Just as he was about to press the sigil to his forehead, a resounding clap echoed through the cave. A battered scabbard struck the face of the bat, the immense force sending the Qing Fu Wong crashing against the rock wall. The man lowered his gaze in astonishment. A tall figure brushed off the dust from his attire and, producing a flask from his waist, addressed him. They say that what is free is often the most costly. Cheers! The figure against the wall was none other than the bartender Ji Ran, who had once gifted Jin Quan a fine bottle of red wine during his most desperate times. Ji Ran chuckled at his words, his pale visage gesturing towards the ceiling of the cave, where an array of crimson eyes hung upside down. Despite the earlier gunfire, many foes remained, resting undetected. As Jin Quan stepped further into the cave, all the vampiric bats stirred awake. Ji Ran quickly gestured for Jin Quan to retreat. However, Jin Quan, in a daze, gazed up at the multitude of bats suspended from the ceiling. With such numbers, even if the drop rate is low, something must surely emerge. With a powerful leap, he launched himself toward the frozen Hong bloodbat. As the Qing Fu Wong reacted to the blow, it emitted a furious screech, and the bats hanging above surged toward Jin Quan like a torrential downpour. Jin Quan remained unfazed. Ji Ran, observing from above, wore a perplexed expression, his gaze trembling. Some individuals, despite pouring their hearts into kindness, were met with treachery, while others, mere acquaintances, would risk their lives for a single toast and a bottle of wine. He tapped his chest, and in that moment his heart, which had languished in the city of the dead, seemed to be reignited. He retrieved the sigil once more. A round emblem adorned with enigmatic patterns, a large gun shimmering with golden light. It was disheartening to be unable to match his talent with an appropriate profession. He smiled down at Jin Quan, saying, "Allow me to rescue you, my friend." In the next moment, Jin Quan's body radiated a golden light. With a powerful stomp, his leg muscles swelled, and he leapt into the air, his silhouette outlined in yellow brilliance. This was the body of domination. How could one release such a skill without reaching the 4th tier? Ji Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. In a single leap, Jin Quan traversed half the cavern. and at the apex of his jump, a grotesque demon shadow entwined around his blade. Just as the Hong Fu Wang broke free from its icy prison and flapped its wings to ascend, Jin Quan descended like a shooting star, delivering a downward strike upon its back. The ground fractured, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rendered the vampiric bats within its reach momentarily paralyzed, while those beyond were flung away like rain, cascading from the skies. Even the Qing Fu Wang was knocked down in the ensuing chaos. Jin Quan gasped for breath. Why is this skill so exhausting? After that one skill, he felt more drained than after clearing an entire crystal mine. Before he could catch his breath, the bats that had narrowly evaded his previous attack surged toward him, resembling a swarm of gray arrows intent on tearing him apart. Jin Quan remained calm, wielding his blade with precision, as the descending Qing Fu Wang followed the fate of the Hong Fu Wang, splitting into two. As the swarm of blood bats approached, blue flames erupted from his body, swiftly coalescing into a towering armored figure that shielded him. The dense cluster of bats collided with it, producing a cacophony akin to eggs striking stone, blood splattering everywhere. Those that survived the impact were marked with blue fire. The afflicted bats, engulfed in flames, writhed in agony, transforming into fireflies that flitted about the cave. This was understandable. The Apocalypse Empire's forces had decimated this family, leaving only the women behind. Yet, had there truly been descendants remaining? Ji-Ran observed the blue-armored giant protecting Jin Quan, his brow furrowing in realization, yet tinged with confusion. What followed was a period of harvesting for Jin Quan. Within half an hour, not a single intact vampiric bat remained in the cave. Glancing at his status panel, he noted, Level 15, First Tier. The pace of leveling seemed to have slowed. Defeating 2 bosses and several hundred bats only netted him 4 levels. He then looked up at Ji-Ran and asked, Can you come down? As he finished speaking, a large stone tumbled down from the cliffside, and Ji-Ran, panting, replied with a smile, No problem. A climbing rope was tossed down from above, slowly descending into the cavern. Upon landing, Ji-Ran immediately collapsed, gasping for air. Jin Quan approached, examining his left leg, and frowned. Your kneecap is shattered. You may become a cripple. Ji-Ran, however, chuckled heartily, dismissing the concern. As long as I'm alive, who cares if I'm limping? Jin Quan rose, using his inside ability to scan the sprawled Ji-Ran. Puzzled. You're just an ordinary person. Yes, I used to be a professional, but I was backstabbed and became an ordinary person, Ji-Ran replied with a relaxed smile. The notion of reducing a professional to an ordinary person was astonishing. Such a method was indeed formidable. Jin Quan was taken aback. It's not as simple as you might think. I may be the only one who has survived to achieve this. How so? Jin Quan inquired, intrigued. Formidable professionals typically possess high resistances, and there are always other healing professionals around, making it difficult for poison to kill instantly. Ji-Ran's gaze narrowed slightly. Yet in the abyss, there exists a poison known as the Wraith Flower. Its lethal mechanism is to taint a professional's emblem, reducing their powers to that of an ordinary person, followed by an eruption of abyssal toxins. While it's challenging to instantly kill a high-resistance professional, eliminating an ordinary person is all too easy. Even the mightiest healing professional cannot save someone who dies in an instant. He chuckled again. I'm the only one in my family who did not awaken a talent, but being the eldest son, I inherited a powerful professional emblem. Thus, I managed to make my way through life with that. But human hearts are inscrutable. Observing the growing despondence in Ji-Ran's eyes, Jin Quan jested, From your few words, I can envision an intricate tale of royal succession, with you as the cast-off prince. True to his words, Ji-Ran ruffled his hair, chuckling nonchalantly. And yet you lack even that narrative. We are merely 2 sides of the same coin. He grinned, propping himself up on the ground, and remarked, I thought your family had gone extinct. I never expected there to be you, the last sprout. I can already envision how the Tianqi Empire will react upon seeing you in the future. Haha. Upon hearing this, Jin Quan raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion on his face, and asked, Do you know me? To be honest, since arriving in this world, he hardly recognized himself. Talent, once reaching the 9th tier, can be passed down through bloodlines. Over 1,000 years ago, during the era of Wasteland pioneering, a pioneer awakened an exceedingly rare SSS grade talent. simultaneously acquiring the legendary class of Sacred Light Knight, which granted him remarkable defensive and offensive capabilities along with a continuous flame burn effect. Coupled with the formidable healing and defense of a Sacred Light Knight, it was no wonder that encountering him would be a headache for both adventurers and monsters alike. He was one of the founding elders of the Tianqi Empire, known as the Wall of the Empire. At this point, he turned to Jin Quan and said, "That individual was named Di Wu Qing Xian, and his awakened talent is called Ming Yin Shun Xiang." Jin Quan fell silent. It was the first time he had heard about his own identity, and he was astonished by its significance. However, recalling his disheveled appearance lying in the street, he still questioned, "What do you mean by extinct? You don't know?" Jiran exclaimed in surprise while rummaging through his backpack for 2 planks. Jin Quan helplessly rubbed his nose and replied, "After our conversation, I agree with your assessment that we are of the same kind. I too have not perished. You have lost your profession, while I seem to have lost many memories." Jiran surveyed Jin Quan from head to toe and remarked, "I won't mention the Tianqi Empire. Your family has been disappointing, unable to awaken a single SSS-grade talent for centuries, and the clan leader only possesses an S-grade talent." He shook his head. "In this world, weakness is the original sin. There are such high-ranking, resource-consuming weaklings." He placed the planks on his knees, meticulously binding them with bandages. "There should still be some people assisting internally. Many women have fled to the elemental holy city." Jin Quan refrained from further comments, as he knew nothing of this family. Unaware of whether it was good or evil, perhaps they would cross paths again if fate allowed. With a hint of inexplicable emotion, Jin Quan approached the 2 Bat Kings he had slain. He had defeated them at level 8, and each Bat King bore a blue pattern. Touching them summoned 2 blue equipment emblems. Equipment emblem, Blade of the Bat King, blue, equipment level, Tier 1 equipment type, weapon strength, 5-star shadow dash, in shadowy areas. Both movement and attack speed are increased by 20. Fury of the Bat King. There is a 25 chance upon attack to enhance the damage of the next attack by 50. Upon seeing this emblem, Jin Quan's eyes lit up. This was equipment for swordsmen. Without hesitation, he pressed it on his right wrist, and in an instant a blue light flashed, transforming into a tattoo hidden beneath his skin. Chapter 16. Abyssal Scythe Mouse. With a mere thought, blue light flickered, and a crimson long knife materialized in his hand. Jin Quan examined the weapon. The hilt bore a bat ornament, and the red blade, as if tempered in blood, emanated an eerie chill. This embroidered knife felt similar to the Shotra knife, but was somewhat longer, with a blade measuring a full 2 meters. Swinging it unleashed a whistling wind. With a 20 attack speed bonus in shadowy zones, it moved with the agility of a bat. Damage was secondary. It could either be heavy or swift. The heavier it was, the greater the damage, complementing its Troll Earth Splitter skill. He then picked up another emblem, a triangular one. Skill emblem, Soul Shattering Sound Wave, blue, class, Mage skill level, Tier 1 skill description. The mage concentrates their spirit to unleash a powerful sound wave energy, inflicting damage and repelling enemies within a cone-shaped area ahead. This was the skill of the Blue Bat King, offering both damage and control, which felt promising. Albeit it was a mage skill. The drops from the 2 bosses had exceeded his expectations. A long knife enhancing attack speed had already been a fortunate find. Straightening the bent sheath, he sheathed the previous knife and began searching through the smaller bats. It must be noted that the drop rate for emblems in this world was indeed low. After a thorough search, he managed to find 2 more equipment emblems. Tattered leather armor, white, equipment level, Tier 1 equipment type, upper body effect, provides basic protection. This simplistic description made Jin Quan shake his head. He stuffed it into his pocket and looked at the other emblem. Swift belt, green, equipment level, Tier 1 equipment quality, green equipment type, belt constitution, 2 stars effect, movement speed, 5, attack speed, 3. Ah, this is a good item. For one with a nuclear talent of all cutting, attack speed is the primary choice. He pressed the emblem onto his waist. A flash of green light enveloped him, and it melded into his body. Just then, Jiran finished bandaging his legs and stood up, surveying the 2 slain Bat Kings. He turned to Jin Quan and said, "Continuing deeper into the cave, there is a pit where a creature called a big mouth worm resides. It has a chance to drop spatial equipment. You can collect the materials from these corpses. They can be sold for a considerable sum." Jin Quan kicked to the small bats, nodded, and then produced 3 emblems, saying, "Do you want any of these? Here, S8 Beetle Knight class emblem. Becoming a professional may help your legs heal faster. Everyone possesses ambition. You have yours, and I have mine." Jiren chuckled, shaking his head. "In your state, you won't survive for long," Jin Quan stated bluntly. Jiren limped a couple of steps closer, his expression turning serious as he said, "Thus, I wish to make a deal with you." "What?" Jin Quan glanced at him, awaiting his proposal. Typically, children in the city awaken their talents at the age of 12 using awakening stones. Once a talent is awakened, they can choose their class emblem based on its effects. I did not awaken a talent at 12 and, out of despair, chose a class, hoping that the class emblem would trigger a talent awakening, but alas, it did not. I was not poisoned to death by the death god flower because, in reverting to an ordinary person, I fortuitously awakened a talent that rendered me immune to the abyssal poison. After saying this, he produced a golden class emblem from his pocket, stating, "This is a legendary class emblem, heavy artillery controller. It is also a very rare long-range sniper class. In the future, if you wish to establish a legion to explore the vast wasteland, the most indispensable role in the team is long-range sniping. And this class excels in both firepower coverage and precise single-target elimination." Gazing at the emblem before him, which was more splendid and noble than any he possessed, Jin Quan felt a sense of shock. "Legendary?" Jiren nodded. "Current records indicate that all emblems have 8 levels. White for inferior, gray for ordinary, green for good, blue for fine, purple for excellent, orange for epic, gold for legendary, and red for mythic. With this legendary class emblem, I ask for your assistance." Jin Quan looked into his eyes, not rushing to give an answer, instead smiling. "Are you not afraid I might seize it from you? If I draw my blade now, you would instantly be decapitated." Jiren did not shy away, meeting Jin Quan's gaze directly. "I've stated before, we are of the same kind." He withdrew a piece of cowhide paper from his chest and unfolded it to reveal an exceptionally detailed map. "If anyone understands the number 1 pit better than I do, it must be me. This mine was pioneered by my family before being sold to the Feiying Legion. With my guidance, you can ascend to the 3rd tier within this mine with minimal risk. Armed with 3rd tier strength, you need not fear anyone when you venture into the lower city." Jin Quan felt a flicker of temptation as he listened. The mine is teeming with diverse monsters, their skills unknown, and he could only probe cautiously. As his level increased, the pace of enhancement would undoubtedly slow. "Do tell," he finally spoke. Hearing Jin Quan's response seemed to ease the tension in his companion, who staggered to sit down and spread the map on the ground. According to family records, an abyssal scythe rat was once sighted in this number 1 pit. Such abyssal scythe rats are exceedingly rare and weak, lacking in offensive capabilities. Yet, small creatures can survive in the harsh abyss, evolving either through unique feeding methods or exceptional escape skills. The abyssal scythe rat possesses extraordinary evasion abilities, including stealth and teleportation, along with an innate capacity to sense and open abyssal rifts, allowing it to traverse between the abyss and the real world. If we can persuade it to open a rift, this transaction will be accomplished. After pondering for a moment, Jin Quan asked, "How can we make it open a spatial rift?" However, Jiren did not directly answer this question. Instead, he began to share some fundamental knowledge about practitioners. The acquisition of skills is limited. Low-tier practitioners cannot learn skills that exceed their physical or mental capacities. Most practitioners can learn white skills at Tier 0, gray skills at Tier 1, green skills at Tier 2, blue skills at Tier 3, and so on. The higher the skill level, the greater the demands on physical or intellectual prowess. Of course, powerful practitioners with exceptional talents can learn across tiers. However, in all studies, those below Tier 4 who have not undergone a breakthrough can only learn purple skills at best. Jin Quan's eyelids twitched. He was entirely unfamiliar with these regulations, having fortuitously acquired a purple swordsman skill book, which he had learned. Due to the influence of demonic swordsmanship, his ground split skill transformed into the troll ground split, its color shifting from purple to orange, seemingly surpassing all their research. "Do you see the red glow in the mine outside? That is the aurora produced by spatial overlap. We refer to this special space as a dimension. Since it is not a complete world, it often imposes numerous restrictions. The number 1 pit repels high-tier practitioners, ensuring that monsters or practitioners entering this mine do not exceed Tier 4. He pointed at the ground, where a fissure spread like a shockwave, stating, "The body dominance ability can only manifest through epic-level skills. If you reach Tier 3, this skill alone can issue a danger warning against the Abyssal Scythe Rat, allowing you to escape through the abyssal space." Chapter 17. The great-mouthed worm Jin Quan mulled over his words, realizing that this transaction appeared to bear no detriment to him. His goal was to elevate his level and subsequently return to the lower city to redeem Lin Yin. Ji Ran's actions seemed merely to seek a free ride, and he appeared to be an all-knowing navigator. Suddenly, Jin Quan asked, "Do you know where the Yuan Spider Matriarch is located in this number 1 pit?" "The Yuan Spider Matriarch? What do you seek this creature for?" Ji Ran inquired, somewhat astonished. "I need a clear grievance flower. Has someone been cursed?" Jin Quan shook his head and refrained from elaborating. "Do you know why our family sold this number 1 pit? Firstly, it is exceedingly difficult to mine the red blood or without relying on the sand-eating worms. Secondly, the presence of the Yuan Spider Matriarch has rendered this pit semi-wild." Ji Ran pointed to a corner of the map where he had marked a large cross, stating, "See this mining distribution? This area is prohibited. The Hongshu cultural tourism has forbidden children from the upper city from entering this place. A Tier 3, level 39 overlord, even if there are many below Tier 4, is merely a means to satiate it." Jin Quan frowned, and upon learning that the Yuan Spider Matriarch was indeed an overlord, he began to suspect whether Wang Meng truly desired the clear grievance flower or was merely toying with him. Did a commander of a fallen city truly require such an item? "Regardless of whether you genuinely desire it or not, I will fulfill my promise. Should you fail to comply." A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, and the aura of battle briefly flickered within him. "I will upend the entire lower city." He then looked at Ji Ran and nodded. "I can agree to help you find the Abyssal Scythe Rat. However, I require all information regarding the Yuan Spider Matriarch, as well as your map." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Ran handed him the map without hesitation. "I have studied this map countless times." He observed Jin Quan as he repeatedly examined the distribution of the Yuan Spider Matriarch's lair. "We are at a considerable loss. If you can slay the Yuan Spider Matriarch, it signifies the completion of this dimensional exploration, and that area is known for its grievance sand." As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled, as if suddenly reminded that he was no longer the heir of the family. Should he strike luck and obtain dimensional crystals or a legion order, he would strike it rich. Jin Quan set aside the map. "Are there still limitations on the number of skills?" Ji Ran, while tidying up his belongings, responded, "Do you know why the upper city has been able to maintain long-term dominion over so many lower cities? Because each tier can only learn 2 skills. Those in the lower city focus on survival, often learning skills by level 12 to cope with survival and leveling up, at which point their physical attributes are only slightly superior to ordinary individuals, thus limiting their skills to white ordinary and gray inferior skills, often haphazardly combined. However, those in the upper city do not face such constraints. They possess various resources allowing them to level up to 10 without skills, thereby enhancing their physical attributes and enabling them to learn green and even blue skills. They start at a vantage point, having already surpassed countless low-tier practitioners. Hence, one should not learn skills indiscriminately. It is best to form a cohesive and systematic combination." He stood up, supporting himself with the ground. "Let's proceed. I require some herbs for pain relief in my leg." Ignoring the carcasses of bats, he climbed back out along the path Jin Quan had taken. Outside, silence reigned. Ji Ran pointed in a direction, saying, "This way leads to the pit, an area inhabited by the great-mouthed worms. Can you manage?" Jin Quan glanced at his leg. "Barely." Jin Quan smiled, seized Ji Ran by the collar, and hoisted him onto his shoulder, swiftly dashing toward the indicated direction. Compared to the previous section of boulders and stone pillars, the terrain here began to level out, resembling a desolate plain, with soft, gray sandy soil underfoot. Scattered across this small plain were a few half-buried human skeletons. "Watch your step. There are steel-tailed scorpions here. Level 18 monsters that can burrow underground and excel at surprise attacks with their tails." Almost as soon as Ji Ran finished speaking, a silver scorpion tail, resembling a chain, erupted from the ground, aiming directly for Jin Quan's back. "Behind you," Ji Ran shouted. Yet, Jin Quan did not turn back. Blue light shimmered in his hand as the Bat King's blade materialized instantly, encircled by a glow of gray particles. He swung backward with a single stroke. A piercing, wretched scream echoed, followed by a severed scorpion tail rolling to the side. Jiren gazed at the fallen scorpion tail, then shifted his gaze to Jin Quan's long blade. The long sword remained the same blue-quality blade. His eyes were filled with astonishment. A blue-quality sword could so effortlessly sever the renowned steel hardtail of the steel-tailed scorpion. He parted his lips slightly, but refrained from asking. Just as Jin Quan did not inquire what he would be doing when agreeing to help him find the abyssal sickle rat. He quickly remarked, "These subterranean creatures are difficult to combat. We must escape this gray, sandy expanse." Jin Quan merely cast a glance at the slightly raised sands and swiftly dashed away. Attempting to slay these steel-tailed scorpions would be a sheer waste of time. Along the journey, the steel-tailed scorpions lay in wait like lurking hunters, their tails striking from various angles. However, thanks to the dark perception and reminders from Jiren, they ultimately transformed into tailless scorpions. After traversing the sandy terrain, they descended into a sunken pit. Jin Chuan's eyes sparkled. It was the first time he had discovered vegetation within this cavern. Below, a dampness prevailed, with irregular clusters of lichen, their muted colors intertwining to form a mottled carpet. Above them stood ferns over a meter tall, their curled leaves emitting a faint glow, representing one of the few signs of life in this desolate pit. "You can set me down now. I need to concoct some potions. Is it not dangerous here?" Jin Quan hesitated, the stark contrast between desolation and life warning him to keep his distance. "Indeed. Do you see the lichens spread across the ground? Those are big mouth bugs. Level 21. Although they are second tier, they are parasitic monsters with fragile lives. Activate your talent. They cannot parasitize you. You can eliminate a large number of them with your skills, making it ideal for leveling up." One must admit, Jiren was indeed a seasoned professional. Having witnessed Jin Quan in action only once at the Bloodbat's lair, he rapidly devised the most suitable strategy for him to slay monsters. Jin Quan no longer needed to rely on instinct and aimless exploration. After setting Jiren down, he gazed toward the pit, which resembled an oasis, and suddenly gathered all his strength. Leaping high, blue flames coalesced around him, and a 3-meter-tall, flame-armored giant materialized behind him. Indeed, it was possible. This was his first time unleashing a skill, invoking his talent. The blue flame giant was interspersed with glimmers of yellow light, and, like Jin Quan, it raised its longer blue flame sword, crashing down with tremendous force. The earth splitter of a titan. Boom! The entire pit trembled as a shockwave, accompanied by blue flames, radiated outward, igniting the lichen and sending it flying. Within a radius of 30 meters, the area was cleared, and cracks spread across the ground. You have reached level 7 by slaying Big Mouth Bug, effectiveness percentage 100. Almost as soon as this prompt appeared, a surge of energy boiled within him, rejuvenating his previously fatigued body. Level 16. Such an easily slain second-tier monster. He felt fortunate for having Jiren accompany him. Meanwhile, Jiren, seated at the edge of the pit, stared in shock at the commotion caused by Jin Quan. Is this still a first-tier professional? An ordinary swordsman class, even with SSS level talent, could not unleash such powerful skills. At the moment of his physical recovery, Jin Quan executed another leap and strike, the majestic blue giant once again crashing down to the ground. Boom! Another resounding blast, and a patch of moss was engulfed in flames, with a kill notification flashing before his eyes. This time, there was no level up. Jin Chuan's chest heaved violently. This skill consumed a significant portion of his stamina with just one use. If he were to use it again, he feared he might collapse. Meanwhile, the remaining moss began to curl and merge, ultimately forming green insects with trumpet-like mouths. All right, they have given up on parasitism. Just attack normally. But be cautious of the green spikes they shoot. Almost as soon as Jiren finished speaking, sharp spikes shot towards Jin Quan. Second-tier attack. However, Jin Quan abruptly halted, and in the next moment, 7 or 8 green spikes struck him. Is that all? At this point, the green spikes were firmly lodged in the armor of the Minion statue. Even my first layer of defense cannot be breached. In the next instant, Jin Quan dashed toward the big mouth bugs, twisting his body to execute a crescent moon slash, instantly cleaving several of them in two. Jin Quan forcefully flicked the green blood off his blade and turned back, asking, "Are there any more?" Jiren pinched the bridge of his nose, struggling to comprehend. Is it really one strike per bug? How do you manage that? Nonetheless, he reminded, those ferns behind you are level 25 lords, possessing strong regeneration. Even if their bodies are shattered, they can recombine. Strike at the purple crystal on their backs. Jin Quan turned around just in time to see the ferns twisting and coiling like vines. In the blink of an eye, an insect over 2 meters long, resembling a grasshopper, materialized. Almost instantaneously, the giant grasshopper leaped onto Jin Quan's head, its head blooming like a flower, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, as if to devour him whole. Instinctively, Jin Quan jumped back while simultaneously thrusting upward. With a ripping sound, the grasshopper's head split in half, leaving only the purple crystal still flickering with light. The giant grasshopper lay half-severed, like a pair of scissors sprawled on the ground, growing silent after a moment, until a notification flashed before him. You have reached level 9 by slaying Flowermouth Bug King. Effectiveness percentage 100. A surge of energy coursed through him, propelling him to level 18. Jin Quan, puzzled, remarked, but it shouldn't be able to regenerate, right? Jiren, equally bewildered, noted that his records indicated this grasshopper possessed rapid regeneration capabilities, able to recover swiftly even if its head were severed. If the smaller monsters weren't cleared out, it would be akin to an unkillable existence. He leaned forward, but accidentally tumbled down. Fortunately, the pit was surrounded by sand like a crescent moon spring. Enduring the sharp pain, he crawled a few steps forward, observing the severed wound of the flowermouth bug, with thick green juice flowing around it, and the tissue within melted and fused like cheese. Is this damage? Following Jin Quan on this journey, he had grown somewhat numb to the shocks, yet witnessing this property of damage felt surreal. What damage? Jin Quan also crouched down, scrutinizing the wound. No, damage is a property of spiritual attachment. He turned to Jiren, as if gazing upon a monster. Observing the melted wound resembling cheese, Jin Quan furrowed his brow. The wounds he had inflicted previously did not appear this way. Rising, he approached a rock and swung his sword, examining it closely. The rock was smooth and unblemished, with no anomalies. Observing Jin Quan's expression, Jiren explained, damage affects living beings. In essence, it suppresses healing and regeneration. Suddenly, Jin Quan realized that his first talent, the Mingyan statue, had grown larger upon entering the first tier, and it now possessed the burning effect of flames. Conversely, the second talent, the cryptic nuclear power talent, had remained unchanged, and now he was struck with a revelation. If my talent stemmed from that nuclear explosion, how could this newfound ability resemble radiation decay so closely? The penetrating power of radiation, the destructive force of decay. Jin Quan glanced at his sword, beginning to fear how the rules of this world had altered his talent. If one swing could unleash the equivalent of a hydrogen bomb's millions of tons, who would perish first, the enemy or himself? Scratching his head, he approached the back of the flower-mouthed insect, where 2 emblems, one blue and one purple, were crystallized at the amethyst tail. Equipment emblem, flower-mouthed ring, purple, equipment level, 2nd tier equipment type, ring constitution, 8 stars intelligence, 8 stars healing effect enhancement, 15 special attribute, healing of flowers, active skill, instantly heals the target and leaves a seed of healing within the target, continuing to restore injuries thereafter. The flower-mouthed insect's stomach possesses a storage space of 101010 m. As anticipated by Jiren, this is indeed a storage equipment. It seems that reaching the 2nd tier would allow 1 to heal your legs. Jin Quan tossed the emblem. Jiren merely glanced at it before continuing to dig up some blue moss from the ground. If you were a priest, it would be useful. As a swordsman, your intelligence and spirit cannot be released twice, and the healing effect is insufficient. Jin Quan looked on with some confusion and asked, how can one determine their other attributes and values? These are only seen on the equipment emblem. They do not appear on one's own panel. Do you treat this as a game developed by Shangsheng when you? At this, Jin Quan was momentarily taken aback. After realizing that leveling up and obtaining equipment came from monster slaying, he had mistakenly interpreted the rules of this world as akin to an online game. Have you ever tried removing the equipment emblem? Jin Quan shook his head. Once you remove the equipment emblem, it dissipates into the ether, becoming untradeable and non-transferable. Only upon your demise might the emblem reform. The elders at home once advised me not to regard the emblem as mere equipment. It is part of your physical strength, part of your cultivation. Strength, agility, intelligence, spirit, resilience, constitution. When one becomes a professional, these stars represent your growth in the wasteland. You will continuously innovate, grow stronger, and gain a clearer understanding of the vastness of this world. Try to perceive the enhancement of power within you when you don the equipment. Jin Quan, though somewhat perplexed, nodded and gazed at another emblem in his hand. Skill emblem, spell, divine radiance, blue, profession, priest skill level, second tier skill description. The priest channels divine power, unleashing a brilliant radiance upon the target area. Friendly units within the radiance are immediately healed. Furthermore, those engulfed by the radiance receive the effect of divine protection, reducing the damage they sustain. A skill belonging to a priest. Of little use, Jin Quan promptly tucked it away. He then began searching for those large-mouthed insect minions, but only obtained 2 gray emblems. Is the probability of acquiring emblems from these monsters truly so low? Ji ran, vigorously smashing the blue moss and scattered fern leaves on a stone slab, shook his head in resignation. A lord drops 1 exceptional item and 1 fine item. Is that still considered low? If you aren't of such a high level and achieve a 100 efficiency kill, having nothing at all is the norm. Chapter 19. A blade. He spread the herbs over his shattered kneecap, gritting his teeth as he tightly wrapped it with bandages. Finally, he drew a breath and asked, "What level are you now?" "Level 18. Is your ability always consistent?" "What?" Jin Quan inquired, "Pujlat." Ji Ran glanced at his blade and replied, "It is of such sharpness that it seems capable of cutting through anything." Jin Quan hesitated but conservatively responded, "Only when necessary." "Then there is no need for it in this area. Let us head directly north to the lava lake depicted on the map. There resides a solitary 3rd-tier lava giant lord. Its defense is extraordinarily high and its strength immense. It usually sleeps, and if your sharpness can be applied against it, it would be akin to effortlessly acquiring a 3rd-tier domain lord. I also need the lava fruit from there. It is the favored food of abyssal scythe mice." The concocted medicine appeared promising. After being bound for a while, it felt considerably more stable when he stood again. Jin Quan took out the map, confirmed the direction, and proceeded along the depression in the ground. The terrain gradually sloped downward, the original gray sandy soil transforming into reddish-brown rock, with temperatures steadily rising. Perhaps due to this heat, scattered monsters were scarce, and this area ultimately resembled a desolate wasteland. As lava spread across the ground, Jin Quan halted. A wave of intense heat surged toward him. The entire cavern was enveloped in a dark red glow, with lava flowing like a tumultuous crimson river, slowly yet perilously, occasionally erupting with enormous bubbles that popped and burst, scattering countless sparks. A few protruding black boulders provided places to stand. In the center of the cavern was a massive island formed from black rock, glowing under the intense heat. There sat a colossal rock creature, curled up with its legs hugged to its chest, its body a dark hue glimmering with metallic sheen. It remained oblivious to the splashes of lava that occasionally struck it. The crackling of flames and rhythmic snoring resonated throughout the space. Although this creature was not a sovereign, it was nonetheless a formidable level 39. The strongest domain lord aside from the sovereign-level Grievous Spider Queen. Due to its unique geographical location, 1st to 3rd-tier professionals could hardly withstand the searing lava, making even the pioneers of that era helpless against this creature. Ultimately, they abandoned the location due to the lack of consistently yielding mines. If you manage to slay this lava giant, you can directly reach the 2nd tier. Upon hearing Ji Ran's words, Jin Quan glanced at the distant lava giant and remarked, "This creature appears to be sleeping. What about its awareness?" Ji Ran chuckled. "This is precisely why I brought you here. The lava giant's defense is so high that ordinary professionals cannot penetrate it, rendering it exceedingly lethargic. To awaken it, one must break through its defenses." Scanning the surroundings, Jin Quan lifted his blade toward a nearby rock. A stone the size of a basketball rolled down. As he reached for it, he twisted his body and hurled the stone like a cannonball. The stone struck the lava giant's head with tremendous force, instantly shattering into countless fragments that rained into the lava lake below. Despite the commotion, the lava giant seemed utterly unaware, continuing to snore thunderously. Confirming this, Jin Quan stomped the ground and swiftly leaped across the black lava rocks until he was close to the central island, his leg muscles igniting with a radiant glow. The rock beneath him crumbled, propelling him high into the air, while his red-backed king blade was enveloped in a circle of gray particles. And the divine flame idol materialized at that moment. A powerful gust of wind propelled Jin Quan downwards with ferocity, crashing like a meteor onto the lava giant's head. Instead of a metallic clash, the sound resembled that of torn rags. Under the influence of his nuclear talent, the entire head and body of the lava giant were sliced open from top to bottom in an instant. The blade's force continued unabated until it pierced through the lava giant's body, landing upon the island with a thunderous roar that shook the entire isle. The massive impact gradually pushing the lava giant aside. With two resounding crashes, the once peacefully slumbering lava giant was abruptly cleaved in two, scalding dark red lava gushing forth from its body. You have reached level 21 by defeating the lava giant domain lord, with an efficiency ratio of 100. The seemingly invincible lava behemoth has undoubtedly severed countless professionals in their slumber. Jiren sat by the banks of the lava lake, staring blankly at the stunning scene before him. He had truly accomplished the feat of dispatching a level 39 domain lord with a single strike at level 18. He exhaled deeply, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. The number 1 pit, discovered 2 decades ago, has been active for 300 years. Housing only the lava behemoth and the wraith spider matriarch as primordial species, all others are mere derivatives. Furthermore, these creatures are slain at level 21 or higher. His gaze shifted to the bisected corpse of the lava behemoth in the distance, where he observed intricate purple patterns coalescing above, forming 3 distinct purple insignias. 3 purple distinctions? He furrowed his brow, yet continued to watch intently. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply as more inscriptions shimmered upon the lava behemoth's body, this time glowing in a profound orange hue. A 3rd-tier orange epic equipment insignia. Such a thing truly exists. Jiren found it hard to believe. Orange epic equipment signifies that one possesses epic attributes even at lower tiers, providing an undeniable edge against foes. Jin Quan, having rested only briefly, hurried towards the insignias materialized from the lava behemoth's remains, raising his hand in a sweeping motion, and 4 insignias appeared in his grasp. The first he examined was the resplendent orange hexagonal insignia. Equipment insignia, Lava Judgment, Orange, Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Type, Heavy Blade Strength, 45 stars Constitution, 35 stars Lava Roar, a 25 chance to trigger Infernal Roar upon attack, inflicting fire damage on enemies within a conical area and igniting them. Lava Power, each successful hit grants a lava power effect, increasing strength by 10, stacking up to 10 layers, with the next strike unleashing a lava impact. Lava Impact transforms into a meteorite, crashing in a specified direction and exploding, dealing massive damage. Lava Resonance, when combined with other Lava Series equipment, additional attribute bonuses are granted. Strength 15 stars, Constitution 15 stars, Toughness 15 stars. Epic, Titanic Body. While in Titanic Body state, immune to control effects and damage taken is reduced by 20. With 45 stars of Strength and 35 stars of Constitution, this weapon utterly eclipsed the 5-star Bat King's blade in his possession. Moreover, it also possessed an epic Titanic Body attribute. Regrettably, it was Tier 3. This heavy blade was exceptionally compatible with his skills. His Troll, Earth Splitter Bore, and attribute were the heavier the weapon, the greater the damage, making this heavy blade even more fitting. However, it slightly diverged from his nuclear talent. He found himself at a crossroads. As the embroidered dagger offered faster attack speeds, while the heavy blade boasted a broader attack range. He stowed the insignia away and turned his attention to the other 3 purple insignias. A glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. Remarkably, this was a complete set. Chapter 20, Professional Class, Equipment Insignia, Equipment Name, Lava Chestplate, Heavy Armor, Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Quality, Purple Equipment Type, Chest Armor Constitution, 18 stars Toughness, 15 stars Lava Shield, a 15 chance to trigger Lava Shield when attacked, granting a shield that absorbs damage, inflicting fire damage on surrounding enemies while it persists. Lava Swamp. A 12 chance to trigger Lava Swamp upon attack, slowing enemies. Equipment Insignia, equipment name. Lava Helm, heavy armor, equipment level. Tier 3 equipment quality. Purple equipment type. Helmet constitution, 15 stars toughness, 12 stars lava insight. Increases personal hit rate by 10. Lava evasion. Triggers lava shield when enemies evade. Equipment Insignia, equipment name. Lava Pauldron's heavy armor, equipment level. Tier 3 equipment quality. Purple equipment type. Pauldron's constitution, 16 stars toughness, 13 stars lava rebound. A 10 chance to trigger lava rebound when attacked. Rebounding 30 of the damage back to the attacker and inflicting fire damage. Lava charge. For every 3 successful hits on enemies, 1 layer of lava power is stored. After 3 layers, a shield that absorbs damage is granted. Lava set. Grants the title of Lava Lord, fire resistance 60, and an overall attribute boost of 15. Triggers lava shield enhancement, doubling the shield's absorption capacity and reducing damage taken by 30. Attack speed minus 15. Jin Quan was taken aback. Even with his limited understanding of the world's rules, he recognized that this set was undoubtedly invincible within the Tier 4 realm. A purely defensive set, generating shields upon attack, sustaining damage to produce shields, and evading to create shields. With a stroke of luck, one could navigate through a multitude of foes. Unfortunately, the attack speed was reduced by 15. Clenching his fist, Jin Quan felt the surge of power within him, glancing at his status panel. Name, Jin Quan. Class, Demon Swordsman. Level, 20, Tier 1. Advancement requirements. Swordsmanship Insignia 1, 100 effective kills of Tier 2 monsters and 1 Tier 2 Monster Lord. He furrowed his brow slightly. Another swordsmanship insignia was required. Compared to slaying monsters, acquiring a swordsmanship insignia was exceedingly rare. Ever since he obtained the Sorcerer's Soulquake and the Priest's Divine Radiant skill insignias, he realized that skill insignias could drop from any class. And his prior acquisition of the swordsmanship Earthsplitter was indeed a stroke of luck. Turning his gaze to the lava behemoth's remains, he noticed a crimson fruit growing in the very spot where he had previously curled up. This fruit bore no flowers or leaves, merely a solitary branch. He took a couple of steps forward to pluck it, quickly leaping among the rocks to return to the banks of the lava lake. Casually tossing the fruit, he said, "Let's see if this is the one." Ji Ran swiftly caught it, glancing at it with a smile. Lava fruit, formed from the essence of burning flames. Its surface decorated with flowing magma-like patterns, which protrude and emit a golden glow. "It is indeed the one, thank you." Jin Quan then inquired, "Are you aware that swordsmanship class insignias drop in this number 1 pit? I am already level 20, and I need a swordsmanship insignia to advance. Otherwise, I cannot progress in levels." Ji Ran stored the lava fruit, observing Jin Quan, who appeared to have grown taller, his muscles straining against his ill-fitting attire. There are indeed numerous monsters that drop swordsmanship insignias, but the drop rate is exceedingly low. One must typically slay monsters at least 5 levels higher to improve their chances. "What type of swordsmanship skills do you prefer?" Jin Quan asked, puzzled. Is there a difference? Shouldn't advancing be sufficient? Ji Ran chuckled. Skill insignias cannot be unequipped. Once you learn one, it accompanies you for life. Within the same class, pairing different skills and equipment can yield diverse professional effects. The existing swordsman subclasses consist of agility, strength, and intelligence variants. The former emphasizes agility for rapid attack speeds and evasiveness, while the latter focuses on explosive power. The intelligence variant masters sword formations, capable of both offense and support. Jin Quan pondered, squeezing his brow for a moment before ultimately deciding to pursue his initial plan. "I have chosen the agile path. How should I allocate my skills? Does the first pit contain any agile swordsmanship skills?" After hearing Jinxio's words and glancing at the cleaved giant beast near the distant lava lake, Jiran hesitated and said, "Are you certain you wish to pursue the agile swordsman path?" Following his gaze, Jinxio also looked at the lava giant and replied, "What other choice is there? Is there a better option? The temperature here is exceedingly high." Jiran was already drenched in sweat as he waved his hand and limped outside. In fact, since the emergence of the 5th Qing Xian, numerous SSS-level gifted individuals have appeared, yet only a few have managed to establish empires upon this wasteland. The primary reason lies in the longevity of life. Others have either perished due to treachery or fallen victim to monstrous floods. The body of a holy light knight can withstand the relentless tide of monsters, yet it falls short in terms of offensive capabilities. However, there is also the Storm Mage Russell. With one on offense and the other on defense, they carve out a place for survival, which is the Apocalypse Empire. He turned back, limping, and asked, "What do you consider to be the most perfect class attribute?" Before Jinxiu could respond, Jirun answered himself in the Wasteland. Survival is the eternal best attribute. How to live long is the path of choice, yet where is the perfect balance? To reach the extreme, one must be extreme. This is the lesson learned over a millennium in the Wasteland. Those who seek to achieve perfect balance, dabbling in multiple classes, ultimately vanish into the desolation. Thus, the concept of legions has emerged, compensating for one's shortcomings with the strengths of others. He paused, looking at Jinxiu. "I believe you might consider becoming a fortitude-focused swordsman, a class that has been proven to be a failure." "A failed class?" Jinxiu exclaimed, taken aback. "Other professions rely on mental power to cast skills. Swordsmen, knights, and warriors, however, depend on physical strength. A fortitude-focused swordsman may not defend as well as a knight equipped with a shield, nor deal damage like a high-damage agile assassin. Even if they can frequently unleash skills due to high fortitude, the damage remains pitifully low, rendering them rather ineffective. Yet you are different. A class that can learn epic skills from the first tier signifies an exceptional growth in fortitude. With the SSS level talent of the Mingyan Divine Statue providing dual armor defense and peculiar offensive techniques. Thus, by selecting swift assault swordsmanship skills, you can compensate for the lack of agility. In this manner, you become an almost perfect class. Chapter 21. The skill emblem path. Jinxiu pondered deeply, then glanced at the set of lava armor in his hands. It seemed this equipment was indeed suitable for him. He had initially thought that a slower attack speed would hinder his nuclear talent. However, hearing Jirun's words, he realized that the world was far more complex than he had imagined. If future opponents would engage him one-on-one, then an agile swordsman might be the most efficient choice. Yet, if faced with a horde like the vampire bat swarm previously vanquished, the defense of the Mingyan Divine Statue would be paramount. Without the dual armor defense, even if his nuclear blade could slice through anything, he would ultimately be overwhelmed by the swarm. Jinxiu observed Jirun, clearly recognizing that this individual possessed a deeper understanding of professions than he did. "So, what do you suggest I choose? Since you have an epic skill at the first tier, the most perfect approach would be to ensure that every skill thereafter is an epic swordsmanship emblem." After saying this, he shook his head. Unfortunately, this first pit can only yield purple exceptional skills. Jinxiu was momentarily taken aback. His epic skill was granted by the professional talent of demon swordsmanship, transforming from purple directly to orange. He had no intention of revealing any thoughts regarding his profession, instead stating, "Without skill emblems, I cannot advance, and thus I fear I cannot aid you in locating the abyssal scythe mouse." Jirun responded earnestly, "Though our acquaintance has been brief, it has been pleasant. I merely wish to convey that your current strength is sufficient to survive until the miners arrive, after which you can venture out. The requirements for the lower 3 tiers of epic skills demand excessive fortitude and intelligence, surpassing all professional limits. Though rare, they are rather ineffective. A withered camel is larger than a horse. The 5th family must still possess some depth. Once you exit, locate your family, and they will undoubtedly spare no effort in nurturing you. Thus, your future would far surpass that of someone who opts for a purple exceptional skill. And what of you? Even a discarded prince should still be larger than a withered camel. To plot as an ordinary person to this extent, are you prepared to give up?" Jinxiu teased with a smile. Jirun shrugged indifferently and then pulled out a lava fruit, weighing it in his hand. "With this, my chances of success increase by at least 20%. If I succeed, I shall break free from fate. If not, I shall accept my destiny." The two emerged from the underground lava lake, and the temperature gradually cooled, offering a refreshing relief. Jinxiu found a stone to sit upon and remarked, "Since I lost my memory, I have only known 2 individuals. One saved my life when I was on the brink of death, yet was captured and required the Qingyuan flower for redemption. The other is you. I have determined my bond with that person. Thus, I must obtain the Qingyuan flower. As for you, we are still unfamiliar, but I do not mind granting you a lift. Jiran leaned against the stone, gazing at the glowing red ceiling, lost in thought. After a moment of silence, he said, "You have indeed suffered a great loss. Others cannot learn, yet you have forsaken the chance to wield 6 epic skill emblems. It is worth noting that even a 9th-tier powerhouse, in their initial 3 tiers, can only possess purple skill emblems at most. Had you obtained 6 epic skill emblems, you might have traversed an unprecedented path to supremacy." Jin Xiu stretched lazily, the fabric of his small attire rustling. "All right, tell me, where is the next location?" "The purple swordsmanship emblem." Jiran pinched his brow, casually drawing a square on the stone wall, then marking 3 locations, according to the map I provided. "The waterless mine source has a swarm of rhinoceros beetles. There was once a broken army blade emblem dropped there. It possesses a fierce rapid charge, capable of dealing high damage while launching enemies into the air. In the Ghostwood Valley, the split blade mantis holds an emblem called Triple Slash, which allows one to glide towards the target while delivering slashes, moving a distance and inflicting damage. At the train's terminus lies the nest of the sand-eating motherworm. Where a multitude of sand-eating worms dwells, it previously dropped a skill emblem for berserk swordsmanship. It consumes a significant amount of stamina, enhancing one's explosive power, movement speed, and attack speed. To advance in profession, all that is required is 1 emblem of the class skills. Collecting all 3 will suffice to elevate you to the 3rd tier. As for the 4th tier, a professional breakthrough is necessary, which cannot be achieved in this first pit. At this point, he hesitated before looking at Jin Xiu and asked, "May I see the emblems you acquired from the lava giant?" To defeat the sand-eating motherworm and obtain that emblem with your current equipment, you would likely be swiftly overwhelmed by the sandworms. Without hesitation, Jin Xiu tossed the 4 emblems over. Jiran took them and rested the emblems against his peculiar firearm. Moments later, his eyelids twitched. "I see now. It's no wonder I could never defeat the vengeful Spider Mother. This explains everything." Low-tier orange weapons inherently possess epic attributes of invulnerability. He then glanced at the 3 purple pieces of lava armor, inhaling sharply before returning the emblems to Jin Xiu, expressing with a touch of awe, "Indeed, there are heavens beyond the heavens. Originally, I harbored doubts regarding your capability to vanquish the Yuan Zhu Muchong. Yet now I am convinced. Historical reports recount that all individuals succumb to the relentless assault of the dense spider silk, leaving them utterly helpless. However, armed with your uniquely powerful orange weapon, whose every strike remains unbroken, and the triple probability shield provided by the lava set, I must confess, I find it difficult to fathom any possibility of failure on your part." In the lower city, a teacup was hurled with great force, shattering upon impact and sending porcelain shards flying in all directions. No, you from Hong Shi-chung. Say it again. None shall escape my wrath." The voice of Li Hongyu reverberated through the conference room with nearly a roar. "The Flying Eagle Legion is only concerned with the red blood or from pit number 1. What significance does Hong Shi-chung hold? What do you matter? The Vanguard Consortium could still ensure the normal output of red blood or in this area. Once opened, pit number 1 will not reopen for another 20 years. He retrieved an exquisitely crafted cigar from his inner pocket, and with a crisp click, a metallic lighter erupted with a vibrant yellow and blue flame. The distinctive aroma swiftly overshadowed the inferior tobacco scents of the lower city. The creatures that could breed merely by consuming refuse could easily be confined within a pigsty for propagation. His complexion flushed slightly as he loosened his collar, then spoke coldly. "There will always be reckless souls who believe they are well hidden. I intend to replace every inhabitant of the undead city, allowing scavengers to meticulously cleanse every inch. No one would believe that Li Hongyu's notion of replacement meant a genuine exchange. He desired to ensure that not a single person escaped. As for where the replacements would come from, that depended on his methods." As the one-eyed man from the patrol office, Li Biao, was about to speak, he caught the gaze of the city lord, Zhou Xinyang. After years of collaboration, that look immediately caused Li Biao to sigh faintly. Chapter 22, Visitors from the Upper City. After a brief silence, Zhou Xinyang cleared his throat. "Young Master Li, the proposal is indeed viable. Under ordinary circumstances, everything could be negotiated. However, the shorter cycles and lower difficulties of the other pits have caused us to overlook certain matters. Pit No. One opens only once every 20 years, and it produces mid-tier purple skills from the dimensional realm. I received several calls on my way here, indicating that a group of young masters from the upper city wishes to enter prematurely. It seems some have already ventured into the undead city to select bait. Upon hearing this, Li Hongyu erupted in fury, his eyes wide as he pointed his cigar at Zhou Xinyang and exclaimed, "No one is permitted to enter. Without my command, no one shall pass." His gaze trembled, for he understood that if these individuals entered, it would likely lead to an encounter with the thief. In such a scenario, any further investigation would render his identity as a young master of the upper city completely useless once that group returned. It would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Observing Li Hongyu's frantic outburst, Zhou Xinyang wore an expression of helplessness. "Young Master Li, I am merely a minor lord of the lower city." Li Hongyu paced restlessly, losing his composure, regardless of your methods, whether natural disasters or man-made calamities. Expel them all. Once I cleanse the undead city, I will allow them entry into pit number 1. Zhou Xinyang could only smile wryly, repeating, "Young Master Li, I am just a small lord of the lower city. Perhaps it would be better for you to take the lead. I believe, given your standing in the Vanguard Consortium, they would be more inclined to negotiate with you." Li Hongyu's expression darkened further. While he currently exerted control over the leaders of the lower city through the Vanguard Consortium, the arrival of young masters from the upper city could easily sway them to change allegiance like reeds in the wind. Zhou Xinyang's words cornered him. Any cleansing would unmistakably suggest that the undead city harbored issues. If it were known that an unknown emblem lay beneath, it would mean that everyone in the upper city was aware, and the Flying Eagle Legion would swiftly close pit number 1 and clear the area. He exhaled deeply, momentarily devoid of options. Just then, a crisp ringing broke the silence. Glancing at the caller ID, his face drained of color as he hurriedly exited the conference room, entering a solitary restroom. "Hello, second uncle. Where's the item?" A low voice resonated through the phone. Li Hongyu patted his chest, feigning nonchalance. "Second uncle. It's in my possession. A friend is celebrating a birthday in a couple of days, and I've been compelled to join the festivities. I will return the day after tomorrow." However, just as he finished speaking joyfully, he heard the click of a lighter ignite, yet the call remained silent. The line felt eerily quiet, and the forced smile on Li Hongyu's face slowly faded, replaced by a hint of panic as he swallowed hard. "If you do not retrieve it, you need not return." The words were light, yet the finality of the disconnection echoed ominously in his ears. Li Hongyu felt as though his strength had been sapped. He grasped the nearby sink, his knuckles turning white. He turned on the faucet and splashed water on his face. Staring at his pallid reflection, he retrieved his phone once more and dialed a number. "Lao Fong, please intercept that group from the upper city. What are you thinking? Do you believe the Flying Eagle Empire is my family's estate? 3 heirs of the Flying Eagle Legion have already arrived, along with members of the Mechanical Legion and several other consortiums. Pit number 1, which opens once every 20 years, has long been under observation," came the grave response from the other end. "Lao Fong, while I trust you as a childhood friend, the item was lost during your invitation. I cannot return unscathed. I must shift the blame onto you," Li Hongyu retorted, exhibiting a reckless disregard for the consequences. A silence fell over the line. "Li Hongyu, if I provide an explanation, it would only make me appear weak. I am in the right. If you or the Vanguard Consortium wish to investigate me, feel free. Go take a look at Cross Street. I have excavated 70 meters down, where over 1,000 souls have decayed into mere bones under the dark rain. The explosive passage remains below, with no exits on either side, effectively confirming that the individuals are in the undead city." Grabbing a couple of paper towels from the sink, Li Hongyu dried his face and retorted, "Are your scavengers not credible? I have thoroughly searched the undead city. Scavengers can only probe for spiritual items. But what if that individual possesses a storage emblem? Once the emblem is integrated as equipment, scavengers cannot detect it. Impossible. We both know the rarity of a mid-tier storage attribute emblem. It must be a piece of jewelry of exceptional quality to create a space. I do not possess one. So how could the vagrants and criminals of the undead city?" Li Hongyu's face flushed, clearly unwilling to accept such reasoning. Li Hongyu, if you continue to believe that the thief is merely a vagrant from the undead city, you deserve to return home and face the consequences." With Fong Huai's words, a thunderous realization struck Li Hongyu's mind. "What do you mean? Nothing much. Do you not find this situation rather coincidental? An item is stolen. Pit number 1 opens. Individuals from the upper city arrive. The trial concludes, and they depart, with the item changing hands. This is clearly a meticulously crafted scheme. And the pivotal figure responsible for the theft, do you still perceive him as a mere vagrant minor? Li Hongyu sighed. The item is in pit number 1? Very likely. Feng Huai confirmed over the phone. And I believe that soon, that person will make contact with the upper city group, leaving you with no final opportunity. Thus, do you comprehend what you must do? Feng Huai had managed to illuminate Li Hongyu's previously stagnant thoughts, rekindling a glimmer of hope amidst the deadlock. I can offer little assistance. In this downtown area, I still have a few associates. They're all my people who were selected for the bait in the Wangqing. We have done our part as friends. After speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Gazing at the dim screen of his phone, Li Hongyu revealed a flicker of struggle in his eyes, yet ultimately, a glint of cold resolve passed through. If that is the case, let everything vanish into the Hao Kong. Feng Huai casually tossed his phone onto the sofa and stood before the large glass window atop the building, observing the rain-soaked glass. Old Joe, do you believe we can retrieve what was lost? As he finished his inquiry, the light in the shadowy corner of the room twisted, and a figure cloaked in black materialized, slightly hunched over, with their features completely obscured by darkness. The head of the household often states that action leads to success. Since the young master is earnestly striving, he shall surely prevail. However, given the current situation, the odds appear woefully slim. A yin may not be able to wait that long. Old Joe fell into a contemplative silence. The head of the household has already departed for Yuan Su Xingcheng, where it is said there exists an unknown emblem. Young Master Yin is destined for greatness. Chapter 23. The Blade of Destruction at the platform outside the Yongcheng Yihao Kong. A pristine train awaited, its interior immaculate and exuding a subtle scent of Elan perfume that imbued the atmosphere with a touch of summer sunshine. The seats faced each other like those in a dining booth, with a table laden with fruits and pastries before them, resembling a luxurious tourist train. Wasn't the Howking opened very early yesterday? Why are we only allowed entry now? A young man with a slick hairstyle impatiently commented. Huh, what else could it be? It's merely to ensure the Sha Chong swarm calms down. You don't seriously believe that your level 21 prowess can clear the way, do you? Zhao Liubai glanced back at the speaker, scoffing. ISNT that Li Xiao, who had his legs broken. I was wondering who it was. I heard Jiling would be coming this time. Why not get another shot? Li Hongbin's expression darkened instantly. The teasing about his encounter with Jiling, which had been suppressed, was now brought back to light, leaving him utterly humiliated. You, a lowly Zhao family brat with a B-grade talent. What skills do you possess other than your sharp tongue? Zhao Liubai nonchalantly crossed his legs, stroking his temple and remarking, even with a B-grade talent. I am still the heir of Tianhe Consortium. Where are you? With your S-grade talent, relegated to now. It is an honor to share a carriage with me. You can boast about it later. Li Hongbin's demeanor turned icy. The apple in his hand burst with juice as he crushed it. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions. While other consortiums had their share of rivalry, the Tianhe Consortium's Zhao family, with 3 generations of single heirs, held their position firmly, daring not to offend them. As a moment of silence enveloped the area, the train doors opened, and 3 individuals boarded. 2 robust middle-aged men clad in black, donning sunglasses, with powerful, thick hands. They scanned the surroundings as they escorted a young girl, evidently seasoned security personnel. The girl was extraordinarily beautiful, with a delicate nose and willow-like brows, her form fitting in tight jeans that accentuated her long, graceful legs. She glanced around, her eyes landing on Li Hongbin, who frowned slightly before she gracefully approached the booth beside Zhao Liubai. The latter, maintaining an impassive expression, raised his wine glass and gazed out the window, taking a delicate sip of red wine. The moment the girl entered, the carriage fell into a brief silence, which was soon broken by hushed whispers. Jiejuan, Jiling an S-grade mechanist with mechanical empowerment talent. How stunning. Ah, she's indeed a thorny rose. Her brother is the heir of the Ji family. After saying this, the speaker cast a glance at Li Hongbin, who was also looking out the window. Did you see him? Li family's 3rd son, who once tried to flirt with her, had his legs broken by his brother. He could say nothing afterward. A few individuals, munching on seeds, lamented, "The G family truly has a wealth of talent. Her brother seems to possess an SS grade talent. I heard he has already joined the Corps for Wasteland exploration. He must be a tier 4 by now." At this moment, a young man with a mohawk leaned closer, covering his mouth. "My family deals with logistics and escorting. Let me share a secret. It wasn't her current brother who broke the family's third son's legs." "How so?" The mohawk youth's words piqued the interest of those in the corner. As one of the two major factions in the Flying Eagle Empire, the Ji family stood as an unreachable existence for these minor consortiums. Ji Xiaoyao had 3 wives, 5 sons, and 2 daughters. It was the eldest son of the first wife who saved Ji Linger, a half-brother, but it seems that person has since passed away. I believe I have heard of this. After the death of the eldest son, it happened shortly after the passing of that first wife. It's been several years. This news seems to be common knowledge in the upper city. The Stormy Tsue family is also a remarkable heroine of her time. Her death is a great loss. Yet I have not heard of her son's demise. It appears that the information has been concealed. Currently, the heir of the Ji Mechanized Corps is Ji Linger's full-blooded brother. Within these grand families, there are numerous hidden intricacies, just as the Mohawk youth was about to continue speaking when someone suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Everyone looked up to see a group of individuals entering the carriage. Each wore black sunglasses and face masks, towering figures with bulging muscles, seemingly brimming with explosive power. Leading them was a young man with a buzz cut, a vicious scar running from the corner of his mouth to the back of his ear. He surveyed the area, casting a cold glance at a pair of individuals in the center, causing their faces to pale as they silently rose and retreated to the rear of the carriage. The Flying Eagle, the pioneer of the Ji Mechanized Empire, a family of authority for a millennium, he strolled down the center of the carriage, surveying his surroundings. It seems everyone is nearly gathered. I, Zhu Jinxiong, represent the Flying Eagle Corps and declare that those wishing to play games may disembark now. The Hao Kung has not belonged to the weak for 300 years. It is a continuation of exploration, a testament to the strong. Anyone entering the Hao King must contribute to the endeavor of exploration. The rules for exploration remain as dictated by the Corps. All loot shall be distributed according to efficiency ratios. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flickering within. Of course, you may be weak, but if anyone attempts to act treacherously, they should consider whether their families can withstand the war axe of the Flying Eagle Corps. Upon finishing, he nodded at an attendant outside the train, and the next moment, the attendant whistled and communicated over the radio. The doors closed, and the train began to move slowly. You have slain the Shi Jiaochong Wang at level 9. Efficiency ratio is 100. With a mournful cry, the colossal rhinoceros-like 8-legged beetle was abruptly severed in 2. "If you do not want this horn, you may give it to me. It should aid in my swift recovery," Ji Ron called out from a distance towards Jin Xuan. Jin Xuan smiled and returned a thumbs-up gesture. Subsequently, he gazed at the fallen body of the Shi Jiaochong Wang, a purple pattern gradually coalescing, revealing a triangular emblem. Skill emblem, swordsmanship, blade of destruction, purple, skill level, tier 2 skill effect. Unleashes a fierce momentum to execute a rapid charge, akin to a flash of purple lightning that instantaneously strikes the target enemy. Upon nearing the target, a powerful upward thrust is delivered, releasing a formidable sword aura that inflicts significant damage on the target, causing the struck enemy to be propelled into the air, briefly losing their ability to act. Without uttering a word, Jin Quan directly pressed the skill emblem against his forehead. The demon swordsmanship enabled him to learn skills beyond his current level, and in an instant, a flash of purple light transformed into intricate patterns that penetrated his mind. Chapter 24. The tour group, he raised the knife in his hand, sensing an inexplicable muscle memory awakening. With just a slight exertion of energy, he could activate the ruinous skill. After searching through several other horned insects, he managed to find only a green equipment emblem, which was a mage's staff. With a swift motion, he severed the horned insect king's horn and tossed it to the approaching Ji Ran, casually stating, "I just need to find one more second-tier monster, and I will level up." Ji Ran, upon hearing this, looked at Jin Quan with great astonishment. "You haven't leveled up yet? How is that possible?" Advancing from the 3rd tier is not difficult. Typically, a profession can advance by achieving a 100 efficacy rate by defeating a monster of the same level, and for priests, It requires only a 50 auxiliary efficacy. Haven't you defeated 10 of them? On the same level? Jin Quan, aquali perplexa, glanced at his advancement conditions displayed on the panel. Advancement conditions. Swordsmanship Emblem 1. 100 efficacy kills of second-tier monsters 10. 1 second-tier monster lord. Ji Ran observed his physique, seemingly attempting to deduce his profession based on his appearance. Logically, the higher the profession grade, the more stringent the advancement conditions, necessitating a higher efficacy rate for monster kills. The Golden Legend profession requires a 100 efficacy rate to advance, defeating 5 monsters. Ji Ran's words instantly sparked a profound comparative realization within Jin Quan regarding his profession. This demon swordsman profession, astonishingly, required a 100 efficacy rate to slay 10 second-tier monsters, along with the necessity to kill a monster lord independently. He felt a sense of surprise, realizing that the rarity of the profession emblem bestowed by Lin Yin far exceeded his expectations. Slightly regaining his composure, he remarked, "I just need one more." He preferred not to delve into details about his profession, as it was stolen by Lin Ho. If anyone were to learn about the origin of the profession emblem, there was no way Lin Yin would survive the descent into the lower city. Ji Ran did not press further. It seemed the two of them had an unspoken understanding to avoid discussing personal matters. Instead, he pointed toward the underground river below. There's a type of monster called bone-eating fish in there. It is difficult to kill in the water, but you should be able to lure 1 or 2 with the meat of this horned insect king. After saying this, he opened his backpack and handed Jin Quan a bundle of climbing rope. Jin Quan skillfully severed several legs from the horned insect king, stripped the shell, and tied the pale yellow insect flesh to the climbing rope before tossing it into the river, given that it was the meat of a lord beast. Not long after the insect flesh was submerged, ripples began to surface in the deep pool, and Jin Quan narrowed his eyes. At that moment, as the water rippled, he swiftly pulled the rope, and with a resounding crash, a large fish with ghostly blue scales leapt out of the water. It was the size of an adult, its large mouth agape, filled with sharp, barbed teeth, ready to snap down on the meat. Almost simultaneously, the blade in Jin Quan's hand flashed, severing the fish cleanly, causing it to crash back into the water. Yet its head remained firmly clamped onto the lump of insect flesh. You have defeated a bone-eating fish at level 5, achieving 100 efficacy. As the words flickered before him, Jin Quan's body crackled with energy, his height rapidly increasing, instantly tearing his garments. Each muscle became distinctly defined, sculpted with striking lines, as if he were the most exquisite work of art. I have reached the second tier. Observing his tattered clothing, he estimated his height now to be around 2 meters. Name, Jin Quan. Profession, Demon Swordsman tier, level 21 second tier. Subsequently, Jin Quan glanced at the panel and noticed that aside from the tier change, his profession's exclusive skills remained unchanged, still at level 1. The transition from 0 to 1 tier granted access to an exclusive skill, but the second tier did not. It appeared that these exclusive skills did not evolve at every tier. Tearing apart the remnants of his clothing, Jin Quan clenched his fist, his muscles bulging, shimmering with a bronze hue, radiating formidable strength. This new skill had indeed enhanced significantly. Skill emblem, swordsmanship, blade of ruin, orange, skill level, second tier skill effect. Lock onto a target, using formidable momentum to initiate a rapid charge. Resembling a bolt of purple lightning racing toward the enemy, inflicting a certain amount of impact damage on enemies in its path and knocking them back. Upon nearing the target, with immense strength, a powerful upward thrust is executed. The great sword releases a devastating sword energy, dealing substantial damage to the target, causing the struck enemy to be sent flying and briefly lose the ability to act in midair. Epic, ruin. The skill evolved from purple to orange, enhancing its locking ability and inflicting damage and knockback on those in its path, while also adding a ruin attribute. Ruin is a high-damage attribute and possesses relative properties against those with invulnerability. If one's strength exceeds that of the invulnerable, ruin will interrupt the invulnerability. Jin Quan removed the head of the bone-eating fish, binding his welded blade to the climbing rope, and with a vigorous swing, it pierced the lower half of the fish's body, embedded in the underground river. After hauling it up, he said to Ji Ran, "Let's take a break and prepare a meal." Ji Ran was currently using a small knife, meticulously scraping the horned insect powder. And upon hearing this, he smiled in agreement, putting away the horned insect. Simultaneously, Jin Quan pressed the flower mouth ring and beetle's leap equipment emblems into his body. Instantly, he felt a surge of power within him. The 5-star agility made him feel lighter. The 8-star constitution enhanced his strength, and the 8-star intelligence clarified his thoughts. This equipment was indeed extraordinary. A flash of light emanated from Jin Quan's hand, causing the adult-sized fish to vanish from the ground, only for it to reappear at his command. The flower mouth ring possessed 2 unique effects. The flower mouth bug's stomach. It provided a storage space of 10 by 10 by 10 meters. When Jiran approached, Jin Quan's right hand glimmered with purple light, and a beam of radiance shot into his severed leg. Flower's healing, active skill, immediately heals the target and leave a healing seed within them, subsequently providing ongoing restoration of injuries. Jiran instantly displayed an expression of relief, exhaling deeply as he assessed the condition of his leg, carefully taking a few cautious steps. Your equipment actually enhances intelligence? The healing effect evidently surpassed his expectations. Indeed, it adds 8-star intelligence. After saying this, he cast Flower's healing on Jiran again, but after completing the spell, he inexplicably yawned, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Based on your current physique, your intelligence and mental growth for this swordsman profession should be quite limited, and your equipment lacks any mental attributes. You should minimize using this skill, or you will soon find yourself falling asleep. Jin Quan glanced at his half-exposed body, the patterns of the rings slowly sinking beneath his skin. I need to find some clothing, otherwise, even my pants will burst. Indeed, there exists a profession emblem known as tailor. The garments they create can prevent such situations, but those professions are generally quite affluent and reside in the upper city. Speaking of this, he pondered for a moment before adding, people from the upper city should arrive soon. You should seek out a warrior profession and steal a set from them, since most warriors possess exclusive skills related to beast transformation. Nearly everyone has a set of tailor-made outer garments. Jin Quan nodded, extracting the fish's entrails, as the image of the mysterious flame idol momentarily manifested, causing the fish to flip in his palm. The intense flames of the idol crackled as they began to roast the fish. A fragrant aroma suddenly wafted through the air. Jin Quan found a slab of stone and wiped it twice with torn cloth before placing the fish upon it. Observing the beautifully roasted fish, its golden scales glistening, he called out to Jiran, "There are no seasonings, but the appearance is quite appealing. Come, give it a try." Jiran, having regained the ability to walk normally thanks to the concoctions and treatments provided by Jin Quan, sat down without hesitation and tore off a piece of the fish. This carnivorous fish bore resemblance to tuna, possessing only the main bone and devoid of any fine spines. As he tasted it, the flesh proved to be exceptionally elastic, releasing a rich and delightful flavor upon contact with his palate. The roasting was indeed commendable. The exterior was crispy, while the interior was tender, melting in the mouth. "If you were to lead a tour group, your business would surely flourish," he remarked. Jin Quan, having devoured a couple of hearty bites, chuckled and replied, "What do you think? Compared to the Wasteland where all sorts of monsters abound, this realm is most suitable for young individuals to hone their skills. Often, dedicated tour groups are responsible for guiding and ensuring safety. You are practically invincible in this lower-tier secret realm now, and you possess excellent culinary skills, ensuring safety and satisfying curiosity." Jin Quan shrugged. "Without you, I might still be wandering aimlessly in some obscure corner. To run a tour group, I would need your expertise in narration." Jiran paused momentarily, glancing at Jin Quan. "If I managed to survive, establishing a tour group together would be quite splendid." Chapter 25. The flesh and blood mechanic. Jin Quan fell into a brief silence. The concept of tourism was foreign to him. In his past life, he had traversed numerous places and witnessed many magnificent landscapes of the world, yet it had always been a fleeting glance. Even in the face of peril, he had never granted himself a moment of indulgence. Is this world truly vast? He pondered aloud. Indeed, it is vast. One could say that humanity has been continually expanding its borders, with no one knowing what lies at the world's end. After losing my memories, I lacked purpose. After rescuing that individual, should a harmonious order prevail, I would not mind living as a mere laborer. Perhaps due to the hurried nature of his past existence, Jin Quan bore little ambition in this new life. Ji Ran spat out a fishbone. Looking at Jin Quan with curiosity, "What do you mean by living in a harmonious order? Equality for all?" He then scoffed. From the moment professionals emerged, this world was destined for a survival of the fittest. It is absurd to expect those who have endured countless trials to protect a multitude of ordinary individuals who merely consume resources without contributing. Ordinary people, devoid of any productive output, are like parasites, consuming resources that are only available due to the protection of the strong. The desolate city you see is the best testament to this. At least one can live to the age of 30, with a slim chance of becoming a professional and descending to the city to work as a miner. In our realm of Hung Sha, 3 superpowers have emerged: the Feiying Empire, the Tianqi Empire, and the Elemental Holy City, all prioritizing the strong. Jin Quan chewed on the fish, feeling the lightness of the wine flask at his waist, which contained only a few sips. After taking a swig, he offered it to Ji Ran. Survival here is indeed challenging. Ji Ran accepted the flask, took a small sip, and with a satisfied burp, expressed his determination. Jin Quan. In this world, only through personal strength can one attain freedom. Everything else is merely dependent on others. Jin Quan frowned, but began to understand. The values of this world were entirely different from those of his previous life. In the absence of supernatural forces, regimes could be overthrown, necessitating consideration for ordinary people. Yet here, the strong remain eternally dominant, and no matter how numerous ordinary individuals may be, they can never challenge their authority. So, does this mean that your status as an ordinary man renders you valueless within your own family? Ji Ran offered a weak smile, not responding, yet tacitly conceding. I am not familiar with the Feiying Empire, but if my assumptions are correct, the Feiying Empire at its inception must differ greatly from the present. Jin Quan continued. His words left Ji Ran momentarily silent. He reached for the wine flask to take another sip, only to find it nearly empty. He returned it to Jin Quan. Times have changed. The empire we see today is far from its former self, embroiled in entangled interests, with internal strife gradually depleting its power. The newly opened wilderness requires guardians, yet the border legions are perishing one by one, while those in the upper city continue to vie for fame and fortune, indulging in revelries. The Empire's territory has been gradually reclaimed by monsters. This is true not only for the Feiying Empire, but for the other 2 powers as well. Jin Quan chuckled softly, realizing that human nature remains unchanged across any world. If we were to disregard ordinary people, the entirety of the Feiying Empire would be composed of professionals, ultimately reverting to the logic of a typical empire. The long history of 5,000 years has taught me that as long as human nature persists, a strong but unprosperous society is destined for ruin. What does strength matter? When the Eastern Han dynasty fell, they still had 1,000,000 armored soldiers, yet they ultimately fractured into 3 kingdoms, each warring against the others. Suddenly, he recalled that he was still among the lowest class of refugees. Should the empire collapse, they would be the first to be crushed. He quickly inquired, "How long do you think the Feiying Empire can endure?" Ji Ran shook his head, a resigned smile gracing his lips. "Long before I held any power." Signs of the beast tide began to emerge at the borders. His gaze grew increasingly cold. "I do not have faith in the current 3 powers to withstand this beast tide. They will merely engage in idle chatter within the council, with no one considering support for the borders. Those border legions now exist as isolated islands amidst the tide of beasts. Ultimately, we shall return to an age of wandering, rife with monster nests. A millennium of effort will be laid to waste in our generation." A sigh escaped him, resonating with a sense of lament for the empire. Jin Quan, as chewing gradually slowed, he had not anticipated that matters had deteriorated to such an extent. From Ji Ran's description, it seemed as if the very foundations were crumbling. What would happen if they returned to an age of wandering? What else can be done but to hide and seek? Gathering in nomadic tribes? Just as he spoke, a triangular venomous snake suddenly darted from the water, aiming directly for the back of his head. In an instant, a flash of blue light emanated from Jin Quan's hand, and with a swift motion, he cleaved the snake in 2. Ji Ran merely glanced back before continuing. Such is life, always living in vigilance. After satiating their hunger, the 2 rested for a while before boiling a pot of water to take along as they departed the Broken Water Mine. With Ji Ran's guidance, they encountered far fewer monsters, and their journey was largely smooth. The Ghostwood Valley was a chasm filled with gigantic carbonized plants, retaining their forms yet devoid of vitality. Shrouded in darkness, Ji Ran came to a halt and produced a peculiar firearm from his back. A late Dal Tonglong, a level 25 agile monster. But its lord has reached level 31 in the 3rd tier. With your dual armor proficiency, you should be able to withstand the lord's attacks. He handed Jin Quan a device resembling a grenade. My former profession was known as blood-in-flesh mechanic, a blend of mystery and technology. This device is called the Blood Sprout Shock Bomb. When detonated, it will sprout blood threads in midair, which possess adhesive properties and can significantly hinder the enemy's mobility. You have the body-dominant skill to break free and swiftly eliminate that lord. Afterward, he caressed the odd rifle in his hands upon the death of the mantis. A plethora of iron wire parasites will surge forth from its body. These parasites are easily killed due to their low defense. I hope to slay them independently, for I wish to upgrade this rifle. Jin Quan glanced at the firearm, which resembled a grotesque amalgamation of veins and muscles, and understood. No wonder an ordinary person like you would venture to slay those blood-sucking bats. It appears that weapons too can evolve through the extermination of monsters. Jiran shook his head. He is not merely a weapon. He was once my guardian, who perished because of me. I forged him into this blood reaver gun. To be precise, he still retains the essence of a professional. A professional can ascend in power by vanquishing monsters. Jin Quan's eyes widened as he recalled the icy arrows that had erupted from the gun's barrel in the Bloodbath Cave. Transforming a professional into a weapon while inheriting the professional's abilities. You, as a flesh mech engineer, must indeed be a top-tier profession. Simply based on this skill, such a vocation must be extraordinarily formidable. Wielding a weapon of this caliber is tantamount to embodying 2 professionals combined. If 3 or 4 such weapons were created, or an entire legion equipped similarly, they would be virtually invincible. Jiran did not contest this, nodding in acknowledgement, seemingly nonchalant as he remarked, "That is a red mythical class professional emblem. Despite my lack of innate talent, I still maintain my status as the heir of my family, solely because I merged an unprecedented professional emblem that had not been compatible with anyone for hundreds of years." He scoffed. The tragedy lies in how power ultimately blinds some individuals, causing them to irrevocably lose this mythical profession. Chapter 26. The Rending Blade Mantis observing Ji Ran's demeanor. Jin Quan turned and stepped into the Ghostwood Valley. "You can slay whatever you can. I only require 100 effective kills from that lord, which would significantly enhance the probability of skill drops." Shortly after entering, a shadowy blade flashed, aimed at his throat. In an instant, blue flames erupted around Jin Quan, and the statue of the Dark Flame God materialized. Clang! A thunderous sound resonated as a purple-black mantis blade struck the armor of the Dark Flame God, igniting a cascade of flames. Almost simultaneously, Jin Quan raised his hand and thrust upward, severing the mantis blade, which was as hard as steel, into 2 segments. A painful shriek echoed from the rending blade mantis, and in the next moment, a long blade, shrouded in gray particles, swept across its head, splattering dark green ichor everywhere. You have slain a level 4 rending blade mantis, achieving a 100 effectiveness ratio. Such a tremendous attack. The Dark Flame God was actually breached. Jin Quan observed the crack in the armor of the statue, flames rapidly spreading to heal the wound. Still lacking, he quickly retreated, only to hear the decapitated mantis's abdomen swell rapidly. Boom! With a loud bang, numerous iron threadworms, as thick as toothpicks, blanketed the ground. The scene was grotesque, reminiscent of countless strands of hair twisting. But then Jin Quan heard another gunshot. An ice bullet struck the mass of iron threadworms, instantly exploding and enveloping them in frost. The previously writhing and twisting iron worms were suddenly frozen in place like hoarfrost in winter, immediately followed by another shot. This time a shotgun blast. A multitude of tiny steel pellets surged into the frozen ironworms. In an instant, ice fragments and severed sections of ironworms flew in all directions. Jin Quan glanced back to see Ji Ran in the distance, aiming his rifle. The veins on the weapon glowing red, the muscles writhing as if animated. After he dispatched one, based on the behavior of other monsters, they should have surged forward. Yet these mantises behaved differently, resembling stealthy assassins. Each concealed their presence, lurking in the shadows. Jin Quan furrowed his brow in contemplation before swiftly charging into the Ghostwood Valley, using himself as bait as he darted through the shadows. Such actions undoubtedly exposed vulnerabilities. Sure enough, in the next moment, 3 mantis blades struck from different angles towards him. Jin Quan replicated his earlier strategy, forcing the Dark Flame God to endure the assault. Although he managed to block, the combined force of 3 mantis blades caused him to stagger. Just as he was about to fall, he twisted his waist, drawing both blades, and executed a circular slash. Instantly, 3 mantises were severed at the waist. Simultaneously, he performed a quick roll to evade. The 3 mantises exploded, unleashing a torrent of iron thread worms. He paid no heed to the parasitic worms, but instead continued to dash through the various corners of the Ghostwood Valley. A glint flickered in his eyes through the darkness. His vision sharpened. The rending blade mantis did not completely cloak itself. It merely utilized the shadows of the environment to conceal its form. Quickly sheathing his blade, he aimed to strike at the trunk of a charred plant, which had already transformed into coal. With that cut, it sliced through as easily as tofu, traversing to the rear. Another sound of severance echoed as the rending blade mantis, lurking behind to ambush, was suddenly bisected. Jin Quan leapt over the fallen coal branches, his body enveloped in a golden aura of dominance. The giant troll, Earth Splitter. Boom! The ground shattered, shockwaves radiating outward, cleaving one rending blade mantis in half, while several others were rendered motionless by the tremor. His dual blades danced swiftly, and with the sound of air being torn, 5 rending blade mantises fell lifelessly to the ground. Any melee monster that could not breach his defenses was akin to lambs awaiting slaughter before Jin Quan. The nuclear talent that bypassed the game's mechanics granted him limitless cutting damage. With a single strike, it was either death or grievous injury. Even blocking was impossible. He continued to slaughter throughout the Ghostwood Valley, while Jiran's gunfire relentlessly eliminated the writhing parasitic iron worms on the ground. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through him, causing his body to momentarily pause. He leveled up. Jin Quan cast a glance at his now level 22 status panel. However, that brief moment of stillness resulted in a severe stabbing sensation in his back, prompting him to lunge forward. It was slightly too late. His scythe-like foreleg, several times larger than a typical mantis, slashed across his back with lightning speed. This scythe glowed red, and the invincible Dark Flame God was cleaved open. Crashing down on him, a green light flickered, and a complete crystalline heavy armor materialized. Clang! A spark erupted. Jin Quan was sent flying, his legs aglow with blue light. A pair of boots appeared, allowing him to leap into the air, executing a second jump and turning to face backward. The Beetle Leap equipment emblem enabled him to glide forward a distance during aerial maneuvers. As he turned, enveloped in golden aura, he leapt off the ground. The giant troll Earth Splitter arcing in a parabolic path toward the mantis that had just attempted to ambush him. However, almost simultaneously, the crimson mantis, aglow with red light, surged past him like a streak of light. This flash of red was swift, reappearing at the spot where Jin Quan had just stood, striking down with a violent mantis blade, while Jin Quan, akin to a meteor, crashed down at the mantis's original position. Another explosion resonated, and fissures radiated around Jin Quan. It managed to evade. Both parties, harboring the same intent, narrowly missed each other, swapping positions. Jin Quan suddenly felt a chilling breeze brush against him. Thunder! At that moment, Jiran's voice echoed from afar. Almost instantaneously, Jin Quan pressed the button on the Bloodbud shock bomb. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and in an instant, a wave of red energy surged outward, propelling Jin Quan away. In that split second, he saw the red mantis strike down at the spot where he had been standing. Slicing through, the stone wall bore the brunt of a gash several meters long. This Bloodbud shock bomb possessed formidable power. Only due to the dual armor of his statue could he withstand it. Had Jiran detonated it, he would likely have been obliterated. The mantis flashed with a crimson light once more, transforming into a red line that charged toward Jin Quan. The consecutive 3 strikes were executed almost instantaneously. However, This time, the blood sprout explosive left behind a web-like thread of blood that ensnared its body, diminishing its speed compared to the previous two encounters. This deceleration afforded Jin Quan a moment to catch his breath and lock onto his target, dragging his long sword along the ground. He was enveloped in a red light of annihilation. In the next instant, his figure vanished, and he surged forward at a speed several times greater, transforming into yet another red line as he raced toward the Crimson Mantis. Annihilating blade. In the dimly lit Gamui Valley, two streaks of red light collided head-on, only to part moments later. You have surpassed level 10 and slain Lirdal Tanglongwang, achieving a 100 effectiveness rate. Chapter 27. Demon Wing Triple / Jin Quan gazed at the gaping wound on the front of the Mingyan deity statue, as well as the fully manifested crystalline heavy armor, which bore a diagonal gash across its chest. He touched the slightly bloodied area, exhaling slowly. The damage inflicted by this assassin monster was astonishingly high. It had breached his 2 layers of defense. Had it advanced another inch, he might have met his demise there. With a series of gunshots, the red mantis was severed into multiple pieces, and the iron wireworms that emerged immediately froze in place. A flurry of gunfire ensued, and the ground was finally rid of the writhing iron wireworms. Observing the wound on his chest, he noticed the severed skin visibly healing at a remarkable speed, almost recovering entirely without the need for the ring's healing magic. The demon body was indeed remarkable. He smiled faintly and slowly approached the frosted red corpse, where a purple triangular emblem began to coalesce above it. Jin Quan reached out to retrieve it. Skill emblem, swordsmanship, demon wing triple / purple, skill level, tier 3 skill effect. The user dashes forward at extraordinary speed, executing 3 consecutive slashes. The first slash is as swift as a gale, inflicting substantial damage upon the enemy. The second slash possesses even greater power with a slightly expanded range. The third slash is the most ferocious, radiating light as the user charges forward with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful strike. If the struck enemy's equipment tier is lower than the user's, there is a chance to enter a state of broken defense. This was precisely the skill that the Mantis had just employed. Rapid directional changes, with each strike more powerful than the last. This skill could be used for evasion, surprise assaults, and harassment. Truly exceptional. Jin Quan pressed the emblem to his forehead and began to learn it on the spot. From his conversation with Jiran, he understood that to advance, he must possess a professional skill at each tier. To attain tier 3, he needed to ensure he had 3 swordsman skills during his advancement. On his interface, the demon's swordsmanship flickered, and the originally purple skill transformed into orange. Skill emblem, swordsmanship, demon wing triple / orange, skill level, tier 3 skill effect. The user sprouts wings behind them, enabling low-altitude flight at an extraordinary speed while executing 3 consecutive slashes. The first slash is as swift as the wind, causing significant damage to enemies directly in front. The second slash is even more powerful, inflicting substantial damage within a fan-shaped area ahead. The third slash is the most violent, glowing brilliantly as it charges forward with tremendous force, delivering a powerful piercing strike to enemies and those behind them. If the struck enemy's equipment tier is lower than the user's, there is a chance to enter a state of broken defense. Epic. Silence, it has directly transformed into a sweeping strike. This signifies even greater speed and the ability to soar into the skies. All 3 individual strikes have now become area damage. Indeed, higher tier skills are increasingly grotesque. He glanced at the epic attributes below. Indomitable, annihilation, silence. For him, the need for an indomitable body that cannot be interrupted was greater than the silence that disrupts the opponent. Silence requires a hit to trigger, but given his bug-like talent, hitting essentially meant killing. Thus, what use was silence? After examining the other mantises, he noted that slaying those only yielded a meager 2 gray items from other professions, with a dismal drop rate. At this moment, Jiran slowly approached, glancing at the gun in Jin Quan's hand. He observed that the blood vessels had been enveloped by muscle, which had developed a thin membrane akin to skin on the outside. Has it advanced? Jin Quan inquired. Yes, Jiran nodded. Consider it a tier 1. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no threats lingered before stating, skills are sufficient. Now we only need to level up. Do you have any thoughts? Jin Quan sheathed his broken blade, replying, melee fighters with higher levels but slower speeds are preferable. After a moment's contemplation, he added, never mind, any monsters will do. He suddenly realized that he now possessed 3 charging skills, making ranged attackers seem less daunting. Jiren nodded, avoid monsters with high stealth and high burst damage at Tier 3. He pointed to the heavy armor Jin Quan wore, saying, the equipment has manifested physically and cannot revert to being an emblem, indicating it has reached the limit of wear. If not repaired, further attacks will cause it to dissipate. Jin Quan touched the gash in his chest armor, understanding why he could not retract it no matter how he urged. Without a blacksmith profession, he felt powerless. He shrugged, resigned. Jin Quan was indifferent. This armor was the first emblem he had acquired, and with his rising levels and frequent challenges against higher tiers, it had evidently become somewhat outdated. Gazing at his interface, he noted that after slaying the Mantis Lord, he had leveled up once more to level 23. He needed to ascend to Tier 3 swiftly to don the lava set. With your current lack of defense, venturing into the sandworms is clearly unwise. Jiren slung the gun across his back, saying, after reaching Tier 1, my gun acquired 2 additional skills, allowing me to draw aggro for you, although it may reduce your kill efficiency. As his leg injury gradually improved, their pace quickened. The dimensional space of Pit No. 1 was vast, resembling an underground world, with an extraordinary variety of monsters. After circling extensively, they arrived at a luminous plain. The glow emanated from crystalline, jagged ores that tilted left and right, creating an illusion of a massive grassland, with the crystal ores appearing like verdant grass. In the distance, a multitude of bovine-like monsters with long, sharp horns grazed, lowering their heads to bite off chunks of the crystalline ores, which they slowly chewed. The sharp crystal cattle were among the gentler types of monsters within the Tier 3 category. As long as they were not provoked, they exhibited little inclination for aggression. However, any assault on them would incite a trampling charge. No lower-tier army could withstand the onslaught of such a collective buff skill. He glanced at the nearby cliffs, remarking, against such external threats, it is best to utilize advantageous terrain. Jin Quan observed the herd of sharp crystal cattle and then the cave's cliffs, suddenly realizing. This was akin to his previous encounter with the crystalline worms. Back then, the pioneers had employed earth mages to excavate numerous trenches and traps, simultaneously utilizing ground collapse skills to mitigate the cattle's charge. They lacked such conditions now. They could only carve pits into the rock face. However, these sharp crystal cattle possessed a skill called Earth Prison, capable of instantly sealing and trapping rocks. Thus, to evade the cattle's trampling charge while utilizing the cliff's cave, they must emerge promptly. Otherwise, a multitude of cattle would cast their spells, and you would find yourself perishing within their confines. Jin Quan nodded in understanding and swiftly began to excavate a pit in the rock. With each strike of his blade, the stone was sliced away as if it were mere tofu. In no time, he had carved out a tunnel within the cliffside, which included several exits to ensure that should one be obstructed, there were alternative routes available. Jiren then shot a climbing rope directly to the summit of the rock face and quickly ascended. He found a ledge where he could stand and set up his gun. With the thunderous report of the firearm, a bullet arced through the air, striking the eye of a distant Jin Quan Neo that was gnawing on the crystal or causing blood to splatter and a pained bellow to echo through the air. Chapter 28. A bloody slaughter. The creature swiftly turned its soul eye toward the direction of the gunfire, where Jin Quan stood alone and solitary. The Jin Quan Neo's horns emitted a blue glow as it let out a roar. In an instant, the entire plain reverberated with the furious bellows of countless cattle, an oppressive aura enveloping the landscape. The ground trembled, loose stones bounced upon the surface, dust billowed, and a formidable herd of several hundred terrifying cattle surged forth with immense pressure. Jin Quan felt a shiver run down his spine. This was a united force that could easily tear him apart within a heartbeat if he confronted them head-on. Just as the herd was about to collide with him, he swiftly retreated, diving into the tunnel he had just excavated. Boom! The impact was akin to a violent explosion, the cliffside crumbling as if it were pastry being crushed into crumbs. The tunnel he had painstakingly carved was distorted and debris cascaded down. Outside, gunfire erupted continuously, and among the herd, eyes would suddenly burst. Taking advantage of Ji Ran's distraction, the cattle were oblivious to Jin Quan's presence within the tunnel. He quickly wielded his blade, cleaving through the obstructed entrance, and advanced rapidly through the now twisted passage. Before long, Jin Quan emerged from a side opening of the herd's charge, without hesitation. Cloaked in the divine aura of the Mingyan deity, golden radiance illuminating his form. With a mighty leap, he executed the giant troll's earth splitter, which cleaved through the nearest Jingquang Niu, severing it in twain. The shockwave from a strike left several surrounding beasts momentarily stunned. His blades danced swiftly, and in an instant, the heads of over a dozen Jingquang Niu fell. At that very moment, the eyes of the herd glowed ominously, and columns of stone erupted beneath Jin Quan's feet, forming what resembled a stone prison. If he could not escape, the next wave of their charge would reduce both him and the earthen confinement to mere rubble. With the blade of annihilation, Jin Quan emanated a destructive sword energy, performing an upward thrust that cleaved through the stone prison, allowing him to slip like a stream of light into the heart of the herd. After decapitating 2 more heads in quick succession, the earth trembled once more. Suddenly, a pair of ethereal demonic wings sprouted from his back, lifting him into the air as he gazed down upon the herd. The demon wing tri-strike commenced. The first strike was like a tempest, as Jin Quan glided atop the backs of the cattle, slicing through all enemies in a straight line. The second strike redirected, cleaving another line through the herd, the air shimmering with the brilliance of his blade, creating a fan-shaped area filled with blade energy, causing blood to erupt from the bodies of the cattle. The effects of the epic attribute, Silence, activated instantaneously, silencing all Jingquang Niu that wished to cast their stone prison. The third strike positioned him at the rear of the herd, where he gripped his blades with radiant energy, gathering strength before delivering a thunderous cleave. A massive wave of blade energy carved a deep trench into the ground, silencing all Jingquang Niu caught in its path. Jin Quan marveled at the underestimated power of this silence attribute. He had presumed that the might of his body would be superior, yet he was swiftly proven wrong. Every creature touched by the blade energy fell silent. Descending rapidly, he plunged into the herd, the glistening hides of the Jingquang Niu succumbing effortlessly to his gray particle-enshrouded bat king blade. Blood gushed forth as he utilized the unique ability of the beetle leap to execute mid-air jumps, weaving through the herd with lethal precision. Slaying the level 31 third-tier Jingquang Niu yielded an abundance of spiritual energy. He swiftly leveled up after unleashing a flurry of skills. His vitality surged back to its peak, the red light of annihilation once more illuminating his form as he became like a bulldozer, eradicating all in a straight line. The corpses were sent soaring into the air. As the herd charged forward again, he executed another giant troll's earth splitter, leaping to cleave through the rear of the formation and amidst the stunned chaos. He unleashed a flurry of strikes. The earth pulsated with energy. As the cattle began to cast spells, Jin Quan's demonic wings unfurled once more, initiating the skyward tri-strike. The airborne strikes scattered the remnants of the herd, leaving behind a multitude in silence. Upon landing, his internal energy surged, restoring his stamina, and he leveled up once more. Ji Ran, holding his gun, watched in awe as this scene unfolded. What would have required dozens of military legions to conquer the Jingquang Niu was being decimated by a single individual. Epic, 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 3 skills, all of epic caliber. How is this possible? He felt the centuries of knowledge about practitioners passed down through his family shatter in the face of Jin Quan's prowess. The terrifying defense of the Jingquang Niu crumbled like paper before that peculiar blade, and the daunting physique allowed him to unleash 3 epic skills in succession. Even during the initial foray, it had taken numerous legions to gradually wear them down with traps. Yet Jin Quan had chosen to confront the first wave head-on. With 3 skills and a total of 5 displacements, he danced amidst the herd, leaving a trail of shattered corpses in his wake. Ji Ran stood there, quickly deducing the situation, and muttered in shock, "There's no way to win. Even if I factor in my family's SSS level talent, along with my mythic profession as a flesh and blood mechanic, I still cannot prevail. He truly is a monster." With a bitter smile, he shook his head. Time flew swiftly amidst the carnage, as hundreds of Jingquang Niu fell one by one. Jin Quan had ascended to level 29, but without the benefit of a tier-up reward. His spiritual energy diminished significantly, preventing him from reaching level 30. He could no longer rely on leveling up to restore his stamina. He deactivated the minion deity and continued to navigate closely among the fallen beasts. As Jin Quan delivered his final strike, the last head toppled to the ground. He collapsed onto the carcass of a Jin Quan Yo. Observing his bare torso, he noted that the crystal or armor had dissipated into a glow, signifying that the equipment had been utterly destroyed. The handle of his blade felt slick, drenched in blood that had congealed and emitted a foul odor. While he gasped for breath, the power within him surged. Having consumed this wave of Jin Quan Yo, he had leveled up 6 times. The sound of a zip line echoed behind him as Ji Ran landed softly on the ground. Stepping onto the sticky soil, he remarked, "You really did finish them all. I had initially planned to use my gun to thin the herd, but it seems that was unnecessary. Are there no leaders among the Jin Quan Yo?" Jin Quan panted as he inquired. Ji Ran approached a disemboweled Jin Quan Yo, reached inside, and replied, "None. If there were, it would be another Wraith Spider Mother." With that, he forcefully pulled out a golden egg-shaped object, glistening and delicate, from within the carcass. This was Jin Quan Yo Huang, a highly valuable detoxification material. Jin Quan cast a glance, exhibiting little interest, finding it not unlike the Nyo Huang of his previous life. Ji Ran chuckled and remarked that it was quite valuable. As he surveyed the fallen corpses of several hundred, Jin Quan's eyes brightened. Had he struck it rich? Chapter 29. The arrival of the train. Ji Ran tossed the Nyo Huang to him, suggesting he sell it to Tianhe Financial Group, which specializes in potions. Just these shards of crystalline Nyo Huang would suffice to afford him a decent life. Jin Quan felt a surge of joy. Money emboldens heroes. And since arriving in this world, he had yet to familiarize himself with its currency. His stamina restored significantly, he swiftly cut open the corpses, extracting the gallbladders to gather the Nyo Huang, depositing them into his storage ring. He needed to expedite the process, as the stench of blood was overwhelming, and it was likely that a horde of monsters would soon arrive. He assisted in the search for Nyo Huang as well. I am merely 1 level away from advancing. The arrival of monsters is quite timely. However, upon hearing this, Ji Ran frowned, cautioning that the incoming creatures might not belong to the same species, potentially comprising a multitude of different monster types. A seasoned professional possesses a profound piece of wisdom. Do not engage in mixed battles with various monsters. The reason humanity could establish such a vast empire lies in their ability to synergize their professions into cohesive legions, a trait typically absent among most monsters. Jin Quan pondered for a moment and realized that had there been a few Chiet Dao Mantis kings hidden among the crystalline Nyo Huang herd, he might have already met his demise. Let us proceed towards the center, where level 1 experience awaits. Killing along the way should suffice. After hastily collecting the remnants, Jin Quan, while walking, examined the over 10 emblems in his hand as they departed the plane. The drop rate for emblems was not particularly high. Not a single purple emblem was found, only blue and green ones. What emblem is this? He produced a blue emblem, which bore a leaf-like shape, adorned with intricate patterns and a vial of potion. Hearing Jin Quan's confusion, Ji Ran turned his head, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Fortune smiles. As you have obtained a blue potion formula, keep it, as potion recipes are now monopolized by the upper city. You cannot sell it. But if you venture to the Wasteland in the future, you can cultivate a potion master. Jin Quan used his insight to examine it. Blueprint emblem, purification potion, blue. Utilizing this formula will teach the crafting method of the purification potion. Consuming this antidote can remove various toxic states from the target for a short duration, restoring a certain level of vitality while temporarily increasing the target's resistance to toxins and reducing the likelihood of repoisoning. It appears to possess both healing and detoxifying properties, which seem quite promising. He then looked again at the only emblem he could utilize. Equipment emblem, equipment name. Bison leggings, blue, equipment level. Tier 3 equipment quality, blue equipment type. Leggings vitality, 7 stars bison charge, 5 chance to trigger bison charge, allowing for a swift advance over a short distance to knock back enemies, increasing one's movement speed by 10. Bison resilience, enhances one's fortitude by 8 and reduces bleeding chance by 10. This equipment is quite commendable. The bison charge effect is formidable. Once donned, Jin Quan felt his vitality swell significantly. However, the probability trigger, if uncontrolled, could lead to dire consequences. After experimenting with it, his eyes gleamed. This probability trigger resembled a charge mechanism. Once the probability activated, the leggings would shimmer, and with a mere thought, he could surge forward. This undoubtedly granted him greater autonomy. The two found themselves in a relatively remote area. After locating an underground river, they washed the blood from their bodies and continued towards the center. As the railway came into view again, the bones of humans gradually appeared, most of which were incomplete, displaying signs of having been devoured. Even the intact corpses had swollen abdomens. Upon slicing open the abdomen, dense clumps of insect eggs tumbled out. Venturing further along the tracks, the fallen bodies became increasingly dense, almost radiating from a center. Countless mangled corpses bore expressions of terror and despair. These were the deceased who had been parasitized, hence the remnants of flesh and blood. Progressing deeper, it was likely that only bones would remain. Ji ran, expressionless, crushed a clump of insect eggs beneath his foot, causing viscous fluid to splatter. Were nearly 1 million souls extinguished so swiftly? Even though he had participated in numerous wars in his previous life, he had never witnessed such a vast number of deaths within such a short span. What else could it be? They had been granted over a decade to crawl from the fallen city to the lower city, yet they never escaped, marking this as their destined mission and fate. Jin Quan shook his head, unwilling to argue the values of his past life against those of this world. Exhaling deeply. Shall we continue onward? He had already perceived the shadows of crawling insects and the incessant, sticky sounds of their munching. The central region was densely populated with monsters, and their territories frequently shifted. Thus, entering directly would be exceedingly unwise. We should seek a refuge. Refuge? Jin Quan tilted his head in confusion. Ji Ren picked up a handful of dirt. Kneading it in his hand, let us traverse to the opposite side of the railway. The two crossed the tracks, and Jin Quan once again grasped a handful of soil to knead. There exists a creature known as the Yin which inhabits the red earth caves and possesses a habit of storing food. They weave vast cocoons underground as food nests, confining their captured prey within. Thus, entering the food nest should enable them to easily slay numerous monsters. Due to this tendency, many had previously taken refuge in nests until miners arrived. Not far past the railway, the terrain exhibited a marked difference. The rocks became scarce, replaced by yellow mud. Ji Ran bent down, searching for something in the ground, pulling aside a clump of dogtail grass, revealing a translucent silk thread stuck to the underside of a leaf. At that moment, Jin Quan's ears perked up. He turned to look at the railway, where a distinct vibration resonated, accompanied by the distant sounds of steel clashing. Wasn't it scheduled for 15 days later? Why is a train arriving now? Ji Ran tugged at the silk thread, and upon looking back, he beheld a luxurious train gleaming with brilliant paint, slowly approaching. Upon sighting this train, he sneered. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. The opulence and flattery of the upper city have rendered these individuals devoid of basic judgment and reason. On the train, amidst clinking glasses, it served as a crucial social venue for both small and large financial groups, with compliments flowing endlessly. Zhu Xiao, it is an honor to share this ride with you, and I thank you for leading our team to pit number 1. I am Lu Shi of the Jinshui group. Just call me Xiao Lu. My family is in construction. I shall drink this cup, and you may enjoy yours at your leisure. A young man clad in a black suit, his face adorned with sycophantic smiles, held his glass in both hands, bowing to Zhu Jinxiong, before promptly downing the drink in one gulp, even tilting his glass to display it emptied. Zhu Jinxiong glanced at him, lifted his glass in response, but did not drink. Instead, he patted his shoulder. Our primary task this time is to pioneer. Once this matter is settled, everything will be negotiable. Indeed, merely a dimensional pit for pioneering. With Zhu Xiao leading, it will be a piece of cake. We are merely here to cheer you on as you showcase your prowess, Lu Shi responded, his face glowing with pride and honor. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Jinxiong's expression immediately hardened, and he thumped his belly as he exclaimed, "Oh, do not say that. Everyone here is a prodigy of my Feiying Empire. There is no such thing as cheerleaders." We must all strive together to conquer this dimension and show them that the future of the Feiying Empire rests upon our generation. Indeed, what you say is true. Zhu Xiao, you are our leader, and we, the youth, are the future of the empire. This sentiment seemed to resonate deeply with Zhu Jinxiong. For as the leader of the youth, it implied that he was destined to be the future leader of the empire. He burst into hearty laughter and gave a resounding pat on the shoulder. You not bad. Jinshui group, right? I will remember that. The northern city wall is under reconstruction. Perhaps we will have you try your luck there. Lu Shi's lips trembled slightly. The reconstruction of the millennia-old colossal city wall was the largest project in the entire empire, and even a small involvement could yield considerable wealth. He hurriedly poured more wine and toasted again, his face adorned with unceasing flattery. The entire carriage bustled with activity, resembling a ballroom, with the most numerous attendees being the Zhu family of the Feiying Corps and the Ji family of the Jixia Corps. Each individual beamed with joy, fully embodying the social atmosphere of this tourist train. In a corner by the window, Zhao Lu Bai, the young master of the Tianhe Consortium, propped his head against the glass. Gazing outside, among the group of young masters and ladies, he was regarded as the most ineffectual. Consequently, fewer people came to flatter him. Even when some did, they were blocked by his two bodyguards standing nearby. He observed the grim scene of countless corpses outside, listening to the decadent laughter surrounding him, and let out a derisive snort. Picking up a banana, he peeled it and took a bite as the landscape outside whizzed by, illuminated by the train's searchlights. Two figures appeared outside, one tall and one short. The taller individual was bare-chested, with broad shoulders akin to a shield, sturdy and powerful, muscles prominently defined, resembling a magnificent sculpture from the front. The shorter one appeared somewhat disheveled, his face speckled with dust, and his tattered suit seemed to suggest a once elegant demeanor. He looked rather disheveled, yet his eyes sparkled like stars. Both figures gazed at the train window, their eyes meeting Zhao Liubai's in a fleeting moment. At the instant their gazes crossed, Zhao Liubai suddenly sprang to his feet, his swift movement sending pastries and fruits tumbling from the table. Yet he was oblivious, pressing his hands against the glass, straining to look outside. However, the train sped forward swiftly, and the two figures vanished from his view in an instant. Zhao Liubai's actions drew the attention of everyone in the carriage. The previously lively atmosphere fell silent as they stared at the scattered food, and Zhu Jinxiong frowned deeply. Zhao Liubai, what do you mean by this? Yet, Zhao Liubai seemed not to hear him, his face pressed against the glass, murmuring to himself, he isn't dead? That gaze. It resembles him too closely. Could it be him? Zhu Jinxiong's expression darkened immediately at this dismissive behavior. We are all united here to tackle the first pit. What is the meaning of your actions? Are you trying to show off? The only reason a level 21 waste like you is allowed to join the team is out of respect for your father. Do not overstep your bounds. Feigning death. How could he be here in the first pit? And he appears more advanced than us. Zhao Liubai withdrew his gaze, glancing at Zhu Jinxiong, who was holding a wine glass with an air of arrogance, and slowly lifted his leg. A flash of purple light illuminated his foot, revealing a pair of shimmering boots embroidered with flying cranes, which he abruptly kicked forward. With a resounding crash, the train's glass shattered, and a gale rushed into the carriage, causing curtains to flutter and wine glasses to scatter. Fool! He scoffed, leaping out of the carriage. Simultaneously, his two bodyguards in black swiftly followed suit. The carriage was immediately filled with the sound of howling wind, and Zhu Jinxiong crushed the wine glass in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead. Upon landing, Zhao Liubai dashed back along the route, preferring verification to speculation. He sought to find those two individuals once more. Yet, when he arrived at the spot where they had just stood, it was utterly empty. He quickly scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of them. Young Master Zhao, what happened? One of the approaching bodyguards inquired, puzzled. He did not respond, but crouched down, studying the footprints on the ground, brushing his hand over them, noting the freshness of the soil. I did not misinterpret. Someone indeed stood here. He isn't dead. Why did he not return to the upper city? The young man from the carriage earlier seemed to know you, Jin Quan remarked, shaking his head. You could sell him the crystal cow bile. He is wealthy. He is indeed one of those from the Tianhe Consortium, Zhao Liubai replied. Ah, the young master of the Tianhe Consortium, a dark priest masquerading as a pastor. Ji Ran sneered. In the entire upper city, there are only two mythical professions. One is my past as a flesh mechanical engineer, and the other is the Raijin Berserker of the Feying Corps. The Tianhe Consortium controls a vast number of alchemists and formulas, trading across the three major factions. Zhao Songming is the most discreet of them all, and his son is no different. No one knows that their family possesses a third mythical profession, which has also been aligned with their descendants. Jin Quan swayed slightly, intrigued. Is that mythical profession powerful? He only knew his own profession was a demon swordsman, but had never discerned its tier. Having a comparison would be beneficial. It can heal, it can fight, quite comprehensive. After saying this, he also swayed his body, saying, "Why are we chatting like this? Quickly, sever this cocoon." At that moment, they were both wrapped in a large silken cocoon made of white threads, with only their heads protruding, suspended upside down in an underground cavern. He was relatively fine, but Ji Ran, being an ordinary person, had begun to show signs of facial congestion. Jin Quan, upon hearing this, forced a smile. Instantly, his arm was enveloped in a layer of gray particles, and as he sliced outward, a large gash opened in the cocoon enveloping Ji Ran, causing his body to plummet through the opening. With a twist of his waist, he landed steadily. Then, with a flicker of blue light in his hand, the long knife swept across the cocoon, encasing Ji Ran. These silken threads are remarkably swift. They didn't react at all before being drawn into the cave. Ji Ran brushed off the dirt from his body and rose, surveying the entire cavern. The silver thread silkworm's specialty is not combat. Its silk is incredibly resilient, and it sets traps with great speed. To break free from being ensnared, one would need at least level 35 strength. After speaking, he pointed upwards. Do you see those large cocoons? They're the silver thread silkworm's food reserves. If you can eliminate them along with the silver thread silkworm, you will likely reach level 30. Above the cave, numerous cocoons hung like clustered lanterns in the air, the silvery threads reflecting sparkling points of light. These lanterns varied in size, housing both monsters and humans, though most had ceased their movements. When the silver thread silkworm returned to its nest, it would inject its prey with a hibernation toxin, allowing the prey to sustain life with minimal energy expenditure. Thus, the silver thread silkworm could feed on fresh food for extended periods. Jin Quan stepped towards the center of the cave, discerning for a moment. There are more people than monsters here. He then stamped his foot on the ground, soaring into the air as a pair of demonic wings unfurled from his back, transforming him into a streak of light that flickered rapidly 3 times in the cavern before gracefully gliding to the ground. Upon reaching level 6, you vanquished the venomous stinger beetle, achieving an efficacy ratio of 100. At level 5, you defeated this slime worm, also with an efficacy ratio of 100. Upon reaching level 6, you eliminated the burrowing scorpion, maintaining an efficacy ratio of 100. The cocoons enveloping the monsters were meticulously sliced open, and a series of kill notifications flashed before your eyes. Subsequently, Jin Quan utilized the beetle leap to bounce again, severing the numerous cocoons that ensnared individuals, totaling over 100. Upon attempting to tear one of the cocoons with his hands, Jin Quan discovered its remarkable resilience. Despite exerting all his strength, he was unable to rend it asunder. Just as he intended to cut them open with a knife, Ji Ran's voice resonated softly. If you wish for them to live, it is best not to damage the cocoons surrounding them. Jin Quan's hand, poised with the knife, halted immediately as he turned to him and inquired, "Why?" The reason this place is termed a refuge is because the intact silver silk is an excellent material for tailoring. Once sullied with blood and decay, its value diminishes significantly. Thus, miners, upon discovering a nest, often sell both the living and the cocoons together. If you damage the cocoons, the individuals lose their worth, and you will be unable to protect them, ultimately leading to their demise in pit number 1. Chapter 31, The Silk Ring. Jin Quan, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then slowly straightened his posture. But they should remain here? Ji Ran shook his head. If you wish to save them, you must also slay the silver silkworm. Otherwise, upon returning to its nest and witnessing this scene, it will surely devour all these individuals and relocate. How long will this take? Ji Ran did not respond, but instead approached a crevice in the cave where delicate strands of silk were present. He reached out, snapping a few of these silken threads, and explained, These are its warning silks, preventing intruders from invading its nest. If you stealthily enter and accidentally touch these, it will return swiftly. Indeed, shortly after he spoke, Jin Quan heard a rumbling sound from the earth, reminiscent of a catfish traversing a swamp. Ji Ran reacted quickly, leaping aside. Suddenly, a deluge of silvery threads erupted from beneath Jin Quan's feet, encasing him in a large sphere. The next moment, akin to a fish leaping from water, a massive white silkworm, over 5 meters in length, burst forth. The yellow earth it encountered liquefied into sludge. Yet the creature navigated through the mire without soiling itself in the slightest. In an instant, its colossal body coiled around the cocoon, entangling Jin Quan, extending a long black needle from its mouth, glistening with a dark purple luminescence, ready to strike down upon the cocoon. "I've been waiting for you," came Jin Quan's voice from within the cocoon. In that moment, a devastating upward sword aura erupted from within the cocoon, cleaving the massive body of the silver silkworm in two. Jin Quan, like a bolt of lightning, shot through the rupture of the cocoon and pierced the silver silkworm's form, emerging unscathed. With a flick of his hand, the blade of the Bat King vanished from sight. You have achieved level 8 by slaying the silver silkworm, Lord, with an efficacy ratio of 100. A Lord? Jin Quan expressed his surprise. Feeling a surge of vibrant spiritual energy erupt within, he instantly ascended to level 30. Promotion conditions: efficacy of 100 to slay 10 tier 3 monsters and 1 tier 3 monster lord. With 3 swordsman skills already acquired, he can now directly advance to tier 3 by defeating monsters. Jin Quan turned back toward the silver silkworm's carcass, avoiding the viscous green liquid, and used the sheath of his knife to lift its drooping head. A purple hexagonal emblem materialized on its forehead, which Jin Quan swiftly seized, revealing the attributes of the emblem before his eyes. Equipment emblem, silk ring, purple, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type, ring intelligence, 12-star spirit, 10-star special attributes, silk surge, shoot silk in a designated direction, propelling oneself swiftly toward the target location. Silk bind, actively release silk to bind a target enemy, consuming spiritual energy. Upon witnessing the skill of silk surge, Jin Quan's eyes brightened. Was this not akin to Spider-Man's ability? Regrettably, it seemed this ring favored the mage profession, enhancing intelligence and spirit. Nevertheless, the merit of silk surge alone significantly augmented his agility. Confident that there was nothing more to be found, and seeing his panel stuck at level 30, Jin Quan declared, "Now, tell me your plan. I am nearly ready. Just one more tier 3 nest to advance." Ji Ran smiled at this and once again produced the magma fruit, saying, "The abyssal scythe possesses extraordinarily keen perception, capable of detecting changes in its surroundings through sound, scent, and vibrations. They can accurately locate prey in darkness, making it exceedingly difficult for immobile targets to evade their detection. Thus, to injure an abyssal scythe, it is best to surround it completely and strike from all sides. The most ideal location is the nest of the sand eater worms and the vengeful spider matriarch. Both of these creatures have numerous minions, and once alarmed, they will undoubtedly swarm out, allowing your intervention to open the abyssal passage." He approached the silver silkworm's body that Jin Quan had severed. Wearing this silver silk skin and burying oneself in the earth grants exceptional concealment, leading the abyssal scythe to lower its guard. Observing Ji Ran struggle to tear the silver silkworm's skin, Jin Quan stepped forward, drawing the blade of the Bat King to assist in swiftly cutting and processing it. Once the entire skin was peeled off, Ji Ran smiled at Jin Quan and remarked, "The train that just arrived is filled with second-generation powers, yet they are merely subpar materials from their families, unable to ascend, albeit possessing some strength. Entering so early, they likely seek to make a name for themselves, considering pit number 1 has not been fully explored for 300 years. Should they accomplish this feat, they could leverage the notoriety to secure considerable resources for their respective families. Thus, their aim is clear: the final 2 native species, the magma behemoth and the vengeful spider matriarch." He picked up a strand of silk, standing in the center of the cave, observing the silky threads sway gently, gesturing toward a corner obscured by webs, continuing, "The magma behemoth is no longer present, so they will turn their attention to the vengeful spider matriarch. Although their strength may be lacking, they should possess some means of self-preservation. If you engage them and do not eliminate them entirely, it will be challenging for you to establish a foothold in the Feiying Empire in the future. He approached the web-covered area, extending his palm to feel. The ventilation of the cave is here. After saying this, he stepped aside, and without hesitation, Jin Quan swung his blade, causing the obstructing web to shatter and revealing an opening wide enough for a person to crawl through. Let us directly seek the sand-eater worms. Those who consider themselves noble would never venture into such a corpse-laden area. The passage was rather confined, and the two crawled almost the entire way out, having been ensnared by the silk trap, swimming through the earth, and it took them nearly an hour to emerge. Once outside the cave, both exhaled deeply. That was quite a detour. Jin Quan plopped down on the ground, took a swig of water, and tossed the canteen to Jiran. Jiran caught it, took a sip, and said somewhat wistfully, "If this succeeds, we shall part ways. As for the abyss, I am uncertain how I will survive." He reached into his pocket, flicked his fingers, and the gleaming, golden-hued legendary-class occupational emblem traced an arc before landing in Jin Quan's hands. As promised, Jin Quan gently caressed the smooth and mysterious emblem, then looked up with a smile and remarked, "It seems the task is yet to be completed, yet you've already given me the commission?" Jiran shrugged indifferently. "If the descent into the abyss is smooth, this trinket is unnecessary. If it is not, it serves no purpose either, so I might as well give it to you." Jin Quan accepted it without hesitation, wiping the emblem on his leg before placing it into his storage ring. "Having spent time together, I've come to realize you're a clever individual. I cannot believe that someone who has schemed for so long would perish so easily." He stood up and stretched his neck. "Let us proceed to eliminate another nest, and then I shall escort you into the abyss." Chapter 32. Soul Link Zhao Lubai searched the area, but found no one, so he departed with 2 bodyguards. His intention in the first pit was never to mingle with that group. Had he investigated further, he would have understood what a level 39 overlord truly represented. It was sheer folly for a group of under 4th-tier professionals to aspire to vanquish such a dominant force. The journey was exceedingly quiet, according to the information. Hidden monsters should have ambushed them, yet not a single one was encountered. Why was there not a single monster along this path? A middle-aged man beside him scanned the surroundings. Perhaps the miners have fed them sufficiently, and they are too lethargic to venture out for food. Zhao Lubai furrowed his brow and turned to another middle-aged man. "Lao Zhou, as a 3rd-tier level 39 hunter, have you sensed anything unusual?" Lao Zhou shook his head in response. "Everything appears normal. My hunter instincts have detected no movement. Ahead lies the pit." Another bodyguard in black remarked. "Indeed," Zhao Lubai nodded. "Old Li, deal with the large-mouthed insect from a distance. The Insect King's infinite regeneration is troublesome. I will cast a shadow curse on it, and Old Zhu, you shall descend and deliver a fatal blow." Both bodyguards nodded in unison, and in the next moment, radiant purple light emanated from their hands. A large bow and 2 daggers appeared in their grasp. Zhu 15, a level 39 assassin, stepped forward, transforming into a shadow and vanishing from sight. Zhou 16 knocked an arrow, a fiery projectile forming slowly, following closely behind. Both had surpassed the limitations of their 3rd-tier profession, and although their prospects were dim, they had spent decades mastering lower-tier dungeons and dimensions for the Tianhe Consortium, making them absolute experts in experience among 3rd-tier professionals. Zhao Lubai also flicked his wrist, extending the purple light in his palm as a staff adorned with a skull materialized. However, before they had taken 2 steps, Zhu 15's figure reemerged, returning towards them with a grave expression. "It's gone. All the large-mouthed insects have been cleared." "What?" Zhao Lubai and Zhou 16's expression shifted. "Are Zhu Jinxiong and the others here?" Zhu 15 shook his head. "The commotion does not appear to be from a large group battling. It is all sword and blade wounds." The 3 hastened toward the pit, peering down to see the aftermath of a violent onslaught, massive gashes radiating outward. All the large-mouthed insects lay severed in 2, and even the flower-mouthed Insect King had met its demise in a single strike, sliding quickly down the sandy slope. Zhao Lubai bent down to touch the enormous gash resembling that of a meteor impact, its myriad cracks spreading outward. "What a domineering sword technique," he remarked to Zhu 15. "What conditions are necessary to inflict such damage?" Zhu 15 rose to his feet, measuring the scene before him, then kicked the corpse on the ground, hesitating as he spoke. It would not be difficult for me to slay a creature of over level 20. The prerequisite is to strike its weak point. After he spoke, he surveyed the area, incredulously sighing. Yet, these flower-mouthed insect corpses are cleaved in two. This implies that the blade's power must utterly overwhelm the creature's defensive attributes, delivering such force that it cleaves the ground. It could be the work of a third-tier level 39 legendary swordsman. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou 16 swallowed hard, trembling as he pointed at the fallen flower-mouthed insect king. Isn't this problematic? The two turned simultaneously, seeing Zhou 16's alarmed expression as he hurried forward to examine the cleaved insect king. They observed that the severed wound had melted and reformed, transforming from its original living tissue into lifeless matter. Is this destruction? Zhao Lubai exclaimed in disbelief. It certainly resembles it, but destruction is a spirit-linked ability. A level 7 blood sacrificer? Zhu 15 questioned, glancing at Zhou 16. The dimensional rules would never permit a level 7 powerhouse to enter. This individual must have employed some special professional means. A fleeting image of the two figures Zhao Lubai had seen on the train flashed through his mind, their bright, star-like eyes crossing his vision once more. A special profession? Zhou 16 looked perplexed. In his recollection, there was no profession capable of wielding high-tier attributes at lower levels. Gazing at the crystal pride from the insect's tail, Zhao Lubai rose to his feet. Let us move. Some professions may have abilities unknown to us. Upon Zhao Liubai's words, Zhou 16 and Zhu 15 exchanged glances, both astonished. A mythic profession? Zhao Lubai remained silent, striding swiftly towards the depths of the pit. As they traversed this pit, the terrain gradually descended, the sandy earth transforming into charred rock, the temperature rising rapidly. His purpose in visiting the first pit was to slay the magma behemoth from the magma lake. The Dark Priest's exclusive skill, Soul Link, skill effect. The Dark Priest can establish a soul link with a target. Once the link is formed, a certain percentage of damage inflicted on the priest will be transmitted to the target. If the target is an ally, the ally gains increased agility and strength and receives a temporary shield based on the priest's attributes while taking damage. If the target is an enemy, in addition to suffering the transmitted damage, they will incur additional shadow damage. The enemy's movement and attack speeds will be reduced by a certain percentage during the link, limiting their mobility. The priest's skill effects on a linked target are amplified by 300. This is one of the core skills of the mythic profession, Dark Priest. While it may appear to lack direct damage output, if utilized effectively, this skill becomes an all-encompassing asset. Whether countering an enemy's assault or safeguarding allies, it can adeptly handle any situation. It is precisely because of this skill that he dared to challenge the entity reputed to possess the strongest defenses in the entire first pit. Once I cast the soul link, old Zhu, unleash all your power against me. Zhao Lubai instructed Zhu 15, who was poised with daggers. As an assassin, high agility and explosive power were their characteristics. Yet when confronted with the absurd defenses of a creature like the magma behemoth, his damage output would merely graze its surface. However, with Zhao Liubai's soul link, his attacks would bypass the behemoth's defenses entirely through the damage transmission of the soul chain. This was the foundation of their courage to challenge this ancient creature, which had existed for 3 centuries. Old Zhou, focus on using ranged attacks to slow the magma behemoth's speed. Do not allow it to draw near and severely injure me. If the caster of the soul link suffers a fatal blow, the link will be immediately severed. This time, he had completely emptied several potion shops in his home. He retrieved a few bottles of potions and consumed 5 in quick succession, causing a myriad of colorful auras to envelop him, bestowing various damage reduction and healing benefits. He slowly ventured into the lava lake cave. Chapter 33. The Old Ones. The lava lake lay in serene stillness, with even the magma seemingly too lethargic to flow. An entire space dimmed somewhat. Upon arriving at the edge of the lava lake, the 3 of them stood frozen, gazing blankly at the central island of the lake, as if ensnared by a binding spell. It was not until the bubbles in the magma burst with a sound akin to firecrackers that they snapped back to reality. Without uttering a word, they swiftly leapt forward, crossing the exposed rocks of the lava lake to reach the central isle. At the heart of the island, a colossal lava beast, resembling a giant, had been cleaved in two, its molten blood now dried and transformed into charred stone, while the ground of the island cracked with dense fissures radiating outward. Zhou Shirlu, with a somewhat hoarse voice, exclaimed, "This is impossible." Zhu 15, gripping his dagger, summoned a radiant glow above him, and a spectral scorpion tail materialized, striking fiercely at the lava beast's body. The speed of this thrust was astonishing, his arm nearly vanishing in a blur, followed by a resounding clang that echoed as the immense recoil sent Zhu 15 stumbling back several steps. The defense is astonishing even in death. He gazed in disbelief at the mere scratch he had inflicted on the black gold shell. At that moment, Zhao Lubai inquired, "Old Zhu, what conditions are necessary to inflict such devastating damage?" Zhu 15 sighed in resignation and shook his head. "This has surpassed my understanding." He then countered, "Do you believe a mythical profession could achieve this?" As a possessor of a mythical profession, Zhao Lubai closed his eyes to contemplate, then sighed deeply. A level 39 domain lord with extraordinarily high defenses. He surveyed the entirety of the lava lake, calculating a one-hit kill, even with a mythical profession and SSS tier talent. Fully equipped in purple gear, 5 purple enhancement skills, and a purple high-damage sword technique, inflicting such an overwhelming kill would be unattainable. The domain lord benefits from territorial enhancements, and the blood of this lava beast was bound to the entire lava lake. He glanced at the staff in his hand. A mythical profession requires growth, and so does talent. His plan was to maneuver with the two individuals using soul links to inflict damage, ultimately exhausting the entire lava lake before delivering the killing blow. From the scene before them, it was evident that the one who had slain the lava beast had completely disregarded its ability to recover from the magma. There were no signs of retaliation from the lava beast, indicating that this level 39 domain lord had been slain without even a chance to react. As if lost in a dream. "Young master, this person could very well be a 7th-tier blood sacrificer," Zhou Shirlu said, a hint of fear in his voice. "For your safety, we should leave this dimension quickly." However, Zhao Lubai shook his head. Since the world changed nearly 1,000 years ago, no one has been able to break the dimensional limits, not even a 9th-tier powerhouse. Zhou Shirlu, feeling helpless, touched the corpse of the lava beast and remarked, "But can this really be accomplished by mere 3rd tier?" If they had witnessed the magma drying up, the cave collapsing, and the spiritual energy storm swirling with continuous spells, it would at least suggest a large army had fought fiercely. It could only be attributed to bad luck for arriving late. But the lava beast being slain is far too extraordinary. What shall we do next? Zhou Shirlu asked Zhao Lubai. Their primary mission had been to kill this lava beast, yet someone had already beaten them to it. Additionally, the slaying of the lava beast revealed the presence of an insurmountable entity in this first pit, escalating the danger level dramatically. Zhu 15 sheathed his dagger and gazed toward the cave exit. If this individual is part of an extremist organization rebelling against the upper city, then everyone who entered this train may very well perish. Someone capable of easily killing the lava beast would find slaughtering those ignorant second-generation individuals akin to killing chicks. Young Master Zhao, with our objective lost, I believe we should depart swiftly. Remaining here would be futile. Zhao Lubai nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Zhu 15's suggestion. The saying, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall," was often on his father's lips. In the current situation, the best course of action was to exit and call upon the family's experts to secure the entrance. He placed a hand on the massive corpse of the lava beast, his wrist glowing with purple light as a bracelet inscribed with runes emerged. With a flash of brilliance, the lava beast's corpse vanished, revealing it to be a rare storage device. Taking it with them would allow the family to see what made the assailant so unique. The three of them hastily exited the pit, but Hunter Zhou Shirlu suddenly halted just as they emerged. With his keen eyesight, he frowned at the nearby stone wall. Zhao Lubai also turned to look. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing amiss, but upon closer inspection, he noticed signs of having been wiped clean. Approaching slowly, Zhao Lubai traced the marks with his hand, methodically measuring them. It was a square. What does this mean? Zhou Shirlu pointed to the center. There should be 3 smaller circles inside. Zhu 15, with his dagger in hand, traced the outline of the marks, puzzled. Is it a totem or a symbol? Zhao Lubai shook his head. If it were a symbol, why go to the trouble of wiping it away? He then lowered his gaze to inspect the ground, and indeed, he spotted some scattered footprints. After examining them, his expression changed slightly. Old Zhu, can you determine how many people left these footprints? Zhu 15 crouched down. The footprints were shallow and quite fragmented. After comparing them with his dagger, he remarked, 2 types of footprints. One appears to be barefoot. Zhao Lubai stood up again, slightly tilting his body as if simulating something, and traced the square on the stone wall. He then halted, pinching the bridge of his nose as memories from the train flooded back in reverse. The clinking of cups in the dimly lit carriage, the outside environment shrouded in darkness, and the beam of a searchlight revealing 2 figures slowly appearing outside the glass window. Time seemed to pause as he focused intently on the tall figure's feet. Bare and unshod, he gasped sharply, gripping his brow as if the recollection had drained him of energy. You have been here. You and that person have indeed been here. This was drawn by you. Zhao Lubai rose, covering his face with laughter. You didn't die, and you've grown stronger, haven't you? Indeed. Could they truly have conspired to bring about your demise? Ha ha ha. Zhu 15 and Zhou Shirlu exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by Zhao Liubai's sudden laughter, and dared not interrupt, remaining quietly vigilant. Countless memories flashed through his mind. Beneath the Xing'an Bridge, a young boy wielded a piece of chalk, boldly sketching a world map on the cement pillar below the bridge, narrating how the Legion should collaborate, expand, and integrate territories, and how to battle monsters. 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, sat upright on hollow bricks, listening intently with eyes full of admiration. As the sun began to set, the evening glow painted the sky in rich colors, orange and yellow light gently filtering through the bridge's arch, bathing the boy and the children in a golden radiance. A gentle breeze whispered through as night fell, and in the distance, luxurious and towering buildings began to light up, vibrant and opulent. Accompanied by the echoes of a nursery rhyme, the dilapidated Xing'an Bridge gradually faded into the darkness of night. Chapter 34 by Xingwan. Zhao Lubai suddenly rose to his feet, the storage bracelet on his wrist gleaming momentarily, revealing a map which he pressed against the rock. The 3 marked dots corresponded remarkably to 3 locations: Duanshui Mine Source, Gue Mu Valley, and the nest of the Shisha Motherworm. Is this where you intend to go? After a brief moment of contemplation, he stored the map away and beckoned his companions, saying, Let us proceed to Duanshui Mine Source. The expressions of his companions shifted slightly as they replied, Young master, an unknown formidable presence has appeared in this vicinity. It would be prudent to retreat. Should we encounter such a powerful adversary, we lack the capability to protect you. They had reached the utmost limits of their strength within the entire number 1 pit dimension. What was once an infallible security measure now seemed exceedingly perilous. Zhao Lubai rolled up the map and remarked, If my assumptions hold true, the individual who vanquished this molten giant poses little threat to us. His gaze became distant as he mused. I am one who distinguishes between gratitude and grievance. Had it not been for him, I would not have been able to align with the mythical profession. With that, he hastened away towards the direction of Duanshui Mine Source. As the blade of Jin Quan descended, it severed the head of a large red earthworm, which writhed frantically on the ground. In an instant, dust and debris swirled about, revealing a myriad of smaller earthworms scattered across the yellow earth cavity. You have slain the red tumor worm king at level 3, achieving a 100 efficacy rate. Jin Quan, taking advantage of the moment, brushed over the severed head of the red earthworm, and a blue equipment emblem manifested in his hand. Equipment emblem, blue worm robe, blue. Equipment level, tier 3 equipment type. Upper garment intelligence, 8-star special attribute. Blue worm entangle. Has a 6 chance to trigger blue worm entangle, releasing blue worm-like energy from the robe to bind target enemies, reducing their movement speed by 25. Blue worm vitality. Increases personal mental recovery speed by 10. Another piece of mage equipment. He reflected as he stowed it away in his ring. The drop rate has indeed diminished with the increase in levels. If this continues, it will be quite arduous for ordinary practitioners to progress. Ji Ran glanced at the cavern that had been effortlessly cleared and chuckled helplessly. Ordinary practitioners do not venture out alone. They form parties of 3, 5, or even 10. The more one slays, the more one is bound to receive something. With that, He rose to search for the entrance of the cavern, adding, "This tunnel of the red tumor worm leads directly to the nest of the shisha worm. I shall scout ahead while you acclimate to the power of Tier 3. Jin Quan nodded in agreement, then tore at his palm with his left hand, a blue glow flickering as the emblem of the Bat King's blade detached from his hand, releasing his grip slightly. The entire emblem transformed into blue specks of light that dissipated into the air. Indeed, upon removal, it is destroyed. He could sense a slight reduction in his power as the equipment departed, a power that belonged to the emblem. Out with the old, in with the new. Smiling, he retrieved an orange emblem from his flower mouth ring. In terms of color and texture, this orange equipment emblem far surpassed the others. Without hesitation, he pressed it into the palm of his right hand. In the next moment, Jin Quan felt an explosive surge of power coursing through him, his blood racing rapidly. The muscles that had previously expanded began to compress, accompanied by the cracking sounds of his bones. His height, originally 2 meters and 2 centimeters, was forcibly reduced to 2 meters, while his entire body felt as if it had been cast in iron. 2 bloodlines, one red and one green, flowed around him. The red transformed into the fierce visage of a tiger's head, roaring with ferocity that echoed throughout the cavern, before drilling into his right arm to form a tiger head tattoo. The green evolved into a mighty elephant, with tusks raised and trunk swinging, manifesting as an elephant tattoo entwined around his right arm. With a retraction of his back, his muscles tightened, producing a creaking sound. Ji Ran, who had been probing the passage, narrowed his eyes. Bai Xing, 2 Bai Xing. Jin Quan clenched his fist, with just one orange weapon equipped. I feel my strength has multiplied exponentially. Your professional physique and strength growth are exceptionally high. Achieving Bai Xing at merely Tier 3 is remarkable, Ji Ran remarked, shaking his head. In the future, should you encounter trouble, your Bai Xing pattern will manifest, and those unwise enough to challenge you will likely flee swiftly. The tiger pattern symbolizes strength, while the elephant pattern represents physique. A burst of orange light flickered from Jin Quan's right hand, revealing a colossal longsword that stood vertically. Matching his height, the blade exhibited a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of flowing lava, with flickering embers on its surface, as if it could erupt with scorching magma at any moment. The blade's edge was even more vibrant, radiating an orange-red glow akin to an untempered sword blank, freshly forged. The hilt was exceptionally long, allowing for a comfortable grip with both hands. Jin Quan waved it slightly, leaving a trail of searing heat in the air, as if carving a flaming path through the atmosphere. At a glance, the weight of this weapon was palpable, enhancing its attributes. Lava Judgment, Orange, Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Type, Heavy Weapon Strength, 45 stars Physique, 35 stars Lava Roar, has a 25 chance to trigger Lava Roar upon attack, inflicting fire damage to enemies within a fan-shaped area and igniting them. Lava Power, each successful strike on an enemy grants the Lava Power effect, increasing strength by 10. Stackable up to 10 layers, with the next strike unleashing a Lava Impact. Lava Impact transforms into a meteor and collides in a specified direction, resulting in an explosion that deals significant damage. Lava Resonance. When equipped as part of a Lava Series set, additional attribute bonuses are granted. Strength 15 stars, Physique 15 stars, Tenacity 15 stars. Epic. Dominance, while in dominant state. Immune to control effects, and damage taken is reduced by 20. With a staggering 45 stars in Strength and 35 stars in Physique, he immediately possessed the Bai Xing pattern. Jin Quan quickly donned the Lava Battle Helm, Lava Shoulder Guards, and Lava Chestplate, instantly completing the Lava set. At that moment, a feral roar erupted from Jin Quan's body, this time resembling a gray rhinoceros, its armor akin to an unyielding wall. The rhinoceros pattern similarly manifested as a tattoo on his right arm. His height shrank slightly again to just under 2 meters, yet his muscles shimmered like metal. The Lava Judgment in his hand seamlessly integrated with the 3 pieces of heavy armor, causing a flame emblem to materialize on each piece, akin to a product label. Lava Battle Helm Heavy Armor, Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Quality, Purple Equipment Type, Helmet Physique, 15 stars Tenacity, 12 stars Lava Insight, increases personal hit rate by 10. Lava Evasion. When an enemy evades, gains a shield that absorbs damage. Lava shoulder guards, heavy armor, equipment level, tier 3 equipment quality, purple equipment type, shoulder guards physique, 16 stars tenacity, 13 stars lava rebound, has a 10 chance to trigger lava rebound upon being attacked, reflecting 30 of the damage back to the attacker while inflicting fire damage. Lava empowerment. Upon successfully striking an enemy 3 times, 1 layer of lava power is stored. After accumulating 3 layers, a shield capable of absorbing damage is granted. Lava chestplate, heavy armor, equipment level, tier 3 equipment quality, purple equipment type, chestplate constitution, 18 stars resilience, 15 stars lava shield. When attacked, there is a 10 chance to trigger the lava shield, granting a shield that absorbs damage and inflicts fire damage on surrounding enemies while active. Lava power. There is a 12 chance to trigger lava power upon attacking, endowing the weapon with fire damage. Lava set bestows the title of Lava Sovereign, grants 60 fire resistance, and increases all attributes by 15. Triggers Lava Shield Enhancement, doubling the shield's absorption capacity and reducing damage taken by 30. Lava Resonance manifests, enhancing strength by 15 stars, constitution by 15 stars, and resilience by 15 stars. Attack speed increases by 15, with the entire set of equipment emblems embedded within. The explosive sensation of empowerment leaves him feeling somewhat euphoric. Even before a true dragon, he yearns to strike a blow. With another swing of his blade, fire dances, and Jin Quan furrows his brows. The heavy sword is already cumbersome, and it reduces attack speed by 15. He then draws the welded dagger at his waist, and with newfound strength, he swings once more, the wind howling and leaving behind multiple afterimages. It seems he cannot part with this dagger. Its unique nuclear energy bug talent, combined with the heavy sword's might and the dagger's speed, creates a perfect synergy. Gazing at the special effects bestowed by the 3 pieces of heavy armor, Jin Quan cannot help but exclaim in awe. The shield can be triggered by attacks, by dodged attacks, and even after 9 strikes, coupled with the set's shield enhancement, which doubles its strength and the 30 damage reduction. He thumps his chest, producing 2 resounding thuds. How he longs for someone to strike him. He chuckles. From Jiran, he learned that 2 rings can be worn, and with a flick of his hand, a strand of silk darts toward the cave ceiling. In an instant, the silk retracts sharply, and Jin Quan is propelled upward. With another flick, he swings back and forth, using the silk to leap about the cave ceiling like a swing. Silk ring, purple, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type, ring intelligence, 12 stars spirit, 10 stars special effects, silk glide, fires silk in a designated direction, rapidly pulling oneself toward the target. Silk bind, consumes spirit to actively release silk, binding the target enemy. While it enhances intelligence and spirit, it is more suited for mage-type professions. However, the special effects greatly elevate agility. The final piece, blue leg armor, drops from the sharp crystal bowl, granting 7 stars in constitution and enhancing both defense and movement speed. At this moment, he has achieved his most formidable state. Strength emblem enhancement reaches 69 stars. Constitution enhancement 112 stars, and resilience enhancement 46 stars. His innate infernal idol talent and the hidden attributes of his demon body elevate all 3 attributes beyond 100 stars. His constitution, in particular, seems to have reached approximately 180 stars, rendering him as unyielding as an iron tower. Chapter 35. Catching mice. Ran crawls out of a tunnel. Glancing at Jin Quan's arm, a pang of discomfort striking him. Another one, and you're only level 31. An orange glow flickers in Jin Quan's hand as the lava judgment transforms into an emblem and embeds itself in his palm. He shakes his wrist and says, "Let us go. I feel ready to unleash my might against the sand-eater worm nest you mentioned." Unleash your might? Ran looks perplexed. Jin Quan rubs his nose. It means to charge through fiercely. Ran points to Jin Quan's ring, the skin of the silver thread silkworm. We both need to wrap ourselves in it, or the abyssal scythe mice want to appear. If we charge in, given the timid nature of the abyssal scythe mice, they would likely flee long before we arrive. The Huazue ring glimmers with purple light, and 2 pieces of silkworm skin are retrieved, pre-cut and ready. They wrap themselves head to toe, resembling cloaks. The tunnel of the red tumor earthworm is densely packed, and it's unclear how Ran discovered this path leading to the sand-eater worm's lair. Since arriving at pit number 1, navigating tunnels has become second nature, especially since he has shrunk considerably in size. They ascend and crawl onward. The cave is dim, and it is uncertain how long they have been moving until the sound of incessant chewing reaches their ears, rolling in waves. As they proceed, a suffocating stench assaults them, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse without permits, the stench of blood mingling with excrement fermenting and surging forth. The tunnel's exit is concealed beneath a withered broadleaf plant. Jin Quan gently parts some dry leaves, creating a narrow opening in his line of sight. The moment he glimpses the outside, his scalp prickles, and goosebumps rise across his body as strong spasms begin to churn in his stomach. Having lived 2 lives, with his previous one involving rigorous training for battlefield stress and the endurance of bloodshed, he thought he had seen enough of the world. Yet now, he realizes he had underestimated the horrors before him. A living scene reminiscent of the Lion Trojan Ridge. The skeletal mountains, bones like trees. Human heads stitched into felt. Human skin and flesh decayed into dust. Tendons entwined in trees, dry and glistening like silver. Indeed, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a nauseating reality. It perfectly replicates the scene before his eyes, even surpassing it. In this vast cavern, countless insects gnaw and chew on the corpses. At the center, a train derailed and crashed into the cliff face, a multitude of carriages piled together. This area appears quite clean, devoid of insects, perhaps the initial throng of humans congregated there, making it easy to imagine how the first wave of sand-eater worms surged forth to compete for the feast. Now it stands empty, countless gnawed white bones swaying, leaving only carriages stained with blood. Arriving a bit too early, it would have been better to wait until they had devoured their fill, Ji-Ran observes with a glance. Jin Quan remains silent, quietly observing the gruesome scene before him. At this moment, he fully comprehends that he has entered an entirely different world. Here, humanity exhibits no compassion for life. Humanitarianism holds no relevance. What is wrong? Ji-Ran notices Jin Quan's furrowed brow. Does living here long transform one in such a way? Transform into what? Into beings that show no mercy towards innocent lives. Ji-Ran pauses momentarily, shaking his head. The city of the dead is merely a breeding ground, akin to the silk chickens raised in the upper city. Would you care for a silk chicken? Jin Quan opens his mouth, but finds himself at a loss for words. In his previous life, he was schooled in the utmost principles of humanitarian protection, the bonds between civilians and soldiers, the Geneva Conventions, and all regulations safeguarding civilians and victims of war. Here, it seems such principles are obsolete. Everything thrives in barbarism. Seeing Jin Quan's seemingly lost expression, Ji-Ran pats his shoulder. I'm about to release the fruits. With that, he retrieved a small insect strikingly resembling the sand-eater worm. Yet this one is a hybrid of machinery and flesh. One part of its body exhibits a metallic texture, mechanical components glinting with an eerie cold light. Intricate gears and circuits intricately woven across its surface. In another part lies vibrant flesh, a dark red body subtly writhing, where blood and machinery intertwine, blending veins with circuits. Ji-Ran placed the fruit upon the back of this half-mechanical, half-flesh creature, and the bloodied hand on its back began to squirm, enveloping the entire magma fruit. As Ji-Ran set it down, the creature nonchalantly ambled out of their tunnel. Its movement was unique and eerie. The mechanical components lent a rigid rhythm to its actions, while the fleshy parts bestowed a certain flexibility. The metallic limbs traversed the ground, which was littered with flesh and mud, inching toward the carriage that had collided against the rock wall. If the abyssal scythe, Rat's favorite, was the magma fruit, its second inclination was undoubtedly the eyeballs. With so many humans perishing here, it must have yearned to partake in the feast, yet it dared not contend with the sand-eater worms, opting instead to hope for scraps. Watching the blood and flesh mechanical creature slowly ascend the piled carriage's top, the flesh on its back gradually opened, exposing the magma fruit. The creature's forelimbs seized the fruit and then thrust down upon it with great force. The fruit burst forth like a ripe tomato, oozing orange-red droplets that shimmered with flickers of fireflies, appearing exceptionally bright. Subsequently, the creature flipped down from the carriage, falling silent. The abyssal scythe, Rat, was exceptionally cautious, waiting until it had consumed half before making its move. Jin Quan nodded, and the two lay still like fishermen waiting for a catch. Time passed slowly. They remained in position for nearly an hour, yet the carriage across the way remained eerily silent, the magma fruit sitting there alone, unattended. Just as Jin Quan was about to inquire if something was amiss, Jiren suddenly gestured for silence. Jin Quan looked ahead and saw atop the carriage, beside the magma fruit, a purple-black rat adorned with golden patterns materialize seemingly from thin air. This rat was larger than ordinary, resembling a marten more closely. It appeared as if its invisibility had been abruptly lifted. Jin Quan clenched his fists, muscles tensing in preparation, only to see the abyssal scythe rat vanish once more. In the next moment, it reappeared at the mouth of a vast cavern, sniffing the surroundings. After a brief interval, it again disappeared, only to re-emerge at another track, sniffing once more, then vanishing again. Moments later, Jin Quan's eyelids twitched. The abyssal scythe rat had materialized less than 3 meters in front of them, its nose twitching. Jin Quan could even discern the fine hairs upon its body. It hesitated the longest here, pacing around before eventually disappearing in a cloud of confusion. The two exhaled deeply. Tightening their skins, they gazed toward the distant carriage. Indeed, the abyssal scythe rat reappeared atop the carriage. Having followed the sand-eater worms for an extended period to procure eyeballs, now adept at stealthily claiming leftovers. Its thorough investigation was to ascertain whether anything beyond the sand-eater worms was present. The abyssal scythe rat's form vanished again. Yet the magma fruit began to disappear bit by bit. It was consuming the fruit. Consuming the magma fruit would cause the creature to accumulate fire elements around itself, rendering it observable even while invisible. Jiren lowered his voice to a whisper for Jin Quan's ears, just as the magma fruit reached the halfway point in its disappearance. A ball of flame began to coalesce in the adjacent space, taking the shape of the abyssal scythe rat. It could no longer conceal itself. Strike now. Chapter 36. The abyssal overlord Jiren's low command spurred Jin Quan to dash out of the cave's mouth. The lava judgment shimmered with fiery light, blue flames surging forth, solidifying into a towering, 5-meter-tall figure clad in molten armor. A golden aura enveloped him as he stomped down, shattering the ground beneath him. Launching himself high into the air, Titan's earth splitter, with both hands wielding the blade, he struck down like a meteor upon the carriage's roof. The markings upon his arms, signifying the power and constitution of 100 stars, radiated with brilliant light. Boom! The entire carriage area was crushed flat, the force penetrating downwards, fracturing the earth, triggering a molten roar as a fan-shaped torrent of lava erupted from the ground, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept outward. Numerous sand-eater worms were flung into the air, struggling and burning in the lava before gradually ceasing to move. At that moment, a 50-meter radius around Jin Quan was rendered empty, with a deep pit forming at the center. Gone. Jin Quan swiftly scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of the abyssal scythe rat. Just then, an explosion erupted above him, and in the next instant, a white phosphorus bomb descended from the sky, raining down like fireworks, blanketing the valley. While the white phosphorus bomb's damage was minimal, it ignited immense fury among the sand-eater worms enjoying their meal throughout the valley. This white phosphorus bomb seemed specially crafted. Upon impact, all the flesh on the ground ignited, instantly filling the valley with the acrid scent of burning. Flames consumed their food. In an instant, all the sand-eater worms began to riot, swarming in thick layers, spewing forth a torrent of blood sand from their mouths. The blood sand covered the flames produced by the white phosphorus bomb, extinguishing them in an instant. This blood sand was highly adhesive, a signature ability of the sand-eater worms. If too much stuck to them, it would gradually crystallize into solid rock. With such a multitude of sand-eater worms surging forward, they would soon transform into a stone sculpture. Jin Quan quickly dodged, attempting to minimize blood sand accumulation. When he heard Jiren shouting from afar, "Find fire! Your blade has the body of a Titan attribute. As long as you attack, it cannot control you." Jin Quan suddenly realized, charging forward to slash at a nearby sand-eater worm. Instantly, a golden glow erupted from him, causing all the blood sand to fall away. Is the epic attribute of the weapon this powerful? As he wildly swung and surveyed the surroundings, The flames generated by the white phosphorus bomb were slowly doused by the swarm of sand-eater worms. Only one flame danced erratically under the onslaught of the sand-eater worms. More and more of them surrounded this flickering fire, and a smile crept across Jin Quan's face. Just moments ago, he had been uncertain how the abyssal scythe rat had evaded capture, but now, with all the sand-eater worms engaged in extinguishing the flames, it had nowhere left to retreat. Yet this creature was astoundingly agile. Even amidst such a swarm, it deftly navigated through the gaps in their attacks. Observing this, Jin Quan empowered his legs, leaping high once more, executing another Titan's Earth Splitter. The flame evidently recognized the terror of Jin Quan's assault. Its vast area was impossible to evade with nimble footwork. The flame trembled incessantly, and just as Jin Quan's great sword descended, the flame vanished in an instant. This time, Jin Quan heightened his vigilance, noticing a golden pattern emerge within the flames before the creature completely disappeared. As his blade descended, a terrifying shockwave cleaved through numerous sand-eater worms, sending a forceful gust sweeping through, leaving only a deep pit behind. He quickly turned his head, and the abyssal scythe rat had already appeared 100 meters away. A skill? Teleportation? A sinister grin spread across his face. Come, let us test our stamina. Once more, the aura of the Titan manifested, and he executed another Titan's Earth Splitter, descending from the sky. Cracks spread through the earth, yet the abyssal scythe rat vanished again. Whether it was the blade of annihilation or the tri-slash, their ranges were linear and fan-shaped. Only the Titan's Earth Splitter radiated in a circular expansion. The abyssal scythe rat adeptly dodges small-scale attacks, yet when confronted with a vast area of shock damage, it promptly opts for teleportation. Continuing, Jin Quan once again strikes the ground, launching himself into the air, wielding his blade with tremendous force. The abyssal scythe rat vanishes once more. Persisting in his assault, Jin Quan bellows in rage and executes another leap with a slash. Time and again, his massive blade cleaves through the valley, decimating swarms of sand devourers beneath his terrifying prowess. After repeating the mighty troll Earth Splitter 20 times, Jin Quan begins to gasp for breath, even with his 180-star physique. Such an intense exertion of epic skills proves taxing. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he musters every ounce of strength for one final strike. As his blade descends, he turns his head amidst the swirling dust to gaze at the abyssal scythe rat, which has already teleported away. His voice pierces through the haze. Die, you old rat. I await my upgrade. What are you waiting for? Countless sand devourers have perished beneath his blade, and at that moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupts from within him, replenishing his stamina instantaneously. The crimson glowing blade reappears in the air, rapidly enlarging in the eyes of the abyssal scythe rat. Its radiance flickers once more, only to quickly fade, and with a peculiar shriek, the golden patterns upon its body begin to distort, abruptly lifting skyward. It is as if a grand portal to the abyss has been opened, shimmering with ghostly purple light like ripples in water. The abyssal gate, which countless nights of scheming had aimed to unlock, finally stand ajar. Yet Jin Quan remains fixated on the rat, as it hovers in the air. Demonic wings unfurl behind him. The heavy lava judgment reverts to a sigil and enters his body. The broad blade is designed for fierce assaults, while the slender blade is for swifter strikes. He forcefully cancels the troll Earth Splitter mid-flight, transitioning into a 3-part slash. The descent of the Earth Splitter morphs into a diving strike with even greater speed. However, the portal looms just behind the abyssal scythe rat. With a mere step, it could return to the abyss. The abyssal scythe rat bares its teeth at Jin Quan, as if mocking his audacity, and turns to stride away. Yet just as it is about to cross the threshold of the abyssal gate, a multitude of threads suddenly erupts around it, enveloping it in layers and binding it like a cocoon. The abyssal scythe rat reacts swiftly, its claws glowing with crimson light. With a slight tug, the silk binding skill, fueled by a mere 23-star intelligence, is torn asunder like fragile cloth. However, this momentary pause proves fatal as Jin Quan's blade strikes true. Blood sprays forth, and the headless corpse of the abyssal scythe rat slowly collapses. You have slain the abyssal scythe rat special at level 7, achieving a 100 efficacy. At the instant he vanquishes the abyssal scythe rat, The abyssal gate trembles violently, as though on the verge of closing. A sense of alarm grips Jin Quan. He had merely intended to open the gate by defeating the abyssal scythe rat, yet he had taken it upon himself to slay it. Just as he resolves to find, Ji ran swiftly. A pitch-black crow, exuding dark smoke, descends from the sky, its eyes glowing like two radiant rubies. It lands directly upon the threshold of the portal, stabilizing the once fraying rift. Jin Quan turns to see Ji ran approaching him, albeit with a noticeable change. A pitch-black totemic pattern now adorns his brow, flickering with a ghostly light. Is this a talent? Ji ran nods. It seems your talent is tied to the abyss. He nods again. Without you, this would likely be the most inconsequential talent. He gestures toward the crow perched at the abyssal gate. My talent is called Abyssal Sovereign. This is my guardian. Chapter 37, Master of Sand Devourers. SSS talent? Ji ran shrugs. A talent usable only in the abyss. SSS is merely a decorative symbol. Having a legendary class sigil in hand is of no use. Are you seeking a class sigil in the abyss? With a glimmer of hope, one always aspires to ascend higher. Jin Quan sheathes his blade. I still need to go out to redeem someone, so I want to accompany you. Ji ran laughs heartily. Your assistance thus far has already surpassed the value of that class sigil for me. The path ahead is one I must tread alone. No one can assist me. Not wishing to linger, Jin Quan casts a glance at the crow on the abyssal gate, observing as it flaps its wings, sending ripples through the portal. May the journey be smooth. Ji ran adjusts the straps of his backpack and steps towards the gate, but suddenly halts, smiling as he says, if I return alive, and your matters are settled, how about we form a travel group? You could be the leader while I handle the commentary. Jin Quan, unencumbered by family ties or concerns, responds nonchalantly, sounds good. I'll look for some good seasoning while I'm out. Ji ran smiles again, stepping through the abyssal gate. As Ji ran departs, the abyssal gate flickers and dissipates. The sand devourers, seemingly intimidated by Jin Quan's display of power, merely screech from a distance, encircling him without launching an attack. Enjoying a moment of peace, Jin Quan retrieves the corpse of the abyssal scythe rat from the ground, glancing at it with a slight twitch of his eyes. A black four-leaf clover sigil gradually coalesces upon its forehead. This is a sigil in the shape of a four-leaf clover that he has never encountered before. However, he has seen a black sigil once before, that being the result of Lin Yin's fusion failure, which had rebounded into his possession. This sigil is now his class emblem. Dark insight sweeps over this unique sigil. Lucky coin equipment level, none equipment quality, special equipment type, special accessory attribute effect, luck bonus, enhances the character's luck attribute, increasing the likelihood of high-quality equipment and item drops from monsters. Lucky event trigger, within a span of 30 natural days, can actively trigger entry into a random dimension. Special equipment? Jin Quan glances back toward the direction of the recently vanished abyssal gate. Ji ran has long since disappeared. With no one to consult, he meticulously memorizes the sigil's appearance before pressing it against himself. As the black light flashes, the four-leaf clover remarkably pierces directly into his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he perceives no attribute enhancement, as though he has donned an empty equipment sigil. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. This adage holds true in any realm, since it increases the chances of monsters dropping high-quality equipment. Let us put it to the test. Ignoring the encroaching sand devourers, he raises his hand and flicks upward. A purple light flickering at his fingertips, launching a thread that securely adheres to the cave ceiling, the pulling force propelling him into the air. With a few agile maneuvers, he swiftly glides towards the massive cave entrance previously explored by the abyssal scythe rat. Upon landing, a multitude of sand devourers rushes toward him. Jin Quan raises his hand and unleashes a flurry of 9 slashes at the dense swarm. With each strike, the lava roar skill activates, unleashing torrents of magma from the earth, incinerating the creatures in a cacophony of anguished screeches as they writhe upon the ground. Simultaneously, the magma charge triggers, enveloping him in a protective shield of flames. Any sand devourer approaching the shield bursts into crackling flames, suffering from searing damage. Thus, Jin Quan retracts the Ming Yin deity, opting not to block, and continues his advance, wielding his blade with fierce determination. Intense assaults rained upon him, with a 10% chance to trigger the lava shield. As the agile Sha Chong evaded, the lava shield refreshed once more. The dominating attribute of the lava judgment rendered the multitude of Sha Chong powerless to resist. The act of slaying refreshed the burning shield, while control offered a forceful escape. Jin Quan epitomized the journey from Nan-Tianmen to Penglai Dong Lu, cleaving through this passage and delving into the heart of the valley's depths. Upon entering the cavern, a suffocating aura enveloped him. At the entrance, a layer of fine red sand lay thickly piled, yielding softly beneath his steps. The light was dim, with only the occasional flicker of mysterious luminescent minerals casting a faint glow. The walls of the cave bore a rough texture, etched by the countless Sha Chong that had long excavated and traversed the area. Occasionally, viscous fluids oozed from the walls, emitting a pungent odor. The secretion of the Sha Chong. A low, resonant buzzing echoed in the cavern, as small Sha Chong emerged from the soft red sand below, climbing the walls to lick the secretions above. Jin Quan wielded his great sword to clear away some of the red sand beneath him, unearthing black insect eggs. Clearly, this was the nest of the insects. Scattered around were numerous bones and worn weapons, testaments to the lives once buried here. Glancing back, he noticed that the surrounding Sha Chong had all halted, lingering at the entrance as if bound by some restriction or strict command forbidding them from entering. But where was the insect king? Apart from the younglings suckling on the wall, there was no other presence in the cavern. Cautiously, Jin Quan advanced towards the center of the cave, scanning the area above and below, yet still found no trace of the insect king. However, a throbbing sensation in his brow warned him of an unseen threat. Suddenly, blue flames erupted around him, enveloping him in the essence of the Ming Yin deity. The instant he activated the divine talent of the Ming Yin deity, all the red sand in the cavern surged toward him like dumpling skins, swiftly wrapping him into a massive sandball suspended in midair. In an instant, the grains of sand below exploded, and a glimmering serpentine tail pierced through the sandball at supersonic speed. With a thunderous roar, Jin Quan was violently thrust from the sandball, impaled against the cave wall. The wall crumbled like a spider web, rocks shattering and falling. The lava-clad Ming Yin deity was pierced directly, with the tail's green luminescence halting just an inch from his chest. Instinctively, Jin Quan summoned gray particles to his blade, swiftly slicing at the tail. But it reacted with remarkable speed, retracting and vanishing from sight. He fell from the wall, adjusting his posture, bending his knees to absorb the impact, and his long sword steadied against the sand. Thankfully, he was resilient enough. He had nearly been eliminated in an instant. The flames on the deity surged rapidly, coalescing at the wound in his chest, gradually restoring it to its original state. Jin Quan gazed ahead to behold a colossal insect beast, the Shashaju, coiled before him. This creature was immense, spanning several meters in length, its upper body resembling that of a cockroach. With a monstrous head and eyes radiating a fierce crimson glow, its mouth lined with sharp teeth. Yet its lower half bore a serpent-like tail, encased in a hard shell that shimmered with a red light, its tip resembling a long sword glistening with green venom. This unique configuration of a cockroach's upper body and a serpent's lower half allowed it to traverse the sandy terrain swiftly while also possessing climbing capabilities. Teeth, tail, body, and legs were all weapons of assault, presenting an image of a war behemoth. Its eyes glinted as information materialized before him. Level 39, Lord of the Sha. Jin Quan's expression tightened. Was this the domain lord that Jiran had mentioned? He glanced down at the red sand beneath him, realizing that this sand was indeed the realm of the Shashaju, capable of being manipulated at will, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities. Chapter 38, The Fierce Battle with the Shashaju. The Shashaju reared up like a cobra, its lantern-like eyes gazing down at Jin Quan. In the next moment, its long tail lashed out with a sonic boom, sweeping towards him. Jin Quan narrowed his eyes, swiftly raising his blade to parry. Yet, at that instant, the sand beneath him surged into a mound, causing his center of gravity to shift. The blade narrowly missed the serpent's tail, which struck his Ming Yin deity with tremendous force. The impact reverberated, embedding Jin Quan into the wall of the cavern. Embedded in the wall, he surveyed the sand-covered ground with a furrowed brow. He realized he could manipulate all the red sand below, battling upon it placed him at a disadvantage. This terrain-altering ability rendered even his formidable body ineffective. He sheathed his blade, a flash of orange light illuminating his hand as the lava judgment reappeared. The SSS-god's speed was astounding. He had thought the lighter blade would be advantageous, only to find its tail striking with the precision of a swordsman, completely overpowering him. Speed was of no consequence. He forcefully struck his elbow against the wall behind him, extricating himself from the wall. With a leap into the void, golden light enveloped him, propelling him aloft, muscles bulging, hands gripping the sword radiating intense heat. He prepared to deliver a powerful downward strike. The ogre's earth splitter. Yet, just as he neared the head of the SSS-god, a towering sand wall erupted from the ground, obscuring his vision. The blade struck the wall like a meteor, causing it to concave inward before shattering explosively. The entire cave was engulfed in a cloud of red sand. Jin Quan quickly looked up, only to see the SSS-god had clung to the ceiling, its serpent tail darting towards his back like a spear. With no time for defense, he thrust his blade upwards, daring the SSS-god to meet him head-on. Yet again he miscalculated. The red sand beneath him suddenly shifted like a carpet being pulled aside, causing his strike to veer off course. The SSS-god's tail struck his Ming-Yin deity's shoulder with brutal force. By the time Jin Quan continued his strike, the serpent's tail had already retracted to the ceiling. The SSS-god emitted a strange, mocking sound, as if taunting Jin Quan, the crawling insect. Spitting out the sand in his mouth, Jin Quan grinned with a fierce expression. "What are you so proud of? You cannot breach my defenses. It is you who shall perish." With that, dark mist surged from his back, forming a pair of demonic wings, lifting him into the air, charging towards the SSS-god like a crimson streak. Demon wing, triple slash. However, as he approached once more, a large wall of red sand loomed before him. Yet this time, Jin Quan smirked. The demonic wings receded, revealing a purple blade of light that pierced through the sand wall like a flash of lightning, curving midair to appear before the SSS-god. A crescent-shaped sword energy erupted from the great sword, slicing through the SSS-god. A tremendous scream filled the cavern as it, having used the sand wall for cover, was sent hurtling back to the ground. Sword art, blade of annihilation, orange, skill effect. Lock onto the target and unleash a ferocious charge, akin to a purple lightning bolt, striking the enemy with significant impact damage and causing them to be repelled. Upon nearing the target, deliver a powerful upward thrust. The great sword releases a mighty blade of destruction, inflicting immense damage on the target, who will be knocked back and temporarily incapacitated in midair. The Blade of Annihilation possesses the shortest charge distance among the three skills, yet it harbors an extraordinary attribute of area locking. Even when the Lord of Sand had evaded detection moments earlier, it could still be pursued through a curved trajectory. Seizing the opportunity, the wings of the demon unfurled once more from behind, transforming into a streak of light that sliced through the air. The defense of the Lord of Sand crumbled before Jin Quan like tofu. However, its sheer size was daunting. The previous strike had severed half of its roach-like body, and the damage continued to incinerate its wounds. Suddenly, it let out a deafening scream, and a mountain of sandworms outside the cave surged forward, each one erupting with terrifying leaping power, akin to a swarm of locusts, engulfing the Lord of Sand in an instant. Jin Quan swung his blade down, dispatching numerous sandworms, and with another flash of his sword, he unleashed a fan-shaped attack accompanied by the roar of molten lava towards the swarm. With a third strike, a powerful slash cleaved through the sandworms, crashing down upon the Lord of Sand. The impact was palpable. The Lord's back caved in, sparking metal and spewing blood. A glimmer of purple light flickered in Jin Quan's hand as he cast out a thread that latched onto the cave's ceiling, hanging silently in the air. The sheer number of creatures was overwhelming, rendering his gifted gray blade ineffective in delivering a decisive blow. Relying solely on the three-tiered blade aura from the demonic wings, he barely managed to breach its defenses. At that moment, the mound of sandworms atop the Lord of Sand had amassed into a small mountain, resembling a carapace of insects. Yet, Jin Quan remained unfazed. The heavier the monster, the more vulnerable it became before him. Just as he contemplated plunging into the mound to strike directly at the core, A surge of intense crimson light erupted from within the mound, igniting like a fierce flame. In the next instant, he beheld the tail of the Lord of Sand re-emerging from a mound, this time several dozen in number, piercing towards him with a speed beyond his capacity to react. The great troll's earth splitter. Almost instantaneously, Jin Quan's body was enveloped in an indomitable state, enduring a barrage of attacks akin to machine gun fire. Yet, thanks to his invulnerability, the terrifying onslaught could not force him back. Withstanding the relentless barrage, he descended like a meteor into the mound of sandworms, scattering them in all directions. Simultaneously, the gifted demonic flame avatar was perforated into a sieve, disintegrating into a shower of blue flames that vanished into the void. Upon entering the mound, Jin Quan swiftly slashed, evading triggers, launching attacks, and activating defenses, layers of molten shields manifesting around him. In this invulnerable state, he was immune to control effects, and damage received was reduced by 20. The molten shield was further enhanced, doubling its absorption capacity and reducing damage taken by 30. With a cumulative 50 damage reduction and bolstered by his steadfast attributes, he swung wildly within the mound. Empowered by nuclear talent, the once orange flames of his great sword transformed into a gray hue, cleaving everything in its path. Each strike against the enemy granted him molten energy, and after 10 strikes, Jin Quan found himself enveloped in a layer of lava. As the magma erupted, he transformed into a meteor, colliding into the mound with explosive force, sending charred sandworms raining down upon the cave. Under the influence of the crimson light, the Lord of Sand's attack speed surged to a level that Jin Quan could barely discern. He chose to ignore it, allowing the creature to strike him repeatedly. His molten shield refreshed rapidly. In his invulnerable state, he could not be repelled, forcibly excavating a deep pit within the mound. The so-called mound of insect armor was merely a thicker tofu before him. After nearly 5 minutes of relentless hacking, Jin Quan finally spotted the Lord of Sand curled amidst the swarm of insects. Target acquired. Blade of Annihilation. The purple light flickered within the mound, and a towering wave of annihilation energy, drenched in scarlet blood, surged towards the cave's ceiling, raining down carcasses and debris. Upon reaching level 33 from slaying an unknown number of insects, along with the field lord, he had managed to climb 2 levels. The pace of leveling seemed to dwindle in the later stages, a stark contrast to the early days of rapid ascension. Observing the bisected Lord of Sand, he stepped forward. "Lucky gold coin, I hope you do not disappoint." He kicked aside the massive corpse, which rolled over. Jin Quan gasped as 6 emblems materialized densely upon the carcass. Among them were 2 orange emblems, 2 purple, and 2 blue, clustered together like a nest. Previously, defeating the lava behemoth had yielded 1 orange and 3 purple. This one, however, boasted 2 orange and 2 purple, along with 2 additional blue emblems. He ran his hand over the patterns on the corpse, and the emblems gradually revealed themselves. The first he examined were the 2 orange emblems, one triangular and the other hexagonal, representing a skill and an equipment piece respectively. Skill emblem, Swordsmanship Frenzy, orange, skill class, swordsman and classes wielding sword-type weapon skill description. Upon activation of the Swordsmanship Frenzy skill, the swordsman enters a state of extreme combat fervor, continuously evaporating their own blood, granting a defense of 50. Surrounded by intense blood energy, their eyes gleam with a fierce light. In this state, the swordsman's attack speed, movement speed, and attack power are increased by 200. Epic, bleeding, sustained damage from being attacked, and healing effects received are halved. Jin Quan was taken aback at the sight of this skill. It was indeed said that the frenzy skill should be of purple grade. He then sensed the special equipment, the lucky gold coin, at his heart. Remarkably, if the emergence of this skill was due to the lucky gold coin, its value would far surpass any equipment he possessed. To call it a divine artifact would not be an exaggeration. Without hesitation, he pressed the skill emblem against his forehead. The emblem transformed into a stream of light, entering his mind, where a plethora of information regarding the skill unfolded. At that moment, his class-exclusive skill, Mastery of Swordsmanship, flickered violently. The originally orange Swordsmanship Frenzy skill gradually metamorphosed into the golden legendary version. Sword Demon Frenzy Legendary, Gold, Skill Class, swordsman, and classes wielding sword-type weapon skill description. Upon activation of the Sword Demon Frenzy skill, the swordsman enters a frenzied combat state, continuously burning their own blood, granting a defense of 80. Surrounded by intense blood flames, their eyes shine with fierce light. In this state, the swordsman's attack speed, movement speed, and power are increased by 500. Legendary. Lifesteal. Damage dealt to enemies can convert 30 points of damage into healing, restoring health and stamina. Jin Quan swallowed hard after reviewing this skill. The elevation to legendary status had not introduced any additional effects, but rather an explosive increase in numerical values. By consuming more vitality and defense, it granted 5 times the speed and power. He then turned his gaze to the legendary attribute, Lifesteal. At first glance, the skill appeared perilous, with a substantial burning of blood and the reduction of defense by 80, resembling a self-destructive tactic. However, with the Lifesteal attribute, as long as he consistently inflicted damage upon enemies, he could potentially extend the duration of the skill. With a slight exhale, Jin Quan glanced at the 4 skills displayed on the panel. 3 were mobility skills, and 1 was an acceleration output ability. He had successfully acquired all the skills arranged by Jiren. The next step was to decide how to choose his skills. Should he continue seeking mobility skills or explore other options? Jin Quan felt that 3 mobility skills should suffice at this stage, and output was not a priority. His mind flashed back to the moment when the Lord of Sand Devourer had obliterated the Mingyan statue. It was the first time his innate talent had been unable to repair itself, resulting in a direct explosion. Jiren was right. Longevity was indeed the strongest attribute. He began to formulate a plan in his mind. His gaze settled on the hexagonal orange emblem in his hand. Shisha Jima, orange, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type, belt constitution, 33 stars resilience, 30 stars guardian of sand, releases a shield of sand, nullifying 1 attack. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Power of Sand Devourer. While standing on the ground, gain the effect of Sand Devourer, increasing one's resilience by 20. Bite of the Sand Python. Attacks have a 15 chance to summon a phantom sand python that crashes down from the sky, dealing damage to enemies while petrifying them. Epic Tenacity reduces damage taken by 20 after sustaining severe injuries. Upon reading the attributes of this belt, Jin Quan felt a surge of joy. It possessed an invulnerability skill. The release of a sand shield, nullifying 1 attack, although it required a cooldown of 1 day, was an immensely powerful life-saving skill. Additionally, it provided a passive defense boost, enhancing his resilience by 20, along with the petrifying effect of the bite of the sand python, combined with the 25 chance of triggering Lava Judgment and Lava Roar. His attacks would surely yield a plethora of special effects. The epic attribute, Tenacity, further contributed to damage reduction, with the Lava Shield's 30 reduction, the Body of Steel's 20, and Tenacity, S20 reduction. He could achieve a total damage reduction of 70. Jin Quan was confident that, with all these effects triggered, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to eliminate him in a single blow. If he could not be taken down, he would have the opportunity to strike back. Epic equipment instilled him with a profound sense of security. Jin Quan reached for his waist and pulled out a green, good-quality Tier 1 rapid belt, which disintegrated into countless starlights after lingering in his hand for just 2 seconds. He then affixed the epic orange emblem, Shisha Jima, to his waist, and it shimmered as it instantly merged into his body. Simultaneously, an echoing sound resonated within him, and a green elephant phantom entered his right arm. The originally singular elephant head of the 100-star mark suddenly twisted and grew a second head. Jin Quan raised his hand to take a look. Had his constitution reached 200 stars? A slight clench of his fist revealed a reservoir of enduring strength within him. Constitution is the foundation of life, providing formidable endurance and recovery, thus ensuring a solid foundation for offense and the execution of sword techniques. With a constitution of 200 stars, Jin Quan was more than capable of unleashing the epic skills in rapid succession. As the 100-star mark reemerged, his height diminished slightly, and the overwhelming sense of muscular intimidation dissipated. Meanwhile, the 30-star boost to resilience fortified his defenses, causing his skin to emit a subtle metallic sheen. Chapter 40. The lair of the vengeful spider. Jin Quan twisted his neck, the bones cracking audibly. He then turned his attention to the 2 purple emblems. which were skill emblems not belonging to his class. Skill emblem, Abyss Infusion, purple, class, summoner skill effect. The summoner concentrates, channeling power from the abyss through a special magical contract, infusing this formidable power into summoned creatures. Infused summons are enveloped in a dark red glow, enhancing their attack power and speed. The summoner skill seemed quite promising. Skills that do not display numerical enhancements are generally related to the attributes themselves. This skill likely correlates with the intelligence of the summoner. The higher the intelligence, the greater the enhancement. Jin Quan's Troll Ground split similarly increased damage with higher strength. He stored this emblem and then examined the other skill emblem. Skill emblem, Divine Protection, purple, class, pre-skill effect. The priest summons divine power to cast a powerful protective barrier over allies. This barrier absorbs significant damage and provides continuous healing to allies within it. Furthermore, the barrier possesses the ability to purify negative states, shielding allies from enemy control and debuffs. Jin Quan raised his brow. This skill functioned as a form of invulnerability for others, coupled with healing and a shield. Both skills were advantageous. He had already acquired 2 pre-skills, yet he remained a lone wolf, as his original ally Jiran had departed. He stored the emblems in the Huazue ring. The last 2 blue equipment emblems included a blue automatic pistol and a 2-handed great axe, items entirely useless to Jin Quan. However, according to Jiran, these items were tradable for something more desirable. He carefully collected them all and then gazed at the massive corpse of the Lord of Sand Devourer. Without Jiran's guidance, he was uncertain which items from the creature would hold value. After a moment's contemplation, he severed the serpent-like tail, akin to a longsword. This was the Lord of Sand Devourer's strongest offensive weapon, sharp and venomous. Jin Quan did not exit the cave, but instead explored further within it. In a crevice of the rock wall, he noticed a glimmer of phosphorescence. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a plant adorned with blood-red flowers standing silently in the fissure. Indeed, as expected, domain lords are typically accompanied by symbiotic creatures. The lava behemoth was associated with a lava fruit. What could this one be? He withdrew his machete, the gray particles of light coiling around it as he sliced through the rocky wall with ease, before entering the cave to pluck the flower. The plant was relatively small, with a slender yet resilient stem of a pale golden hue. The blossoms, the most striking feature, were trumpet-shaped and blood-red, twinkling with a faint glow, as if infused with mysterious powers. His eyes sparkled with insight, and the darkness revealed the basic information about this plant. Shashin Hua. The Shashin flower can be brewed into a precious potion with potent healing properties, regardless of external or internal injuries. Consuming a potion made from the Shashin flower accelerates healing and restores stamina. It is a type of medicinal material. He had yet to engage with the alchemist class. But according to Jiran, all were nurtured by the major factions in the upper city, making it a highly sought-after profession. He could only store it away for now. Noticing there were no other valuable items in the cave, he took out some fish meat and rested briefly before exiting the cave. Outside, the scene was chaotic. With deep pits created by Jin Quan's Troll Ground split, the earth overturned, obscuring the original bloody scene. The insects had also vanished. After feasting, they burrowed into the redstone mines, grinding the redstone into fine sand before returning with it to the lair of the Sand Devourer. They laid their eggs in the fine sand, explaining why the lair was covered in a layer of red sand. With the demise of the Sand Devourer, it remained uncertain whether these insects would continue their previous habits. The ground was strewn with corpses, but Jin Quan only turned over a few before ceasing his search. The levels of these insects ranged generally from 31 to 32, comparable to his own, and after rummaging through a considerable number, he discovered a gray emblem of common equipment, the attributes of which were pathetically low. He decided against further searching, yet fortuitously stumbled upon a complete corpse. Its face was a deep shade of purple, and there were clear marks around its neck, indicative of a strangulation. This individual had likely been murdered within the carriage and discarded in a corner, later becoming entangled in the deformed metal due to the train's violent collisions, thus transforming into a triangular package. In this manner, this person became the sole intact body on the entire train. Jin Quan sliced open the encasing metal and promptly stripped the corpse of its garments: a duckbill cap, sneakers, cargo pants, a tank top, and a loose baseball jacket. With the addition of a chunky gold chain, He would embody the quintessential West Coast rapper. At last, he could avoid being half-naked. Jin Quan mimicked a gesture resembling goat horns. He retrieved the map of Pit No. 1 and gazed at the corner marked with a red cross, tapping it with his middle finger. Upon defeating the Wraith Spider Matriarch, he could devise his escape. According to Ji Ron's assertion, the upper city controlled the channels for occupational breakthroughs, leaving those in the lower city at a disadvantage, all at the 3rd tier. With his current strength, he would be invincible in the lower city. After a brief assessment of the route, he armed himself and commenced his solitary journey towards the Wraith Spider's lair. The Wraith Spider's nest was located in the southwestern corner of the map, a region characterized by its unique geology, a cavernous space formed by a blend of mineral-like nitrate and water. From the outside, the entrance was cloaked in a thin veil of frost, emanating a cold and eerie aura. Upon stepping inside the lair, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. Within the ice cavern, 6 passageways led to the innermost depths. The icy walls were adorned with a labyrinth of twisted patterns, as if etching the marks of some creature that had crawled there for ages. The floor was coated with a thick layer of frost, which cracked underfoot with a distinct sound. Looking up, he observed numerous sharp icicles hanging from the ceiling, each encasing a frozen creature, exuding an aura of death. The entirety of the Wraith Spider's lair resembled a chilling and horrific realm. Zhu Jianxiong lit a cigarette and surveyed the surroundings, unable to suppress a scoff. A lair of a mere level 39 creature is quite extravagant. Behind him, Liu Shi, overhearing, stepped forward in agreement. Captain Zhu, you must admit, these ice sculptures possess a certain artistic flair. It would be splendid to transport some to the upper city for a Zhu Xiao art exhibition. I could serve as the guide, narrating the battle and introducing those upper city children to the grandeur of Captain Zhu. Zhu Jinxiong raised an eyebrow, glancing at Liu Shi, and had to concede that the lad always knew how to stroke his ego. He chuckled. You, my friend, have an appreciation for art? Liu Shi puffed out his chest. My family is in civil construction, specializing in architectural design. Look at these frozen monsters. Each poses differently, showcasing a range of expressions. When we showcase the Wraith Spider Matriarch as the centerpiece, these little ice sculptures will serve as embellishments. That's a dry ice fog, and the entire space will be restored to its original state. I will explain every aspect of your battle and execution, ensuring a spectacular event. Chapter 41. The Red Demon Core. Taking a deep drag from a cigarette, Zhu Jianxiong allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Indeed, during the battle, be cautious not to destroy everything. Just as he raised his gaze to admire the frozen sculptures above, a melodious female voice interjected. This primordial creature has remained unvanquished for 300 years. We should exercise caution. The girl's words drew the attention of everyone present. Flanking her were 2 imposing figures, one wielding a Gatling gun with 9 barrels, and the other shouldering a large individual grenade launcher, standing guard on either side. Zhu Jinxiong sneered. Where is her brother Ji Fei? Ji Ling-er frowned, unaccustomed to Zhu Jinxiong's tone. My brother has long since achieved a 4th-tier occupational breakthrough. Why would he come here? You know full well, young lady, Zhu Jinxiong continued with a grin. Pit number 1 has been open for 20 years. Anyone with any modicum of strength would have reached the 4th tier long ago. Who would bother coming here? Only those of the 3rd tier would even deign to show up, and it has become legendary. Afterward, he glanced at the 2 bald men beside him. The Ji family's twin wolves, over 50 years of age, yet still not retired? Are they still capable? The 2 suited bald heads turned to look at Zhu Jinxiong, and one replied, Thank you for your concern, Zhu Xiao. The 3rd-tier secret realm has seen little failure over the decades. That's good. Zhu Jinxiong nodded, turning his attention back to the crowd. Among the 40 individuals present, both men and women were impeccably dressed and exuded an extraordinary aura. I know you have your own intentions for coming to pit number 1, whether it be to seek out 3rd-tier purple skills, rare herbs, or equipment emblems. I hope to postpone all discussions until we have defeated this Wraith Spider Matriarch together. He tossed his cigarette to the ground, where it met the icy surface with a sharp crackle. Having brought you here, there are certainly ulterior motives. To be frank, I only wish for you to bear witness. He gestured to the 5 young men he had brought along. Allow me to introduce the Red Demon Corps, a team you should all be familiar with, the champions of the last Starshine Occupational League. Upon his words, the 5 individuals immediately removed their masks and sunglasses, revealing strikingly handsome faces. Especially with Zhu Jinxiong at the center, the five stood out even more. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with several wealthy young women exclaiming in delight. Fu Ran, Xiaoyinjia, Su Lishir, oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm seeing them here, I might faint. The previously shy girls at the back rushed forward. Shangguan Nanshan, may I have your autograph? Can we take a photo together? Ji Mukin, I adore you. My home is filled with your merchandise. You've accompanied my growth, teaching me resilience and courage. You are the pillar of my life. I could cry. The atmosphere quickly descended into chaos, with both boys and girls crowding around, pulling out their high-end smartphones to take turns snapping pictures. It must be said that the five from the Red Demon Corps were exceptionally professional, producing markers from their pockets to sign on the girls' clothing, followed by cheerful group photos. Even Ji Ling couldn't help but glance over, her silver hair flowing, glimmering earrings, alluring smile, and chiseled profile. Every movement captivated the girls. Once the noise in the crowd subsided, Zhu Jinxiong cleared his throat, and the five members of the Red Demon Corps gradually stepped back from the throng. I believe everyone here is aware of the prowess of the Red Demon Corps. All members are at level 39, each possessing S-tier talents and combat genius. He deliberately glanced at the twin wolves beside Ji Ling. They are not the failures of occupational breakthroughs. They have repeatedly turned the tide in competitions, emerging victorious from perilous situations. They are the pillars of the Empire's future. Their presence in pit number 1, to put it plainly, is to put on a show for you. He raised his hands and clapped twice. All right, let us give them a round of applause. Immediately, the atmosphere in the venue became fervent, filled with whistles and cheers. The silver-haired youth, Jian Mu Chun, conjured a long, dragon-patterned sword with a flicker of purple light in his hand. As he waved it, the wind howled, causing his garments to flutter and his bangs to dance. The autumn moon, the gale sword. Ah, Jian Mu Chun, strike me down. I yearn to be cleaved by you. A tall youth with diamond-studded earrings stepped forward, his hands poised as purple light flashed, revealing a formidable sniper rifle. His gaze was resolute as he positioned the gun on his shoulder, resembling a disciplined Special Forces soldier. Suddenly, someone began to weep. Shangguan Che, you are my guardian angel, now and forever. My heart and soul are protected by you. A boy with a gray middle part made a rock-and-roll gesture with his hand, and with a flick of his shoulder, a fireball the size of a basketball appeared in his grasp. He slightly bent forward, the fireball pulsing beneath him, showcasing remarkable elemental control. Ah, reason, where has it gone? Brother, your smile is my poison, leaving me entranced. Fu Ran, I wish for you to be my blue spirit, proudly soaring across the sky of love. The girls nearby breathed heavily, their faces flushed on the verge of fainting. A burly young man clad in black leather, adorned with half-finger gloves, summoned a large shield with a sweep of his hand, twisting it as it spun, revealing a large pink heart at its center. Su Liji, do not falter. Through storm and strife, let us march forth together. Your efforts are seen and cherished. With our love, we shall conquer all. Finally, the last of the group, a short boy with a mushroom haircut, made a cat-like gesture and winked at the crowd, a flash of white light enveloping him as his hair billowed, tightly gripping a pristine white staff. Xiaoyinze, Mama loves you. Do not seek nourishment elsewhere. Come into my embrace, and I shall care for you. The entire space resembled not a monster's lair, but rather an artistic stage crafted of ice and snow. Zhu Jinxiong shouted towards the back, release the bait. His voice echoed in the frigid cavern, and moments later, two middle-aged men led over 100 individuals into the chamber. These unfortunate souls were nearly naked, clad only in undergarments, their dark skin marred by numerous whip scars, some still oozing fresh blood, others marked by old wounds. Their eyes were vacant. Even in the presence of stunning beauties they had never encountered, they could not lift their gaze. They walked barefoot on the icy surface, trembling in the cold. The middle-aged man swung his whip rapidly, striking 10 times in quick succession. Blood splattered as 10 fell to the ground, their faces contorted in pain. Yet none uttered a cry. Past experiences had taught them that the wealthy young masters despised any sound from their bait, overshadowing their own voices. You 10. Proceed into that opening quickly. He cracked the whip forcefully against the ice, creating a deep fissure. This crack seemed to convey to the 10 fallen individuals the merciful nature of the blows they had received. The 10 bait trembled as they rose, following the path of the whip marks, shivering as they moved forward. Long-standing habits and cultural conditioning shaped their understanding. Their forebears and offspring had all followed this identity as bait. They approached the central passage among 6. 10 bait tossed inside, and silence fell, the dark corridor swallowing all like an abyss. Approximately 10 minutes later, furious shrieks echoed from the cavern, followed by a chorus of anguished wails. The sound of frantic scurrying emanated from within. "Prepare," Zhu Jianxiong bellowed. "Seal the cavern." Chapter 42. The handsome brothers, a swarm of spiders, surged forth from the cavern like a tidal wave. Su Liji charged ahead with a shield, sliding forward as it radiated light, crashing forcefully into the horde of spiders. Upon landing, he shouted, his body aglow with crimson light. "Taunt!" As this skill activated, the spiders, initially planning a flanking attack, turned red-eyed, charging directly at his shield. Behind him, Fu Yiran launched a fireball, which arced through the air and struck the spider swarm, erupting in flames that scattered the smaller spiders in all directions. Shang Guanche, armed with his rifle, unleashed a barrage of shots at the flying spiders, blood and ichor bursting forth from their bodies. Jian Mu-chun maneuvered swiftly, his slender sword flashing with elegance. Any spider that dared to bypass the shield warrior met a graceful demise at his hands. Meanwhile, the mushroom-headed Xia Ze wielded his staff, casting protective shields and acceleration spells upon his comrades. It must be said that the Red Demon Legion, while flamboyant, displayed commendable fundamental skills. This synergy captivated the wealthy young women present, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gasped for breath. The shield warrior absorbed damage, the healer tended to wounds, while the fire mage and sniper unleashed devastating assaults from behind, and the swordsman flitted about, ensuring the safety of the entire team. In an instant, the once dreaded swarm of spiders was effectively trapped at the entrance of the passage, systematically slaughtered. "Truly, the Red Demon Legion is magnificent and powerful," mused a wealthy young heir. Initially, he had come merely to scout for minor lords and test his luck for a rare purple skill emblem, but Zhu Jianxiong had forcibly brought him here. At first, he felt it was an ill fate, but now he deemed it fortuitous, witnessing the legendary legion from television up close, directly observing their assault on the dimensional leader. "I had believed the many posts criticizing them," he remarked. Another young man beside him echoed this sentiment. "Those critics, I cannot fathom their thoughts. My brother has worked so hard. Why must they attack him so vehemently? They are champions of the Starlight Professional League, unique in their brilliance. Perhaps those envious souls cannot bear their radiance." A girl nearby nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my brothers toil tirelessly, sacrificing sleep for various engagements, striving to level up and secure their strength. They forego any donations during live streams, laboring to earn funds for upgrading equipment and emblems. Do you know how arduous that is? Those who criticize them are merely losers." The young man glanced at the girl, who was nearly spitting vitriol at him, and nodded. "Do keep your distance. I am switching to their side." Such coordination was impressive. Beside them, Ji Ling Air's eyes sparkled. Meanwhile, her bodyguard, known as the double-headed wolf, appeared slightly taken aback, muttering under his breath, "Indeed, this is textbook-level performance." Ji Ling Air turned her head. "Isn't it, Uncle Red Wolf?" Just as Red Wolf opened his mouth to respond, Blue Wolf interjected, "An exceptional display. The champions of the Starlight Professional League live up to their reputation." Red Wolf glanced at the ceiling, choosing to remain silent. Their task was to ensure the young lady's safety while keeping her entertained, and it was apparent that, like other wealthy maidens, she was thoroughly delighted. The small spiders posed no real threat to the 5 members of the Red Demon Legion, all level 39 and equipped with purple weaponry. Virtually none broke through. All were vanquished at the passage's entrance. A mountain of densely packed corpses nearly obstructed the entire cave entrance. At that moment, the ice surface began to tremble, and the body started to roll outward. The mother of the vengeful spider is about to make her appearance. Should anyone find themselves with idle time, feel free to join in. When the time comes for my art exhibition, I shall ensure that all your names are remembered." Zhu Jianxiong clenched his fists, and 2 axes materialized in his hands. A rare legendary class, known as the Frenzied Blood Warrior. This class boasts both resilience and damage output, characterized primarily by the fact that the more grievously one is injured, the stronger one becomes. It is among the ranks of professions capable of turning the tide in battle. Once a pinnacle class of the Flying Eagle Legion, during the Empire's pioneering era, they led a 1,000-strong frenzy, silencing gods and demons alike, toppling countless monster lairs. As he finished speaking, all the corpses at the cave entrance instantaneously froze, much like the icicles above, encasing the bodies within. In the next moment, the ice mountain shattered, and a menacing white spider, as pure as jade, erupted from the cave. Its massive body resembled a large truck, adorned with a layer of crystal-clear ice armor. Its 8 long legs were akin to sharp icicles, each covered in minute ice shards. Moving at a remarkable speed, its legs carved deep gashes into the ground, and one leg struck directly against Zurich's large shield, sending him flying with tremendous force. As it emerged, the creature was still voraciously gnawing on a corpse, blood cascading from its mouth like a stream, presenting a horrifying sight. Upon landing, Zurich knelt on one leg, shield in hand, and coughed up blood. His resolute profile turned towards the audience. He struck the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Is this the master of dimensions? Indeed, formidable." He raised his head, gritted his teeth, and his gaze became unwavering. "I am stronger than you," he nearly roared, suddenly stomping the ground as his shield emanated a blue light. Strike of evasion. Like a beam of light, he charged forward, the shield colliding forcefully with the massive Spider Lord, causing it to stagger back several steps. With another furious roar, red light flickered, and a taunt skill was unleashed. The spider was entirely under the skill's control, forced to raise its legs and attack the shield. Meanwhile, the mage Xia Inja, with his staff aglow, summoned a thick white shield around himself. The attack landed, but this time he was not sent flying. The captivating and passionate scene immediately incited excited cheers from the women in the crowd. As expected of the guardian god Zurich, so incredibly strong, he cannot be defeated. He truly provides a sense of security. With his command, Zhu Jinxiong surged forward, his body aglow with red light as he charged, his speed dramatically increasing as he approached the Spider Lord. With a cross-swing of his dual axes, he struck fiercely at the spider, shattering the ice armor on its leg and causing green blood to spurt forth. The immense power once again forced the Spider Lord to retreat. Those behind were astonished, hands covering their mouths. Even the Red Wolf could not help but exclaim, "Such high attributes! He must possess at least 5 pieces of purple gear. His strength must be nearing 100 stars." The Blue Wolf, however, narrowed his gaze. "You're mistaken. He is adorned with 12 pieces, all purple gear." Chapter 43. The Mother Bug interrupted. The Red Wolf wore a look of disbelief as he turned to Zhu Jinxiong, who, along with the Red Demon Legion, had completely gained control over the Spider Lord, launching a relentless barrage of fireballs, bullets, and sword strikes. Yet, it was Zhu Jinxiong whose damage output soared above the rest, each strike cleaving through the Spider Lord's ice armor, green blood flying. Just then, the Spider Lord raised its head and let out a piercing shriek as countless ice spikes coalesced in the air. "Backline disperse," Jin Yukin shouted as he rolled back. In the next instant, the ice spikes rained down like a storm, scattering the gunners, priests, and mages in the backline. Zurich, the slowest due to his shield, was instantly covered by the ice spikes, freezing solid like a statue. Zhu Jinxiong did not flinch as the ice spikes fell upon him. It indeed confirmed the Blue Wolf's assertion. Under the deluge of ice spikes, Zhu Jinxiong was encased in heavy armor, with his head, shoulders, chest, waist, legs, feet, necklace, bracelets, and rings all shimmering with a ghostly purple light. He completely disregarded the Spider Lord's frenzied attacks, swinging his axes with blurring speed. With a sudden twist of his feet, the axes glowed red, and he rapidly spun, resembling a whirlwind. The axe blades savagely sliced through the spider's legs, green blood gushing forth, and 2 massive legs were severed cleanly off. Truly, he was a top-tier noble. The weapons he wielded were not merely dual axes, but a main weapon and a secondary weapon. The Red Wolf gulped, marveling, such equipment, yet not reaching 100-star strength. How could one possess stabilizing gear positions for strength under a 100-star pattern? It can only be the main weapon and the secondary weapon. The Blue Wolf sheltered Linger behind him, distancing her from the wide-ranging attacks of the Spider Lord. Accessories were scarce, their attributes random. Even the Flying Eagle Legion would find it difficult to gather a complete set of strength-enhancing accessories. Those that existed had likely already been given to his brother, Zhu Jintian. Even if assembled, it would be challenging to achieve 100-star strength, unless one were a mythical profession with strength enhancements or possessed an SSS-grade true soul talent that bolstered strength. Zhu Jinxiong severed off the spider's legs and burst into laughter. Priests, heal the shield warrior. This vengeful spider mother is nothing but a few tricks. Just watch for skill evasion. The priest Xia Yinjia quickly cast a white light upon the shield warrior, causing the ice statue to shatter. However, as he emerged, he still trembled, his complexion pale. After another healing spell, Zurich began to recover. Standing before the Spider Lord, his expression remained resolute. I am invincible. With another shield strike, he toppled the short-legged Spider Lord to the ground. Haha, well done. Zhu Jinxiong laughed wildly. Frenzied slash. He swiftly gathered red light around his dual axes and shouted forward, a massive axe beam shooting forth, viciously cleaving into the Spider Lord's abdomen. This strike seemed to hit the Spider Lord's weak point. The Spider Lord let out a pained howl, rolling over as its abdomen was ripped open, a torrent of organs spilling forth. In the next moment, it opened its mouth, expelling a massive web, a skill that activated instantaneously, leaving the others with no time to react as they were all ensnared. Immediately after, it inhaled sharply, drawing everyone closer. With another exhalation, it unleashed a frigid blast, an icy chill that caught everyone off guard, freezing them solid. Then, it leaped back, conjuring ice blades before it. This is bad. The Red Wolf hesitated not for a moment, raising his Gatling gun, and in an instant, flames erupted from the barrel, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the frozen figures. The Blue Wolf reacted swiftly as well, aiming his cannon upwards and unleashing a grenade directly at the Spider Lord's eyes. Zhu Jinxiong, clad in full purple armor, his attributes remarkably high, quickly broke free and leaped forward, crashing down with force. However, the other 5 members of the Red Demon Legion were not so fortunate. Only the shield warrior Zurich managed to escape quickly, but this time he appeared flustered and terrified, raising his shield high. Steel barrier. Instantly, 2 ethereal shields rose around him, forming a wall alongside his shield to defend against the barrage of ice blades. The icy blade shot forth in an instant, its tremendous force propelling him into the air. Blood gushed forth, and the 4 comrades behind him fell to the ground, each pierced by gaping wounds. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "Priest! Is there any priest left?" Yet the monster was in a frenzy, and the others hesitated as they surged forward. Only the duo of the 2-headed wolf, with their machine gun and cannon working in perfect unison, began to push the spider back gradually. A flash of brilliance emanated from the Blue Wolf's hand as the grenade launcher transformed into a flamethrower. He crouched low, directing the flames like a tongue against the icy surface, scorching the wound that Zhu Jinxiong had just cleaved open. The excruciating pain caused the creature to dart in panic, while the Red Wolf targeted the spider's eyes, impairing its vision and forcing it to retreat towards Zhu Jinxiong. "Strike it down," the Blue Wolf bellowed, and Zhu Jinxiong felt a surge of determination. He leaped high, retracting his secondary weapon, and gripped the axe handle with both hands. The axe head trembled, expanding significantly. Frenzied blood decapitation. The axe's gleam sliced through the air, embedding itself in the Spider Lord's head, viscous fluids splattering everywhere. The creature's body froze momentarily before convulsing violently and crashing to the ground. Zhu Jinxiong panted heavily as he gazed at the corpse before him, a manic grin spreading across his face. What a trifling challenge after 3 centuries. I am the true champion of the new generation. He forcefully shook the blood from his axe, exuding an air of grandeur. Turning his attention to the 4 comrades sprawled on the ground, he noted their fortunate survival. The shield warrior had indeed lived up to the title of guardian, as the icy blade had not penetrated his skull. With a flick of his sleeve, he tossed a vial of potion to each of them, generously proclaiming, "A 4th-tier healing potion, it will restore you swiftly." Su Lishur expressed his gratitude, hastily administering the potion to his fallen comrades. Meanwhile, Zhu Jinxiong kicked aside a spider leg obstructing his path and ascended onto the Spider Lord's back. 2 emblems slowly coalesced, but upon inspection, his expression darkened. Wasn't it said that native species always dropped valuable items? Why were there 2 blue emblems? Zhao Lubai, accompanied by 2 others, swiftly navigated through pit number 1, excitement flickering across his face. Upon emerging from Gue Mu Valley, he had discovered a clue that could confirm his identity. It was the large amounts of viscous blood found on the fallen Dal Mantis King, which had ensnared its wings and limbs, suggesting its speed had been severely hindered. He recognized this substance, known as blood explosive, a specialized grenade that only the mythic profession of blood and flesh machinists could create. If his deductions were correct, he must currently be within the lair of the sand-eater worm. Zhu Shiwu, the assassin, moved rapidly, executing a sudden thrust that instantly dispatched a wandering sand-eater worm with a backstab and throat slash, delivering an impressive critical hit. How could there be sand-eater worms here? Aren't they supposed to cluster in the valleys? He pondered aloud, having encountered several already. Zhou Shirlu examined the fallen creature, but found nothing amiss. In a vast forest, one can find all manner of birds. It is normal for a few of these creatures to stray from their large numbers. Only Zhao Lubai smiled. Sand-eater worms are social creatures, and their scattering can only imply one reason. He gestured towards the valley ahead, that the entire colony has encountered a significant upheaval, perhaps the death of their leader. Chapter 44. The Cluzhou Shirlu stared at Zhao Lubai in shock. Young Master Zhao, that was a domain lord. According to the information provided by my master, a massive number of water and ice mages were deployed to freeze the sandy ground of this cave, and after suffering great losses, they managed to kill that native species. Do you think Zhu Jianxiong's group could accomplish that? The 3 remained vigilant, and, as Zhao Lubai spoke, he continued walking. Who said Zhu Jianxiong was the one who killed it? Have you forgotten the magma beast in the lava lake? He too was a domain lord. Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shirlu abruptly halted, regarding Zhao Lubai with a grave expression. Young Master Zhao, our master has repeatedly instructed us to ensure your safety. If the one ahead is indeed the slayer of the magma beast, we know not whether he is friend or foe. We implore you to prioritize your own safety. Zhao Lubai waved his hand dismissively. Let us proceed. If he wanted me dead, he would have done so long ago. I have not been killed, yet he has saved my life on several occasions. As they stepped into the valley, the 3 collectively gasped in shock. The entire valley was pockmarked with numerous deep craters, as if countless meteors had fallen, followed by a significant earthquake. Cracks, scattered rubble, the stench of charred flesh, and the remains of insects littered the area, with not a single living creature in sight. Was there a battle here involving a legion of professional breakthrough fighters? Zhu Shiwu swallowed hard, murmuring. Such terrifying destructive force was beyond the capabilities of mere third-tier professionals. Zhao Lubai moved swiftly, darting into the lair of the Sand-Eater Lord. Indeed, he was struck by awe. The corpse of the domain lord lay quietly on the ground, while some young sand-eater worms, emerging from the ground, seemed to find something far more delectable than the secretion on the wall, climbing over the carcass like ants. The horrifying reality of having killed it without properly claiming the territory was too much for Zhu Shiwu, whose legs trembled. The immense and grotesque corpse of the beast left him profoundly shaken, but what shocked him more was the identity of its slayer. Professionals typically adhered to the iron rule of first dismantling the domain lord's territory to prevent it from harnessing its power, followed by a coordinated group assault. The tail has been severed? Zhao Lubai circled the corpse, noticing that the abdomen of the Sand-Eater Lord remained intact. Old Zhu, go open the abdomen of the corpse and see if the Sand-Eater Pearl is still present. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shiwu glanced at the abdomen and was taken aback. The creature's abdomen was indeed unharmed. He quickly approached, his dagger shimmering with a purple glow, and fiercely slashed at the Sand-Eater Lord's belly, sparks flying. Such high defense. Observing that he had only managed to cut through a thin layer of skin, he struck again and again at the same spot. Soon, blood gushed forth, and disregarding the gruesome sight, Zhu Shiwu reached into the Sand-Eater Lord's abdomen, feeling around before abruptly pulling out a glowing yellow orb. Is indeed still here. Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shirlu gazed longingly at the orb in his hand, yet they restrained their desires and handed it to Zhao Lubai. Zhao Lubai stepped forward to receive it, his brow furrowing in confusion. What does this mean? Does he not value it? He then glanced at the severed tail of the Sand-Eater Lord. But why we want this tail? After a moment of contemplation, he approached the split in the rock. The accompanying creatures of the territory have been taken. I wonder which type it was, the bloodgrass or the sand heartflower. Zhou Shilu expressed regret. If it were the sand heartflower, it could lead to a substantial business opportunity. The Fong family's Fong Huai has a high bounty for the task of procuring sand heartflowers. Zhao Lubai nodded. It seems his brother has contracted a peculiar ailment. Unable to fuse with ordinary professional emblems, and his high-tier potion constitution is too poor to utilize. He can only rely on third-tier potions. The most potent healing potion recipe of the present day is the Huanxin Yaoji, with Shaxin Hua as its principal ingredient. He then shook his head. It is said that he is searching far and wide for the unknown emblems, which would indeed facilitate one's transition into a healing profession. However, it remains a distant prospect. The unknown emblems, akin to the mythical ones, are heavily reliant on fate. Some, despite possessing an SSS-level talent, cannot be integrated, while others may only find their path through the serendipitous fate of a fallen city as courtesan. Furthermore, until one transitions, the unknown remains just that, unknown. With luck akin to that of my grandfather, one might become a Ling-Tsue Danshi, elevating the Zhao family from obscurity to the status of a fifth giant. Conversely, with ill fortune, one could end up as a mere shepherd or lumberjack, scarcely distinguishable from the common folk. Zhu Shiwu leaned in to peer through a crevice, clearly seeing the disturbed earth within. It was evident that the items had long been excavated. He pondered aloud. Given the knowledge of Shaxin Hua's presence here, why hasn't the Fong family come to explore? With their strength, capturing the Shish's Hizu should pose little challenge. Zhao Lubai tapped the cave wall and turned to exit, stating, "The number 1 pit has opened once every 20 years for the past 3 centuries. The Shish's Hizu has been vanquished at least 10 times. Yet only the original species from the time of its pioneering remains, accompanied by Shaxin Hua. The other 9 encounters yielded only Zixikeo. Thus, it is highly probable that this time, too, we will face Zixikeo. Rather than waste manpower and resources on this Shisha den, it would be wiser to seek out more unknown emblems." Upon exiting the den and returning to the valley, Zhao Lubai commanded, "Search the area for any clues that might indicate the direction in which that person departed." Zhu Shiwu and Zhou Shirley quickly executed their task, and before long, Zhou Shirley stood beside the remnants of a train, raising his hands high. "Young Master Zhao, over here," he called out, as Zhao Lubai approached. He pointed to the ground. "Everything here is covered in dust, except for this tattered pair of pants, which lies atop the dust. This train car shows signs of being cut open, and a complete corpse is inside." Zhao Lubai moved forward to inspect the body, whose face he did not recognize. The individual was stripped to the waist, with dark skin marked by numerous whip scars and thick, calloused fingers. It was evident that he was a mine slave. This unmistakable feature allowed for a swift conclusion regarding his identity. He then turned his attention to the tattered jeans, which it seems torn apart, with multiple worn holes. The original blue-gray hue was now caked with yellow mud. Upon seeing these pants, his pupils constricted sharply. His memory was exceptional, possessing the ability to recall scenes as if they were unfolding anew. The moment flashed back to when he had brushed past a tall figure on the train. Chapter 45. Arrival at the Yuanju Muqiao. Observing the scene before him, Zhao Lubai quickly deduced what had transpired. A towering man, having slain the Shish's Hizu, emerged from the cave, drenched in sweat and blood, barefoot and clad in tattered pants, surveying his surroundings for emblems before discovering the corpse within the train car. Subsequently, he had used a knife to cut the clothes from a body and don them himself. "Old Zhu, the ground has been struck with such force that it must have kicked up a cloud of dust. The footprints in the dust should be easy to trace. Let us see which direction they led," Zhao Lubai remarked. Zhu Shiwu immediately knelt down, tilting his head. A thin layer of dust coated the ground, with a clear trail of shoe prints leading out of the valley. This way, he indicated. He led the others out of the valley, where Zhu Shiwu once more crouched down. Outside the valley, the dust was absent, yet the shoe prints bore traces of it, the white powder resting upon the brown soil. In this direction, he pointed again. This time, Zhao Lubai did not proceed directly but quickly produced a map. After confirming his location, he compared it with the direction of the footprints and marked a long path on the map, culminating in a corner marked by a large red cross. Zhao Liubai's eyes narrowed. The Yuanju Muchong? After a moment of contemplation, he understood. All the valuable monsters in the number 1 pit have been cleared by you. The last Yuanju Muchong should pose no issue. Stowing the map, Zhao Liubai declared. Let us proceed to the Yuanju Muchao. Zhu Shiwu, who had been following the footprints, halted abruptly and turned back, saying, Young master, Zhu Jianxiong and his group are attacking the Yuanju Muchong. You previously offended him. Should we encounter them after their battle? We may face an onslaught from over 40 professionals. After he spoke, Zhou surely chimed in. Earlier, I observed Zhu Jianxiong. He brought 7 men, 2 of whom I recognize as the blood fiends of the Flying Eagle Legion, one specializing in firearms, the other in shields, both possessing formidable tenacity, which could be quite troublesome. The other 5 are disguised, but judging by their aura, they are at least level 35, and they appear to be a well-coordinated unit. Hearing this, Zhao Liubai merely chuckled, countering, Have either of you ever encountered a creature bearing the title of Dominator? Zhu Shiwu and Zhou surely exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. As 4th-tier gatekeepers, their most formidable and terrifying encounters at the lower 3 tiers were with domain lords, and although they had assisted large groups, they had never faced a Dominator. Their recollections were likely akin to that of a domain lord. Zhao Liubai exhaled. A Dominator possesses an aura of authority, serving as the paramount leader of a tribe, having established its own social structure. The lord is the chief of a mountain tribe. The domain lord is a chieftain of a territory, while the Dominator is the leader of a complete tribe. He grinned at the two, continuing, Now do you comprehend why no one has managed to conquer this Dominator's lair for 300 years? The Yuanju Muchong commands 6 domain lord generals, 36 lord guardians, a plethora of elite leaders, and countless lesser minions. Previous records indicate that a fully equipped legion of 3,000 could barely contend with the 4 domain lords of poison, ice, fire, and wood, and merely caught a glimpse of the Yuanju Muchong before being instantly obliterated. It cannot be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. It is a matter of dimensional supremacy, akin to the disparity between an earthworm and a rooster or a tiger and a hamster. The numbers serve no purpose other than to feed them. Having sacrificed so many, the entire Flying Eagle Empire has ceased to covet the Yuanju Muchong. Once, for domain lords could be confronted by 3,000. Now, we face 6. Zhao Liubai continued along the path indicated on the map. These are well-known facts among the upper echelon, and both the Ji and Zhu families have issued prohibitions against the cultural expedition team of the number 1 pit, forbidding them from continuing to sacrifice lives. For if this persists, the Yuanju Muchong will continue to expand within the No. 1 pit until the day comes when the entire area belongs to the Yuanju Muchong. He then glanced at Zhou. Surely, those 5 do indeed require some disguise. They're the big stars of the upper city. Have you heard of the Red Demon Legion? The two's expressions turned serious. Isn't that the champion legion of the Starlight Professional League, plastered across every advertisement in the upper city? The Starlight Professional League has been ongoing for quite some time. I have seen glimpses of it, and it is indeed formidable. Zhao Liubai turned to Zhu Shiwu with a smile. Old Zhu, do you wish to become a champion? Zhu Shiwu scratched his head. I doubt I possess the kind of strength. As long as I control public opinion, manage my opponents, and dictate the rules, I can determine who will claim the championship. The Tiana Consortium possesses the financial means to facilitate this. The 2 individuals momentarily paused, casting puzzled glances at Zhao Liubai. However, Zhao Liubai merely scoffed, remarking, just a plaything of a wealthy woman. When Zhu Jianxiong led this troop into the 1st pit, I understood why the Feiying Legion did not even grant him a position in the reserve troop. He must be a rich young master. Perhaps other pits could allow them some leeway, but this Yenju Motherbug would likely be a formidable challenge. He glanced at the shisha pearl in his hand, stowed it away, and proceeded forward. It is uncertain whether the others will survive, but Zhu Jianxiong and Ji Linger surely possess life-saving artifacts. Let's go. Entering at this moment might allow us to extort something. The 1st pit operates ceaselessly, and Jin Quan hastened to the Yenju's lair because he had previously heard from Ji Ran that a group of influential youths had entered the insect nest. If the mother bug were to be slain by that group in advance, rescuing Lin Yin would become exceedingly troublesome. Upon entering, the air felt refreshingly crisp, devoid of the oppressive heaviness found elsewhere, resembling a serene countryside. As he stepped into the cavern, a lush forest came into view, with dense trees enveloping the entire space, akin to a hidden paradise within the earth. How tranquil it is! Jin Quan surveyed the surroundings and retrieved a map from his ring. For domain lords, poison, ice, fire, and wood, each guarding an entrance to the nest with 6 lord guardians. Ji Ran suggested that I strike first, with the wood and fire attributes being the most advantageous, as the lava set counters them entirely. Chapter 46. Domain Lord Mu Tongzhu. He returned the map to his ring, maneuvering through the trees along the cavern's edge until he discovered passage. Once a domain lord was slain, the remaining ones would seal off other entrances and rush to provide support. So, it was crucial to act swiftly. Striving for a series of isolated victories was essential. An orange glow emanated from Jin Quan's hand as the lava judgment materialized. He began relentlessly hacking at the trees within the cavern, striking blow after blow. And upon delivering the 7th strike, a searing brilliance erupted from the lava judgment. A 25 chance of lava roar activated, and Jin Quan leaped into the air. The troll earth-shatter slash. The terrifying impact of his landing resonated like thunder, sweeping through the forest as a tempest, uprooting numerous trees, their splintering sounds mingling into a cacophony, causing the entire forest to undulate. Immediately, the ground before Jin Quan cracked open, resembling a volcanic eruption, with copious amounts of lava surging forth, igniting all surrounding trees in an instant. He swiftly leaped back to the passage he had previously spotted along the cavern wall. The statue of the dark flame materialized before him as he stood resolutely at the forefront. The sound of numerous creatures scuttling within the cavern intensified, as a multitude of small green spiders surged toward him like a torrent, their sharp legs piercing the statue of dark flame. Though the statue trembled slightly, it remained unscathed, while the flames enveloping it scorched the spiders, causing them to emit high-pitched cries. Before he could make any move, the lava shield erupted into existence around him. Upon receiving an attack, there was a 10 chance to trigger the lava shield, granting him a protective barrier that absorbed damage and inflicted fire damage upon nearby enemies while it remained active. The sheer number of these small spiders rendered Jin Quan indifferent to them. To the lava set, they were merely machines for shield generation. Jin Quan glanced back at the burning forest. Were they truly so patient? Did they intend to wait for their guardian lords to arrive? Just as he finished speaking, the commotion within the cavern grew noticeably more intense, with violent tremors shaking the walls, signaling the approach of a much larger beast. Jin Quan was besieged by a multitude of spiders, his lava shield refreshing under their attacks, as countless spiders fell to the dual flames of the statue and the shield, only to be replaced by others crawling up. He remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed intently on the darkness of the cavern. At the moment, a massive green silhouette emerged from the passage. His eyes narrowed. A violet glow enveloped him, gray particles swirling around his great sword, vanishing like a fleeting light. A crescent-shaped blade of destruction swept through the passage. The rain of green viscera fell as the creature, yet to fully enter the light and still unrecognizable, was cleaved in half, collapsing within the passage. Jin Quan paid no heed to the fallen creature, swiftly advancing toward the next tunnel. This wooded lair similarly contained 6 passages, and as Jin Quan dispatched one lord, the other 5 entrances trembled in unison. He leaped into the air, focusing on another passage. In the next moment, a colossal spider's head protruded from the tunnel. Simultaneously, the troll earth-shatter slash crashed down. This spider merely peeked its head out. In an instant, it was severed into a myriad of dismembered parts, the shockwave scattering its innards across the cavern walls. With a brief pause, his demonic wings unfurled from his back, transforming him into a streak of light as he darted from this passage to the next. The blade gleamed as another large spider, emerging from the tunnel, and yet to emit a furious cry, was swiftly decapitated. The demonic wings flashed again, propelling him through the air as the Spider Lord's roar was abruptly silenced by the luminous blade thrust into its maw. With renewed speed from the demonic wings, he rapidly gathered and compressed the blade's energy. In the blink of an eye, he reached the side of this spider, unleashing a forceful downward strike. The crescent blade cleaving through the creature, its momentum unabated as it pierced toward the final tunnel's denizen. This spider appeared somewhat prepared, crossing its forelegs in an attempt to block, but with the enhancement of Bai Xing's power, its limbs snapped like twigs, crashing violently against its abdomen. The creature was sent sprawling, 6 of its 8 legs broken, its abdomen grievously lacerated, writhing on the ground in agony. The third strike of the demonic wing's triple slash, lacking the nuclear talent enhancement, failed to deliver a fatal blow, yet it inflicted severe trauma. Jin Quan quickly turned back to witness the cavern trembling violently, the earth fracturing at its center, trees uprooting. A massive bulge rose from the ground's core. A smile graced Jin Quan's lips. Has arrived? Peering ahead, a succinct message materialized before him. Mu Tengzhu, Domain Lord, level 39. He would not foolishly await the appearance animation of the Mu Tengzhu. Instead, he leapt into action. Troll, Earth Shatter Slash. The aim was to ensure it met its end in the soil. Another thunderous impact resounded as the bulge was cleaved halfway down by his great sword, embedding deeply into the earth. Yet his expression shifted slightly, for no blood flowed from the gash. Instead, it was filled with a dense mass of entwined vines. As anticipated, the next moment, the entire mound rolled upward, resembling a gigantic carnivorous flower, swiftly closing around Jin Quan. Instantly, he found himself ensnared within the mound, his vision shrouded in darkness. However, his profession's unique skill, dark insight, allowed him to discern his surroundings clearly in the gloom. Countless vines surged forth from within, transforming into sharp, glimmering spikes, ruthlessly aiming to pierce him. As if intent on rendering him a porcupine, Jin Quan wielded his blade against the creeping vines, delivering 9 swift strikes. As the lava shield activated, the brilliance of sword light and flames coalesced, and with another downward stroke, the molten roar erupted within the enclosed earthen mound. Under the weight of elemental restraint, the vines ignited fiercely, their thorns embedding themselves into his Mingyan deity statue and lava shield, cracking and falling away in a shower of charred remnants. His lava set ensured that with 9 strikes, the shield would invariably trigger, and after the 10th, a lava impact would be unleashed, enveloping him instantly in a colossal surge of magma, transforming him into a meteor with a power enhancement of 100, which thunderously detonated. The tightly closed vines, reminiscent of a carnivorous flower, scattered like countless shards of burning fabric across the sky. At the moment Jin Quan appeared, he beheld beneath him a massive spider with an enormous gaping maw. Its body was a profound shade of dark green, seemingly woven from resilient vines and ancient timber. Its surface was rough, adorned with intricate patterns. 8 long legs resembled stout tree trunks, covered with a thick layer of wooden skin, entwined with dense vines that occasionally writhed as if possessing their own life. 2 enormous eyes glimmered with a sinister red light, and from its mouth, fleshy tendrils twisted and coalesced into a spear aimed at the airborne Jin Quan. Yet Jin Quan scoffed. "You are far more foolish than that sand-eating lord." His gaze sharpened, locking on. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light in the air, while the fleshy wooden spear launched from the spider's mouth like a cannonball. The red and purple collided midair with a crack. The formidable spear of vines shattered as easily as bamboo, piercing into the cave's ceiling, vanishing into 2 deep voids. The purple light surged unabated, slicing through the spider's trembling eyes from head to tail. The arena fell silent as Jin Quan took a measured leap forward, landing gracefully on one knee. Behind him, the enormous wooden spider's patterned carapace suddenly disarrayed, sliding in a singular line. Then, with a violent rupture, the spider's body split apart like a watermelon, collapsing in 2 halves. Chapter 47. Frost Guardian. At the entrance of the ice cave, Zhu Jinxiong gripped 2 blue emblems tightly, then hurled them onto the icy surface, where they skidded a considerable distance. Damn it, what nonsense about the Wailing Spider Queen. These rumors are utterly ridiculous. He leaped down from the spider, his expression grim, teeth clenched. Prepare the troops. Through the act of slaying this Wailing Spider Queen, he had come to a definitive realization. Without entering the power structure, merely being a wealthy young master meant the world would forever remain shrouded in obscurity. They concealed all truths, and only upon reaching the Wailing Spider Queen's lair did he understand how easily vanquished it truly was. despite being depicted as a world-ending monster. I will peel back the layers of truth and reveal to the reserve troops that I am the one most deserving to enter. He clenched his fist, about to command the removal of the corpse, when Lu Shi timidly raised his hand. Captain Zhu, what is it? Zhu's tone was irritable, his mood fraught. I'm a priest with the insight skill. Lu Shi stammered. Insight and identification are two rare skills of purple grade. Insight allows one to view living information and see through disguises, while identification reveals item information. Professions that learn these skills can thrive remarkably, especially the identification profession, whose skill emblems are highly sought after. Once one possesses this skill, they can open an identification shop, attracting countless professionals daily for emblem and material assessments, no longer needing to battle monsters for survival. Insight is an essential skill for a complete legion, as it eliminates the need to carry a monster compendium. In the Wasteland, the unknown is most feared, and insight significantly mitigates risks. However, due to its rarity and because it is a supportive skill, combat professions rarely learn insight and identification. Lacking even one skill can jeopardize an entire career path, and the absence of a vital skill can lead to death. Thus, it is typically learned by auxiliary priests and scout rogues. In this lower tier, none of these wealthy young masters or their bodyguards possess the insight skill. What is the issue? Lu Shi replied awkwardly. My skill shows this monster is named Frost Guardian. At that moment, the two-headed wolf beside Ji Ling, who suddenly narrowed its pupils, exchanging a glance before swiftly seizing Ji Ling's hand, pulling her along like a chick and rushing back the way they came. Run! Ji Ling exclaimed, bewildered. What is happening, Uncle Wolf? The red wolf hastily explained. If a monster has the title Guardian, it signifies that this creature is undoubtedly a subordinate of a far more formidable beast. A single guardian is already a lord, so its superior must be a domain lord. Just then, 5 cave entrances simultaneously emitted eerie howls, and 5 colossal spiders, identical to the previously vanquished lord, leaped forth from the passages. One of them opened its mouth, unleashing a blizzard that instantly sealed the entrance beneath a thick layer of ice and snow. With a cacophony of roars, they advanced like a slow, deliberate march, encircling everyone in the center, akin to a rooster eyeing grains on the ground. Panic erupted among the crowd. 5 terrifying lords. Why are there so many wailing spider queens? It's over. I need to go back. Quickly. Contact the Hongsher Cultural Tourism to get us out. Contact what? There's no signal in the cave. Didn't you complain about their excessive rules and wish for them to leave? The Red Demon Legion can still fight. They are the mightiest troop. Both the two-headed wolves that had initially sought to flee and Zhu Jinxiong found themselves herded to the center like chickens. Zhu Jinxiong's lips trembled, but he took a deep breath and declared, if you don't wish to die, everyone pick up your weapons. We have over 40 people. We can fight while retreating. I will cleave open a path for us to escape. He glanced over at the Red Demon Legion. Can you still fight? The shield warrior, Su Lisher, nodded. I'm fine. Their injuries haven't fully healed, so their mobility may be affected. Several teammates behind him had staunched their wounds, but their injuries still appeared raw. Their faces pale. The gunman, Shangguan Che, surveyed the scene with a tremor in his voice. With some understanding of skills, we should be able to hold one at bay, but we cannot kill it. Zhu Jinxiong turned to the 2 individuals who had been restraining the bait, Bloodshield and Gunslayer, who looked at the two-headed wolf beside Ji Ling and said, we'll hold one. They can output damage. We should be able to deal with it directly. After pondering, Zhu Jinxiong addressed the remaining bodyguards, 7 in total, with levels ranging from 32 to 36. You block one. Ignoring their reactions, he commanded directly. Then he turned to Ji Ling, and Li Hongbin. The 3 of us will take down one. As for the last one, you 25 will handle it. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar erupted in the crowd, with some young women bursting into tears. I am only at level 20. I came here to travel, not to venture into the wilderness. Why must I fight? I want to go back. Why did you bring us here to watch performance? Only to have us fight when we can't win? I want to go home. I don't want to die. I'm just 18 years old. The Flying Eagle Legion is impressive, but all you do is bring people here to die. The Flying Eagle Empire will ultimately collapse under the weight of your incompetence. But I'm not a combat class. Why must I fight monsters? What right do you have? In the face of death. They completely forgot the oppression brought by power and disregarded Zhu Jinxiong's dignity, resulting in chaos. Ironically, the calmest individuals in the crowd were the dozens of bait, who trembled with fear, yet showed no signs of terror or sorrow. Zhu Jinxiong's expression darkened further as he listened to their words. He remained silent and cold. Turning to ask, "Is that all? Any objections?" His gaze fell upon Ji Linger and Li Hongbin, as they were members of the 5 great families, and he felt it necessary to extend them some courtesy. Ji Linger merely cast a sidelong glance at Li Hongbin, a flicker of disdain crossing her face. Yet she nodded nonetheless. In the next moment, the entire team split into 5 groups, with 4 groups charging forward while the young masters and mistresses stood bewildered, unsure of what to do. Fortunately, having been accustomed to such situations for a long time, they quickly adjusted their positions in a state of mild panic. The Red Demon Legion's tactics remained consistent with their previous approach, but the flamboyance and fervor had vanished. How can they be this strong? As a priest, Xiaoying's hand trembled on the staff. "We are clearly the strongest legion in the upper city. We have purple weapons and S-class talents. Yet we cannot even defeat a single lord." Su Lisher glanced back at him, opened his mouth, but did not continue. Among the group, Xiaoying was the youngest and the most well-protected. "We possess S-class talents, but we are from the lower city." Shangguan Che tightened his grip on his gun and finally uttered these words. He patted Xiaoying on the shoulder. "Let S survive." On the other side, the 2-headed wolf and the blood fiend duo appeared much more seasoned. After observing Zhu Jinxiong's battle, they immediately grasped the weaknesses of this lord. The shield warrior charged forward, using all defensive skills to absorb the lord's attacks, while the gun warrior swiftly maneuvered behind it, delivering a series of humiliating stabs. Soon, the monster's aggro shifted towards him. The spider lord roared in anger, attempting to retaliate, but in that fleeting moment of turning, the shield warrior seized the opportunity, delivering a shield bash to the spider's pivoting leg. The spider stumbled. Simultaneously, the blue wolf of the 2-headed wolf, as a gunslinger, unleashed a scorching red light from his gun, and a grenade exploded on the spider lord's flank. The powerful blast, combined with the spider's inability to regain its balance, sent the creature tumbling. The gun warrior leapt high into the air, appearing above the overturned spider. Falling eagle strike, he grasped the gun tightly, the barrel pointed downward, and fell like a meteor, piercing through the spider lord's abdomen. Blood spattered as the spider howled in agony. The Red Wolf's machine gun bullets rained down in a nearly straight line, mercilessly spraying the spider's midsection. The spider lord, armored all over, had its abdomen exposed against the icy surface, desperately trying to protect itself. At this moment, having been knocked over and taunted into submission by the shield warrior, the gun warrior and the 2 gunslingers unleashed all their skills upon the spider's abdomen. The relentless barrage quickly rendered the spider's flesh charred and mangled. Each of these 4 individuals was a failed breakthrough in their profession, eternally stuck at level 40, gaining only countless life and death experiences and combat awareness. Their movements lacked elegance, occasionally rolling or crawling, yet they effectively evaded the spider's attacks. Their exquisite coordination, anticipation of teammate skills, and perfect timing far surpassed the flamboyance of the Red Demon Legion. If the Red Demon Legion were actors seeking glamorous skills and stylish moments, these 4 were true warriors, focused on efficiency. Unfortunately, the team was ultimately hastily assembled, and without support, the shield warrior began to show signs of exhaustion. The Frost Guardian broke free from its restraints, roaring as frost gathered above. "Down!" Red Wolf shouted, and upon hearing this, the gunman rolled away from the spider's abdomen. In the next instant, ice shards descended like blades, landing on the spider's midsection. They did not cause significant harm to the spider, but quickly formed ice, sealing its previously gaping wounds. Then, in a swift motion, the spider spun around, opening its mouth to unleash an ice net, aiming to ensnare the 4 like the Red Demon Legion. However, at this critical moment, a spinning explosive grenade appeared among the 4. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, the shockwave propelling the 4 away, while the ice net fell empty. "Watch out for the net." We're down slowly. Among the 5 teams present, the most at ease were undoubtedly Zhu Jinxiong and his 2 companions. Born into privilege as heirs of the 5 great families, whether it was the 2-headed wolf or the blood fiend duo, they had spent half their lives to acquire a single purple weapon, barely reaching the top tier of the lower third tier. Yet these three possessed no less than 10 pieces of purple gear each, surpassing the total of all purple gear worn by others present. There was no finesse. It was all reliant on attributes. Zhu Jinxiong wielded his double axes, his purple armor manifesting throughout the battle as he absorbed the spider's damage while outputting his own. Meanwhile, Li Hongbin swung his sword, creating a large circle on the ground that encompassed the spider within. Instantly, runes coiled within the circle, forming an array. The ice blocks inside transformed into a viscous swamp, pulling the spider lord down with each movement. Li Hongbin, a swordsman with an intelligence-based build, struck towards Zhu Jinxiong, and as the sword light passed, it landed harmlessly upon Zhu Jinxiong. Instead, the light morphed into a small sword floating above Zhu Jinxiong's head, causing his attack speed to surge dramatically while a white light shield enveloped him. Linger was even more brutal. A legendary class, armored mechanic, with S-class talent and mechanical empowerment. With a flick of her ring, a light tank appeared on the ground, weighing only 15 tons and armed with a 90mm cannon. She swiftly jumped into the tank, its treads rolling as the cannon roared to life, becoming searing hot. Boom! The ice armor on the Spider Lord shattered, leaving behind large burn marks on its body. In the next moment, the cannon barrel turned blue, and with another blast, a terrifying armor-piercing shot pierced through the spider's flank. The spider roared, and countless ice spikes rained down from above, each resembling anti-material weapons. In such confined space, evading was impossible, and in an instant, the entire tank turned into a sieve. Linger, shielded yet somewhat disheveled, crawled out of the tank. With such a crude maneuver, the operator managed to severely injure the spider in an instant, showcasing the prowess of the mechanic. However, this very operation made it clear to all practitioners that the impoverished are unworthy of wielding mechanical prowess. The Spider Lord was rendered crimson and enraged by the two strikes, while a frost ring suddenly immobilized Zhu Jinxiong ahead, prompting an irate charge towards Linger. In a fluster, she waved her hand towards the ground, unleashing 3 small, hopping robots towards the Spider Lord. These 3 machines abruptly leapt mid-path and, in an instant, detonated. Flames engulfed the spider in a furious blaze. In stark contrast to the formidable prowess and equipment of this trio, the wealthy tourists appeared pitifully vulnerable. At the outset, defensive classes took the forefront. Agile classes flanked the sides, output classes positioned themselves centrally, while support classes lingered at the back. Relying on their numbers and an array of skills, they managed to control the Spider Lord for a brief moment. Yet, their damage output was woefully inadequate, failing to breach the icy armor shielding the spider's guardians, akin to mere scratching. As the frost ring erupted from the spider's body, several shield warriors and knights at the front were instantly frozen. In the blink of an eye, the Spider Lord surged past the front line, akin to a hungry wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep, its sharp, icy limbs flailing rapidly. In an instant, 4 young men were ensnared together, resembling candied hawthorns, as the spider lifted its front limbs, devouring them whole, the sounds of crunching echoing, blood spraying forth. This nightmarish scene sent the entire team into disarray. Their high-tier weapons, once gleaming with promise, lost their luster as everyone sought retreat. Even those who broke free from the freezing spell began to withdraw, muttering about their roles as mere potion makers, lamenting their intent to gather herbs. One youth cried out, sprinting towards the exit. His flight was akin to the starting gun of a 100-meter race, causing the formation to collapse instantly. Chapter 49, Domain Lord. The ice-cold spider, the Spider Lord, let out a thunderous roar, summoning a myriad of ice blades that rained down upon the unsuspecting group. The sound of piercing was incessant as ice blades struck flesh, leaving a gruesome tableau of severed limbs scattered across the ice. Among them, Lu Shi, the priest, had positioned himself at the back, already preparing for a hasty retreat. He rolled and crawled into the midst of the corpses from the fallen city, disregarding their fetid stench, hiding himself amidst them, trembling on the icy surface. This decisive action ultimately saved his life, for the primal monsters evolved by consuming practitioners, prioritizing them as their meal, while the fallen city's bait comprised solely of ordinary folk. The Spider Lord opened its maw once more, casting a vast web towards the distance. ensnaring all who had narrowly evaded the ice blades. When the web retracted, dozens of individuals were pulled together into a large mass before the Spider-Lord. A chilling breath escaped its mouth, and all ensnared were instantaneously transformed into ice sculptures. The spider's front limbs moved like phantoms, shattering the frozen remnants within. Their most significant flaw compared to true pioneers was their lack of resolve. Perhaps only a desperate fight could yield a solution in the face of such formidable foes. With the annihilation of this team, the pressure in the arena intensified. Wherever the Spider-Lord advanced, the outcome was assuredly one-sided. Fortunately, the spider seemed to possess a gluttonous appetite, choosing not to advance immediately, but instead began to gnaw on the remains of the fallen. How much longer until one is slain? Zhu Jinxiong called out to the dual assassins. This lord can still heal with ice, came the succinct reply from the gunman. The implication clear, a protracted battle lay ahead. Li Hongbin, utilize your talent to swiftly eliminate this creature, he urged. Yet, Li Hongbin's expression shifted slightly as he retorted. Why don't you use your talent? His innate ability, an S-grade intelligence storm, could instantaneously bolster his intellect and enhance casting speed. However, at a lower tier, using such a skill would rapidly deplete his mental energy. If he were to exhaust himself, he would be rendered incapable of further spell casting, or worse, could faint on the spot, a fate akin to suicide in the perilous first pit. Zhu Jinxiong's hand glimmered as he summoned a vial. The awakening blue elixir will allow you to recover swiftly post-usage of your talent. As Li Hongbin grasped the vial, his eyes widened in astonishment. The petite blue glass bottle bore intricate magical runes, its liquid shimmering with an ethereal blue light. Upon consumption, it would restore a measure of mental energy, enhance recovery speed for a period, and temporarily bolster magical resistance, mitigating magical damage endured. This was a rare purple-grade 4th-tier elixir, immensely valuable, far superior to the potions previously offered to the Red Demon Legion. In trials, it could restore 40 mental energy for 4th-tier practitioners and up to 80 for 3rd-tier practitioners, a lifeline for those of the lower tiers. Zhu Jinxiong continued. This elixir holds no benefit for me. Use it now and swiftly deal with this lord. Li Hongbin glanced back at the Spider-Lord, still feasting upon the corpses. In the next moment, he plunged his sword into the ground, a magnificent sword array emanating around him, enveloping Ji Linger and Zhu Jinxiong. He then slashed forward, a radiant beam slicing through the air, like ink spilled upon the Spider-Lord. The flowing light rapidly formed a dark array upon the Spider-Lord, numerous black chains erupting from its center, swiftly entangling the creature. Retreat, Li Hongbin shouted, as Zhu Jinxiong charged away to evade the impending danger. Suddenly, a spiral mark appeared on Li Hongbin's forehead, radiating a powerful surge of magical energy. The array and chains wrapped around the Spider-Lord erupted in a brilliant blue light. With a resounding explosion, the encircling chains detonated, unleashing a violent magical surge that reverberated throughout the cavern, melting the spider's icy armor like a hot iron on flesh. As the blue light faded, the spider's 8 legs vanished, leaving it resembling a peeled shrimp. Yet, it remained alive, countless ice and snow elements converging, crystals assembling, poised to reforge its icy armor and limbs. Li Hongbin swayed precariously, his complexion pale, hastily consuming the awakening blue elixir, the blue starlight shimmering around him as he began to regain his mental fortitude. Weakly, he called out decapitation, almost as soon as he uttered the words. Zhu Jinxiong leapt forth, raising his great axe, the blade swelling rapidly. Bloodthirsty decapitation. The axe cleaved through the Spider-Lord's head, viscera splattering as the creature's body froze momentarily before crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the dual-headed wolf called out, "Decapitation here." The group turned to see the dual-headed wolf, and the bloodthirsty specters had already shattered a significant portion of the spider's icy armor. Green blood flowing profusely from the severed head. Without hesitation, Zhu Jinxiong surged forward, closing the distance with a charge, leaping once more, executing another decapitation strike. The spider's head rolled away. Zhu Jinxiong plummeted from the air, crashing onto the icy surface, gasping heavily. The consecutive brutal beheadings nearly drained his remaining stamina. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope for total annihilation. He retrieved a vial of yellow potion and consumed it hastily before rising swiftly. However, he was met with the sight of pale faces all around him. Confused, he wondered why, despite having slain two formidable foes, no one was cheering in excitement. His gaze fell upon the nearest Lan Long, who had halted, licking his trembling lips. Zhu Jinxiong's forceful decapitation of two leaders appeared to have triggered a terrifying taboo. He observed the entire icy surface beneath him beginning to tremble, the vibrations intensifying as fine cracks emerged, rapidly spreading across the expanse. "Scatter!" he shouted urgently towards the rear. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted, shattering the ice, sending countless shards flying in all directions. The cold spread, enveloping everyone in a bone-chilling chill, causing their bodies to stiffen and tremble. A massive frost spider surged forth from beneath the ice. Its form resembled a small iceberg, its body encased in iron-hard ice crystals that merged seamlessly to form an icy armor. Its long legs were akin to colossal ice pillars, each adorned with sharp ice spines. The biting cold radiated outward, causing the surrounding air to rapidly condense into frosty mist. The sheer presence of this creature was enough to unnerve the bravest hearts. Zhu Jinxiong swallowed hard, suppressing his shock, and called out to Lu Shi, who was crouched among the bait. "Lu Shi, is that creature the Yuan Jimuchong?" He noticed Lu Shi immediately due to his conspicuous presence among the crowd, being the only one dressed. Lu Shi, filled with trepidation, raised his head amidst the throng, his complexion paling further upon reading the creature's title, Bing Han Zhu Dingling Zhu. Chapter 50, The Death of Freedom. As soon as he spoke, the two-headed wolf immediately bellowed to Ji Ling, "Miss, quickly leave the ice surface." Following this, the terrifying ice-cold spider slowly lifted its diamond-like foreleg and lightly touched the ice. Instantly, the entire cavern trembled violently, and the ice surface split apart like spring bamboo shoots. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, indiscriminately piercing through all creatures in the vicinity, including the three spider guards. The frost spider's chilling azure eyes glared down at the three frost guards, its fury palpable as it seemed their incompetence had disturbed its slumber. Despite the warning from the two-headed wolf, it was too late, and there was hardly any way to evade the onslaught. Everyone desperately leapt, but the ice spikes were too swift. The once flat ice surface now resembled the quills of a hedgehog, and those present found themselves impaled upon the spikes. Fortunately, the warning came in time, allowing most to avoid critical injuries, with only their abdomens, thighs, and shoulders pierced. The bait and Lu Shi, however, faced a far more tragic fate, lying on the ground with nearly no time to react. Their heads and hearts were punctured, resulting in instant death, with only a few fortunate souls spared from mortal wounds. The colossal frost spider ambled through the forest of ice spikes, resembling a gentleman awakened from slumber, ready for a meal. It inhaled deeply, and a harrowing sound echoed throughout the cavern as 6 bodyguards were drawn into its maw, their bones crushed, blood splattering. Clearly, these 6 individuals were but a mere appetizer for its immense physique. Continuing its advance, it reached the side of the Red Demon Legion, where all 5 members had been pierced and frozen by the chilling ice spikes. Witnessing the approach of the frost spider, they all displayed expressions of despair. There is no escaping this fate. Shangguan Che sighed as he glanced at the pierced and frozen abdomen. Fu Yiren chuckled softly. In the end, the inhabitants of the lower city must return to their fates, no matter how splendidly they appear. Such a formidable creature seemed to signal the end. Su Lizzie displayed a certain nonchalance. Jin Yukin, however, crossed his sword over his chest, as if in prayer. "We have long sought to break free from our fate, yet we find ourselves back at the starting point. Is there a spark we can preserve? I wish to witness what our freedom would look like." Shangguan Che turned his head, the light in his eyes flickering. "Freedom? Freedom?" Fu Yiran's mind fainted. The group fell into silence. The frost spider drew ever closer, and time seemed to stand still. Yet in the next moment, the 4 suddenly roared in unison. Freedom. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from all their bodies, with Fu Yiran being the first to act, engulfed in a fierce blaze as the ice spikes melted away in an instant. S-class talent, Flamingo. This unleashed a formidable affinity for fire elements, reducing mental energy consumption and enabling multiple consecutive spellcasts. Flamestorm. In an instant, the entire area erupted with flames, sweeping away the surrounding ice spikes and liberating the four from their icy prison. The fire elements quickly coalesced, transforming into a fiery tornado that surged toward the frost spider. The assault did not cease. Fu Yiran crouched down, pressing his hands against the ice surface, shouting repeatedly, "Firewall! Firewall! Firewall! Firewall!" The firewall technique typically creates a barrier of flames at a designated location, allowing mages to obstruct enemy advancement. However, Fu Yiran's firewall was unique, spreading horizontally across the ground, forming a rectangular path laid upon the ice. The intense repetition of his casting caused the firewall to extend outward from beneath him, blazing a vibrant red all the way to the cave's exit, resembling a beautiful crimson carpet. "Go!" he bellowed, as another flame storm erupted around him, propelling them forward while he remained behind, watching over them. Shangguan Che seized the incredulous Xia Yinjia, urging him to step onto the fiery carpet. As the domain lord controlled the territory, the frost spider wielded dominion over the icy ground, yet Fu Yiran's firewall technique perfectly countered the elemental control, creating a path of flame that the spider could not govern. On this fiery pathway, the group hastily pressed on, bereft of time to lament their circumstances. Xia Yinjia glanced back, catching sight of Fu Yiran slowly turning to ash within the flames, tears streaming down his face. "Fuji!" But Shangguan Che grasped his mushroom-like hair, forcefully redirecting his gaze forward. The flames of the storm battered against the frost spider, stirring up flurries of snowflakes, but failing to breach its defenses. Instead, provoking an enraged roar from the creature. It lunged forward, its massive form generating a fierce wind, moving with surprising speed, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the fleeing group. With utter disdain, it raised a foot to crush the prey beneath. Su Lizzie gradually came to a halt, observing the three running ahead, exhaling deeply before turning around. Shield strike, his entire being transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the frost spider. The creature, noticing the insignificant ant beneath it, dismissed him with a flick of its leg, as though intent on crushing him. "Big fellow, I am quite sturdy too." S-class talent, Mountain Turtle. A layer of ancient stone-like patterns enveloped his form, resembling a suit of armor forged from solid rock, bolstered by the strength of the earth itself. Su Lizzie raised his shield high, and in an instant, a layer of stony armor encased him, his legs seeming to root into the ground, rendering him completely immobile, like a finely crafted statue. Taunt. He unleashed a skill. The taunt skill can completely redirect the hatred of monsters towards oneself, thereby inducing a control effect. This is the core skill of the shield warrior and an essential ability. However, if one's defense is too weak, taunting becomes a path to certain death. With the enhancement of the S-rank talent, the icy spider's legs descended with a dull thud against the great shield, miraculously blocking the attack. The ice spider, enraged by the taunt, had its eyes burning with fury, its legs moving like phantoms, striking ferociously. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. The ice spider's attack speed was alarmingly rapid, its attributes overwhelmingly high. In the next moment, debris flew, the shield shattered, an arm was severed, a head crushed, and the chest pierced through, leaving only a fragment of a lower leg standing quietly on the ice. The ice spider turned its gaze towards the fleeing insects in the distance, repeatedly obstructing its path, leading to its unrestrained wrath. With its mouth agape, icy elements began to rapidly converge. Yet at that moment, the S-rank talent, Ji Shi, came into play. A bullet, dark as night, struck precisely at the ice spider's mouth, causing the gathered ice elements to dissipate in an instant. This expended a significant amount of stamina and, paired with the Ji Shi talent, unleashed a lethal strike that inflicted considerable paralysis toxin damage. Shangguan Che also paused, kneeling on one knee with the sniper rifle in hand, breathing heavily. Such toxic damage was merely a nuisance for the ice spider, which shook its head to recover. He glanced back to see the other two had reached the entrance of the ice cave. Suddenly, his vision spun, and his head rolled to the ground. Jin Yukin's sword sliced through the air with a radiant arc, delivering a powerful blow to the ice wall, creating a breach. Peering out at the light beyond the gap, he smiled and said, "Freedom is a rare treasure. Xia, go forth, leave the upper city, and seek your freedom." With that, he forcefully kicked Xia Inja through the opening. "If you truly find it one day, remember to tell your brothers what freedom is truly like." His figure began to waver, splitting into two identical silhouettes. The S-rank talent, Shuang Weiyu, allowed him to create a clone with half of his strength, consuming mental energy to swap places with it. In truth, his talent was most suited for escape. Had he chosen to flee earlier, he might have already succeeded. Xia Inja scrambled up from outside the cave, glancing back. In the next moment, a pool of bright red blood splattered onto the ice wall ahead, sliding down the surface before quickly solidifying. Tears streamed down his face as he covered his mouth and wept in anguish. He was the youngest in the group, and since being brought from the lower city to the upper city, he had met these four brothers, believing everything was wonderful, with everyone cheerful and sunny. But why did these brothers sacrifice their lives to send him away? Wasn't it said that in this world, the weak are preyed upon by the strong? What then was this? What did they seek in freedom? Clearly, they were stars, free from worries of food and clothing, adored by countless admirers. Yet now, Xia Inja saw the immense suffering etched on their faces. He perceived their attitude towards death as a form of liberation. Huolin Yao, Shan Shigui, Jiling She, and Shuang Weiyu. Just as their talents suggested, they were born to roam the wild, yet ultimately perished in their confinement. Chapter 51. Fengling, for they had actually escaped. Zhu Jinxiong shook off the frozen spikes covering his body and quickly downed a healing potion. Scanning the surroundings, only 9 living beings remained, 2 of whom were trembling bait. Thanks to the temporary delay provided by the Red Demon Core, everyone gradually broke free. Slowly gathering together, Li Hongbin suppressed the nausea from using his talent and swung his sword once more, creating a large circle on the ground, inscribed with runes from which flames erupted. Everyone gritted their teeth and jumped into the fiery sword array. Can this monster be defeated? Ji Ling gasped. The Red Wolf and Blue Wolf shook their heads at the sight of the monstrous figure at the exit. This was a domain lord, nearly invincible within its territory. Gunshao looked at the flaming sword array on the ground and addressed the still pale-faced Li Hongbin. How long can this sword array hold? Li Hongbin, with a grim expression, glanced at Zhu Jinxiong. If I hadn't used my talent earlier, it could have lasted longer. Now 3 minutes. Silence fell over everyone. Once this flaming sword array dissipated. In the next moment, the ice spider could annihilate them all with a mere thought. To escape, perhaps we must unite our 7 hearts, Ji Linger proposed, evidently inspired by the Red Demon Corelier determination. However, Li Hongbin sneered, then Miss Ji should go first and hold them off for a moment. Ji Linger shot him a disdainful look. Why should a grown man like you not go first? Do you need a girl to help you face the monster? As expected, his true nature as a scoundrel remained unchanged. Li Hongbin chuckled lightly. I am openly a rogue, while some are insidiously treacherous. Ji Linger's expression shifted slightly as she conjured a shimmering purple automatic pistol, pointing it at Li Hongbin. What qualifications do you have to talk back? You trash thrown out from the upper city? Did you think you were still one of the Li family's 4 young masters? Zhu Jinxiong swiftly seized Ji Linger's wrist. Enough bickering. We should focus on how to get out, not squabbling here. He glanced at the ice spider, which had finished devouring the corpse and was slowly turning around. Since cooperation is not desired, then let each rely on their own abilities. With that, a wolf head symbol appeared on his forehead, and his entire body began sprouting fur, growing in size and transforming into a 3-meter-tall werewolf. But that was not all. He roared again, beast transformation. His body swelled once more, reaching an astonishing height of 5 meters. With the S-rank talent, wolf body, combined with the beast transformation skill, Zhu Jinxiong's attributes surged dramatically. Ergue, charge out with me. He pounded the ground with his limbs, launching himself forward like a giant wolf, swiftly shattering all the ice spikes in his path. Zhu Jinxiong may not have much, but he was filled with confidence, always believing himself to be the leader, charging into the fray first, regardless of the foe, even when facing a domain lord. His sudden action caught Ji Linger's attention. With a wave of her hand, a mountain vehicle appeared on the ground. its engine roaring to life as it sped along the path cleared by Zhu Jinxiang. The two-headed wolf followed suit, rushing out as well. Only Li Hongbin remained, frowning in contemplation before resolutely heading in the opposite direction. That was where the 6 guards had emerged earlier. He considered that perhaps there might be another route there. Rather than following to certain death, he preferred to take a gamble. Compared to the exit, these 6 passages were evidently closer to him. He stepped into the passage and turned back. Suddenly, the ice spider stood upright and stomped the ground. In the next instant, the entire expanse of ice before it folded like a book, seemingly intent on crushing them within. Just as it was about to close, Zhu Jinxiang, in his werewolf form, roared and thrust his arms outward to brace against it. With a thunderous crash, the closing ice surface abruptly halted. Zhu Jinxiang's bones cracked, and blood spilled from his mouth. Egui! The blood fiend Ergue sprang forth, the blood shield in front, glancing back at Zhu Jinxiang. Young master, I hope you can fulfill your promise. With that, they charged forward, crashing into the ice spider's front leg. Taunt! The same mocking skill rendered the power of the previously sealed ice block to dissipate abruptly, forcibly interrupted. Zhu Jinxiang's form suddenly shrank and landed upon the ground, almost entirely transforming into a wolf shape, darting past the blood shield with remarkable swiftness, swiftly traversing beneath the abdomen of the ice-cold spider. Seeing Zhu Jinxiang attempting to escape, Ji Linger felt a surge of anxiety and gently turned to the two-headed wolf, softly uttering, "Uncle Wolf, Xiao Mei and Xiao Li are doing quite well at my stake." Upon hearing her words, the countenance of the two-headed wolf shifted dramatically, its eyes reddening with disbelief and turmoil. Ji Linger then conjured 2 metallic round boxes resembling large basins with a flicker from a ring. The two merely exchanged a glance at the items in their hands before sighing in unison, "Thank you, young lady, for your care." Without further ado, they embraced the round boxes and charged towards the ice-cold spider. The blood shield and the gun's innate abilities paled in comparison to Su Lishi's, as they were quickly trampled into mere mush. However, the two-headed wolf arrived shortly after. The red wolf and the blue wolf exchanged glances before delivering a powerful punch to the round box. The high-explosive anti-tank mine, specifically designed to combat armored foes, detonated with a thunderous explosion as the punch landed. The blast generated a small mushroom cloud, its tremendous force and searing flames causing the ice-cold spider to shift its body slightly. A small robotic symbol appeared on Ji Linger's forehead, indicating her S-rank talent, mechanical empowerment. Overload. Acceleration. The 6 wheels of the mountain vehicle she piloted spun rapidly, emitting plumes of smoke as the engine roared to life, zipping past the ice-cold spider towards the exit. Yet, they had grossly underestimated the domain lord, just as they believed they were about to burst forth from the cave. The ice-cold spider did not even glance back, and the entire icy surface acted like a tread, suddenly retracting, rendering the exit, which was once within reach, distant. Zhu Jinxiang and Ji Linger found themselves once again before the frost spider. The explosion of the anti-tank mine had evidently inflicted some harm upon the ice-cold spider, who no longer had the inclination to toy with them. A blue light flickered from its body, and a terrifying blue halo spread from within, turning everything in its vicinity into crystalline ice. In the next moment, 2 ice spears descended from above, accurately targeting the heads of Zhu Jinxiang and Ji Ling. The horrific piercing damage created 2 deep craters in the ice. The frost spider looked quizzically at the craters below. There lay Zhu Jinxiang, now reverted to human form, emanating a golden radiance, resembling a statue of gold, utterly motionless. Meanwhile, where Ji Linger stood, only a palm-sized puppet remained. The sealing talisman allows practitioners to seal one of their skills within it. Each profession's skills possess unique characteristics to transcend the barriers of profession and utilize another skill. One must use this sealing talisman. This is a rare artifact crafted by the profession of talisman master, and such talismans are typically of higher value with increasing rank. The first crater was incapable of utilizing advanced skills. The talismans possessed by the 2 were both Tier 3 talismans, sealing 2 exceedingly rare life-saving skills. They were renowned as Purple Epic Skills, Undying Golden Body, and Substitute Puppet. This exemplifies the profound heritage of a prestigious family. Ordinary practitioners may have never even heard of talismans, yet they carry life-preserving measures with them. However, the duration of these skills is too short. Evidently, only sufficient to evade the ice-cold spider. The golden body gradually faded, just as a grenade crackling with electric arcs rolled beneath Zhu Jianxiong's golden form. Ji Biaoji. Zhu Jianxiong nearly roared, for the golden body possessed another attribute. After employing a skill, it would swiftly disengage from aggro, reducing attention. He had contingencies. His mental energy remained fundamentally untapped, and the skills on his equipment could be used at least twice, leading him to believe he could escape. Yet, the moment the electric grenade appeared beneath him, everything changed. The electric grenade inflicted substantial electrical damage to the surroundings and rendered opponents immobilized. As the golden body vanished, the grenade detonated with a thunderous roar, overwhelming Zhu Jianxiong with a surge of electricity, instantly paralyzing him. Simultaneously, the electric surge coursed up the ice-cold spider's body. But such minor electrical damage was merely an irritation to the colossal creature. However, it drew its attention to the immobilized Zhu Jianxiong below, and in an instant, a sharp spider leg pierced through his chest, pinning him firmly to the icy surface. The substitute puppet transformed upon receiving a fatal blow, causing the original body to randomly displace a short distance. Ji Linger was remarkably fortunate. Her substitute puppet randomly displaced just over the ice-cold spider and reached the exit. Fearing the spider would turn back to attack, she quickly tossed an electric grenade beneath Zhu Jianxiong's feet. With Zhu Jianxiong as a distraction, she could swiftly make her escape. As paralysis set in, his entire body was pierced through by the spider's massive leg, rendering him a mere meal for the ice-cold spider, devoid of any hope for salvation. Yet, through the gaps of the spider's legs, he glimpsed Ji Linger preparing to leap through the breach previously cleaved by Jian Yukin. A tide of furious rage surged through him, causing his form to swell once more, reverting to a werewolf. His right hand bulged with muscle as the great axe in his grasp radiated a scarlet glow. You shall perish too. The warrior skill, axe throw, allowed him to hurl his weapon in a desperate bid, unleashing tremendous damage with a chance to trigger a shatter effect. This skill would result in the loss of his weapon, embodying a do-or-die maneuver, yet it would pierce armor and inflict damage upon the original body. Zhu Jianxiong's axe grazed the icy surface, weaving beneath the ice-cold spider's underbelly. An upward arc struck fiercely against Ji Linger's shoulder. She was enveloped in a flickering purple light, her exceptional equipment desperately shielding her from the axe's edge. Perhaps the heavens could no longer bear witness to this. Zhu Jianxiong's axe triggered the shatter effect. In the next instant, her entire right arm exploded at the shoulder, and her body was propelled through the ice wall by the sheer force, soaring out of the cave. The ice-cold spider lifted its leg to devour Zhu Jianxiong, then quickly turned back, intent on darting out of the cave to recapture its fleeing prey. Its long antennae trembled violently, as if receiving a strong signal. In an instant, it spun around and dashed into one of the passageways like a streak of light. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, the entire icy cavern fell into a profound silence. Moments later, faint whispers emerged from within. Two figures, bare clothing, stood upon the ice, exchanging glances. 3 have survived. Who could it be? The one who spoke was one the bait. Yet both bore none of their earlier trembling demeanor. None of them resemble us. Throughout the journey, we encountered no one among them. So what do we do now? Young Master Fong instructed us to keep a close watch on everyone. One individual approached the fallen Frost Guardians, swiftly retrieving several emblems. The ice-cold spider's sudden departure likely indicates that Li Hongbin did something within the cave. He must be doomed. We should pursue the two, making their escape. The priest is lightly injured and lacks combat capability, while Ji Linger, having lost a hand, is severely weakened. We need not be overly cautious. Let us split up and pursue. With that, the two hastily exited the cave, analyzing the blood upon the ground, and set off in separate directions. The wooden cavern lay in disarray, once lush vegetation, now askew. Jin Quan kicked aside the corpse of the wooden vine spider, revealing 2 shimmering emblems, one orange and one purple. Above it, shaking his head, he remarked, "How curious. One is missing." Previously, the Lord of Sand possessed 2 orange emblems, 2 purple, and 2 blue. Yet this time, there was merely 1 orange and 1 purple. Upon picking it up, Jin Quan was instantly taken aback. The emblem was shaped like a leaf. Blueprint emblem. Holy revival potion, orange. Instantly restores all health and spirit of the character, while enhancing attack and defense by 50 for the next 30 seconds. And granting a shield that provides immunity to all negative statuses for 10 seconds. To his astonishment, it was a potion formula, and an epic one at that. It was entirely different from the blue detox potion he had previously acquired. The leaf emblem glowed with a golden hue reminiscent of autumn maple leaves, radiating an exquisite light, clearly indicating its greater value. As Jin Quan was not an apothecary, he could not utilize the emblem, nor could he discern the formula's ingredients. Turning his gaze to the purple emblem once more, he was struck by surprise. This emblem resembled a small hammer, shimmering with a violet luminescence. Blueprint emblem, with spider shield, purple. Under the dark insight, there was only this line of text, devoid of any attributes. A hammer. Could it be a blacksmith's tool? This must be a piece of equipment blueprints. With a purple equipment blueprint and an orange potion blueprint, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Jin Quan's eyes. Could this be his chance to amass wealth? Unlike ordinary equipment that required various life and death battles against monsters to obtain, equipment that could be mass-produced from blueprints was clearly a more appealing choice for many. Even if the attributes were somewhat inferior, it remained a piece of purple-grade equipment. Jin Quan leaped down from the corpse of the wood spider and swiftly approached the 6 spider guardians. After a round of searching, he retrieved 6 purple emblems once more. The drop rate was decent, 1 emblem per lord. Jin Quan noted that he had already reached level 34. If he leveled up a few more times, the buff for increased monster drop rates would vanish. The 6 emblems included a great bow, 3 pieces of leather armor, a trap skill, and a vine spell. Perhaps due to the wood spider's attributes, the loot leaned heavily towards wood-related items, either potions or suitable for hunters or shamans. Jin Quan did not enter any of the openings, but instead waited in the center. According to his calculations, once 1 domain lord perished, the remaining 3 would arrive simultaneously. Now that the wood spider was dead, he crouched down, pressing his ear to the ground as intense tremors began to emanate. His gaze shifted. 1, 2, 3. He pointed at 3 openings. His ability to discern sound was still effective. Among the 6 openings, 3 were notably more vigorous. A smile crept across Jin Quan's face as he chose the central passage. A silken thread shot from his hand, wrapping around the top of the passage. And with a firm tug, he found himself suspended upside down. Holding his breath, Jin Quan furrowed his brow. He sensed the temperature within the passage rapidly plummeting from a pleasant 25 or 6 degrees to a chilling cold. The gentle breeze turned into a biting wind in an instant. The dark earth of the cave was suddenly coated in ice crystals, and Jin Quan was instantly enveloped in frost. In his line of sight, a massive white spider came rushing towards him, its body encased in ice crystals, emanating a bone-chilling cold. As it advanced, ice crystals erupted from the walls of the passage like mushrooms sprouting from the ground. Domain Lord, Ice Spider. Jin Quan held his breath. As it drew near, the spider abruptly raised its legs, its eyes glowing with a spectral light as it fixed its gaze upon Jin Quan. It had long since noticed him, its blood-stained mandibles twitching, as if preparing to feast. Perhaps having effortlessly slaughtered a dozen ants earlier had inflated its arrogance, leading it to believe that this ant could also be easily devoured. In the next moment, a resplendent purple blade of light illuminated the entire cave. Jin Quan, wielding the blade of ruin, sliced through the top of the ice spider's head in an instant. The so-called ice crystal armor shattered before the blade, much like water parting. As he passed, the head, carapace, and thorax were all severed, and upon hitting the ground, the ice spider's mandibles continued to twitch in reflexive motion. Chapter 53. Swift Cold Boots Exterminate the Lord. Jin Quan caressed the lava judgment. He never anticipated encountering something even more foolish. He leaped atop the ice spider's carcass, his hand brushing over its back, revealing an orange and a purple emblem in his palm. Jin Quan's eyes lit up momentarily. He could utilize this equipment. Equipment emblem, Swift Cold Boots, orange, equipment level, Tier 3 equipment type, footwear agility, 40 stars constitution, 25 stars ice cold fleetness, increases movement speed by 30 upon wearing these boots. There is a 15 chance to trigger ice cold fleetness effect upon attacking, further enhancing movement speed by 20 for the next 5 seconds. Frost armor. When subjected to a slowing attack, triggers Frost Shield, which can absorb damage up to twice the wearer's strength. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Swift Ice Kick, active skill. Executes a swift ice kick against the enemy, instantly freezing them. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Epic, hasty, immunity to ground slowing effects. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Quan yanked off the beetle leap from his feet. While its secondary jump was particularly useful, it was regrettably a blue equipment with insufficient attributes. He affixed the emblem of the swift cold boots to his feet, and in an instant, he felt remarkably lighter. With a swing of his great sword, he unleashed a whistling strike. The additional 40 agility not only increased his movement speed, but also significantly hastened his attack speed. Upon touching the ground, he shot forth like an arrow, casting a glance at the purple emblem. Once again, it was a spellcaster's skill. Skill emblem, spell, Ice Lance, purple, skill level, tier 3 skill effect. Launches an ice lance formed from extreme cold, dealing substantial frost damage to the target. The ice lance possesses certain penetration capabilities, capable of passing through a number of enemies or obstacles, inflicting damage on multiple targets in a straight line. Uncertain if there were any sword skills in this pit, he stored the emblem in his ring. He had already dashed out of the passage. Almost the moment he hit the ground, a layer of frost shield suddenly enveloped him. Jin Quan glanced down. The once green grass and plants had vanished, replaced by a purple-hued swamp. This swamp slowed him down, instantly triggering his passive frost armor. The ground quickly began to sketch a circular fire formation. Boom! Flames erupted, shooting skyward like a pillar from the ground, momentarily engulfing Jin Quan. The divine flame statue emerged from him, shouldering the great sword, and slowly walked out from the pillar of flames, the frost shield rendering him completely immune to the damage. He raised his gaze to see 2 massive spiders lurking before him. Domain Lord, Fire Spider, Domain Lord, Poison Marsh Spider. Beneath them, the ground was rapidly altering its nature, half transitioning slowly into a green poison marsh while the other half began to morph into magma. Perhaps, given a little more time, this place would become a new territory belonging to them. And behind Jin Quan, 12 Guardian Lords were gradually closing in on him. Jin Quan turned his head, his bones cracking audibly. What an exhilarating thrill. Surrounded by 14 Lords would instill despair in anyone, yet Jin Quan was filled with the fervor of battle. With a sudden stomp, he propelled himself forward like a streak of light. The epic Frostbane boots augmented his agility manifold, allowing him to leap forcefully during his sprint. He initiated with a mighty troll, Earth Splitter. Golden radiance enveloped him, directly cleaving towards the Venom Marsh Spider while completely disregarding the Fire Spider. Despite the latter being a Domain Lord, its skills were rendered ineffective in the face of the Lava Set's effects. The title of Lava Sovereign conferred a 60 resistance to fire and a 15 enhancement to all attributes. The might of the Golden Spring Slash was truly astounding. Even the Venom Marsh Spider, a formidable beast, sensed the imminent danger. The marshy ground churned violently, and the spider swiftly sank, disappearing beneath the surface like an eel. Boom! The great blade descended, and the marsh beneath the Venom Marsh Spider buckled as if a boulder had plunged into water, sending countless purple mud splashes into the air. Yet, the Venom Marsh Spider vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a fiery whirlwind erupted beneath Jin Quan, lifting him off the ground with tremendous force. The infernal flame idol, being of the fire element and bolstered by his formidable resilience, along with the fire resistance from the lava set, rendered him almost impervious to the raging flames. The intense fire swirled around the infernal flame idol, but Jin Quan felt merely a hint of warmth. As the fiery whirlwind continued its relentless assault, a thick layer of lava shield materialized around him, observing Jin Quan under duress. The fire spider unleashed a barrage of fire blades, their power immense, shattering his shield with relentless strikes. Yet, as the fire whirlwind continued to swirl, the lava shield reassembled once more. Upon realizing that its fiery attacks had no effect on Jin Quan, the fire spider roared in fury, causing the magma beneath it to erupt like a volcano, propelling its massive form upwards. The magma spread across its body, culminating in a single spider leg that glowed a fiery red. It radiated heat like a molten iron brand, eventually emanating a blinding light akin to a burning sun. This terrifying leap was intended to incinerate Jin Quan completely. However, trapped within the fiery whirlwind, Jin Quan merely smiled at the descending fire spider, thinking how foolish it was. Gray particles enveloped his lava judgment, and he began to emanate a destructive purple light. Locking onto his target, he unleashed the destruction blade. This maneuver restricted his movement, but not his skills. With a single forceful surge, he could break free from the fiery vortex. He awaited the moment when the fire spider would unwittingly present itself. As anticipated, the destruction blade transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the spider from its jaw to its abdomen and down to its tail. Blood and entrails rained from above. As Jin Quan descended, the ground suddenly transformed into a quagmire that swiftly pulled him underground. The toxic mud enveloped him rapidly. Fortunately, supported by the infernal flame idol, the venomous marsh could not encroach upon him. The idol emitted a cacophony of crackling sounds amidst the toxic mire. Jin Quan opened his darkened vision, noting that the color of the toxic marsh shifted from black-purple to purple, and then gradually to a vivid red. As the hue intensified, the sound from the infernal flame idol grew louder. This was a deadly poison. Even through sight, he could discern its escalating potency. If he could not break free, he would inevitably perish within the toxic marsh. With a swift chop of his gray blade, he cleaved a gash in the marsh, but it quickly restored itself. Undeterred, Jin Quan continued his rapid strikes, and upon delivering the 10th blow, 10 layers of lava energy coalesced around him. The lava surge, enhanced by a 100% power boost, erupted forth, leading to a violent explosion. The entire underground marsh expanded dramatically, releasing toxic fumes that crackled ominously. Yet, after the assault, the marsh rapidly closed, reverting to its original form. Jin Quan frowned. The lava surge that had previously shattered the woodvine spider's cage proved ineffective against the venom marsh spider. Observing the infernal flame idol thinning, he took a deep breath. With renewed vigor, he launched into a flurry of strikes, even as the great blade radiated a fierce light. He refrained from using the lava surge again, opting instead for a relentless assault. Perhaps his luck had run out. After delivering dozens of strikes, an orange belt at his waist manifested, from which a colossal phantom emerged, identical to the Lord of Sand. The apparition sprang forth from Jin Quan and plunged into the marsh. The moment the phantom entered the mire, the once murky waters began to dry up, ultimately solidifying into stone. The ability of Sand Python's Devour, a 15 chance to summon a Sand Python illusion during an attack, dealing damage while petrifying the enemy. Unable to cleave through the marsh, could he not split stone? The lava surge erupted once more. It was as if the earth trembled, countless fragments flew, and the cavern floor cracked open, with Jin Quan's figure swiftly ascending from below. Scanning the surroundings, he saw the venom marsh spider retreating, its mouth oozing green slime, clearly having sustained some damage. Jin Quan wasted no time, unfurling his demon wings and transforming into a streak of light soaring through the air. With a 3-part slash, the venom marsh spider, upon seeing Jin Quan charging, emitted a shriek, signaling the 12 surrounding Lord Guards to rush towards him. Jin Quan scoffed, thinking them foolish for wanting to engage him in close combat. With a series of lightning-fast strikes, 8 of the Lord Guards were dispatched in an instant. This was not their territory. Retreating here, the ground had yet to fully transform into marshland. The venom marsh spider frantically jabbed at the ground, hastening the marsh's formation, just as it was about to unleash its marsh domain and burrow underground. Amidst the chaos of scattered corpses, Jin Quan fixated on it, uttering 2 words, "Lock on." Then, he transformed into a stream of destructive light, severing the venom marsh spider's head with a single stroke. As he landed and turned, he grinned at the remaining 4 spider guards, remarking, "Your leader has perished. Are you not coming to meet your fate?" Chapter 54. The pursuit in the dimly lit pit number 1. Xia Inja sprinted frantically, devoid of a destination, oblivious to where to go, save for the instinct to flee instilled by his brothers. His brothers had sacrificed their lives for his escape, leaving him wandering with vacant eyes. The thought of his 4 brothers, whom he had shared countless moments with, now reduced to shattered corpses before him, caused an indescribable agony in his heart. As a priest of primary intellect and spirit, he was not particularly swift, but perhaps due to proximity to the vengeful mother spider, no other monsters lurked here, leaving him aimlessly wandering without any sense of direction. Suddenly, a deafening noise jolted him from his stupor. Hastily wiping his nose, he concealed himself behind a rock, peering cautiously ahead, only to discover a vast cave entrance from whence the sound had emanated. His eyelids flickered slightly at the sight. This entrance resembled that of the ice spider, yet unlike the frosty white and icy sheen, it was overrun with sprawling vines and greenery. Just as he was observing stealthily, a more violent and thunderous roar erupted from within. Boom! 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 The commotion within was deafening, a thunderous roar akin to the relentless sound of high-explosive detonations. Accompanying this cacophony were over 10 terrifying howls that reverberated through the air, causing the stones beneath to tremble violently. The feral cries of the beasts thoroughly rekindled his prior fears, conjuring images of the monstrous ice crystal spider that loomed like a small mountain, as well as the grim fates of his 4 elder brothers. This place was once again plagued by such creatures. He dared not advance another step. His face drained of color, his body instinctively convulsed with tremors as he scrambled to flee back down the path, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Without a guiding anchor, he felt surrounded by those horrific monsters, unsure of where to escape. Just then, through his blurred vision, a shadowy figure sprinted toward him. Wiping away his tears, he recognized a man, a figure clad only in shorts, his torso bare. Upon seeing Xia Yinzi, the man chuckled lightly, remarking on how he had circled back to this very spot. Xia Yinzi inhaled deeply, suppressing his sorrow, and scrutinized the man before him. A survivor from the fallen city? His astonishment was palpable. The man, grinning widely, inquired, "Where is the star headed?" Xia Yinzi furrowed his brow, unaccustomed to the man's tone, especially since individuals of such demeanor typically lack the audacity to engage him in conversation. "What business is it of yours?" he retorted coldly, hoping to intimidate the man. "Oh, quite the celebrity act, aren't we?" The man replied with a smirk, his expression suddenly turning serious as he pressed, "You've been running in circles. What are you searching for?" Previously engulfed in despair, Xia Yinzi had only remembered running without direction, now realizing the man had been tailing him all along. "What I do is none of your concern." He shot back, his tone icy. Although a cleric, his third-tier prowess and equipped attributes could easily subdue an ordinary person. The man shrugged, spreading his hands as he stated, "It seems you're still just a child. I dare to question you." He stepped forward, declaring, "Let me make it clear. I have you in my sights." In the next instant, the man surged forward, a flash of blue light illuminating a sleek black dagger that materialized in his hand, closing the distance to Xia Yinzi in an instant. With rapid precision, he executed a triad of stabs to Xia Yinzi's chest. Xia Yinzi's pupils dilated as he rolled backward, his reflexes swift. Yet the dagger still found its mark, carving a gash into his left arm, blood oozing down his white shirt. "You're not a mere bait," he gasped, astonished, before invoking a spell that enveloped him in a radiant white light, swiftly healing his wounds. The man's surprise was evident, such rapid casting speed. He then gazed at the rabbit insignia flickering on Xia Yinzi's forehead. "A talent, indeed. No wonder you hail from the upper city." In a heartbeat, the man vanished from sight, but Xia Yinzi reacted just as quickly, raising his staff to unleash a burst of white light that illuminated the area like a spotlight. The man's figure materialized once more, and Xia Yinzi instinctively leaned back as a crescent of blue dagger light grazed his throat. Just as he sighed in relief, the man's lips curled into a smile as he struck downward with his dagger. Bone carving. This skill, a lower-tier assassination technique, inflicted significant damage while causing the target to bleed. Given Xia Yinzi's defensive capabilities as a cleric, a single strike would undoubtedly leave him gravely injured. Xia Yinzi uttered a rapid incantation, and a white light shield burst forth around him. The dagger collided with the shield, producing a resounding clang. The force of the blow sending Xia Yinzi flying. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled upon landing and darted away. Yet, his speed was insufficient. The agile assassin closed in on him with ease. A swift twist of his torso propelled him forward in a backstab. Striking from behind allowed for substantial critical damage, particularly effective against a target with lower agility, and Xiaoyin's shield shattered under the assault. Terror gripped his features as he hastily uttered another incantation. The assassin pressed on, swiftly reversing grip on his dagger, emanating a faint glow. Blunt strike. This technique struck Xiaoyin's nape, plunging him into darkness as his consciousness began to wane. Simultaneously, a cascade of pale blue light, adorned with starlight, descended from above. Dispersion. This was the spell he had just recited. The light enveloped him instantaneously, dispelling the daze caused by the blunt strike. The assassin swiftly delivered 2 strikes, leaving a cross-shaped wound on Xiaoyin's back, blood flowing freely. Xiaoyin grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth as he retaliated with a kick. This unexpected counter caught the assassin off guard. He had never anticipated that a cleric would dare to fight back against an assassin. The kick, despite the cleric's strength, should not have breached his defenses. It landed squarely in his lower abdomen, causing blood to spurt forth from the previously frozen wound. Reeling in agony, he staggered back, clutching his injury, his face contorted with rage. "Damn it, you little brat. I just wanted to catch you." Raising a bloodied hand, he declared, "Now, I will slay you." Chapter 55. Come and kill me. With that, he pressed on, nursing his wound. Xiaoyin swiftly cast 2 healing spells, the gash on his back mending rapidly. Glancing back at the approaching assassin, he uttered another incantation, his staff emanating a dark glow that transformed into a spectral serpent, swiftly slithering across the ground. In an instant, it coiled around the assassin's legs, slowing his pace significantly. Observing Xiaoyin's retreating figure, he called out mockingly, "Little cleric, I can play with you." A cleric foolish enough to challenge an assassin in speed and agility will soon tire out. Once the slowing effect wore off, he braced himself against the pain of his wound and increased his speed once more. "What do you think you're running? In this pit, there's no escape. You will ultimately fall into my grasp." Zhou Jun's voice dripped with contempt as he closed in on Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin felt a sudden sense of bewilderment at those words. He was acutely aware that this was psychological warfare. Yet, upon reflection, the truth was undeniable. He had nowhere to escape, no allies by his side, and he was utterly unfamiliar with the first pit. The nature of the priest class rendered him incapable of outrunning an assassin. The lives you sacrificed seemed to hold no meaning. Xiaoyin was engulfed in profound despair. Nevertheless, he yearned for clarity in his impending fate and posed a question. "I bear you no grudge. Why do you seek to end my life upon our meeting?" Zhou Jun merely scoffed, replying, "Need a reason? If I claimed I wished to borrow your garment to kill you, what could you possibly do?" His intent was to convey to Xiaoyin that surrendering and obeying was the only option, dismissing any further dialogue as superfluous. However, at this remark, Xiaoyin's body trembled slightly as he recalled his brother's words about the fundamental law of nature being survival of the fittest. The realization hit him with stark clarity. Acknowledging his inability to escape, his expression gradually transformed into one of calm resignation. "Come on. If you wish to kill me, then do so." With that, his demeanor hardened as he shouted fiercely, "If you do not come, you are a coward, a beast. Do you dare approach?" His running form accelerated again, rounding a rock column, and the scene before him suddenly opened up. "Kill me." Xiaoyin bellowed at the bear man, "You wretched spawn, the vermin of the refuse heap, the scum of the lower city, the fertilizer of the desert, come forth." He hurled every vile epithet he had endured in his youth at Zhou Jun, desperate to provoke him into fury. Yet, those seasoned in the treacherous underbelly of the city saw through this clumsy attempt at provocation. The pace of his flight gradually slowed as his attention swiftly shifted from Xiaoyin to the surrounding environment. What he beheld left him astounded. A massive circular entrance appeared in the towering vertical cliff, adorned with a plethora of greenery and vines. A quick glance revealed that aside from the distinction of the vines and ice, everything else resembled the entrance of the ice-cold spider's lair. Zhou Jun stomped down hard, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. "Kid, I do not wish to kill you," he said softly, wary of rousing the monsters within the cave. However, Xiaoyin was beyond heeding his words, flashing a derisive smile as he retorted, "Come, if you have the guts, follow me, you worthless piece of trash." Taking a deep breath, he raised a middle finger at Zhou Jun and walked resolutely into the cave. "Damn!" Zhou Jun growled, kicking the sand at his feet. He had not anticipated that there would be a cave akin to the ice-cold spider's lair here. Nor could he foresee that someone who had just narrowly escaped death would so willingly choose to walk into danger. Perhaps only Xiaoyinja understood that his brothers wished for his freedom, and freedom meant escaping control. Once he fell into Zhou Jun's hands, his brother's aspirations would come to an end, and even in death at the hands of monsters, he would at least die for the same cause as his brothers, freedom. Xiaoyinja suppressed the terror swelling in his chest, holding his breath as he cautiously entered the cave. Yet, as he set foot inside and his vision expanded, his pupils trembled violently. His throat betrayed him, unable to cease swallowing. He beheld the cave in utter disarray. For colossal creatures resembling the ice-cold spider sprawled lifelessly on the ground, alongside the remnants of the guardian lord they had previously slain. They lay motionless. All the terrifying monsters in this cave were dead. The ground was littered with shattered limbs. Xiaoyinja's gaze fixated on the white, ice-cold spider. It was dead. They were all dead. The creatures that had slain his four brothers were no more. Xiaoyinja collapsed to his knees, weeping, accepting death in that moment. The silence of the cave echoed only with his cries. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air before him, causing him to shudder. He slowly raised his head, and what met his eyes were a pair of worn athletic shoes, a branch caught beneath one foot, jutting upwards. The sound had evidently been caused by the foot's owner breaking the branch. A drop of grease landed on his hand, warm and golden. "Why are you crying?" A voice, slightly magnetic, resonated above him. Xiaoyinja quickly looked up to see a young man clad in a baseball jacket, his features handsome, holding a large piece of roasted meat, taking a bite that splattered grease on his cheek. The enticing aroma of the roasted meat made Xiaoyinja's mouth water involuntarily. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Jin Quan observed the young man's dazed expression and shook his head, slowly turning to leave. He had encountered too many similar individuals in the bar, whether due to survival pressures or substance abuse. In this world, finding a normal person was a rarity. This realization served as a reminder that not only must he enhance his strength, but maintaining a sound mind to avoid mental collapse was also an essential skill for survival in this realm. Jin Quan glanced at the two orange emblems in his hand, then furrowed his brow as he picked up a triangular emblem. This was a skill from the fire spider, unexpectedly a sword technique. The mechanics of the skill were strikingly similar to the troll's earth split slash, both involving a leap and a downward strike. However, this move was an exceptionally high-damage single-target attack. Skill emblem, Sun Judgment, orange epic, the swordsman stomps the ground, causing a surge of lava that deals burning damage and slows surrounding targets, then gathers the lava into his weapon, leaping swiftly into the air to unleash a powerful Sun Judgment on a single target, inflicting immense damage. Epic, scorching, the target suffers continuous damage. With heightened pain sensitivity, he hesitated over whether to learn this skill, having learned from Ji Qian that each tier allowed for the acquisition of only 2 skills. He already possessed 4 skills, leaving only 2 more to learn. According to his original plan, he preferred to learn defensive sword techniques or skills with life-saving mechanisms. A high-damage single-target attack felt rather redundant for him, as his unique energy talent rendered any ordinary/maximally effective. The entire skill was divided into 2 phases. One was the eruption of lava upon striking the ground, and the other was the distant strike on the target. To him, the sole distinction from the troll's earth split slash was the addition of the preceding phase. He glanced at the passage ahead. The lava-slowing effect could be considered a defensive skill against advances, after all. A lord of masterful caliber, one could only speculate how many techniques he possessed. Ultimately, Jin Quan pressed the skill emblem against his forehead. Chapter 56, The Judgment of Irkaizi. Acquiring this skill served 2 purposes: to prepare for the impending battle and to gamble on his exclusive skill, sword mastery. As a demonic swordsman, sword mastery could transform ordinary sword techniques into demonic sword techniques at Tier 1. This meant he was on the verge of obtaining his 2nd legendary skill. Instantly, Jin Quan's mind exploded with visions. Darkness enveloped the land. His gaze fell upon a colossal execution platform, dim flames flickering around it. Numerous terrifying dark creatures surrounded, reverently observing the throne atop the platform. A towering figure sat upon the throne, resembling an unshakable dark monolith. clad in pure black heavy armor. It was adorned with sharp spikes and mysterious dark runes that flickered with an eerie crimson glow, akin to pulsating veins. Jin Quan could not discern the figure's face, as if it were inherently beyond mortal sight. Beside the throne lies a chilling, pitch-black wicked blade, its hilt adorned with a dragon's head that emanates an aura of malevolence. Its mouth agape, as if howling to the heavens, evoking memories of past glories. I am a master of the wicked blade, Urks. Today, I shall vanquish the 12-winged angels to proclaim my might. My blade shall cleave through hypocrisy, and my destiny shall be divine retribution. The voice resonates throughout the vast expanse, dispersing the ominous clouds, while the crows of the underworld take flight. Suddenly, a terrifying, illusory great sword descends from the firmament, freezing the world in stillness, and a breathtakingly exquisite head rolls away. The scene fades, jolting Jin Quan awake. What is this? This spectacle resembles the moment he awakened his innate abilities. The master of the wicked blade, Urks. Is this a backstory for a skill? Jin Quan furrows his brow in contemplation. Or perhaps it is a narrative for this world. After a moment's reflection, he taps his head and self-deprecatingly muses. I've only been here a few days, and I'm already delving into this? This is akin to a janitor at a chip factory attempting to study the manufacture of lithography machines. He then glances at his skill panel, and a sudden shock courses through him. Urks' judgment, legendary, gold. The demon swordsman stomps the ground to summon the judgment platform of Urks, ensnaring all targets within the platform. Subsequently, it unleashes an extraordinarily powerful demonic judgment upon the targets within range, inflicting immense damage and possessing a certain probability of delivering a fatal effect. Upon the target's demise, it instills overwhelming fear in the surroundings. Legendary, fear. Targets afflicted with fear will lose control, unable to attack, their combat will diminish, and they will attempt to flee from the source of fear. Jin Quan is astonished that this skill has transformed from a melee strike into a ranged execution, featuring two forms of control: the close-quarters entrapment of the judgment platform and the ensuing terror unleashed upon distant foes. Legends, timeless tales passed down through countless ages, are indeed legends. This is the first time Jin Quan has encountered a skill with a name. He can only describe it as formidable. However, when it comes to damage, he harbors some doubts. Being a ranged attack, he cannot apply his nuclear talent, and even if the skill possesses a fatal effect, it remains an unstable probability. It is far more reliable to strike directly with a blade. Jin Quan opens the second emblem. Equipment emblem, title staff, orange, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type. Staff, exclusive for priests, intelligence, 40 stars spirit, 35 stars title mark, imprints a water pattern on the target, enhancing subsequent healing and shield effects by 40. Poisonous Mire, triggers a poisoning splash effect when casting healing spells, inflicting toxin damage to surrounding enemies. Mana title, at intervals, the priest gains a spirit title effect, restoring substantial mana. Epic, healing, when the priest suffers a severe blow, the healing effect of healing spells increases by 30. Unexpectedly, the Poison Mire Spider dropped not offensive gear, but rather life-saving equipment. After affixing the emblem, he observes the astonishment on Jin's face upon seeing him equip a tier 3 orange item, indicating its status as a top-tier rarity, so scarce that even he, once a prince, is taken aback. Now, at level 35, the likelihood of dropping higher-tier items has diminished considerably. Yet he is fortunate to have fortunate coins to enhance the quality. Having satisfied his hunger, Jin Quan casually severed the legs of several domain lords, stowing them in his storage ring, and then adjusted his attire as he entered the passageway. These 6 passages connect to a circular corridor, which in turn links to the entrances of wood, fire, ice, and poison, while the inner sanctum of the circular corridor houses the lair of the vengeful spider matriarch. Inside the cave, countless small spiders scuttle about. Even a larger team would find it a daunting endeavor to clear them out. Jin Quan pays them no heed, as the lava shield on his person continuously refreshes under their relentless assault. The glowing magma shield illuminates the entire corridor. Alone, Jin Quan, with flames trailing behind him, gradually vanishes into the darkness. Xia Yinze gazes blankly at the retreating figure of Jin Quan, watching him venture deeper into the cave. After a prolonged period of open-mouthed astonishment, he finally feels discomfort and closes his mouth, swallowing hard. Suddenly, he realizes that this cave is solely occupied by this one individual. Xiaoyin shakes his head in disbelief. He single-handedly vanquished all the monsters. This realization sends a shiver through him. An indescribable sense of insignificance washes over him. We were so weak, the champions of the upper city, the invincible First Legion. It was all a farce from the beginning. He stumbles to his feet, slowly approaching the fallen monster corpses, scrutinizing the gruesome wounds. Each one, a single strike. Xiaoyin wanders amidst the heaps of corpses, ultimately collapsing once more onto the ground. He closes his eyes, meticulously recalling everything from the past, gradually deducing the reasons behind his brother's occasional despondency. We are merely playthings, kept for the amusement of those in the upper city. Such individuals are the true strong. Zhao Liu trails behind, but before reaching the spider cave, he is drawn in by a strong scent of blood. Zhou Liu twitches his nose and whispers, "Human blood, fresh." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liu's brows furrow. Given his journey from the sandworm nest, no miner should have made it this far. It cannot be a miner. Zhu draws closer, examining the rocks by the roadside, noticing a trail of blood splattered above. Continuing along the path, he observes the blood flowing continuously. If it were a miner, such a significant loss of blood would have resulted in death long ago. He wipes his finger through the blood on the ground, rolls it between his fingers, then sniffs. It appears to belong to a Tier 3 professional who has been incessantly consuming healing potions. He could detect a hint of rejuvenating flowers in the blood. Shall we take a look? Zhou Liu glances at the rocky outcrop ahead. Chapter 57. Interrogation. Zhao Liu contemplates for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Observing the direction from which the blood flows, it likely leads to the matriarch's lair. He opens the map and inspects it briefly. Ice spider entrance. He then points to another junction, stating, "But the person I seek has gone toward the wood vine spider entrance." Zhu rises, then remarks, "Given the volume of blood, this individual must have been wounded in an artery and is bleeding profusely. Moreover, this person..." He scratches his head in confusion. This person seems to lack knowledge of first aid, relying solely on potions to endure. This has resulted in such significant blood loss while still attempting to flee. Those who are unaware of emergency measures are, in fact, quite lucid. Upon hearing Zhu Wu's words, Zhao Liu's brows lift, clearly recognizing the implication. It seems Zhu Jianxiong and his group have suffered injuries. Their security detail must have collapsed. Otherwise, someone would have informed them to apply pressure to stop the bleeding before consuming healing potions. Let us go. I have no interest in corpse collection. Initially, he thought he might be able to extort some benefit from the situation, but it is evident that he has arrived too late. Just as they are about to leave, Zhou Liu suddenly gazes into the distance, his pupils illuminating with a pale yellow glow. Eagle Eye, an essential skill for hunters, expands the range of vision, allowing one to see farther and increasing attack accuracy. Someone is approaching, and they do not seem like miners. He speaks gravely. Zhao Liu and Zhu exchanged a glance and nodded. In the next moment, Zhu swiftly vanished, blending into the shadows. Zhou Fei and Zhou Jun, two brothers, had come to monitor which of the affluent young masters would make contact with the first batch of miners in pit number 1. Now the dead were gone, leaving only the two brothers to pursue the last two survivors. The sheer tenacity to run despite the loss of so much blood was indeed a testament to wealth. Zhou Fei touched the wound on his abdomen, which had been pierced but narrowly missed any vital organs. Still, it throbbed with pain. If only he had a healing potion, he could recover instantly. The thought ignited a flicker of resentment within him. If he captured a beauty like this, everything would belong to him. A delightful smirk graced his lips. The women of the upper city were truly enchanting. Just as he indulged in his fantasies, a crack beneath his feet startled him. A plump seed had been crushed underfoot, and the moment it shattered, an explosion of vines surged forth, ensnaring his ankle like a ravenous maw, its roots sinking deeply into the earth, rendering him immobile. Zhou Fei's expression shifted drastically. A trap, a hunter. He instinctively leaned back to evade the impending arrow. But in the next instant, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and his vision faded into darkness. That was his final thought. He was all too familiar with the skill, an ambush, a signature move of assassins that induced a brief stupor. For a class characterized by explosive power and agility, even a fleeting moment of incapacitation could prove fatal. True to form, he soon felt a searing pain rip through his back. A backstab, a flurry of slashes, and a bone-slicing maneuver struck at his cervical spine. Simultaneously, a streak of light darted towards him. 3 consecutive arrows, accurately piercing his chest. In an instant, an illusory layer of leather armor enveloped him, which solidified before shattering into green light, dissipating into the air. The combined assault of the two had obliterated Zhou Fei's defenses. Zhu Shiwu advanced, his dagger radiating a crimson glow, poised to deliver a lethal throat slash. Wait. His movements halted abruptly as Zhu Shiwu delivered a powerful kick to Zhou Fei's back, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Zhao Lubai emerged from the side, observing Zhou Fei, whose body was battered and on the brink of death. He crouched down slowly, brandishing a vial of glimmering red liquid before Zhou Fei and inquiring, "Do you wish to live?" Zhou Fei, bloodied and in agony, gazed up to behold a familiar face. "It was you." He momentarily froze. Then, as realization washed over him, his pupils constricted. It dawned on him that he had overlooked something vital. Upon seeing Zhao Lubai, clarity struck. "So it was you." The mission had been to closely observe all interactions between the affluent and the miners in pit number 1, particularly to note any transactions. They mere bait, had no privilege to ride alongside the nobility, and were entirely unaware that Zhao Lubai had stealthily disembarked, leaving Zhou Jun to monitor everyone. Only now did he realize that Zhao Lubai had long since slipped from their sight. Uncertain, Zhou Fei gathered his breath and spoke clearly. What conditions does young Master Zhao seek? He had been fixated on the wealthy heirs for so long that he had forgotten this individual. It now seemed evident that the person young Master Fong was searching for was indeed Zhao Lubai before him. By process of elimination, it became apparent that his mission had reached its conclusion. After such a lengthy interval, Zhao Lubai must have met everyone he intended to meet. He simply needed to survive long enough to relay the information about this singular individual who was no longer part of the group, thus fulfilling his mission. However, the crux of the matter hinged on his survival. Zhao Lubai tossed the vial and remarked, "It's quite simple. State your purpose." Sufa, fixated on the swirling red liquid within the vial, replied gravely, "I am with the Highland gang from the lower city. I learned that a group from the upper city intended to enter pit number 1, so my brother and I infiltrated the miners, hoping to profit from the situation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lubai paused, then rose slowly, brushing off the creases in his clothing. "How amusing," he said. Zhou Fei trembled, coughing up blood as he hurriedly added, "Young Master Zhao, wait." Zhao Lubai turned, casting a cold glance in his direction. Zhou Fei felt a chill course through him. He possessed all the records of the young masters aboard the train. Zhao Lubai had been the most easily overlooked, for with the advantage of being lower tier, this so-called upper city young master was only at level 21, and his talent rated merely B. Yet now, standing before him, Zhao Lubai exuded an aura that rendered it difficult to maintain eye contact, a palpable sense of authority that constricted Zhou Fei's breath. He had only encountered such presence once before, that of young Master Fong, who had assigned their mission. How could this young master guarantee my survival? A life in the lower city is worth little. I wish to live, yet if I die, it matters not. At least my family would remain safe. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to appeal to their shared humanity. Zhao Lubai scoffed. The underworld is merely a melting pot, and family ties are a rarity. In the lower cities gangs, family became a significant vulnerability, which is why they often kept a harem of women. Anyone could join, and after their time, the boys born would become members, while girls would continue the cycle. No one knew who their father was. So Yun swallowed hot, the metallic taste of blood swirling in his mouth. To his surprise, this upper city young master was well acquainted with the lower city's realities. With a stiff smile, he replied, "It is my mother." Zhao Lubai reached into his inner pocket and produced an antique pocket watch. The watch, exuding the aura of ages past, bore a bronze casing intricately engraved with rice stalks, its patterns complex and exquisite. The chain dangled between his fingers, swaying gently. Simultaneously handling the potion and the watch seemed cumbersome, and Zhao Lubai casually dropped the vial into the soft sand before Zhou Fa. I have no interest in hearing such tales. He pressed the watch, and with a click, opened the cover, exhaling upon the dial. 1 minute. Provide me with a satisfactory answer. Zhou Fa gazed at the potion before him, realizing the formidable nature of the young master far surpassed his understanding. Speaking further would leave him with no hope of survival. He bowed his head. A significant figure from the upper city sent me to monitor all the wealthy heirs on the sightseeing train. Zhao Lubai, wiping the watch's face, paused mid-motion. He then snapped the cover shut with a decisive click. Continue. I'm merely a messenger, tasked with ensuring that the wealthy heirs do not interact with the first batch of miners. And if they do interact, Zhao Lubai inquired, a curious glint in his eyes. It is said that among the first batch of miners, someone is to deliver an important item to the affluent young masters from the upper city. Should I discover anything, I am to report it. As Zhao Lubai carefully returned his pocket watch to his pocket, he pondered for a moment before asking again, "Who instructed you to do this?" The question seemed to touch upon Zhou Fa's predicament, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Zhao Lubai methodically folded the silk cloth used to polish the pocket watch, then refrained from further inquiries, turning to leave. Zhou Fa felt a sudden chill run down his spine and quickly shouted, "It was the Shenwei Consortium. The Shenwei Consortium." Almost as soon as he uttered those words, he began to gasp for breath, noticing a gleaming dagger hovering perilously close to his temple. Zhao Lubai halted in his tracks. The Fong family? He had previously discussed matters concerning the Fong family with Zhu Shuwuf, and now he found himself confronted with them. The item they provided was a sha Xianhua, Zhao Lubai suddenly remarked. Perhaps the shock of the dagger had dulled Zhou Fa's senses as he appeared dazed, seemingly unable to comprehend. That would be the unknown emblem. Almost immediately after Zhao Liubai's words, Zhou Fa abruptly lifted his head, his pupils trembling in disbelief. Then, as if a realization dawned upon him, he understood completely. It seemed his initial conjecture was correct. The one orchestrating the exchange with the first batch of miners was indeed Zhao Lubai, for otherwise he would not have been privy to this secret. Observing Zhou Fa's reaction, Zhao Lubai smiled faintly and nudged the vial of potion with his foot, sending it rolling to Zhou Fa's side. "Drink it." At that moment, Zhou Fa's vision began to dim, and his mind felt heavy, symptoms typical of excessive blood loss. Without a second thought regarding the potion's potential toxicity, he seized the vial, uncorked it, and drank it down. As the potion coursed through his body, it ignited a frenzy of blood production. His wounds, not of the arterial variety, rapidly sealed, and he regained some semblance of vitality. He straightened slightly, kneeling with renewed vigor before Zhao Lubai. "Young Master Zhao, this is my mission. Should I speak falsehoods, may I be subjected to 1,000 tortures." Zhao Lubai nodded at Zhou Shirlu, who then tossed a palm-sized stone before Zhou Fa, asking, "Whose blood is this?" Zhou Fa looked up to see the stone stained with dried blood, then scanned his surroundings. "It belongs to the eldest daughter of the Ji family." Zhou Liubai's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Ji Lingye?" Su Fa nodded. "Who would dare to injure her so?" Zhao Lubai inquired, astonished. "What transpired in the cave?" At this, Zhou Fa's face twitched as he replied. "The young master of the Zhu family brought several celebrities to explore the cave of the vengeful Spider Mother. Initially, it went smoothly. They sustained minor injuries and defeated the Lord. They thought they had completed their expedition, but then 5 identical lords emerged simultaneously, culminating in the appearance of a massive spider lord, akin to a small mountain. His body trembled as he continued. This enormous spider lord was terrifying, capable of manipulating the ice within the entire cave. Just one step from it would severely injure everyone. He shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. In the end, they all perished, with only 2 escaping. Zhao Lubai tilted his head to scrutinize him. "You and her?" "No, for some reason. That last spider seemed to have urgent business and hurriedly left the cave. I concealed myself among the corpses of the bait, feigning death to escape." Nodding, Zhao Lubai surmised, "The ones who made it out must be Zhu Jinxiong and Ji Linger." However, Zhou Fa shook his head again, stating, "It was the Ji family's eldest daughter and that celebrity pastor. This revelation took Zhao Lubai aback, incredulity etched on his face. Zhu Jinxiong is dead? Su Fa nodded, glancing at the bloodied stone. Both had numerous means of survival and were on the verge of escape, but unexpectedly, this seemingly gentle Ji Linger turned out to be quite ruthless. A single electric grenade ensured Zhu Jinxiong would never follow. He let out a cold laugh. It aligns perfectly with the truth of the Wasteland. One need not outrun the monsters, but rather their comrades. Zhao Yobai's brow furrowed slightly. You mean Ji Linger killed Zhu Jinxiong? Zhou Fa had been observing Zhao Lubai with his peripheral vision, noting how the latter's previously calm demeanor had turned serious. Uncertain of the cause, Zhou Fa nodded in accordance with the truth. Zhao Lubai gazed at the direction of the blood's descent, his fingers pinching the bridge of his nose. He was acutely aware of the fierce power struggle between the Ji and Zhu families in recent years, marked by an array of scheming tactics. The establishment of the Feiying Empire was born from the rivalry between the Zhu and Ji families. Despite the passage of years, the two families maintained a semblance of civility, upheld only by the teachings of their ancestors. Now, the revelation that a direct descendant of the Ji family had slain a direct descendant of the Zhu family posed a significant risk of igniting the fuse for the empire's fragmentation. Zhao Lubai paced slowly around the area, while Zhou Fa remained kneeling, motionless, awaiting judgment. Suddenly, Zhao Lubai halted, and with a brilliant flash of purple light, a staff nearly as tall as a person appeared in his hand. With a flick of his staff, a shadowy chain erupted from Zhao Yobai's body, swiftly ensnaring Zhou Fa like a serpent. The sudden movement terrified Zhou Fa, causing him to tremble violently as he shouted, "Young Master Zhao, please spare me. Everything I said is the truth." He quickly moved forward on his knees, gesturing frantically. "If I lie, may my entire family perish, and may heaven strike me down. Young Master Zhao, please believe me." His face was a mask of terror and desperation. Yet, Zhao Lubai remained impassive, waving his staff, unleashing a dark beam of energy that surged from beneath his feet and soared overhead. Simultaneously, a more vibrant darkness cascaded down from the top of Zhou Fa's head, sweeping over his entire body before vanishing into the ground. As this dark energy coursed through him, the previously exposed wounds on Zhou Fa began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace, as if a zipper was being drawn closed. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Fa was restored to his former state. Even the wounds inflicted by the ice-cold spider had vanished. Feeling his body fully rejuvenated, Zhou Fa stared blankly at Zhao Lubai, realizing he had been saved, and quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Zhao, for sparing my life." His forehead struck the sandy ground with a resounding thud. As the spell dissipated, the chain binding them transformed into dark mist, and the staff in Zhao Liubai's hand shrank and disappeared into his palm. He clapped his hands and said, "You may relay all that you have seen, heard, guessed, and imagined to your master." With that, he turned and left, followed silently by Zhu Shuwuf and Zhou Shilu, who cast a glance at the kneeling Zhou Fa. Watching Zhao Liubai's retreating figure, Zhou Fa's previously upright posture suddenly slumped, and he plopped down onto the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Just then, Zhao Lubai halted his steps and turned back, saying, "Oh, and by the way." Zhou Fa jolted, straightening up once more, eager to heed his words. Zhao Liubai's voice drifted back to him. "Also, inform him that if it becomes absolutely necessary, he may come to find me." Chapter 59, Domain Lord, Shadow Spider. "Young Master, are we truly letting him go just like that?" Zhu Shiwu inquired with a hint of perplexity, pondering that the young master did not appear to be a benevolent individual. Zhao Lubai cast a sidelong glance at him and replied with a smile, "Why would we kill him? From his expression, it seems he firmly believes you are the one who has been in collusion with that miner. If he returns, he will undoubtedly accuse you of taking the goods. And what if I am? What if I am not?" Zhao Lubai countered nonchalantly. "Isn't it merely an unjust accusation against the strong? Ha. The weak have no right to wrongfully accuse the powerful." His words left Zhu Shiwu momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. After a brief glance back, he remarked, "He is indeed a witness and a vortex. It's preferable to keep him alive than to kill him. Neither family will lack practitioners of the true spell." With that, he shook his head and sighed. This empire seems to be on unstable ground. Jin Quan had traversed the passage for quite some time, primarily because countless small spiders attacked him wherever he went. Before him lay a veritable ocean of spiders, obscuring his vision entirely, forcing him to slash blindly. Pushing through the swarm. Fortunately, he possessed the lava impact ability, allowing him to strike 10 times, transforming into fireballs that propelled him forward, and he repeated this process. Suddenly, he lunged ahead, feeling the ground beneath him vanish, and his body fell weightlessly into the abyss. This unexpected turn left him startled, his body jolting as he spun, sending all the small spiders flying off him. His vision cleared, and the wind whistled sharply in his ears, resembling a demon's howl as he descended with a multitude of spiders towards the depths below. It was a vast pit. The walls of the pit were jagged, entwined with countless strands of spider silk, so dense they resembled cascading white ribbons. Gazing downwards, it appeared as a spiral passage leading to the netherworld, a ghostly white spectacle. As he approached the ground, a luminous glow emanated from below, with a massive, radiant zircon illuminating the entire space, casting a pristine light upon the earth. Just as he was about to land, Jin Quan inhaled sharply, and in the next moment, a dense black mist coalesced on his back, forming a pair of demonic wings. With a powerful sweep of his wings, he glided through the air, instantly countering the force of his fall. As the wings dissipated, Jin Quan landed smoothly. However, the moment he touched the ground, his expression changed slightly as he quickly glanced down. His feet were utterly immobilized, seemingly glued to the ground by some potent adhesive. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not the ground illuminated by the zircon, but rather an endless web of spider silk. He had become the prey, ensnared in a trap. The next moment, the pristine white surface beneath him began to shift, merging instantly. Jin Quan felt himself enveloped, accompanied by the sound of swallowing as he slid downward. Had he been consumed? He had not even glimpsed the monster's true form before finding himself within its belly. He attempted to move, but his entire body was firmly adhered, rendering even the most basic movements impossible, breathing becoming exceedingly arduous, akin to a form of water torture during interrogation. After calming his emotions, he understood why Ji Ran had suggested utilizing the lava judgment's overwhelming properties to navigate through the mother spider's lair, continuously wielding a blade to prevent the spider silk from ensnaring him. At that moment, Jin Quan clearly realized he had fallen victim to this oversight. Even if others were equipped with the lava set, they would find themselves equally powerless. Yet in the next moment, gray particles began to coil around his arm, and with a sudden upward thrust, he tore a gash through the multitude of spider silk binding him. Subsequently, Jin Quan employed his talent to sever the strands bit by bit, finally managing to flip himself out. As he emerged, a pungent stench assaulted his senses, inducing nausea. Surrounding him was an expanse of darkness and dampness. He had escaped swiftly, avoiding being swallowed into the gastric sac. In his dim vision, he observed numerous other silk cocoons, like his own, cascading down the esophagus. Jin Quan quickly grasped the fleshy walls of the esophagus, peering downward into the gastric sac. Fortunately, he was fast enough. The walls of the gastric sac writhed incessantly, covered in fine hairs that resembled tentacles. As they brushed against the spider cocoons, they coated them in a layer of viscous green liquid. This liquid possessed a potent corrosive quality, yet it had no effect on the spider's silk. Slowly seeping into the cocoons, Jin Quan observed with his own eyes as the cocoons rapidly shrank, with copious blood seeping from the seams of the silk. Occasionally, bubbles would rise from the blood, bursting and releasing an even more noxious odor. There were no bones. The digestive capabilities were utterly incomprehensible. A glimmer sparked in his eyes, and the next moment, a message materialized before him. Domain Master, devouring spider. It was not the mother spider after all, and Jin Quan felt a pang of disappointment. Truth be told, had the interior of this belly belonged to the mother spider, his task would have concluded there, allowing the creatures of this world to witness his formidable prowess. Raising his hand, he concentrated orange light, summoning the lava judgment, and aimed it upward towards the esophagus. Tilting slightly, his body radiated a brilliant purple glow. With a sudden upward slash, the blade of obliteration, infused with his essence, surged forth, slicing through everything in its path. In an instant, the interior of the devouring spider was torn asunder. Flesh, sinew, membrane, and shell were all cleaved apart, and Jin Quan burst forth from atop the devouring spider. He landed firmly on its back. This spider was colossal, in terms of size. Even if the 4 deceased domain masters were piled together, they would barely match it. A painful shriek erupted from beneath him as the devouring spider contorted in agony, spasming violently before suddenly becoming still. You have slain the domain master, devouring spider, at level 4, with a 100 efficacy. This strike began from its abdomen and emerged from its cranium. Jin Quan furrowed his brow in contemplation as he read the message. This was the new derivative Master Ji Ran had mentioned. He quickly scanned his surroundings and murmured, "No, there should be another one." But just as he finished his thought, a sudden tightening sensation gripped his scalp as a fierce whistling erupted from behind him. Almost instinctively, blue flames rapidly twisted and coalesced around him, forming a giant armored figure of azure fire. Almost immediately, a shadow imbued with a ghostly light precisely pierced his back. The infernal flame guardian barely held for a moment before being penetrated, and the lava chestplate materialized instantaneously, with a thunderous sound akin to a drumbeat. A golden light enveloped Jin Quan, enhancing his resilience. This aura fully countered the powerful recoil of the arrow. Executing the troll's earth splitter technique, Jin Quan leaped backward with force, spinning in midair, gripping his blade with both hands, and striking downward with tremendous force. The ground erupted with debris as a massive pit was formed, waves of air cascading outward. However, the target that had attacked him vanished in an instant, leaving only an afterimage in the wake of his strike. Yet moments later, Jin Quan swiftly turned, perceiving yet another ghostly arrow speeding towards him. This time, he was prepared, positioning the broad lava judgment to shield his chest. The sound of metal clashing rang out, igniting a shower of sparks. Jin Quan quickly retreated, then turned sharply, pressing his back against the wall of the deep pit. His back fully shielded, the mysterious creature appeared to struggle to find a better angle to attack, slowly revealing its form. If the Bao Shizhu is classified as a colossal monster, then the spider before me, cloaked in an inky blackness, is suitably diminutive. The moment Jin Quan activated his dark insight, the creature's name materialized, Diuling Zhu Awning Zhu. The Awning Zhu's body was enveloped in a layer of shell as dark as ink, its matte surface seemingly designed to prevent any light from reflecting off it, allowing it to blend seamlessly into the shadows. Its size was comparable to that of a large dog, with 8 elongated, powerful legs covered in fine hairs, scuttling across the rocky walls in complete silence. Notably, it bore a series of backward-facing spines along its back. Jin Quan cast a glance at the object he had just knocked away, which bore an exact resemblance to the spines on the spider's back. Such a creature was truly exhausting. Jin Quan pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling the fatigue of having dealt with a plethora of meat shields only to now face such an agile and ranged adversary. His gaze sharpened suddenly, and he lifted his head. With his demon wings unfurled, he surged forward, instantly executing a 3-part slash. Lock on. Death. Chapter 60. Illumination. A brilliant violet light erupted from his body as the obliterating blade, energy, surged forth like a streak of purple lightning. The gray blade cleaving through the air and splitting the creature in two. Yet in the next instant, the severed Awning Zhu transformed into 2 clouds of black smoke and dissipated. A doppelganger? Jin Quan was momentarily startled, cursing under his breath as he spun around. 3 spines shot toward his chest and head in rapid succession. He swiftly crossed his great sword before him while simultaneously drawing his makeshift blade, delivering a fierce slash. The gray blade sliced through the approaching spines like paper, but the other 2 pierced through the Ming Yen statue, crashing forcefully against his great sword. This time, Jin Quan refrained from using his berserker skill. Instead, he harnessed the force of the impact to slam his back against the cave wall, causing the surrounding rocks to crack under the tremendous force. It seemed this creature had a peculiar obsession with targeting his back, and Jin Quan found himself pressed against the wall, frowning slightly. The domain of the Awning Zhu was darkness, allowing it to swiftly conceal itself within shadows and evade the grasp of the obliterating blade through the creation of shadow clones. It was the first time he encountered such a troublesome lord, whose every skill seemed to elude him. Crucially, this creature engaged solely from a distance. Just as he pondered this, 3 more ethereal lights shot towards him from different angles. The spines were incredibly swift and erratic, and Jin Quan dared not roll away, focusing instead on defending. His left hand swiftly formed a blade net, while his right hand held the great sword defensively before him. Yet this time, he could not block them all, and one spine swiftly pierced through his blade net. It broke through his Ming Yin statue and struck his shoulder, causing his lava breastplate to flicker into existence, the resilient rhinoceros emblem glowing momentarily. With a thud, Jin Quan was driven deeper into the wall, the cracks around him widening significantly. The force was overwhelming, and the speed was daunting. Jin Quan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain radiating from his shoulder. Although his resilience attribute mitigated much of the damage, the sheer force still affected his physique. This was the first instance since donning the lava set that a monster had breached both layers of his defenses. The ability to penetrate 2 layers of protection indicated that the capacity of his equipment S insignia had been exceeded. This implied that the seemingly petite spider could easily dismantle his lava breastplate with hit-and-run tactics. If he lost this defensive insignia, the set's effects would vanish, causing a significant drop in his overall attributes, effectively crippling him. He could not afford to remain passive. Quickly surveying his surroundings, he realized he was entirely underground, devoid of even a hint of light. Since the emergence of the awning Zhu, even the original Ingzwa stone had been cloaked in a shroud of black mist. Were it not for his dark vision, he would now be as blind as a bat. Glancing upward, he noticed countless tiny spiders densely clinging to the web above, suggesting that neither the Shi, Sha, Wu, nor these spider lords permitted the smaller creatures to enter their domain without consent. After a moment's contemplation, he unfurled his demonic wings and ascended directly towards the sky with his 3-part slash. Naturally, such a dramatic movement instantly alerted the awning Zhu, and nearly the moment Jin Quan halted at the 3rd segment, 3 spines arrived in unison. Jin Quan braced himself against the onslaught, relying solely on his own resilience without any defensive maneuvers. The force of the impact sent him crashing into the wall, entangled in the dense, web-like fabric of the spider silk. The web tore apart, and he was once again thrust into the wall, blood spilling from his mouth as he wiped his lips, a smile creeping onto his face. Countless tiny spiders rushed towards him, and in the next moment, flames erupted around him. A lava shield materialized with fervor. Almost simultaneously as the lava shield was refreshed, the 3 flying spines struck him fiercely. The resounding impact sent debris flying. Yet at that moment, Jin Quan exhaled, glancing at the 3 spines that had passed through his Ming Yin statue and lava shield without making contact. He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged spittle and declared, "You cannot breach my defenses. Ultimately, it will be you who perishes." He swiftly swung his blade at the tiny spiders, delivering a flurry of 10 strikes, channeling the power of lava before unleashing a volcanic eruption. The violent explosion ignited a blaze, obliterating numerous spider webs above and sending a multitude of tiny spiders cascading down like raindrops. The entire cavern was illuminated, and in an instant, Jin Quan discerned the whereabouts of the awning Zhu, rapidly closing in with a 3-part slash. However, the illumination from the lava surge dimmed too quickly, failing to reveal the entirety of the shadows, and just as Jin Quan locked onto it, another shadow clone was left behind, vanishing into the darkness. Jin Quan cursed under his breath, and once more leaped into the throng of tiny spiders, swiftly dispatching them with his blade, delivering over 10 strikes, while an orange glow emanated from his waist. A serpent-like illusion surged toward him, suddenly expanding into the form of the Shi Sha Zhu. The Shi Sha Zhu dove towards the awning Zhu, its golden sand-like light sweeping over everything, petrifying all in its path. As Jin Quan searched for any signs of the awning Zhu succumbing to petrification, 3 spines struck his back with precision, the overwhelming force propelling him into the wall. Jin Quan brushed away the dust from his face. This awning Zhu was elusive. How could he kill it? His brow furrowed, and suddenly he recalled the words of Jiran. To slay a domain lord, one must first dismantle its territory. However, as he surveyed the enveloping darkness, he could only manage a resigned smile. The only means to disrupt the darkness was likely light. Yet the illumination from the recent volcanic eruption had proven insufficient to reveal the Awning Zhu's form. Observing the small spiders that continued their relentless assault on his Ming Yin statue, an idea sparked in his mind. He elbowed the wall, propelling himself out of the pit with great force. He swung his lava judgment horizontally, striking as if playing badminton, sending a multitude of tiny spiders scattering. His great sword did not cease to move, sending the small spiders flying in all directions. Yet the Awning Zhu was exceedingly cunning. Each time he struck down a small spider, spines would emerge from the shadows, knocking him back against the wall. Each time, Jin Quan would crawl out and resume his assault on the small spiders. Time and again, he was thrust into the pit, only to scramble out with great difficulty. Yet, Jin Quan remained unfazed. His sole objective was to scatter the small spiders throughout the cavern, keenly observing the trajectory of the barbed projectiles. He intended to unleash the judgment of Urks upon the small spiders in the designated direction. The slaughter of these diminutive creatures would incite widespread terror. Once he had the shadow spider ensnared in fear, its demise was assured. Just as Jin Quan was immersed in his scheming, a sudden, piercing chirp echoed through the darkness of the cave. The sound was a long, low tone reminiscent of chant. In an instant, Jin Quan was rendered speechless, as the multitude of small spiders began to emit a low hum. Then, in clusters, they fell lifelessly to the ground. He picked one up and shook it vigorously, only to see its 8 legs droop helplessly. Dead? A swift glance around revealed that all the small spiders were similarly lifeless. It was as if they had received a command for self-destruction. In an instant, they had all perished. After enduring numerous stabs and planning to bear humiliation, Jin Quan found himself enraged. How could it be that the shadow spider merely had to vocalize for the entire swarm to commit suicide? A surge of inexplicable fury welled up within him. Damn it, I shall fill this entire cavern with earth inch by inch. With a sudden stomp on the ground, the radiance of his empowered form enveloped him, unleashing a torrent of strength. Gripping his blade, he executed a devastating strike against the cave wall. In that moment, the wall crumbled as if struck by cannon fire, rocks cascading down like an avalanche. The massive blade, shrouded in gray particles, sliced through the cavern with ease, leaving it in ruins. Gasping for breath, Jin Quan realized that his actions were purely an outlet for his anger. The presence of the vengeful spider matriarch lay beneath him. Burying this place meant he would never see her again nor acquire the Qingyuan flower. He was utterly powerless against this shadow spider, and suddenly, the image of a cunning figure flashed in his mind. If only that individual were present, he would surely know how to resolve this predicament. This marked the first time the solitary wolf within him acknowledged the need for companionship. At that moment, a pristine orb descended from above, resembling the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival. It fell rapidly down the passageway and exploded above Jin Quan's head. With this explosion, darkness was dispelled, and light illuminated the cavern. The entire space shone as brightly as day, with light filling every corner, akin to a searchlight casting away all shadows. Jin Quan turned abruptly to see the shadow spider lying quietly in a hollow, rendered vulnerable by the sudden illumination. This time, you are truly finished. With wings unfurled, the shadow spider attempted to flee, but Jin Quan swiftly executed 3 rapid slashes in the air, tracing a Z shape. He locked onto his target. Transforming into a violet streak, he lunged upward, and with a decisive motion, his obliterated blade cleaved through the shadow spider. Devoid of shadows, it could no longer manifest its duplicates. Its innards spilled across the ground. You have slain the level 4 Domain Lord Shadow Spider, achieving a 90 effectiveness rate. Ignoring the corpse, he quickly looked up to see a trembling youth standing at the edge of the precipice, tightly gripping his staff, their eyes meeting. Jin Quan waved with a smile, saying, "Ah, it's you, you foolish one." Chapter 61. Shadowblade Xiaoyinjia was resigned to death, trapped outside by Zhou Jun, with no escape in sight. Yet upon seeing Jin Quan, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. This individual, witnessing his disarray, offered no mockery, no theft, nor thoughts of murder, but simply inquired, "Why are you crying?" Such simple words, yet in the grand tapestry of humanity. To encounter a stranger weeping in the wilderness and to ask such a question could only indicate a kind-hearted soul. Since death was inevitable, Why not take a chance? Jin Quan had taken nearly all the small spiders with him, even the occasional stragglers he could manage. Following in Jin Quan's footsteps, after an indeterminate amount of time, a tremendous rumble echoed. He groped his way forward to discover a sheer cliff, or rather, a vast pit. The intensity of the cacophony below attested to the ferocity and terror of the battle taking place. Yet his vision was shrouded in darkness, only faintly perceiving a figure darting swiftly below. Xiaoyinja was uncertain of the situation, but as a priest he could distinctly sense the abundance of dark elements swirling beneath. Each time the figure unleashed a powerful fire skill, some darkness dispersed, only for the dark elements to rapidly coalesce once more. Then he activated his priestly signature skill, the Light of Revelation, casting forth a beam of holy light capable of dispelling darkness and revealing hidden targets within a certain radius. Within the illuminated area, concealed entities would be unable to maintain their stealth. As he peered down, illuminated by the light, he saw the figure moving with the speed of lightning, close in on a peculiar monster. In the next moment, a dazzling blade of light sliced through the air, cleaving the creature in two. The figure raised their gaze and beckoned to him, yet Xiaoyinja could not discern the words spoken. Summoning his courage, he shouted down, "Can I follow you?" But the cave's jagged stones distorted his voice, echoing back to Jin Quan as a cacophony of unintelligible sounds. Unable to comprehend the words of the young man who had entered weeping, Jin Quan merely gestured upward, saying, "Wait outside. I'll come find you shortly." He then turned to attend to the corpse of the shadow spider. Unbeknownst to him, his voice echoed through the pit, rendering it equally chaotic. Xiaoyinja could not hear clearly, but he saw Jin Quan's gesture, which seemed to indicate a downward direction. A test, perhaps. He glanced at the nearly 100-meter drop. With his frail physique as a priest, he could very well meet his demise. Taking a deep breath, he leaped without hesitation. "I will not be afraid." A series of terrified screams approached from above, causing Jin Quan to look up, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Damn, he truly is a fool. He lunged forward, using a leap against the cave wall to propel himself upward. Then he shot out a silken thread, quickly adhering it to the wall, pulling himself up. Grabbing Xiaoyinja by the collar of his robe, he deftly swung down, absorbing the impact by jumping off the walls until he landed safely. Jin Quan unceremoniously dropped him to the ground, shaking his shoulder and exclaiming, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Xiaoyinja sat on the ground, unable to meet Jin Quan's gaze, meekly replying, "Didn't you tell me to jump?" "Me?" Jin Quan recalled his earlier gesture, which indeed resembled an invitation to leap. Yet, there was no need for such a literal interpretation. He chose not to dwell on it, instead frowning as he asked, "What do you want?" Xiaoyinja quickly scrambled to his feet, kneeling before Jin Quan with sincerity etched on his face, saying, "I want to follow you." "Follow me?" The superstitions about kneeling before peers and elders flashed through his mind, causing him to instinctively shift aside. He assessed Xiaoyinja, noting his height of about 1.70 meters, a slender frame, fair complexion, and an Adam's apple, though his features bore a more feminine resemblance. "Is it true that you say cool when eating peaches?" He blurted out almost unconsciously. Seeing Xiaoyinja's bewildered expression, Jin Quan pointed towards the entrance now revealed by the retreating darkness and said, "Follow me. Do you truly wish to die?" With a swift motion of his foot, he swept away a multitude of spider carcasses and continued, "You cannot even defeat the small spiders on the ground. Why should I take you along? Stay here." Having said this, Jin Quan turned directly around and approached the corpse of the shadow spider, brushing it aside. An orange emblem materialized in his hand. Upon seeing this orange emblem, Jin Quan was momentarily taken aback. The panel had just indicated that his effectiveness in defeating the shadow spider was 90, with 10 attributed to the priest before him. To his astonishment, such circumstances could still yield an orange emblem. He touched his chest, wondering if the lucky coin had worked. Equipment emblem, Shadow Blade, orange, equipment level, Tier 3 equipment type, offhand weapon, dagger, strength, 35 stars agility, 30 stars attack speed, 50 shadow assault, when attacking with the Shadow Blade. There is a 20 chance to trigger Shadow Assault, allowing the user to instantly dash forward a short distance and inflict significant damage on enemies in the path. Shadow Concealment. When a user remains stationary for more than 3 seconds, they automatically enter a state of shadow concealment, increasing their evasion rate by 30, and enhancing the agility and strength of their next attack to 50. Being attacked or moving will break the concealment state. Shadow Doppelganger. When activating the Shadow Doppelganger skill, the body gradually melds into the shadows, teleporting a short distance while creating a Shadow Doppelganger that resembles the user, possessing 50 of the user's attributes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Epic, blindness. The vision range of characters attacked by the Shadow Blade is reduced. It turned out to be an offhand weapon. He picked up the equipment emblem and examined it closely. It was also hexagonal, with engravings of a single-handed short sword at the top. Jiran had previously discussed various types of equipment, accessories, offhand weapons, gloves, and cloaks, which were exceedingly rare. The Mage's Spellbook, the Mechanic's Mechanical Arm, the Shield Warrior's Dagger, the Assassin's Twin Daggers, and the Knight's Single-Handed Shield. Each provided immense enhancements to their respective classes. Offhand weapons and accessories were particularly scarce due to their universal applicability across all professions without adverse effects. Unlike armor types, where a mage donning heavy armor would face significant restrictions in movement and casting speed, a warrior could even equip a mechanical arm, provided they could endure the entirely mechanical attributes. The short sword and single-handed shield were indeed suitable for me. With a firm grip, the orange emblem swiftly embedded itself into his palm. Almost instantaneously, as the emblem merged within him, Jin Quan felt a tremor throughout his body, accompanied by the cry of an eagle resonating from within, revealing a series of eagle tattoos adorning his wrist. His agility had reached 100 stars. He felt an unprecedented lightness coursing through him, and as the lava judgment materialized in his hand, he was eager to test his newfound speed. It is not merely about accompanying you. I shall follow you wherever you go. I fear not death. A voice, seemingly brimming with courage, resounded behind him. Jin Quan then recalled that there was indeed another person behind him. Turning to face the kneeling Xia Yinjia, he swung his sword with a rush of wind, stirring up a cloud of dust. You are far too weak. Following me inside would be tantamount to walking to your death. Chapter 62. Class Breakthrough. Had it been that agile, assassin-like creature from earlier, this little priest would likely not withstand even a second. Hearing this, Xia Yinjia became somewhat anxious and hastily replied, I am of use. I am an epic class radiant priest. My talent is an S-grade echo rabbit, enabling me to simplify incantation syllables into a single word and to repetitively cast a spell to stack effects. I am level 39 and can assist you. His words flowed rapidly, revealing his desperate need for Jin Quan's acknowledgement. Jin Quan was taken aback. He had initially thought this young man was merely a lucky survivor from the Undercity mines. Little did he know he was a formidable level 39 expert. Are you from the Upper City? Xia Yinjia nodded, then shook his head. I was born in the Lower City, selected by the Upper City Consortium after awakening my S-grade talent, and I spent 7 years in the Upper City. How old are you? 16. Jin Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. 16 years old and already level 39. My level was nurtured through worms. The Consortium has dedicated breeding grounds. Achieving level 40 requires a class breakthrough. I can no longer level up using worms. Jin Quan nodded, secretly acknowledging that those in power often held the fastest paths to acquiring influence, in contrast to other adventurers who struggled to gain each level. The privileged offspring likely found it an effortless task. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, what does class breakthrough mean? This term had crossed his ears more than once. Jiran had even mentioned that this place was incapable of facilitating class breakthroughs. Xia Yinjia regarded Jin Quan with some confusion, surprised that this strong individual was asking about class breakthroughs. After deliberating, he responded, the human body is frail, unable to sustain the elevation of class emblems to higher tiers, thus utilizing altars to assimilate the powers of monsters, rendering the class more potent. The process of assimilating with monsters is what constitutes a class breakthrough. At this point, he appeared somewhat despondent as he added, for those of us who rely on worms for sustenance, surviving the monster assimilation at the altar is exceedingly difficult. Altar? Jin Quan furrowed his brow in perplexity. He stepped closer to the still kneeling Xia Yinjia, grasping the nape of his collar as if lifting a chick, and straightened him up to continue questioning. What is an altar? Xia Yinjia recoiled slightly, taking a step back while bowing his head slightly. The altar is the totem of the legion, possessed solely by legions, typically held by major factions and consortiums. The lower city lacks altars. As Xiaoyinja finished, his brow furrowed even tighter. So, to achieve a class breakthrough, one must join another faction? You may also establish your own legion. Xiaoyinja hesitated before saying, how does one establish a legion? Jin Quan's brow raised slightly. Even Ji Ran had nearly met his demise amidst the struggle for power, and he had no desire to engage in such factional disputes unless absolutely necessary. By obtaining a legion token, groups without a legion token are referred to as core, while those with a legion token can be called legions. Consortiums are a type of legion, but they lean more towards lifestyle professions. At this point, he shook his head. The legion token is fundamental to a faction. It is extraordinarily rare and exorbitantly priced. The entirety of the Eagle Empire, managing such a vast territory, fundamentally possesses only 5 legion tokens: Eagle, Mechanism, Heavenly River, Vanguard, and Shengwei. Other families that have acquired legion tokens are equally esteemed. Thus, Xiaoyinja ceased to elaborate further. Jin Quan grasped the concept of the legion token, akin to a guild token in an online game, capable of forming a faction. However, regarding the altar and its ability to facilitate class advancement, it also seemed to function as a class mentor. No wonder an empire could endure for a millennium. In his previous life, the unified empire had not even escaped the cycle of reincarnation within 300 years. According to the rules of this world, the inhabitants of the upper city effectively monopolized all avenues for advancement. After a moment of contemplation, he began to understand why Ji Ran had stated that the empire was currently in turmoil. The root cause might indeed be the increasing number of legion tokens over the millennia. The upper echelons began to grow cumbersome, and power became increasingly uneven. Shaking his head to dispel the distant thoughts, he patted Xiaoyinja on the shoulder and asked, "Have you spent time in both the upper and lower cities?" "Yes," Xiaoyinja replied with a vigorous nod. Jin Quan then squeezed his shoulder and inquired, "What was the name of that skill you just used?" "It looked quite impressive." Xiaoyinja shyly smiled and responded, "It's called Yaoguang Xiaoming Shu. I isn't too much different from other illumination techniques, just a bit more flamboyant." "Flamboyance is good," Jin Quan remarked. "I thought the Holy Light Archbishop had arrived." "Quite dashing." With that, Jin Quan swung his large blade, cleaving a wide fissure into the ground. He pointed at the crack and commanded, "Wait outside this line. If I return, you will be my little brother." He then hoisted his blade onto his shoulder and approached the carcass of the devouring spider he had slain. Ultimately, it was a matter of mutual benefit. Jin Quan had no interest in understanding why this young man was drawn to him, but he mentioned having spent time in both cities, which was crucial for Jin Quan as he ultimately needed to escape the prison of Wangsheng and venture into the lower city. "Brother, wait a moment." Jin Quan paused, frowning slightly at the persistence of this individual. Upon seeing Jin Quan's suddenly cold demeanor, Xiaoyinja instinctively shrank back. He then pointed at the corpse of the shadow spider and said, "The body, this monster's corpse." "What?" Jin Quan glanced at the bisected corpse, which lay quietly. He understood that Xiaoyinja was inquiring about the career advancement process, wishing to gain a clearer insight. Thus, he elaborated, "Career advancement involves fusing with monster corpses. Lord monsters are quite valuable." Jin Quan returned to the side of the shadow spider's remains. Is career advancement reliant solely on this? He mused, furrowing his brow. Having slain numerous lords, it had never occurred to him that the corpses could serve such a purpose, as he assumed they were merely for consumption. You can choose a specific part of the monster, and, upon fusion, your body will take on monstrous traits, Xiaoyinja explained. The more parts you fuse, the stronger you become. However, it may result in an unappealing appearance, but indeed, you will become more formidable. It was precisely because the Red Demon Legion faced the challenge of career advancement that Xiaoyinja had taken the initiative to understand this process so thoroughly. Is that how advancement works? Jin Quan glanced at the grotesque spider and found the idea of transforming into a monstrous arachnid difficult to accept. Observing Jin Quan's uncomfortable expression, Xiaoyinja realized he had said too much and hastily added, "There are also methods to avoid becoming ugly. Certain exceptionally powerful monsters, upon death, have a chance of producing Lingzhu within them. Using Ling Zhu for career advancement allows one to gain monster attributes while retaining a human form. However, such monsters are merely hearsay. Even a grand army would have to pay a steep price to attain them. They are exclusive treasures for the most elite of noble geniuses. This is also the reason they agreed to accompany Zhu Jinxiong to Pit Number 1. Zhu Jinxiong promised that after their expedition in Pit Number 1, the company leaders would allocate Ling Zhu to them. Thus, they could avoid any unsightly transformations. Alas, everything was lost. Jin Quan hesitated slightly, as an orange glow flickered in his left hand, conjuring a short sword. With remarkable speed, a flash of dark light swept across, and the shadow pearl was reduced to fragments. Soon, a pitch-black orb lay quietly before him. Ah, there really is one. He picked up the pearl, tossing it lightly. A moment of insight revealed its nature. Shadow pearl, a Ling Zhu that gathers shadow elements. Meanwhile, Xia Yinjia swallowed hard. This spider monster, no larger than a small dog, was indeed one of those legendary creatures that could only be vanquished by a grand army. Jin Quan kicked at the remnants of meat on the ground, chuckling. It seems that you didn't think I would actually fuse with a monster's body. Chapter 63. The terrifying grievous spider matriarch, he slapped his forehead, cursing inwardly. Prior to this, he had slain 5 domain lords and had collected spider legs and a python's tail. The short sword vanished from his hand as he hefted his large blade and, with a leap that showcased his agility, he landed directly on the carcass of the devouring spider. Crouching down, an orange emblem appeared in his hand. Gazing at the attributes of the equipment, Jin Quan couldn't help but be astonished. The equipment keeps getting more outrageous. This piece is even fiercer than my lava judgment. Yet, it was a sniper rifle, a weapon he currently could not utilize, and he barely glanced at its attributes. He stored the emblem and began hacking at the massive spider, ultimately uncovering a green pearl from its abdomen. He approached the final aperture, located behind the devouring spider, which he had noted previously when it was alive, but had quickly become obscured by shadows. Now that the shadow spider had perished, the entrance re-emerged. Jin Quan peered down into the abyss, which was shrouded in darkness, rendering its appearance entirely indistinguishable. He took a step back, leaped lightly, and invoked the giant troll's earth splitter, golden radiance enveloping him as the infernal flame deity surged around him, transforming him into a streak of light as he descended into the chasm. Halfway down, Jin Quan suddenly sensed danger. Countless webs lunged at him, their formidable stickiness attempting to ensnare him completely. However, his formidable body could not be interrupted, and the gray blade in his hand sliced through the webs with the force of a battering ram. Jin Quan was unaware of how many layers of webs he had shattered. It seemed endless, until a brilliant light illuminated his vision, accompanied by a thunderous crash. Jin Quan's powerful strike sent forth a deluge of water. "Is there a sky here?" was Jin Quan's immediate reaction upon entering the cavern. Looking up, he discovered that the entire ceiling was composed of pristine jade, radiating a translucent light that enveloped the vast cavity in a celestial glow. Glancing down at his feet, he noticed a shallow layer of water reaching his ankles. Reflected in the water, the ceiling appeared to blend with the heavens, creating a scene of pure whiteness. This cavern held no debris, only an expanse of unblemished white. Jin Quan, in contrast, seemed like a drop of ink in this immaculate space. A faint, ethereal voice echoed from behind him, prompting Jin Quan to whirl around, the water beneath him splashing and sending ripples across the entire expanse. Upon seeing the creature behind him, his pupils dilated to pinpoints. Before him floated a woman, her upper body emerging from the water. Her curves were exquisite, and her form was undeniably enchanting. Yet, her skin was unnaturally pale, resembling fine jade, and her silver hair moved as if stirred by an unseen wind. Her eyes and lips were both white, radiating an aura of chilling solitude. This bizarre visage instilled in Jin Quan an overwhelming sense of dread rather than any impure thoughts. Instead, it evoked feelings of impending doom. The woman parted her lips and clumsily uttered, "Devour the humans." Her voice resonated hauntingly throughout the space. As her words faded, the water beneath Jin Quan surged violently, instantaneously encasing him within a clear, rectangular prism. The infernal flame deity remained motionless, trapped within, resembling a piece of art encased in amber. The alabaster woman slowly rose from the lake's surface, the splash enormous and, horrifyingly, her lower half transformed into a pitch-black spider. This darkness surpassed that of the shadows before, as if it sought to consume everything in its path. The woman's upper body fused tightly with the spider, the inky darkness creeping up to her waist like an ebony gown. Jin Quan attempted to summon the infernal flame deity, but all that emerged was a series of creaking sounds. Completely ensnared, he was certain that if the divine statue were to be retracted, the torrent would instantly seal his corporeal form. Despite the statue being confined within, Jin Quan's consciousness remained remarkably lucid. From his vantage point, the woman before him appeared as if she had emerged from the depths of the black spider beneath her. Yet, her emergence was incomplete, causing her to be ensnared at the waist upon the arachnid's back. A flicker of light danced in Jin Quan's eyes as he surveyed the scene. Dominant Divine Envoy, Grievous Spider Matriarch, Level 40, Tier 4. Upon reading this description, Jin Quan's heart quivered. The information provided by Jiron was evidently flawed. For the Grievous Spider Matriarch was not as depicted. It was a colossal matriarch capable of rapidly spawning numerous offspring while wielding dominion over vengeful spirits. Unless the progeny were utterly annihilated, they could resurrect infinitely. The image of Jiron patiently pointing at a map flashed through his mind, and he realized Jiron had erred. The Grievous Spider Matriarch before him bore no resemblance to what he had described. The assertion that Tier 4 creatures could not appear in this pit was proven incorrect by the very existence of this Grievous Spider Matriarch. Moreover, what was the significance of the title Envoy? As Jin Quan pondered the information regarding the matriarch, he witnessed her raise a hand, tightening the stream that sealed the divine statue. The azure flames began to dim and tremble violently, as if on the verge of being extinguished. Jin Quan's eyelids twitched. In an instant, a colossal blade materialized, and gray particles entwined to cleave a gap in the watery prison. Radiating with a purple glow, the rupture blade transformed him into a streak of light, propelling him through the newly formed opening just as it threatened to close. Behind him, the Mingyan divine statue erupted with a resounding explosion, dissipating within the watery confines. Upon emerging, he was enveloped in the light of dominance, and without hesitation, he unleashed a titanic earth-splitting strike toward the Grievous Spider Matriarch's head. The matriarch slowly tilted her gaze skyward, her pallid eyes devoid of emotion, accepting the strike as if in reverent anticipation of a blessing. The impact generated a violent explosion, shattering the water layer beneath and fracturing the rocks below into a deep pit. The Grievous Spider Matriarch was cleaved in two. Yet, in the next moment, Jin Quan felt a tremor coursing through him as the severed matriarch transformed into a cascade of clear water, her face adorned with a sorrowful smile. Unable to slay her, he leaped swiftly, unfurling his demonic wings, and executed a triple slash that manifested as 3 streams of light ascending vertically. Meanwhile, from where he had stood, a colossal hand composed of water surged upward, shaking the very fabric of space with its thunderous impact. Water splashed violently, enveloping him in a dense mist. Jin Quan swiftly cast forth a strand of silk that adhered to the cave's ceiling, the unique jade-like apex casting a pale glow that momentarily disoriented him. Suspended in midair, he gazed down at the enormous hand and furrowed his brow deeply. Water, he murmured. This dominant entity also possessed dominion over the entire shallow lake, and its command over this domain exceeded that of other territorial lords. He had previously encountered the vulnerability of his nuclear energy talent against the toxic marsh spider, which proved exceedingly troublesome when confronted with entities capable of sealing lifeless matter. The earlier watery prison was small enough that he could briefly cleave through it with a couple of strikes. However, the colossal hand of water below signified that the Grievous Spider Matriarch could manipulate an even larger prison to seal him away entirely. The notion of being able to sever anything now seemed somewhat powerless. Scanning the surroundings, the Grievous Spider Matriarch had vanished, leaving behind nothing but the tranquil lake surface. How could he strike a creature whose essence remained hidden from view? As long as it was a living entity, his talent's inherent destructive power could prevent it from healing. Yet now, all he could see was the placid water surface. Moments later, ripples spread across the water, and the grievous spider matriarch emerged once more. She continued to gaze at Jin Quan with a detached expression, neither elated nor sorrowful. Gradually, she raised her arm, her onion-like fingers intertwining. With a snap of her fingers, the sound echoed throughout the pristine cavern. Jin Quan swallowed hard. In an instant, he yanked the silk, propelling himself onto the cave's ceiling, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his blade. Countless alabaster stones shattered like tofu, cascading down in large chunks. He aimed to excavate a pit atop the cavern, prioritizing escape. Following the grievous spider matriarch's snap, the entire cave's water surface erupted as if numerous springs were gushing forth, churning violently. The waters swiftly coalesced, and various types of spiders began to converge rapidly, evolving into tangible forms. The first sight that met Jin Quan's eyes was 6 familiar figures. The frigid cold of ice, the twisted vines of wood, the searing flames, the viscous toxic mire, the gluttonous web weaving, and the spectral shadows emerged. The 6 territorial lords manifested. Behind them, a legion of spider guardians and an endless swarm of smaller spiders followed. Heaven births water. Water breeds all things. A passage from the I Ching suddenly surfaced in Jin Quan's mind. In that instant, his speed of excavation accelerated as he took advantage of gravity, allowing debris to fall naturally without the need for clearing. The grievous spider matriarch could not engage her adversary in the depths of water. He swiftly burrowed upward through the passage he had carved. However, at that moment, an ethereal voice echoed intermittently once more. You cannot escape. Chapter 64. Slay Again. A viscous web rapidly launched toward him as the web descended. Jin Quan swung his blade in a fierce arc, bracing himself against the pole. The shadow blade materialized in his left hand, severing the web. Yet immediately after, a sharp pain pierced his chest as a tremendous force embedded him within the cave. Glancing at his chest, he saw 3 obsidian spikes repelled by the molten armor. But the ache was excruciating. Looking down at the water surface, the shadow spider perched atop the gluttonous spider, locking eyes with Jin Quan. But soon, he witnessed an endless tide of small spiders stacking upon one another, swelling toward him like a mountainous wave. Jin Quan continued his upward excavation, yet in the next moment, countless tiny spiders surged into the opening of the tunnel. In that instant, Jin Quan felt a sense of relief. Facing a multitude below was far more daunting than contending with the small spiders in this confined space. The Mingyan divine statue reemerged, besieged by countless small spiders. The relentless assault caused ripples to emanate from the statue, and the molten shield rapidly recharged. Indeed, it could not be breached. Jin Quan swiftly struck at the swarm of small spiders, witnessing them cleave apart and dissolve into a puddle of clear water. They were not living beings, yet they could be vanquished. This revelation eased his tension, inadvertently enhancing his chances of escape. However, the next moment, that ethereal voice transcended the cacophony of countless tiny spiders, directly infiltrating his mind. You cannot escape. Upon hearing that voice, Jin Quan struck the pristine alabaster stones. The sound resonated, splashing water everywhere. In an instant, he felt the gravitational shift. The upward excavation he had been pursuing now felt as though he was delving downward. The once solid white stones transformed into clear water, startling Jin Quan, who promptly leaped back. He saw, behind him, a colossal wave crashing toward him, surging from all directions with immense weight. Above him, a massive hand loomed, ready to descend. In that moment, he found himself with no path to retreat. The giant wave descended rapidly, and Jin Quan's left hand glimmered with orange light as the shadow blade materialized in his grasp. In the next moment, his body appeared to be drenched in ink, rapidly morphing into a swirling mass of darkness. The towering wave and the palm descended with a thunderous crash, casting an immediate shadow that enveloped everything. Shadow Clone. Upon activating the Shadow Clone skill, the body gradually melds into the shadows, teleporting a distance away while simultaneously conjuring a clone resembling oneself at the original location. Possessing 50 of the original's attributes. Cooldown, 1 hour. In the next moment, Jin Quan appeared in midair, swiftly scanning his surroundings before his demonic wings unfurled behind him. He executed a 3-part slash, sending silk flying from his palm to once again attach to the cave ceiling. Jin Quan steadied his racing heart, glancing at the large hole he had excavated in the distance, still silently suspended above him. It was not a reversal of the heavens and earth. In that fleeting instant, he felt the world transform, the sky momentarily becoming water, resembling the reflection of the moon on a watery surface. He then forcefully pulled the silk and swung his large blade downward toward the white jade stone above. This time, he refrained from using his nuclear energy talent, instead channeling all his attributes into a powerful downward strike. Clang! Sparks flew as the white jade stone continued to emit a radiant glow, and to his astonishment, not even a scratch marred its surface. Jin Quan gazed at the white jade stone above, realizing that this place was initially intended to be an inescapable prison. Yet, his nuclear energy talent had astonishingly carved a hole through it. He quickly contemplated the brief skirmish, arriving at 3 conclusions. First, do not linger in the water, as the mother worm possesses formidable water control abilities. Second, the water-congealed spiders can be slain. They transform into clear water upon receiving fatal damage. Third, the jade stone in the sky might also be part of the mother spider worm's domain. Just as he pondered, countless small spiders surged like a tide, clustering together to pounce upon him. Below, the poison swamp spider opened its massive maw, its abdomen swelling, suddenly whipping its head to expel a large mass of viscous swamp. The ice-cold spider raised its forelegs high and stomped down, releasing a chilling aura that coalesced into white mist entwining the mire. The splattered swamp instantly solidified, transforming into a deadly, frozen earth blade that swept across. The wood vine spider's back erupted with a multitude of vines, which scattered like a dense thicket of arrows. The flame spider unleashed a torrent of flames, spiraling like a tornado and engulfing the sprawling vines, igniting them in a fiery deluge. Akin to a storm of fire, arrows raining down. The gluttonous spider's body, densely covered with silk, appeared to be mummified, its gaping funnel-like mouth suddenly inhaling, creating a vortex in the air. The silk Jin Quan was suspended on immediately tightened, followed by a sharp snap that severed it. The gluttonous spider's gaping maw resembled a black hole, while behind it, the shadow spider readied a long spear, as dark as stone, charging with immense power. The surrounding light fluctuating ominously. It seemed that I had dispatched the previous 6 lords too swiftly, underestimating their ability to coordinate in pairs. The frozen earth blade from the ice swamp, the fiery rain of arrows from the wooden fire, the gluttonous spider's strong control, and the shadow spider's lethal prowess. As he plummeted, he caught a glimpse of the mother spider's position, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. I have slain you once. I can do so again. Jin Quan was suddenly enveloped in a golden aura of dominance, dispelling the intense pulling force. He executed a short-distance giant demon split, directly clashing with the frozen earth curve blade. In an instant, his gray blade surged forward like a raging tide, then transformed into a violet stream, weaving through the swarm of small spiders. Emerging from the other side, he was now encased in a layer of molten lava shield. Countless flaming arrows rained down upon him. But Jin Quan, fortified by the infernal flame deity and his shield, ignored the widespread assault, keeping his gaze fixed on the black spear flickering ominously on the shadow spider's back. The large blade in his hand shimmered with light before retracting into his palm. With a flash of orange, a sleek black short sword materialized in his grasp. The short sword signified swiftness. Alertness peaked. In that moment, a sensation akin to a needle prickling his forehead warned him. Here it comes. The black spear appeared before him almost instantaneously. A sense of peril flooded his senses. His muscles tensed and his mind sharpened. Unbeknownst to him, for powers, strength, physique, resilience, and agility merged in an instant at his wrist. A pale blue glow materialized around him. In this moment, Jin Quan felt a clarity of thought, as if his pores could breathe. With a gentle forward sweep, the gray blade sliced through the air. The black spear slowly tore through his vision. The severed spear whistled past his ears, creating a sonic boom that rang in his ears. Jin Quan grinned. The rush of adrenaline is truly exhilarating. Then, like an eagle diving down, he descended rapidly onto the water's surface. The water receded as if the tide was pulling back. purple patterns unfurled like vines at his toes. A grid emerged, resembling intricately designed tiles on the ground. In the next moment, the ground surged upward, revealing a colossal, illusory execution platform. As this platform materialized, all the lords trapped within were frozen in place, as if a pause button had been pressed. I had warned you. Even if you live again, you shall still meet your demise. Chapter 65. Blood Oath in an Instant. The short sword in his hand transformed into a molten judgment as his demonic wings unfurled, and he steadied his breath. His figure blurred, becoming a streak of light as he dashed among the imprisoned lords, tracing 5 Z-shaped trails in rapid succession, with 5 consecutive 3-part slashes. He severed the heads of all the lords. Subsequently, he witnessed them transform into streams of water at a visibly accelerated pace. As the 3-part slashes ceased, Jin Quan abruptly turned, locking his gaze on the distant mother spider. He raised his large blade and plunged it into the ground. Judgment. As the words fell, a spatial rift suddenly tore open above the mother spider's head. A phantom great sword came crashing down, piercing directly into the crown of the mother spider. A wretched wail echoed throughout the cave. Can it deal damage? Hearing that anguished cry, Jin Quan's heart leapt with joy. However, he did not take a lethal action. Instead, he executed another 3-part slash with his demonic wings, soaring into the air. This was his first time utilizing a legendary skill, and with so many consecutive 3-part slashes. His stamina was nearly depleted. His chest burned intensely, and his muscles began to ache. Ascending to the top, he grasped a strand of silk and yanked it, diving back into the tunnel he had previously carved. Jin Quan's Elk's judgment seemed to be capable of directly passing judgment upon the soul, plunging the area below into silence. Yet, his interface did not display any kill notifications. The blade light continued unabated, and large chunks of white jade plummeted rapidly. As Jin Quan's blade swept through, black stone fragments fell as well. Jin Quan raised an eyebrow. I'm outside. The large blade slashed wildly, and the stones above visibly loosened. With each strike, a fissure suddenly appeared. Before his eyes was the astonished face of Xia Inja, who held a flower in each hand, one pitch black and the other covered in webs. Upon seeing Jin Quan, he proudly exclaimed, "Look, boss, I found the flowers." Without waiting for Jin Quan to respond, a thunderous roar of anger erupted beside them. My shell. Then, the world once again turned upside down. This time, the water mirror, along with Xia Inja, was reflected in silver, and the two suddenly appeared in the lair. Jin Quan swiftly delivered a sharp knock on Xia Inja's head. He then seized him by the nape and leaped upward, as a massive mouth opened rapidly on the water surface. With a flick of his silk thread, he ensnared the edge of the gaping maw. And with a sudden exertion of strength from his waist, the two soared onto the back of this great mouth. The moment they landed, Jin Quan inwardly lamented his fate, as countless spider threads spread beneath his feet, binding their legs tightly. Looking up, Jin Quan saw that all the lords he had previously reduced to water splashes had now revived, and beneath him lay the voracious spider. Fortunately, there was no immediate barrage of attacks. Aside from the voracious spider, the mother spider of woe was crouched at the cave entrance, quickly secreting a milky liquid from the black spider abdomen. The liquid rapidly solidified into glowing gemstones. All the other lords hung upside down, encircling the mother spider of woe. Jin Quan gazed at the sky, noticing that although it emitted a white light, there was a distinct curvature. It was an egg. No wonder ordinary attacks could leave no mark. The integrity of the egg must be of utmost importance to the mother spider of woe. His chest heaved rapidly as he sought to recuperate. At that moment, a surge of golden electricity erupted from him, enveloping his body in golden light, which made his hair stand on end in a golden halo. Jin Quan stared at his transformed state in astonishment. Super Saiyan. In the next instant, he felt a significant restoration of his stamina. Turning quickly, he saw Xia Inja anxiously holding his staff, looking at him with a hint of trepidation. What is this? Why does it look so cool? Thunderous recovery. Xia Inja, feeling a bit insecure after being knocked earlier, spoke somewhat timidly. He added, we're competing. Skills should have a touch of flair. Kid, I admit I underestimated you. Jin Quan squeezed his shoulder. There is nothing wrong with being cool. Being cool is power. Jin Quan thrust his large sword downward, instantly slaying the bobbing voracious spider, which transformed into a puddle of clear water. Grabbing Xiaoyinja by the nape, he spun him around twice before launching him toward the cave's ceiling amidst the latter's terrified screams. Behind him, the demon wings flickered and the three-part slash caught him, suspending him at the top. The sword in his hand sliced through as effortlessly as cutting tofu, creating a large hole and directly stuffing Xiaoyinja inside. "Give me the enhancement skills." Upon finishing his words, he pressed against the cave ceiling, executing a rapid three-part slash toward the mother spider of woe. As he approached, all the lords scrambled toward him from the cave ceiling. Jin Quan suddenly let out a roar, and a torrent of blood flames erupted from him, his eyes glowing red like a demon incarnate. His once robust physique shrank dramatically, yet his aura soared to celestial heights. The blood flames radiated heat, distorting the very fabric of space. Sword Demon Fury. The swordsman enters a frenzied battle state, continuously burning his own blood. Defense 80, with an attack speed, movement speed, and strength of 500. Giant Troll Earth Splitter. Executing the Giant Troll Earth Splitter in reverse, he leaped and slashed at the horde of lords, unleashing a terrifying shockwave among the spider throng. Except for the mother spider of woe that burrowed into the ground to patch the hole, all the spiders were knocked down. Upon touching the cave ceiling, his agility surpassed 500, his speed akin to a fleeting shadow. He stepped on the head of an ice-cold spider, leveraging the force to propel himself forward. With an attack speed of 500, he didn't even see how the strike was executed. The head of the ice-cold spider was instantaneously severed, splashing water everywhere. His next step landed on the head of a wood vine spider, elegantly evading. As the lords fell, Jin Quan darted through them like lightning, leaving a trail of splattered water in his wake. By the time Jin Quan touched the ground, it was as if a torrential rain had poured down. At this moment, Jin Quan felt as if he were nothing but skin and bones, his blood rapidly evaporating. In the next instant, multiple beams of light cascaded over him, these skills dazzlingly brilliant. A healing flame erupted, causing his skin to swell. "Keep going." It was evident that Xiaoyinja's spells could not suffice to counter the dreadful blood loss from using Sword Demon Fury. Above, Xiaoyinja stood with his legs spread, his face somewhat pale. All of his skills were employed using the dual word talent, repeating each skill twice. Yet, even so, he could not keep up with the healing. But in the next moment, a multitude of water splashes coalesced into a gigantic spider monster. The instant Jin Quan beheld this creature, the description of the mother spider of woe flashed vividly in his mind. Its body was enormous, akin to a mountain, unlike other spiders that bore armored shells. This creature's shell was densely adorned with human faces, each visage etched with strange and grotesque patterns, all wailing in agony, expressing an overwhelming terror. It appeared sculpted from dark magic, each pattern seemingly narrating endless evil and horror. The best defense is a good offense. Under the Sword Demon Fury, with an 80-point reduction in defense, this was an eternal truth. With a sudden stomp on the ground, the water beneath him transformed into a vacuum. A blood-red line surged toward the gigantic monster. Above, Xiaoyinja once again unleashed 2 stacked healing spells, shaking his head violently, feeling his vision blur. His energy was nearly depleted, yet he saw the grotesque mandibles of the monster emitting a strange syllable, a sound that wept and lamented. In an instant, all the water in the cave converged towards him, revealing the solid rock beneath. A single eye formed from the water materialized on the forehead of the gigantic spider monster. That enormous eye suddenly opened. A beam of blue light shot forth, creating an explosive sound that reverberated throughout the space. Jin Quan's pupils constricted. There was no escaping this attack, no means to defend against it. In the next moment, his speed surged even further, his blood burning more intensely. The blue light beam pierced through Jin Quan. If this were calculated as damage, all his defensive attributes combined would lead to his demise. Not to mention that he was in a furious state, with an 80-point reduction in defense. But in the next instant, a ring of sand particles erupted around him, which instantly formed into a circular shield enveloping him. Sand Guardian, release a sand shield to nullify 1 attack, cool down 1 natural day. As the sand particles dispersed, Jin Quan surged unimpeded through the beam. With his body tracing 3 Z-shaped paths, he executed 3 successive 3-part slashes, instantly dismembering the gigantic monster. Jin Quan leaned heavily on his sword, gasping for breath. He was nearly drained, while on the other side, the mother spider of woe had already nearly sealed the cave entrance. He suddenly looked up at Xia Yinjia and shouted, "Little priest, there's a saying in my hometown, blood for alliance. Don't you want to be my little brother? Endure this hardship and jump down from now on. Big brother will protect you." Xia Yinjia hesitated as he gazed at Jin Quan's terrifying state below. However, after a moment's contemplation, realizing death was inevitable, he gritted his teeth and suddenly let go. "Big brother, I trust you." Jin Quan's great sword glimmered with gray particles of light. Legend, blood-sucking. When dealing damage to an enemy, can convert 30 damage points into healing, restoring injuries and stamina. When a bug emerges, countless bugs will follow. 30 damage points converted into healing. I wish to know. He raised his head to gaze at the descending Xia Yinjia. One strike from me, if measured in damage, would amount to what? A dazzling arc of light sliced through the air, accompanied by Xia Yinjia's agonized cry. Blood gushing forth as an arm was flung high into the air. In that instant, Jin Quan observed the once emaciated figure, now fully restored. This strike confirmed his damage at a staggering 999. Suddenly, he stomped on the ground, unleashing an almost instantaneous 3-part slash that landed beside the mother spider of resentment. With a forceful kick, he shattered the cavern ceiling, causing the judgment of Urks to manifest, immediately ensnaring the mother spider of resentment. If you relish digging this pit, then let it be your grave. Judgment. A fissure opened on the ground, and in a fit of rage, a colossal sword, even more solid than before, crashed down. The overwhelming force splintered the once impenetrable ceiling of the cave, creating myriad cracks. Akin to a parched earth, the mother spider of resentment, on the verge of dissolving, found herself ensnared by this massive sword, which suddenly crackled with a bolt of pitch-black lightning. With a thunderous boom, it struck her crown. The judgment of Urks had triggered its instant death effect. Her pallid visage contorted in bitter resentment. "I was so close to succeeding. You have slain the dominant divine envoy, mother spider of resentment, at level 5, achieving a 95 effectiveness." Chapter 66, The Soul of the Spider. Upon seeing the notification on the panel, Jin Quan exhaled deeply, feeling the flames of his blood cease instantaneously. His form plummeted to the parched ground with a thud. His chest heaved violently, and after a moment of gasping, he swiftly turned to Xia Yinjia. He witnessed him raising his staff to cast a healing spell upon himself, a brilliant radiance flashing momentarily. Yet in the next instant, he found himself writhing in agony on the ground. Jin Quan hurriedly rolled over to him, pressing down on his shoulder, noting his pallid complexion and beads of sweat dotting his brow. He then glimpsed the wound, which was rapidly festering, oozing a milky fluid. "This is a destructive injury. Do not attempt to heal it." He had previously discussed this attribute with him. Destructive damage severely hampers healing, and the more one attempts to heal, the faster the wound deteriorates. Jin Quan tightly bound his shoulder with a strip of cloth. Then, with a flash of orange light, the shadow blade appeared, swiftly slicing off Xia Yinjia's left arm at the base. The momentary pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness, but after the initial agony, he gradually began to recover, free from the relentless searing and decaying torment. Rising to his feet, Jin Quan flicked his thumb, and medallion spiraled down from the air into Xia Yinjia's embrace. "Well done, you've earned this." Xia Yinjia, somewhat bewildered, picked up the medallion. "What is this emblem?" He stared at the sparkling orange medallion, swallowing hard. Lacking an identification spell, he had never encountered such an equipment emblem, having only seen purple emblems at Zhu Jianxiong's. "Do not inquire. Trust your elder brother. Discard that wretched item in your hand," Jin Quan casually remarked as he strode towards the corpse of the mother spider of resentment. Xia Yinjia glanced at his right hand, and in the next moment, the second-tier purple staff slowly detached from his grasp, his gaze trembling upon it. This was the reward for their championship in the professional league. The sole purple piece of equipment he possessed. A flood of memories surged through his mind. Laughter, tears, embraces, and cheers, though these were all dreams crafted within a cage. They were still beautiful experiences. I shall begin anew, brothers. In the next instant, the purple staff disintegrated into a shower of starlight, reminiscent of fireflies fading from childhood. Exhaling, he clutched the orange medallion given by Jin Quan tightly. In that moment, a surge of luminous energy enveloped him, swiftly coalescing around him before gradually dissipating. He stood momentarily dumbfounded. Such elevated attributes. In that instant, he felt his intelligence and spirit surge nearly twofold, enhancing his elemental perception significantly. Equipment emblem, title staff, orange, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type, staff, priest exclusive, intelligence, 40 stars spirit, 35 stars title mark, imprints a water pattern on the target, enhancing subsequent healing and shield effects by 40. Poison Mire Splash, activates a poison splash effect when casting healing spells, dealing toxin damage to nearby foes. Mana Tide, periodically grants the priest a spirit tide effect, restoring a significant amount of spirit power. Epic, healing, when the priest suffers severe damage. The healing effect of spells is increased by 30. With an orange glow flickering in his hand, an ancient staff adorned with spiraled water patterns materialized, its deep azure magic stone glimmering brilliantly. His previous equipment boasted an intelligence of 15 stars and spirit of 13 stars. While this epic equipment exceeded those attributes by more than double. Epic equipment, so this is what it entails. Almost as soon as he thought this, a wave of blue energy surged within his mind, restoring nearly 2/3 of his previously depleted spirit power. This is the Mana Tide. Gazing at this equipment, he muttered in awe. This equipment was perfectly suited for him. His talent's drawback was the high spirit cost when stacking 2 skills in one release, exceeding that of 2 separate skills. However, with the Mana Tide now available, he need not concern himself excessively with spirit power, and combined with Poison Mire Splash, even a priest could unleash devastation. Eagerly, he uttered a syllable, and dazzling fireworks erupted around him, visibly healing the wounds on his arm. His intelligence was remarkably high. In the past, such injuries might only have been staunched by dual casting, yet now, under such heightened intelligence, the wounds began to scab and heal. He shouted joyfully towards Jin Quan's retreating figure. "Thank you, boss." Jin Quan turned back to glance, seeing him equipped with the staff, and chuckled. "Is it worth celebrating to exchange one hand for a shabby staff?" Xia Inja scratched his head. "One hand? Even an entire city would trade for it." Jin Quan raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, his wings of magic unfurling as he ascended to the cave's summit. Observing the mother spider of resentment impaled by the judgment sword at the cave's entrance, he could not help but feel a profound sense of reflection. His rapid defeat of the mother spider of resentment had indeed involved a measure of fortune. Initially, he had contemplated that with his limited stamina, a cycle of striking and resting might gradually lead to victory. However, he had not anticipated the mother spider's fixation on the hole he had created. So intent was she on mending it that it afforded him the opportunity to unleash his fury and swiftly eliminate so many lords. Had she devoted more effort to controlling the flow of water in her territory, perhaps she could have devised a water prison to separate the geographical space. And Jin Quan might have perished on his own. Swinging on silk threads, he yanked, and the entire corpse tumbled down from above. Jin Quan descended. Glancing at the creature he had not dispatched using his nuclear energy talent, finding it remarkably intact and elegant, observing the patterns beginning to coalesce on her body. Jin Quan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. No wonder she was a 300-year-old primal species. A golden emblem slowly materialized. The soul of the vengeful spider, gold, legendary, equipment level, 4th tier equipment type, necklace strength, 180 stars constitution, 170 stars agility, 150 stars silk binding. There is a certain probability of triggering silk binding upon attack, which restricts leg movement. Venomous water. Upon receiving a fatal blow, transform into a water element and teleport a short distance. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Vengeful Spider's Hunt. An active skill that allows you to lock onto a target and unleash a devastating strike utilizing all attributes, inflicting immense damage while weakening armor. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Minion of the Master. Randomly summon a subordinate of the Vengeful Spider Queen to fight on your behalf. Cooldown, 7 natural days. Legend. Toxic, continuous life loss, with random triggers of armor breaking, disarming, and silencing. Domain, Web Realm. Within the domain, enemy movement speed is reduced by 30. When controlled and immobilized, it triggers Vengeful Spider's Hunt, saying, only spiders can remain unscathed within the web. Jin Quan felt a momentary disarray upon seeing the emblem of this equipment. It gave an impression of complete detachment from reality. 3 attributes exceeding 100 stars. It is worth noting that his Lava Judgment only had 45 stars in strength. A legendary item overshadowing all his equipment. Is this the weight of legend? Chapter 67. Legion Order. Moreover, it possesses 4 effects, one of which is legendary and one is a domain. Jin Quan focused intently on the domain, Web Realm, which likely resembles an aura skill, triggering a slow upon entering its range. Even more formidable is that the entire equipment effect seems to synergize with Web Realm. If immobilized within the domain, the third effect, Vengeful Spider's Hunt, will activate, and the first effect will cause binding upon attack. In other words, a normal attack, if it produces a binding effect within, will immediately lead to Vengeful Spider's Hunt inflicting immense damage. Venomous Water serves as an additional life-saving skill. Minion of the Master likely refers to summoning those 6 old adversaries of Jin Quan. It remains uncertain whether it would summon that colossal face spider. Jin Quan glanced at his panel. Defeating this Vengeful Spider Queen had propelled him up 4 levels to 39, the level required for a class breakthrough. Jin Quan then turned his gaze to the other emblems that had appeared on his body, feeling a surge of confusion as 2 items manifested simultaneously. To his astonishment, one of them was a cube. Jin Quan's gaze sharpened, and the attributes of the cube materialized instantaneously. Legion Order, legendary. Upon seeing this information, Jin Quan swiftly approached and grasped the cube with incredulity. Is this the Legion Order? As he held the cube, a message appeared in his mind. Do you acknowledge yourself as the leader? Jin Quan gripped the Legion Order tightly, and without a moment's hesitation, he determined his acceptance. With this item, he could entirely free himself from dependence on others. With a mere thought, his intention to acknowledge ownership was conveyed. In an instant, the Legion Order cube fused into his body. Legion Order. Infusing blood into the Legion Order increases membership. Current members, 16. All attributes of Legion Order members, 30. Energy acquisition, 30. Legion Warehouse. Legion members can store items in the warehouse, with a space of 50 times 50 times 50 m. Legion Shop. Legion members can trade in the shop regardless of spatial distance. Legion Channel. Legion members can communicate in a special soul space. Legion Territory. Placing the Legion Order establishes a territory, allowing all members to teleport swiftly to the Legion territory. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Legion Altar. Establishing an altar provides conditions for member advancement. Skill Borrowing. Consuming Legion contribution allows borrowing of skills from Legion members. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Legion Contribution. First tier, 0 to 10,000. Indeed, as suspected, this Legion Order functions similarly to a guild order. The mere attributes of 30 across the board and 30 energy acquisition alone would entice countless professionals. However, this Legion Order seems to impose a limit on membership, possibly linked to rank. Jin Quan sensed the Legion Order within him, and it appeared that he could instinctively manifest the Legion Order externally. He could then rapidly generate an altar. While Jin Quan contemplated this, the Vengeful Spider Queen emitted a blinding red light. This crimson glow seemed to suppress everything around, capturing one's focus entirely. Jin Quan was taken aback. From his knowledge, red represents the pinnacle of existence, termed as myth. Not wishing to delve further into the Legion Order, he hastily seized the embodiment of this myth. This was not an emblem, but a scroll. Book of the Divine Envoy. Your devout faith has swayed the deity, bestowing upon you divine power. By utilizing the Book of the Divine Envoy, you shall transcend all barriers, experience rebirth, and transition into a divine envoy. During the rebirth, do not interrupt, as it may lead to failure in the transition to divine envoy. Upon witnessing this item, Jin Quan suddenly grasped why the Vengeful Spider Queen had been so fixated on that eggshell. He also understood why the appearance of the Vengeful Spider Queen had transformed from that of a monster described by Ji Ran into a half-human, half-spider form. to transcend all obstacles and transition into a divine envoy signifies that the vengeful Spider Queen would surpass the limitations of dimensional space, directly breaking through level 41, and could even escape dimensions entirely, becoming a terrifying apex creature in the wild. Alas, all of this was interrupted by Jin Quan. His unparalleled nuclear talent shattered her rebirth egg. Jin Quan clutched the Book of the Divine Envoy, pondering for a moment before choosing not to use it, swiftly storing it away. How this spider obtained the Book of the Divine Envoy and what the Divine Envoy truly was remained a mystery to him. Jin Quan rubbed his temples. If Ji-Ran were present, he would likely possess some insights. Regarding myths, all of this was far too distant for ordinary professionals. Only top nobles like Ji-Ran, who had encountered myths, might understand a fraction. In the final moments, the body of the vengeful Spider Queen began to dissipate, and a brilliant crystal emerged from within. This crystal was a hexadecagon, sparkling with a precious radiance akin to diamonds. What did this be? Jin Quan felt a flicker of confusion. Among the items dropped by the vengeful Spider Queen, he recognized only one as an equipment emblem, while the other surpassed his comprehension. Another dark insight occurred, and information rapidly unfolded. Dimensional crystal. You shall become the master of this dimension. This was the first time Jin Quan had seen such a succinct introduction. Yet this brief description propelled him forward, and he grasped the dimensional crystal eagerly. Do you acknowledge ownership of pit number 1? There was no need for further words. The dimensional crystal instantly transformed into a stream of light that entered his chest. As the light flowed into his body, he felt as if he had seized all the authority of pit number 1. With a mere thought, he could expel everyone from it. Jin Quan took a deep breath. The moment he obtained this dimensional crystal, he realized that the journey through pit no 1 had come to an end. Casting one last glance at the body of the vengeful Spider Queen, her eyes were closed, and everything seemed so serene. He now needed to wait. If Wang Meng's words were accurate, the Qing Yuan flower should also appear shortly. Without further ado, he turned again towards Xia Yinze. Even though he now had one arm severed, upon acquiring the title staff, his face still radiated joy, as if he had discovered the finest toy in the world. Eagerly unleashing various skills, Jin Quan kicked with his right foot, sending a pebble hurtling towards his backside. Xia Yinze winced in pain, clutching his rear and turning to see Jin Quan's teasing smile. Embarrassed, he concealed the staff behind him but could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming, "Boss, this equipment is incredibly powerful." Jin Quan approached and glanced at his left arm, while Xia Yinze had already experimented with the staff, casting countless healing spells on himself. By now, new skin had formed, akin to a disabled individual who had endured amputation for many years, adapting swiftly to the change. "Give me some blood," he said. Xia Yinze recoiled slightly, nervously inquiring, "Boss, how much do you need?" The newly recognized elder brother was commendable in every aspect, albeit excessively ruthless. Jin Quan raised an eyebrow, displaying mild impatience, and swiftly made a cut with his blade. A trickle of fresh blood flowed from his severed arm. With a swift motion of his finger, a radiant glow emanated from his left hand, materializing a cube. As he smeared the blood onto the cube, Jin Quan chuckled. "From this moment on, you belong to me." Chapter 68. Phantom Brigade. Just as Jin Quan melded Xia Yinze's blood with the Legion Order, one face of the six-sided cube began to etch itself, carving an image identical to Xia Yinze's visage. Concurrently, Jin Quan felt a surge of authority, as if he could detach this portrait at will. Xia Yinze, who had just healed himself, suddenly looked up, disbelief etched across his features as he stammered, "B-Boss, is this the Legion Order?" "I have become a member of the Legion." His eyes glazed over, tears of joy spilling forth once more. He took a step back, seemingly unable to comprehend the reality before him. Jin Quan observed his reaction and playfully patted his head, saying, "Crying again? I've seen you shed tears several times today. It's bad luck at this point." Xia Yinze abruptly ceased his tears, wiping his eyes, his gaze somewhat dazed as he remarked, "Boss, we once formed a battalion, comprised of wonderful individuals, but now they are all gone." He puffed his chest with a hint of pride. "You can ask anyone on the Upper City Road. No one is unfamiliar with us. We are the legends of the Upper City children, exemplars of the weak changing their fates, idols of sunshine, and paragons of aspiration." Yet, as he finished speaking, the fervor in his chest seemed to dissipate, and he hung his head low, but when they chose to sacrifice their lives to save me, I realized we were not as we thought. We were merely children picked from the lower city, with our levels, equipment, skills, and every aspect of our lives predetermined. Like straight pine trees, forced to grow bent to please visitors. He spoke with a hint of melancholy. We might just be tools for the upper city to maintain order. Do you know? Their greatest aspiration was to transform the Red Demon Legion into a true army. Previously, I couldn't understand their obsession, but now I realize they truly yearned for freedom, unwilling to accept a fate dictated by others, even at the cost of their lives. Xiaoyinzhi raised his palm, revealing a Legion Order cube appearing within it, though this cube resembled a spatial projection. I have achieved it. I am free, he murmured softly, as if confiding in the souls who perished for him. Tears flowed freely once more, liberated from the need to ascend on the altars of those corporations. He could grow according to his own will. Jin Quan patted his shoulder, offering consolation. It's all right. It's all in the past. Where you go, you go. However, Xiaoyinzhi looked up at Jin Quan with hesitation, ultimately speaking his truth. Boss, many people know me. If I escape, the company will surely hunt me down. I fear it may implicate you. Upon hearing this, Jin Quan merely furrowed his brows, but said nothing further. Instead, he inquired, what do the upper city and lower city represent? Xiaoyinzhi, perplexed, asked, what does the boss wish to understand? The geography or the historical context? Xiaoyinzhi scratched his head, explaining, what I know is that our territory is called Hengsha Diku. Beyond the city lies the endless wasteland of lost civilizations, filled with yellow earth and sandstorms, an exceedingly harsh environment. He picked up a large rock that Jin Quan had previously split, noting its trapezoidal shape. In this sandy territory, there are 3 major plateaus, where the climate is temperate, abundant in moisture, with snow-capped mountains, grassy fields, forests, and lakes. During the time of pioneering, 3 factions established dominance over these plateaus, creating city-states and restoring civilization. Over generations, the powerful congregated, and we referred to the city-states on the plateaus as the upper city. He then used the stone to draw numerous winding lines next to the trapezoidal rock. Continuing, the upper city enjoys ample snowfall and rain, with numerous rivers flowing down the mountains. He scattered small stones along the winding lines. The minor factions and commoners who pioneered back then built cities along the rivers left by the upper city. These cities are collectively known as the lower city. Pointing to the end of the lines, he added, our lower city is called Hongshicheng, located at the river's tail where the water flow is scarce, symbolizing a lack of resources. The strength here does not exceed the 4th tier, and it is also closest to the dangerous wasteland, often representing the most violent and disorderly areas, where the empire typically confines criminals and refugees. Jin Quan observed the terrain map Xiaoyinzhi had drawn on ground. In his mind, the picturesque plateau emerged, opulence and extravagance, with rivers cascading down, surrounded by countless cities built around the plateau. The closer the cities were to the upper city, the more prosperous they became, while Hongshicheng lay in utter ruin, filled with slums. Gazing at the debris scattered on the ground, he recalled the scene at the Sand Eater's Den, resembling the Lion Camel Ridge, and chuckled. You remain trapped in that illusory glory. Do not overestimate your significance. In the eyes of the powerful in the upper city, you may be worth even less than an ant. Xiaoyinzhi was taken aback, then silently nodded. Jin Quan rose, brushing off the wrinkles from his clothing, and introduced himself to Xiaoyinzhi. I am Jin Quan, and from today onward, I shall be your captain. Xiaoyinzhi quickly stood, placing his right hand over his heart, and bowed sincerely. I pay my respects to the captain. Observing this peculiar manner of salute, Jin Quan surmised it was akin to a military gesture and waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. I have also died once. I do not wish to engage in any military or corporate affairs. I have no attachments, merely a desire to wander through this unique world. As he spoke, a smile graced his lips. Let's call this group a brigade for now. We shall eat, drink, and live freely. Brigade rule. Maintain order and neutrality as much as possible. He patted Xiaoyinzhi's shoulder once more, stating, from now on, I will be the 0 of this team. You shall be number 2. Upon hearing the rules of the brigade described by Jin Quan, Xiaoyinzhi felt a moment of confusion, but it was quickly replaced with exhilaration. Was this not the freedom he had long sought? free from constraints, able to pursue his desires. A wave of excitement surged within him, yet he hesitated and asked, "Boss, why am I number 2? Who is number 1? He cast a sweeping glance around, confirming that the leader had not brought any companions. Jin Quan clicked his tongue, declaring, "I'm not the initiator of this tour group." Thus, he assigned the number 1 to him. Xia Yinjia tilted his head and inquired, "Should we have a name?" This remark instantly sparked a thought in his mind. Jin Quan lowered his head, pacing thoughtfully, as various names, cool, ethereal, flashed through his consciousness, yet he shook his head at each. Turning to Xia Yinjia, he recalled Ji Ran and then compared himself to them. The experience of the 3, falling from glory into the mundane, suddenly reminded him of a verse, and he spoke aloud. All forms are but illusions, all conditioned phenomena are like dreams, bubbles, and shadows, fleeting as dew and lightning. This should be regarded. Everything with form and substance is ephemeral. All that arises dependent on causes and conditions is akin to dreams and the shadows and bubbles. As incomprehensible as mist, eternally changing. We must observe everything in the world in this manner, unbound by attachment, so as not to be ensnared by our inherent nature of liberation and freedom. Upon finishing, he raised his head and proclaimed, "Let us call ourselves the Huanying Lutuan." Chapter 69. Altar Breakthrough, Huanying Lutuan. After Jin Quan spoke, he turned and walked toward the corpse of the vengeful spider matriarch. Astonishingly faster than the time Wang Meng had mentioned. In less than half an hour, the entire corpse emitted a phosphorescent glow, and a delicate flower blossomed from it. The petals displayed a profound purple hue, seemingly condensed from the purest essence of the night, radiating a mysterious, ethereal light. Each petal was as delicate and thin as a cicada's wing, with slightly curled edges, gathering droplets of clear water. Jin Quan gently plucked it. In the next moment, he was momentarily stunned. Lingwu Lingyuan Hua. He blinked, thinking he had misread. Wasn't it supposed to be Qingyuan Hua? How to become Lingyuan Hua? Jin Quan quickly crouched down and turned over the body of the vengeful spider matriarch, searching for any other flowers. Yet, at the moment his fingers touched the corpse, he witnessed the once pale, youthful visage visibly aging at an alarming rate. Age spots rapidly crept across the face, deep wrinkles resembling ravines appeared, and the skin lost all its luster. As the corpse aged hastily, the previously closed mouth slowly opened due to the slackened jaw. A pearl as white as jade rolled out from its mouth. Yuan Shunju, the spirit pearl of the vengeful spider matriarch, was picked up by Jin Quan. As the spirit pearl left the body, the vengeful spider matriarch began to slowly turn to ash. Is that all? Looking at the Lingyuan Hua in his hand, Jin Quan furrowed his brow. Was it due to the Book of Divine Envoys? The Book of Divine Envoys caused the vengeful spider matriarch to undergo a strange evolution, and her companion creature also transformed. According to the rules, it should be something superior to Qingyuan Hua. After securing both items, Jin Quan turned and contemplated for a moment before retrieving the spirit pearl from the gluttonous spider, saying, "Little priest, this is for you. Try to see how you can achieve a professional breakthrough." Now, at level 39, he and Xia Yinjia were both at the same level, and there was no better way to understand what a professional breakthrough entailed than by witnessing it firsthand. He then noticed Xia Yinjia staring at the pearl in his hand, pointing to himself. "Me? Yes, you." Jin Quan tossed the gluttonous pearl to him. Xia Yinjia caught the pearl, glanced at it, and then made a face of discomfort, saying, "Merging with a monster's body will result in remnants of that monster, and one must defeat those remnants to achieve the fusion. The more parts are merged, the stronger the remnant's power, and the spirit pearl possesses at least half the strength of the monster." He cast a sidelong glance, asking, "Do you think I can do it, boss?" Jin Quan's eyes widened. "In that case, wouldn't your priest be doomed? How could you ever advance? A priest has no offensive skills, let alone half the strength. They wouldn't be able to take down even a spider leg." Xia Yinjia felt a bit embarrassed. "Well, not entirely. The emblem of the auxiliary profession has a special ability to bind teammates. If I borrow a drop of blood from a teammate of the same level and enter the altar, I can assist them in battle. A skilled priest can borrow a lot of blood." Jin Quan, somewhat puzzled, asked, "How does one distinguish if you're skilled?" Xia Yinjia scratched his head. "Well, it seems that's not a skill. I'm not entirely sure. My previous teammates mentioned that capable priests can multitask, binding multiple teammates, sensing the status of all. And even if their vision is obscured, it does not hinder their ability to use appropriate skills on their allies. Such individuals should be able to bring in 5 or 6 drops of blood from different professions. He added sheepishly, I still rely on my eyes in competitions. Xia Yinja's words instantly reminded Jin Quan of the earlier scene when he was shot by the Shadow Spider's charged black gun. At that time, he hadn't used any skills. Yet his entire being shone with brilliance, and a simple slash had severed the black gun. He clenched his fist and declared, just admit you're not very skilled. Just use my blood. Even if it revived, it wouldn't pose a threat. Xia Yinja scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Thank you, boss. After saying this, a white light flashed across his forehead, which flew out like a grain of rice and slowly landed on Jin Quan's neck, then instantly merged into a sun-like pattern. Will binding have any effect? Jin Quan sensed it, but detected no difference. It will enhance the effectiveness of the skills I cast on you, approximately by 30. Why didn't you bind during the battle? Xia Yinja felt a bit awkward because it was too slow. Jin Quan glanced at him incredulously. Even if he was an outsider, he knew that this priest's special ability was undoubtedly an essential trait of a powerful priest. He pressed the cube against the ground. Instantly, the cube melted into the earth like liquid, and moments later, the ground trembled as a building slowly rose from it, enveloping the two. This was a small villa, and they appeared directly in the living room, where a massive, circular conference table stood at the center, surrounded by 6 chairs. Jin Quan approached and noticed a plaque on the main seat, adorned with copper edges, inscribed with the words Tuanzhang. The others bore no titles. Looking up, he saw the building's high ceilings, a gigantic crystal chandelier hanging down, casting a warm yellow light. On either side were rooms, one labeled warehouse, and upon opening the door, the space seemed to expand instantly into a vast area of 50 by 50 by 50 meters, though it was starkly empty and white. Jin Quan's thoughts shifted, and he blinked back to the living room from the warehouse. The other room was labeled store, which also contained a vast space filled with numerous empty shelves. Exiting from there, Jin Quan led Xia Yinja upstairs. The second floor was remarkably simple, featuring only a large circular altar. This altar was constructed from black stones that emanated a mysterious sheen, each block engraved with ancient and intricate runes, which flickered like dancing flames, occasionally shining with strange light. This must be it. Let us give it a try, Jin Quan said, dropping a drop of blood into Xia Yinja's palm. Xia Yinja nodded, took a deep breath, and nervously stepped onto the altar. Placing the jewel in his hand at the center of the altar, he subsequently settled into a meditative posture. The intricate patterns surrounding the altar suddenly illuminated, converging upon the spirit pearl that Xia Yinja had set down. A cascade of azure luminescence spread above, causing the entire altar to tremble violently. Before him, a peculiar maw emerged, revealing an extraordinary beast that lay atop the altar, resembling an enormous toad. A series of numbers materialized above the creature's head. 500? Xia Yinja's hand, poised to retrieve something from his pocket, trembled in disbelief. He glanced at Jin Quan and sheepishly produced 2 crystals, saying, Boss, I lack sufficient spirit crystals. Chapter 70. Conflict. Jin Quan tilted his head, inquiring, What exactly are these spirit crystals? They are the currency of the upper city. I heard that a professional breakthrough requires merely 2, yet for some reason, this demands 500. After pondering for a moment, Jin Quan picked up the jewel from the altar and with a flicker of his storage ring, he produced a spider leg. Tossing it onto the altar, the number above the toad's head instantly changed to 40. It seemed that the strength required for merging with the creature necessitated varying amounts of spirit crystals. He shrugged, stating, I am also without funds. Since his arrival in this world, he had yet to see even a copper coin from the ruined city. Suddenly, he remembered the wealthy scion that Ji had recommended to him, who was likely still in the cave. With a thought, the 2 of them instantly appeared at the cave center. After retrieving the dimensional crystal, he sensed its energy, and his expression shifted rapidly. He hastily led Xia Yinja outside. After taking the 2 accompanying flowers of the domain lord from Xia Yinja, he realized there were still 4 types of accompanying creatures yet to be collected in the frost. Wood, fire, and poison creatures likely possess spirit pearls as well. His perception of the dimensional crystal revealed that, aside from himself and Xia Yinja, There were 4 others present in the lair of the vengeful Spider Queen. As Zhao Lubai entered the lair of the woodvine spider, another individual arrived almost simultaneously, Li Hongbin, who had previously sought refuge in the cave. The group was taken aback by the shattered scene within the cave, yet silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances. It was not until Zhao Lubai nodded that Zhou Shilu, standing beside him, conjured a large bow, slowly drawing it back. Only then did Li Hongbin speak. These corpses bear fierce wounds from blades and swords, indicating that a formidable presence lurks here. While I may be but one, I am confident in facing these 2 underachievers of inferior attributes, especially with you, the hindrance of a priest by my side. His words were intended to intimidate Zhao Lubai, suggesting that even in victory, they would ultimately be at the mercy of another. Zhao Lubai responded with a cold chuckle. Your Li family adheres to the principle of sacrificing pawns for kings. The resources of those who fail are granted to the victors. What abilities does this discarded pawn possess? Li Hongbin's complexion changed slightly. His family was notoriously ruthless, devoid of any sense of brotherhood or sisterly affection. All that mattered was that the ultimate victor controlled everything. Zhao Lubai continued, arms crossed and stroking his chin in contemplation. Indeed, according to your family's rules, the vanquished are supposed to be sent to the borders. How did you return to the lower city? An inner pit number 1 all alone? Li Hongbin scoffed. You, a waste of the Zhao family, seem to be rather well informed. Yet Zhao Lubai paid no heed to the mockery, continuing, both your elder brothers have reached the 4th tier, logically necessitating a decisive battle assessment. What circumstances would compel you, the defeated 4th son, to return? After a moment's thought, he snapped his fingers, proclaiming, in your family's history, there have been occasions when a party committed a grave error during the decisive battle assessment and was punished by being excluded from the examination. They could be replaced by an untested relative. His eyes gleamed as he added, your presence here indicates that Li Hongyu or Li Hongfei must have messed up. Your Li family is indeed brimming with talent, though it's all rather absurd. First, you flirt with Ji Ling and are excluded from the assessment. Now, what heinous act have Li Hongyu and Li Hongfei committed to necessitate your replacement? Li Hongbin snorted, drawing his long sword as he advanced toward a fallen wooden post, upon which a particularly vivid red mushroom grew. I am merely here to collect some fine items. You, a waste, should continue playing your role as a second-generation heir. Intellectual pursuits are not suited for you. With that, he struck down, causing the mushroom and a small section of bark to fall away. He did not touch the mushroom directly, but rather took the attached bark and carefully wrapped it with a piece of cloth. Your Li family is truly miserly. You don't even have a storage emblem. Must you handle it manually, risking poisoning? Stop dodging my questions. Speak up, what brings you here? Perhaps I could assist you. Li Hongbin exhibited no reaction, seemingly ignoring the trio as he approached the woodvine spider, plunging his sword into the corpse and slicing it open. Moments latte. A green pearl emerged. Upon seeing this pearl, his expression brightened with joy. With this item, he could swiftly ascend to the 4th tier. Everything could be turned around. His confidence surged as he reached for it. However, just then, an arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at his face. His expression shifted slightly as he swiftly rolled to evade the arrow. Glaring frostily at Zhao Lubai, he retorted, do you truly believe that these 2 failed professionals can contend with me? Zhao Lubai smiled broadly. How can you know without trying? Nearby, Xia Yinjia, draped in a silken cloak, lay quietly on the ground, his eyes fixated on the unfolding events within the cave. He whispered urgently, Boss, they're taking your things. That person is so arrogant, trying to seize your spirit pearl. A fight is about to break out. Look. An impatient voice came from an adjacent space. I am watching. So be quiet. His shadow blade possessed the ability to conceal him. As long as he remained still for over 3 seconds, he would become invisible, a perfect skill for espionage in such moments. Among the 3 individuals, Ji had mentioned that he could trade with them, indicating his approval. The opposing side, however, was unfamiliar, though their dialogue suggested he was also a young master from a prominent family. Li Hongbin then slashed the ground with his longsword, causing a purple circular array to materialize. The instant the array appeared, a figure quickly manifested, and from beneath his feet, wisps of green smoke began to rise. A sign of toxic encroachment. A poison array? Zhu Shiliu's expression changed. Li Hongbin swung his sword again, layering the array beneath him, and instantly, Zhu Shiliu, who had been stealthily approaching, was fully revealed, his feet mired in a swamp that drastically slowed his movements. Ultimately, the underachievers remained as underachievers. Even the remnants of their corpses could not break through, yet they still dared to hope for a professional breakthrough with spirit pearls. With a sudden surge of determination, he raised his sword, its white light shimmering as a stream of white sword energy shot upwards, transforming into a small blade. In the next moment, his aura intensified, his speed skyrocketing, and a protective shield enveloped him. In an instant, he charged towards Zhu Shiliu, both combatants exhibiting remarkable speed as brilliant sparks of metal clashed in the arena. Yet, a mere examination of their equipment revealed that Li Hongbin far surpassed Zhu Shiliu in strength. The poisonous mire beneath his feet severely hampered Zhu's ability to move. Within just a few exchanges, Zhu Shiliu bore multiple wounds, each a testament to their fierce confrontation. However, in the next moment, 3 arrows swiftly honed in on Li Hongbin. These projectiles arrived in rapid succession, leaving him with little to no avenues for evasion, and they struck true, causing his shimmering sword shield to shatter. With the shield's disappearance, the enhanced speed he once enjoyed diminished instantly. Arrow rain. In the distance, Zhou Shiliang drew his bow, releasing a shot that traced a graceful arc through the air, splitting rapidly and descending like a torrential downpour upon Li Hongbin. Once more, he swung his sword, and the shield re-emerged, allowing him to withstand the onslaught of arrows. Yet, as the arrows struck the ground, the terrain became treacherously muddy, further slowing his movements. He glanced towards Zhou Shiliang, his brow furrowing. He realized that he could not swiftly eliminate the lurking assassin, and might instead fall victim to the archer's relentless assault from afar. In a moment of desperation, he infused his long sword with intricate runes and slashed towards the distance. A plume of smoke erupted in the air, obscuring all sight. With a determined step, he propelled himself towards Zhou Shiliang, leaping forward and thrusting his sword into the ground. The sword binding formation. Instantly, numerous vines surged forth from the earth, ensnaring Zhou Shiliang with incredible speed. "You are finished." Li Hongbin's voice echoed through the smoke. In the next moment, his blade shimmered with a liquid darkness. This technique had been employed in the icy cave, allowing him to dispatch a formidable guardian in mere seconds. Although he did not utilize his innate abilities at this moment, Zhou Shiliang lacked the defenses of guardian and was merely a fragile leather-armored hunter. But just as Li Hongbin prepared to strike, a black sun tattoo suddenly appeared on the necks of both Zhou Shiliang and Zhu Shiliu. In the blink of an eye, regardless of Zhu Shiliu, who was mired in the swamp, or Zhou Shiliang, bound by vines, they erupted with waves of black light. Then, like phantoms, they effortlessly escaped their restraints. Even Zhu Shiliu's grievous wounds rapidly vanished. Li Hongbin's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly turned to Zhao Lu Bai. Disbelief etched across his face. "Xinxian? No, Xinit. You, useless waste, are a priest who masters Zenit?" He had never anticipated that this seemingly feeble 21st level noble from the upper city could wield the highest tier skills of the priest class. Meanwhile, Jin Quan, who lay hidden in the cave, was equally astonished. "Is this the person you mentioned? I think he surpasses you, while you struggle like a moth caught in a flame. This individual binds instantly, even shrouded in mist without any vision." Jin Quan continued, somewhat animated as a combat class. Witnessing such a priest was indeed exhilarating. He glanced at Xia Yinjia, who appeared dazed, shaking his head in resignation. "Zulfast." After a lengthy pause, Xia Yinjia finally managed to speak, his voice laced with incredulity. "How is that even possible?" As a fellow priest, the recent display of skill was incomprehensible to him, akin to an unwritten language. "Perhaps you should seek him as a mentor. Let him teach you a thing or two," Jin Quan suggested. Xia Yinjia turned, bewildered, to the empty air and asked, "Is that even feasible?" Jin Quan sighed. "Just observe. I might sell him my goods at a discount and see if he can teach you a couple of moves." Recruiting a team member necessitates training. As Li Hongbin realized that Zhao Lu Bai was a priest adept at Zenit, a vortex formed on his brow, and the ink-like substance on his sword surged violently. He knew he had to eliminate the priest swiftly, otherwise, The assassin and the hunter would continue their relentless pursuit without rest. But in the next instant, a black chain ensnared his waist. Immediately thereafter, a massive burst of blood erupted from his chest, leaving a gaping cavity where his organs had once resided. Disbelief washed over him as he followed the chain to its source, only to find Zhao Lu Bai, similarly pained, a frown marring his features. Positioned identically, an arrow, charged with power, was embedded in Zhao's chest. Yet, the wound was far less severe. It merely pierced through, while Li Hongbin's injury was catastrophic, leaving him on the brink of death. "What is your profession?" He knelt on one leg, blood pooling at his lips, struggling to comprehend. It was impossible for a priest to possess such explosive damage capabilities. Zhao Liu Bai's arrow gradually dissipated, and he cast a dark healing spell upon himself, the black light enveloping him as his wound rapidly mended. "I may be able to save you, but you must tell me, why are you here?" He inquired with a smile. Li Hongbin, breathing heavily, raised his gaze, bloodshot eyes filled with a mix of pain and clarity. "Everyone in the upper city has been misled. It is you who plays the role of the cunning predator." Zhao Lu Bai remained silent, observing him intently. Finally, he smiled and nonchalantly replied, "This assessment pertains to the Abyssal Blade God tomb." Zhao Liu Bai's expression shifted dramatically. What a grand undertaking. The cost of opening the Abyssal Blade God tomb would strip even your Li family of their resources. He continued, "Are you certain you intend to utilize a 9th-tier dimension for a 4th-tier assessment?" Li Hongbin shook his head. "You all believe that greater dimensions necessitate stronger capabilities. However, that is a fallacy, at least in the case of the Blade God's tomb. Higher tiers often lead to swifter demise. The creatures there are exceedingly arrogant, disregarding anything below 5th tier as mere insects." This revelation led to the decision to conduct the assessment within the Blade God's tomb. Zhao Lu Bai appeared puzzled. "That cannot be the case. The abyssal corpse toads are innumerable. Even if those overlords ignore you, these lesser beings would easily tear apart any creature below 5th tier. Huh. The task is merely to gather the Death God's flower. We are not here to raid the tomb." Upon hearing the term Death God's flower, Zhao Liu Bai's expression turned icy. "Was that last Death God's flower you're doing?" His voice trembled with suppressed fury. "That you need not inquire about. I am but a minor character, and even if the Li family harvested it, it may not be for their own use," Li Hongbin replied, shaking his head. "My third brother, Li Hongyu, possesses a unique ability. His sense of smell is so acute that he can detect scents even in sealed spaces. Utilizing this seemingly trivial talent, he navigated past countless corpse toads and infiltrated the tomb. Inside, he pilfered an unknown profession emblem. Upon hearing the mention of the unknown profession emblem, both Jin Quan, who lay low, and Zhao Lu Bai were struck with surprise. Earlier, they had learned from Zhou Jun that his mission was to find an unknown profession emblem. Jin Quan immediately recalled the emblem Lin Yin had used on him. The Li family's teachings were stern. Their descendants often faced hardships. "I was ensnared, as was he." Li Hongbin laughed heartily, only to be interrupted as he suddenly coughed up blood. "The emblem is lost." To understand, after he pilfered the items, the entire family was embroiled in the affairs of the Dao Shunmu, striving to contain the rampaging sovereign and sealing the dimensions with utmost effort. Yet, he emerged and carelessly allowed the matter to slip away. Upon investigation, the family concluded that the emblem might reside in pit number 1. Thus my second uncle dispatched me here. Zhao Lu Bai increasingly sensed the peculiarity of the situation. This was surely a momentous secret, and yet, Li Hongbin divulged it to him without reservation. "You shall not survive either," Li Hongbin abruptly declared, flashing a grin that revealed his blood-stained teeth. "I am well acquainted with Li Hongyu. He is a person who would rather slay 1,000 innocents than let a single guilty party escape. Leave now. He awaits you outside. I shall wait here." Chapter 72. The priceless Qingyuan flower. Scarcely had Li Hongbin finished speaking when he instantly succumbed to death. Zhu Shiwu hurriedly approached, inspecting his wound. He severed his own heart vein. "He is dead," Zhao Lu Bai sighed. He was aware of the Li family's notorious severity, yet he never anticipated such brutality. This individual was undoubtedly overthinking. My display of strength, from his perspective, might appear as a declaration. Much like Zhou Jun, he had evidently concluded that I was the possessor of the unknown emblem. Resigned to the futility of the task, he swiftly turned his gaze to the passage, his eyes narrowing. In that instant, a black sun appeared around Xia Yinja's neck, and Zhao Lubai waved his hand. A dark light surged from Xia Yinja, seemingly driven by a gust, causing the silk skin draped over him to rustle violently. Who? Zhu Shiwu immediately sensed danger, transforming into a shadow that darted into the cave. The next moment, he shot out like a cannonball, tracing an arc across the wooden spider's nest before crashing into the opposing cave wall with a thunderous impact. Zhou Shirley, astounded, quickly drew his bow, only to be halted by Zhao Lubai. Wait. The two turned their attention to the cave, where a youth clad in a baseball uniform stood, slowly retracting his raised right leg. Emerging from a concealed state, his strength and agility surged by 50%. Jin Quan's kick exceeded 200 stars in power and 150 stars in agility. To a being of such constitution, even a diminutive assassin with less than 50 stars would be akin to a Tibetan mastiff confronting a toy poodle. Zhao Lubai glanced back at Zhu Shiwu, who had suffered severe injuries. His chest was caved in, ribs nearly shattered, compressing his lungs. Struggling for breath, his face turned crimson as he gasped for air. Swiftly discarding 2 healing potions, he watched as Zhu Shiru's chest gradually expanded, allowing his breathing to ease. Then, a flash of light in his hand revealed a yellow orb that soared towards Jin Quan. Jin Quan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly unsheathed his broken blade, lightly tapping the orb to dissipate its force. When he halted his side blade, the orb settled gently upon the tip. This artifact was familiar to Jin Quan. It was indeed a spirit orb. Your possession. I return it to you, Jin Quan remarked. With a flick of his wrist, the orb landed in his palm. The Shisha Zhu immediately raised his eyebrows, casting an odd glance at Zhao Lubai. Zhao Lubai then turned to observe a youth with a mushroom-like haircut emerging from the silk skin. Frowning slightly, he continued to regard Jin Quan, saying, I have been searching for you. Searching for me? Do we know each other? Jin Quan queried, his expression one of confusion. Zhao Lubai shook his head. Is Ji Ran present? Upon hearing Ji Ran's name, Jin Quan scrutinized him. Despite a trace of blood on his chest, it did not diminish his aristocratic demeanor. Tiana Corporation? He inquired for confirmation. Zhao Lubai nodded. He has departed. Where to? Zhao Lubai stepped forward. Jin Quan shrugged. I cannot divulge. Zhao Lubai's expression faltered momentarily before he shook his head with a rueful smile. He is a close friend of mine, almost like a mentor. I mean no harm. I merely wish to see him once again to resolve some uncertainties. Do you possess wealth? Jin Quan asked bluntly. How much do you require? How much do you have? Zhao Lubai was rendered speechless. I spend nothing on food, drink, or lodging. He then turned to Zhou Shirley. Do you have any? Zhou Shirley rummaged through his belongings, producing a collection of gold coins and a handful of spirit crystals. The sight of such meager possessions caused Zhao Lubai to frown, and he turned back to Jin Quan, promising apologies upon exiting. I can directly offer you 100,000 spirit crystals. Jin Quan glanced at Xia Yinja, seeking to ascertain if this sum was substantial. Yet he only heard Xia Yinja gasping. He then understood. He has left pit number 1, but he should return to seek me out. I can contact you then. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Lubai suddenly raised his head. He has seen me, has he not? The directness with which Jin Quan inquired about his wealth suggested prior knowledge of Zhao Lubai's affluence, indicating that someone must have informed him. Indeed, did he mention anything? Jin Quan pondered for a moment before replying. Not much. He simply introduced you as a mythical profession posing as a priest. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lubai's pupils contracted, for this was a closely guarded secret of his family, known only to Ji Ran. This implied that Ji Ran held great trust in this individual before him. He also mentioned that if you engage in trade, you can approach him. As he spoke, his ring glimmered, revealing a plethora of equipment, skill emblems, materials, and spirit orbs before them. It is not without reason that I seek your coin. Behold, how much do you think these items are worth? Zhao Lubai regarded the array of purple emblems and a collection of accompanying spiritual beings, his heart skipping a beat upon spotting the Sha Xinhua. He stepped forward slowly, retrieving the flower from the ground. If utilized properly, this single blossom could be worth 100,000 spirit crystals. Is it truly so valuable? Jin Quan swiftly picked up the accompanying flowers from the Shadow Spider and Devouring Spider. Zhao Lubai shook his head. These accompanying beings serve primarily two purposes. As materials for potions, talismans, etc., their value is contingent upon the recipes and talismans. Secondly, they are materials for the advancement of life professions, akin to spirit orbs. For certain tiers of individuals, they remain relatively obtainable, certainly easier than acquiring rare equipment. These items are tangible, though scarce, as long as a 7th or 8th tier powerhouse ventures into the wild wasteland. They are likely to discover nests containing spirit orbs or accompanying beings. However, equipment, skills, and blueprints are consumed, with the drop rate diminishing as the level increases. Lower-tier monsters seldom yield drops. Often, an inconspicuous herb may skyrocket in value by millions due to the emergence of a particular recipe. Zhao Lu Bai lifted his gaze toward the depths of the cave. Are there no items belonging to that sovereign creature within? Both the sovereign's accompanying beings and spirit orbs are exceedingly rare. If you are willing to sell, the Tina Corporation would offer you a most satisfactory price. Jin Quan, having gleaned some understanding from the combat intensity, recognized that sovereigns differed from lords, yet still posed a question. Is there any distinction in the items? Only in limited dimensional spaces do low-tier sovereigns manifest. Outside the wasteland, sovereigns are formidable beasts, even should high-tier professional troops slay them. Utilizing their spirit orbs for professional breakthroughs would be tantamount to courting death. Zhao Lubai chuckled. You may as well retain them for yourself. Jin Quan's presence in Pit 1 signifies that he too belongs to the lower third tier and is on the verge of a breakthrough. Hence he did not force the matter. Instead, he spoke earnestly. If that Qingyuan flower is willing to make an appearance, I shall offer a generous price. To you, it holds little value compared to the Dominator Spirit Pearl. Jin Quan refrained from revealing the flower, as it was the primary objective of his journey. And he jested, what constitutes a high price? 1 fief in Shanqing, along with 10 fiefs in Xiaqing. Upon hearing this price, Jin Quan's expression shifted to one of confusion. What exactly is the value of this flower? He quickly regretted his inquiry, realizing it was likely a commercial secret. Yet he had not anticipated such worth. 1 fief equated to an immediate elevation to nobility in Shanqing, while 10 fiefs in Xiaqing provided access to various resources, potentially leading to immense wealth across 3 generations. Zhao Lu Bai, pacing thoughtfully, remarked, the elemental holy city is sparsely populated, primarily inhabited by magical professions. Unlike Feiying and Tianqi, which prioritize survival of the fittest and seek prosperity through hardship, they invest considerable time in the pursuit of truth and runes, resulting in few offspring. An old mage, a legendary figure, has a granddaughter of remarkable talent, hailed as the heir to the elemental holy city. However, she encountered a mishap in a different dimension. That lower third-tier dominator is not an indigenous species. It was once eradicated by the intricate magical formations of the elemental holy city. Initially accompanied by her mage legion and a host of guardians, bolstered by ancestral pioneering experience, this dominator should have posed no challenge to her. Yet Zhao Lu Bai shook his head. The vicissitudes of life can bring about unexpected occurrences. The dominator experienced a bizarre ascension, becoming almost incomprehensibly powerful. Not only did it obliterate the entire young mage legion, but she too fell victim to an enigmatic curse. Had it not been for the 72 guardians sworn to protect her, she would have perished long ago. He glanced at the 2 flowers in Jin Quan's possession. This curse is known as the Curse of Grievance. The moment she speaks, vengeful spirits assault her mind. These spirits comprise her former classmates, dear friends, and relatives from the Mage Legion. With a sigh, he continued, thus, you will no longer see the once great prodigy of the elemental holy city, but rather a disheveled young lady, lost in her own musings. The Book of Truth reveals the answer lies within the grievance, Spider Mother of Pit 1. However, the elite Mage Legion of the elemental holy city has been lost. The Feiying Empire has endured countless casualties over 300 years of pioneering, and the Tianqi Empire has just undergone a power transition. No one is willing to undertake this task. Therefore, I assert that the Qingyuan flower holds significant value. Whether for the old mage's favor or his assets, it could reshape the fate of an entire family. As Zhao Lubai spoke, Jin Quan's mind raced with memories of Wang Meng, the mechanical prosthetic, the ever-present smoke. He recalled Lin Ying curled up in the corner, sobbing while wearing a raincoat, And the moment Lin Ho's head exploded before his eyes. Slowly, he shook his head. I have already committed to a transaction regarding this item. Zhao Lubai looked surprised. To possess a treasure brings peril. Anyone familiar with this tale would typically refrain from trading with you. If word spreads that the Qingyuan flower is in your possession, you would scarcely reach the elemental holy city. A glimmer of shrewdness appeared in his eyes. If you Haven team made a bid, I could have the Tianhe Consortium present an offer that would undoubtedly surpass yours. Jin Quan pinched his nose, recalling the peculiarities surrounding Wang Meng, which seemed far too extraordinary for a mere subordinate commander. He frowned, saying, "Let us see after we exit. If Wang Meng remains just a subordinate commander, then all is well." He gestured towards the flower still in Zhao Liubai's hand. "This Saxon flower is yours. Offer me 100,000. With that, he gathered his belongings and approached the fallen corpses, swiftly collecting 4 spirit pearls. He rummaged through the body of Li Hongbin and retrieved the accompanying mushrooms he had previously found. He then beckoned to Xia Yinjia. "Let us depart." The two intended to leave in haste, while Zhao Lubai glanced towards the exit, noticing the once murky red light gradually dissipating. This signified that the cave had been fully explored, allowing for dimensional exit. Jin Quan did not seek other caves for accompanying creatures. He merely wished to exit swiftly and experiment with the dimensional crystal, curious if he could encapsulate the entire Pit 1 within it. If successful, he would carry the entirety of Pit 1 with him. "Wait!" Seeing Jin Quan and Xia Yinjia preparing to leave, Zhao Lubai called out. Jin Quan turned back, puzzled. He raised the Saxon flower and inquired, "How shall I contact you? I have yet to receive payment." Jin Quan frowned, recalling his own lack of a home or a phone. Zhao Lubai, however, pointed to the corpse of Li Hongbin on the ground. "He has a brother named Li Hongyu, who should be guarding outside. This man is at least level 45, a magic swordsman, an exceptionally well-rounded legendary profession, possessing the high damage of a mage and the speed and power of a swordsman. In this remote redstone city, he is nearly invincible. Moreover, the Li family is notorious for their grim and volatile temperament." Jin Quan glanced at the corpse. "Someone like this?" Zhao Lubai replied gravely. "4th tier. What changes occur at the 4th tier?" Jin Quan asked. "He is considered a core member of the new generation of the Li family, so he is likely to have advanced using fused spirit pearls. The monster spirit pearls he selected likely enhance intelligence and spirit. Thus his profession would see at least a 50-star increase in both attributes, possessing 200 star patterns." 2. A peculiar expression flickered across Jin Chuan's face. Star patterns possess specialized techniques that can significantly amplify both spellcasting and combat skills. Having 200 star patterns grants an individual power that far exceeds that of lower 3rd-tier professions. "So, what exactly are you implying?" Jin Quan inquired. "I wish to hire you to ensure our trio's safe exit from this dimension." Jin Quan stroked his chin, glancing back and forth between Xia Yinjia and Zhao Lubai. "No payment required." He then patted Xia Yinjia on the shoulder, introducing him. "This is my little brother, a priest. Teach him a few techniques, particularly that heart web." Xia Yinjia, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his pants and introduced himself. "Hello, young Master Zhao, I am Xia Yinjia." Zhao Lubai smiled, his lips curling upward. "I've heard of you, a rising star." The mention of this title made Xia Yinjia even more uncomfortable since arriving at Pit 1. Both Jin Quan and the young master before him had long surpassed his understanding of what constituted a master. Zhao Lubai tucked away the Saxon flower and continued. "In that case, I am at a disadvantage. I had no intention of trading with you for money." Jin Quan, puzzled, realized that aside from gathering enough spirit crystals, he did not seem to desperately need anything else. Zhao Lubai pointed to the cave wall beside him and remarked, "In this pit number 1, a young heir of the Feiying Legion met his demise. The Feiying Legion comprises 12 squads, all belonging to the Zhu family's direct lineage. The deceased was the son of the former captain of the 10th Squad. He grew up along the border, and following his father's valiant death during the Beast Tide, his younger brother succeeded him as the captain of the 10th Squad. Aware of his son's character, he left behind a final wish." Zhao Lubai's voice grew slightly somber as he continued. "I have already made contributions to this empire. Thus I hope my son can live a life of luxury and ease, indulging in whatever he pleases, whether it be bullying the weak or trifling with women. Let be known I shall turn a blind eye to his follies. He furrowed his brow, glancing at Jin Quan. If this news were to spread, the Zhu family, who uphold the honor of warriors as their family crest, would never allow ordinary individuals who had visited pit number 1 to survive. Turning back, he cast a healing spell on Zhu 15 and added, "But I can offer you protection. You ensure my passage through the dimensions, and I will guarantee the Zhu family remains unharmed." Jin Quan's brows knitted tighter. He initially thought that, as Ji Ran suggested, simply accompanying a miner out would suffice. Yet now, unforeseen complications arose one after another. Moreover, the heart net cannot be established overnight, and he simply lacks the time to teach it. Currently, I possess only 4 skills, and my levels are too low. Mythical professions possess a unique trait. Any skills obtained from defeating foes with an effectiveness exceeding 50 can fuse to yield skills relevant to one's profession. I must seek them out one by one. At this point, he smiled brightly, saying, "Unless you accompany me into the dimension to gather the remaining 2 skills." Chapter 74. The Frustrating Zhao Xiao. Jin Quan did not respond directly. He had entered pit number 1 out of sheer compulsion. His understanding of this world was minimal upon arrival. He had only glimpsed the edges of the lower city during a rainy night, which barely qualified as being among the living. The undead city prison hardly counted as humanity. Only by venturing out and acclimatizing to this world could he make better choices. "Let us go. It's fortuitous that it is on the way," he decided, silently agreeing to the promise of mutual protection. However, upon exiting the cave, Xiaoyinja began scanning the surroundings, tugging at Jin Quan's garment, saying, "Boss, someone was trying to kill me here earlier. I wonder if they are still around." Jin Quan also surveyed the area, but found nothing amiss. "Who sought to kill you?" "I don't know. It was an assassin, disguised as bait in the undead city. Do you possess any special identity that warrants an assassin from the upper city to come after you?" Xiaoyinja recoiled slightly, shaking his head. He too found it baffling that someone would lie in wait to kill him. He was hardly of such significance. Yet Zhao Lubai, who had caught up from behind, casually wiped his soiled clothing with a handkerchief and chuckled. "If I encounter that individual, I would kindly ask for his life to be spared." Both Jin Quan and Xiaoyinja turned their heads in unison, with Jin Quan narrowing his eyes, asking, "Is he one of yours?" Zhao Lubai paused his cleaning, tucking the handkerchief into his pocket. "I have no interest in such matters. It is merely that this individual witnessed the murder of the Zhu family heir, with him present. The Feiying Legion will not focus their attention on you." Jin Quan nodded towards Xiaoyinja. "Then why did the assassin pursue him?" Zhao Lubai shrugged. "I have interrogated him, likely Hongbin. He is also in search of that unknown profession emblem." Jin Quan's eyelids twitched. "Are there others seeking this item?" Zhao Lubai shook his head. "As it stands, only 2 families are involved, the Li family of the Vanguard Consortium and the Fong family of the Shengwei Consortium." With a sigh, he lamented, "I would love to get my hands on a profession emblem emerging from the 9th-tier dimension." He then shook his head, acknowledging the scan information available, making it difficult to ascertain anything here. Suddenly, a thought of Ji Ran crossed his mind. He was aware that Ji Ran had been afflicted by the Wraith Flower, transforming into an ordinary person. He murmured to himself, "If you were to acquire it and regain your status as a god-tier professional, that would indeed be intriguing." He then turned to Jin Quan, stating, "Let us not involve ourselves in these whirlwinds. We shall take this route." Boarding the train of the Hongshe Cultural Tourism, as he finished speaking, he halted his steps, shaking his head. "Let us proceed. We are all but a pitiful lot." It struck him that perhaps the entirety of Hongshe Cultural Tourism, from top to bottom, would become a tool for the noble families of the upper city to vent their frustrations. The trio quickened their pace, and soon they spotted a meticulously cleaned train quietly stationed on the tracks. Upon entering the carriage, they observed everyone with pale faces attending to a beautiful woman with a severed arm. Upon seeing Zhao Lubai enter, a flicker of joy flashed across their faces, but it quickly faded as they glanced behind him, their expressions once again turning ashen. This fleeting joy resembled a momentary glimpse of light in darkness. A middle-aged man, slightly unsteady on his feet, approached, offering a formal greeting with a strained professional smile. "Young Master Zhao, welcome to the Hongshe Journey train. I hope you enjoy a pleasant journey." Zhao Lubai waved his hand dismissively, then chose a seat, gesturing for Jin Quan and Xiaoyinja to sit as well. Jin Quan, without hesitation, noticed an array of delicacies on the dining table, and, as he sat down, casually grabbed a piece of matcha cake and popped it into his mouth. Xiaoyinja opened a bottle of water and began to gulp it down. Just as Jin Quan was about to rinse his mouth with some red wine, a gloved hand swiftly snatched the bottle, uncorked it, gently swirled it, and poured it into the goblet before Jin Quan. He glanced at the waiter, noticing the sweat beading on his forehead as he poured, his eyes occasionally darting toward Zhao Lu Bai. That's enough, Jin Quan rapped the table. Only then did the waiter hurriedly retract the bottle, his face filled with panic as he quickly apologized. However, he mustered the courage to boldly inquire, "Young Master Zhao, did Miss Ji say that the young masters and misses who went out will not return?" Zhao Lu Bai did not even glance at him, instead peeling a banana from the table and casually replying, "Let the train depart. There is no one left." The middle-aged waiter felt his vision darken upon hearing this and staggered backward, nearly collapsing, but thanks to Xiaoyinja's timely assistance, he steadied himself. He did not even have the chance to thank Xiaoyinja before he forlornly trudged toward the front of the train, fully aware of the fate that awaited the service staff aboard this train. "Where did you go earlier?" A weak voice suddenly pierced the silence of the train. Zhao Lubai took a bite of his banana and smiled, just gathering inspiration. He then looked up at Ji Ling, saying, "Do you not think that this oppressive cave space is perfectly suited for creating artworks that express the darker aspects of the human heart?" Ji Ling a fool here, rising to her feet, and with a hint of melancholy, she replied, "That wraith spider matriarch is no ordinary lord. It is far too powerful and has slain everyone. Had it not been for young Master Zhu, I too would have perished within." Zhao Liubai's hand holding the banana trembled slightly, his expression one of shock. "Zhu Jinxiong is dead?" Ji Linger touched her shoulder, her face paling. "It was an exceptionally formidable frost lord. We had no means to retaliate. All the guards fell one by one, leaving only me and young Master Zhu. I exhausted every effort to escape that cave entrance." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice shaking with emotion. "If I had only been more cautious and not lost my arm to that spider, I would not have been cornered to the brink of death. Young Master Zhu would not have risked his life to save me." She pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, striving to stifle her sobs. "I am at a loss on how to face his uncle now. He was so foolish, risking his life to save me when there was a chance to escape." Zhao Lubai observed her distress and sighed. "Ah, truly the son of a national hero. A tiger cannot father a dog." He then glanced at Ji Linger's severed arm with concern and said, "Miss Ji, the wounds inflicted by elemental beasts tend to harbor lingering elements. Allow me to assist. As a priest, my healing skills come with a dispelling effect. This could mitigate some elemental damage and hasten your recovery." Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Ji Linger's face, which quickly gave way to her continued weeping. "No, that's unnecessary." She reproached her severed hand, lamenting, "If it weren't for the excruciating frost driving me here, I would have already crumbled. Compared to young Master Zhu's sacrifice, this pain is negligible." Zhao Lubai stuffed a banana into his mouth, cheeks bulging as he remarked, "Miss Ji is truly kind-hearted. If you feel obliged, perhaps consider an alliance with Zhu Jianba. Zhu Jinxiong perished saving you, and he is Zhu Jianba's cousin. I believe such a union would be a tale of nobility for the upper city, mending the rifts between the Zhu and Ji families while showcasing your virtue of gratitude and self-sacrifice." He gulped down nearly half a banana and added earnestly, "I trust Captain John will treat you as if you were his own daughter." This left Ji Linger so choked with emotion that she could not even cry. Zhu's family was notorious. One member a paragon of strength, the other a simpleton. Zhu Jianba had been afflicted with intellectual deficits since birth and was notoriously overweight, a well-known figure in the upper city. To suggest a union between Ji Linger and him was akin to pressing flowers into dung. Ji Linger took a deep breath. Attempting to calm herself, and with a bitter smile, she shook her head. With one hand rendered useless, "I have no thoughts of marriage. This ordeal has taught me that peace is a blessing, and I simply wish to return home and manage my affairs." Zhao Lubai poured himself a glass of red wine. Musing, "Better to be unencumbered. This suits you well. The Zhu family's business is hardly inferior to the Ji family's. It matters not where you manage it." Ji Linger's left hand suddenly gripped the chair's backrest, producing a dull thud, her face flashing with anger. Just as she was about to explode, a sudden noise echoed, causing the carriage to sway slightly before it began to move slowly. She turned a glance at the driver's cabin and then looked back at Zhao Lubai. Isn't it said that we cannot leave the dimension for a month? Why are we heading back now? Zhao Lubai savored the red wine in his mouth. Considering that Zhu Jinxiong is dead and you're gravely injured, it is too perilous to remain here. We should wait at the dimensional entrance, where the monsters are of a lower level. Jilinger watched the scenery retreating outside, recalling the monstrous creature that had unleashed a torrent of ice. She said nothing more, tacitly accepting his words. Jin Quan turned to glance at the girl's profile, the dim red light from outside, casting a familiar illusion across his face. Chapter 75, The Blame. The persistent rainy season in the lower city continued, the gray sky rendering it difficult to distinguish day from night. At the Xiangxie Street guard station, water splashed as the wheels of a luxurious black car came to a slow stop. The door opened, a pair of black leather shoes stepping out, while a bodyguard swiftly opened a large black umbrella, respectfully holding it above his head. Clad in a meticulously tailored black long coat, with short, yellow hair parted to the side, he exuded an air of exceptional elegance. He glanced at the sign of the guard station with a cold smirk before stepping inside. Children emerging from the dead city adapted remarkably well. Lin Ying moved lightly, carefully wiping the floor with a damp cloth, scrupulously ensuring even the crevices of the old tiles were attended to. Wang Ming sat at an old computer, typing away with furrowed brows. The deep lines of worry etched on his face, rendering it unclear whether he was calm or troubled. The sound of shoes echoed rapidly down the corridor. Suddenly, the half-open door was thrust wide, the force knocking over a water bucket behind Lin Ying, drenching her partially. Startled, she looked up to see the coat brushing past her hair, a tall figure completely ignoring her as he stepped through the puddles to face Wang Ming. He removed his coat, revealing a vest beneath, casually draping it over the chair's back. Pulling out a chair, he nonchalantly crossed his legs, sitting opposite Wang Ming. "Do you have a cigarette?" Wang Ming looked up, pupils constricting, his body stiffening momentarily before he picked up a nearby cigarette box and offered one. "May I ask if young Master Fong has business with me?" Fong Huai accepted the cigarette, igniting it with a lighter. Wang Ming. He tossed the lighter back with a snap, sending it sliding across the desk to Wang Ming. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he mockingly remarked, "Those who are dead are dead. Those who are mad are mad. The so-called three heroes are merely a fleeting past. With Ji Ran deceased, Ji Fei would naturally emerge. And with Manling's madness, a replacement was due. It was foolish to cling to glory, wasn't it?" Wang Ming's hand trembled slightly, releasing the mouse as he smiled and said, "How does young Master Fong know of me? Know you? Not to mention you hiding here as a minor commander. Even when your 72 guardians publicly appeared in Hongsha City, I had no interest." Leaning forward, he tapped the desk with a finger. "However, it seems you might have overstepped your bounds." "What do you mean, young Master Fong?" Wang Ming inquired. "Are you asking what I mean?" Fong Huai replied with a chuckle. "Li Hongyu should still be guarding the entrance of Pit 1. After your elaborate ruse, won't you want to peel your skin off when he returns?" After saying this, he turned his hand over, beckoning, hand it over. Wang Ming's brow furrowed in immediate concern, his mind racing, yet confusion lingered. "What item?" Fong Huai stared directly into his eyes as time slowly passed, the only sound in the office being the cigarette in his hand flickering. Slowly, he extended his hand, his finger tapping lightly, sending fragments of ash flying towards Lin Ying. "I have been digging for something, and I recently found a 4th-tier Earth Mage. I have been digging deeper." He drew back his hand, took a puff of smoke, and exhaled it towards Lin Ying's face, saying, "I unearthed a mechanical repair shop." At this revelation, Wang Ming abruptly turned his head to look at Lin Ying, who sat pale on the floor. Fong Huai straightened up, addressing Wang Ming. "We are all intelligent individuals here and would prefer to avoid conflict. The two criminals do not yet deserve that item. Only you do." "What? Is the elemental holy city of neutral truth also engaging in such underhanded dealings?" Wang Ming steadied himself, then replied, "I believe I have been straightforward since arriving in the Eagle Empire, striving to enable more people to venture into the web of the Mother Spider and have never acted out of line. I truly have no knowledge regarding the emblem lost by young Master Li. As for taking in this young girl, it was merely a small transaction with her brother. If you desire her, take her away." Fong Huai, upon hearing the words, suddenly chuckled, not even casting a glance at Lin Yin, instead directly mocking. I have heard that the magical guardians of Yuan Su Shengcheng are all tough as nails. Today, I have finally witnessed it. He snapped his fingers in the air, and shortly afterward, a figure clad in black entered, carrying a severed head. The head appeared to belong to a middle-aged man, somewhat disheveled yet with meticulously groomed hair, evidently styled with wax, giving a rather respectable appearance. Do you recognize him? Wang Ming's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the head, fixating intently on Feng Huai, his fists tightening slightly beneath the table. Feng Huai then tossed a photograph onto the table. The image depicted a charming girl enjoying a lollipop, with a middle-aged gentleman in a suit in the background, rolling up his pant leg while a young man knelt beside him, diligently maintaining the mechanical prosthetic beneath the gentleman's trousers. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the head in front of them bore an uncanny resemblance to the middle-aged gentleman in the photograph. Upon locating that mechanical repair shop, I discovered two individuals, one named Lin Ho and the other Lin Yin. Following Lin, Ho led me to this photograph, revealing that he had indeed provided maintenance for the prosthetic of Wang Biao, the head of Hongshi Wenlu, a mere subordinate of a lower city's cultural tourism, seeking maintenance for his prosthetic from the damned slaves of the Wasteland. At this point, he suddenly shook his head with a laugh, picking up the photograph and leaning towards Lin Yin, asking, "Is your brother truly this skilled?" Lin Yin gazed at the blurred figure of the young man in the photograph and his profile. His frail body trembled slightly, yet he pressed his lips tightly together. Feng Huai observed Lin Yin's emaciated frame, evidently lacking interest, and continued addressing Wang Ming. "Your obsession has brought you considerable trouble, or rather, the entire Yuan Su Shengcheng is in grave peril." He produced a voice recorder from his pocket, pressed a button, and a pained voice emanated from it. "Young Master Feng, I merely wish to test the waters, allowing more individuals to venture into the lair of the vengeful Spider Mother." "And who are these individuals?" "Zhu Jinxiong, a man full of ambition and favored. If he fails, the Flying Eagle Legion will likely come to his rescue." With a click, the recording ceased, and the voice recorder spun in Feng Huai's hand. He chuckled. "Wang Biao of Hongshi Wenlu, Commander Wang Ming of the Wasteland. How many of the 72 guardians remain?" He continued, "You had better pray that those whom you lured into the lair of the vengeful Spider Mother return alive. Otherwise, your actions will be tantamount to an assassination of the direct line of the Flying Eagle Empire." Wang Ming held his breath, his mind racing, ultimately shaking his head slightly. "I did indeed enlist Lin Ho's assistance for certain matters. The compensation was merely to retrieve his sister from pit number 1, nothing more. As for the so-called trap, once the individuals emerge from pit number 1, it will become evident whether we set a trap or they willingly ventured forth." Zhu Jinxiong approached Hongshi Wenlu first, proposing to delve into the lair of the vengeful Spider Mother, and Hongshi Wenlu simply acquiesced to his desires, a reluctant decision under pressure. He refrained from defending his relationship with Wang Biao, instead shifting the blame to Zhu Jinxiong, understanding that the man was quite proud and would disdain any need for defense regarding his actions. Should he be accused of being deceived into entering the lair, it would be a blow to his pride. Wang Ming's mind was in a whirl. The fugitive who stole the emblem. The underground tunnel he had excavated. Why did it lead directly to Lin Ho's shop? He quickly recalled every detail about the honest Lin Ho. "Commander, I assure you that after today, I shall vanish from this world. I hope you can uphold your end of the bargain." This had been Lin Ho's final statement. Feng Huai, having listened to Wang Ming's defense, clapped his hands and laughed. "You certainly understand Zhu Jinxiong. However, you have also resided in Hongshi City for several years. This is not Yuan Su Shengcheng, and no one here will speak of principles or justice. Since you refuse to comply, I shall no longer involve myself in this murky affair." He straightened, brushing off the ash that had fallen upon him, and coldly remarked, "As an outsider, how could you possibly comprehend the might of a sovereign with 6 domain lords at his command? The vengeful Spider Mother is not the frail creature of Yuan Su Shengcheng. Of course, you are conveniently serving as a scapegoat for Li Hongyu. In his quest to locate that emblem, he shall eliminate all those fortunate enough to escape at the entrance." He then tossed the voice recorder high into the air, scoffing. "I shall hand this recorder to him. A perfect conclusion." The voice recorder spun through the air towards the ceiling. Wang Ming gazed up at the soaring device. Zhu Jinxiong had not perished. The content of the recorder was inconsequential. Zhu Jinxiong would surely emerge to absolve himself of this blemish. Yet if he were to die, this recorder would become lethal. Just as it reached its apex and began to descend, a flash of lightning erupted. A mechanical hand, crackling with intense electricity, swiftly reached out. Chapter 76. Zhao Qie. The hand of lightning rapidly transformed into a colossal sphere of light, hurtling towards Feng Huai. Yet Feng Huai remained relaxed, reclining with his legs crossed, seemingly oblivious. In the next moment, a cloaked figure materialized behind him, crossing daggers that flashed instantly, causing the lightning sphere to explode. The knives lunged forward, effortlessly bypassing Feng Huai and unleashing a spiraling gust of wind directly towards Wang Ming's face. Wang Ming's pupils dilated. Kitty, honor, guardianship, blessings. In that instant, 3 beams of light shot upward from Wang Ming, and a pristine shield materialized before him. The impact shattered the computer desk into fragments, a terrifying shockwave fracturing the entire wall. Feng Huai surveyed the dust before him. Astonished, I never imagined that even a mere guard of Manling would possess such power. If she had not lost her mind, she would likely have awakened to the 6th tier long ago. Wang Ming did not respond to Feng Huai. Instead, he focused on the cloaked elder beside him, whose face was lined with wrinkles and whose posture was bent, appearing almost emaciated. Yet the previous strike had demonstrated terrifying explosiveness and speed. The cloaked elder extended his hand, offering the voice recorder to Feng Huai. In the next moment, shadows expanded, resembling ink diffusing beneath the elder's feet. Instantly, everything around them was enveloped in darkness. Doors, windows, walls, the ceiling, transforming the entire space into a pitch-black inkpot. Domain, Awaken One. Wang Ming's eyes narrowed, his brow furrowing tightly. At that moment, the white light surrounding him was swiftly suppressed by this shadow, and his field of vision rapidly constricted. Where is it? Feng Huai's voice echoed once more in the darkness. Wang Ming wore a grim expression. From the beginning, I have had but one task here, to obtain the Qing Yuan flower. Even knowing the chances are pitifully slim, I would still endeavor. As for the so-called emblem you or Li Hong you speak of, I have no interest whatsoever. Even if it were a divine-grade emblem, it would be worthless in my eyes. Upon uttering these words, even Feng Huai frowned in confusion, regarding him with a puzzled expression. However, Wang Ming's demeanor remained unchanged. How can I ascertain whether your words are truthful or deceitful? Ah, Wing Ming called this code. Do you expect me to find someone to use the truth spell? Feng Huai discarded the cigarette, but at his feet, which was instantly consumed by the darkness. A splendid idea. Yet Wang Ming regarded him with disdain, retorting, the true prodigies I have encountered are authentic paragons. The only one the Flying Eagle Empire has caught my eye is merely Jiran. The newcomer is nothing but trash, including you. Upon finishing his words, the shadow domain of the old man in the black robe trembled, and the blessings on Wang Ming began to sway rapidly. Yet, Wang Ming remained unfazed. Instead, he retrieved an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tore it open, and began to smoke, with arcs of electricity flickering at his fingertips. Feng Huai narrowed his eyes, observing Wang Ming. He had long heard that in the elemental holy city, every grand mage ultimately has a guardian. Just like the 5th Qin Xian of the Tianqi Empire and the Storm Russell, one defending and the other attacking, forming a formidable duo. It appears now that you are the leader of the 72 guardians. If there had been no unforeseen circumstances back then, you would have been Manling's partner. Wang Ming took a puff of his cigarette, hanging it casually from his lips, and quipped, Li Hong, you lost something, and you're in such a hurry. What a clever fellow you are. Didn't anyone at home tell you that the more urgent the matter, the calmer you must be? If you weren't involved in this, not even a dog would believe you. After saying this, he suddenly produced a talisman inscribed with intricate and complex runes and patterns, the strokes delicate and fluid, shimmering faintly like mysterious stars in the night sky. A 6th-tier sealing talisman. Feng Huai and the cloaked old man instantly changed their expressions. Wang Ming pressed the talisman against his chest. Divine blessing. At that moment, a dazzling light erupted from his back, piercing through the darkness of the shadows. A hazy figure gradually materialized, extending a hand from which golden light emanated, enveloping Wang Ming. In the next instant, A set of rune-etched mithril armor appeared around Wang Meng, glimmering with starlight. With a swift motion, he summoned a totem pillar that materialized and plunged into the ground. Ripples spread, illuminating the darkness beneath him. The old man struck. The darkness coalesced instantaneously, and a crescent arc of light sliced through the air, crashing down upon Wang Meng. With a resounding thud, his shield and mithril armor flickered but remained unaffected. However, the old man swiftly spun, conjuring a multitude of dagger-like light. Almost in an instant, he melded into the shadows, his speed so swift that the daggers encircled Wang Meng like a cocoon. Countless sparks danced upon his body, the mithril armor flickering incessantly. As the barrage of attacks converged, all the dagger lights coalesced into a short sword. The old man reappeared, grasping the concentrated sword lights, and with terrifying might and speed, plunged it into Wang Meng's back. With a piercing sound, the blade broke through his defenses, piercing through him. Blood gushed forth instantaneously. Wang Meng swiftly turned, reaching out, but the old man's speed was astonishing, vanishing into a cloud of smoke amidst the shadows. Looking down at the wound on his chest, blood trickling out, he showed no surprise, instead taunting the darkness. "Continue." As he spoke, he began to chant a sequence of syllables, and a whirlwind of green energy swirled around him. As the green wind passed, the wound on his chest healed rapidly. The assault did not cease. The old man's figure trembled, and shadows swiftly converged, summoning a duplicate, with both old men attacking simultaneously. This relentless onslaught prompted Wang Meng to clench his fists, bestowing upon himself a shield of holy light, as 4 shields rose around him, continuously revolving. Subsequently, braving the dense attacks, he suddenly bent down, his fists radiating golden light like heavy hammers, slamming down onto the ground. "Rise!" The earth caved in, shattering into countless fragments, and golden arcs of electricity burst forth from the cracks, surging upwards. In an instant, 2 shadowy figures were ensnared by the golden arcs, becoming rigid in mid-air. At that very moment, Wang Meng stomped the ground, and the totem pillar he had planted shot upwards. Embracing it with both arms, he swung it around. "Old man, if you can't even handle my 5th-tier strength, shouldn't you go home and take care of the kids?" Wang Meng roared, as the totem pillar whistled through the air, crashing down upon the 2 shadows. One shadow disintegrated into black mist, while the other was sent hurtling like a cannonball, smashing through a series of buildings and out into the street. Wang Meng turned to Feng Huai. "Kid, stop pretending. You'll die quickly." Just as he lifted the totem pillar to strike Feng Huai as well, an eye suddenly appeared on his chest, resembling a simplistic flat painting, with concentric circles around the pupil like a shooting range target. Wang Meng's expression shifted dramatically. The domain, Eagle Eye. In the next instant, a beam of light shot through, penetrating his chest, causing a grievous wound that nearly hollowed him out. The winds of divine healing swirled around him, and without hesitation, he fled rapidly. Almost the moment Wang Meng began to escape, 3 arrows, like phantoms, pursued him swiftly, curving around even in dead angles. At this moment, the 3-story building had been completely breached, revealing the dark street outside, where rain fell heavily. Feng Huai glanced nervously in the direction Wang Meng had fled. A guardian of the Sanjia was indeed formidable. He quickly turned his gaze down the street, where a middle-aged man in a cowboy hat was slowly approaching through the rain. Strangely, he remained completely dry, showing no signs of having been drenched. He scanned the surroundings with a furrowed brow and asked Feng Huai, "What happened?" Feng Huai bowed slightly. "Greetings, Zhao Qiye. Thank you for your intervention." He managed a bitter smile, having thought it was merely a petty thief, only to discover it was a master. "Petty thief?" Zhao Qiye scoffed, surveying the ground strewn with elements of holy light. However, he did not press for further details, seemingly indifferent to the affairs of the young man, yawning as he lightly clapped his hands. "Enough now. Don't disturb the peace at this late hour."